Chapter 1. The Female Ghost in the Bed. In a happy community, before room 404. The rent is 200. I want 1,000. I can offer you a maximum of 500, no more. 800. Otherwise, you can find someone else. Fine. The stylish landlady, dressed in a vintage denim outfit, pulled out a contract, signed the contract that IT has to be lower. Although Xiao Mushing wore an expression of frustration, he nonetheless signed the contract. The landlady scanned his WeChat and transferred him 800 yuan, handing him the key to the apartment. Then, she hastily departed, as if fleeing from some perilous situation. The 800 yuan rent was a subsidy from the landlady. Why, you may ask? Because this apartment is notorious as a haunted house. No one who has ever stayed here could endure a single night. Thus, the landlady was willing to subsidize the rent, in hopes of finding a spirited young man to dispel the room's malevolent energy. Xiao Mushing, a recent university graduate still seeking employment, spotted the rental notice and rushed over without hesitation. As for ghosts, he thought, having already faced poverty, what was there to fear? Recalling the past, he remembered playing hide-and-seek with village children, hiding in a collapsed tomb until past 1 in the morning. His family searched for him, crying out in despair, but he remained silent. Only when his friends admitted defeat did he extend a hand from the grave and call out. He recalled how many grandparents were present that day, and how a few nearly caused the village to host grand feasts for days. Afterward, he was hung from a tree until dawn, his body marked with stripes from bamboo canes. Reflecting on it now, it was a part of his lost childhood. Wiping away non-existent tears from his eyes, he regained his focus and unlocked the door to the apartment. The room boasted a minimalist design, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a sealed balcony, covering over 90 square meters. All essential facilities, including a refrigerator, air conditioner, and water heater, were present. Xiao Mushing selected the largest bedroom as his resting place and began to organize his belongings. Then he proceeded to tap around the room, listen intently, and sniff the air. This was primarily due to the rumors of hauntings. He wondered if there might be hidden corpses within. Though the landlady insisted no murders had occurred in the house, one could never be too cautious. After a thorough investigation, he found no concealed compartments and detected no scent of decay. Everything seemed to be in order. Xiao Musheng glanced into the mirror, stroking his sharply defined jawline. How am I so handsome? He then turned off the lights and exited the bathroom. However, just as he turned away and closed the bathroom door, the light flickered unexpectedly. The clock struck 5 in the afternoon. Xiao Mushing opened the delivery app, selecting a seemingly decent restaurant. Noticing the distance was 2 kilometers, he thought, that's not too far. He stepped out, opting to walk, believing it would be beneficial for his health and aid digestion. Upon returning that evening, he browsed job recruitment apps, discovering responses to his previously sent resumes. Must be a graduate from a prestigious university. Must possess national-level awards. Even for a typing clerk, the requirements were steep. He checked messages from the electronics factory. Only females need apply. Xiao Mushing. I'll have to look for opportunities tomorrow. With this thought, he switched to short videos on his phone. After a while, he went to wash up. Returning, he lay on his bed, turned off the lights, and closed his eyes. After a few minutes, he picked up his phone again. Unable to sleep, he resumed watching short videos. As he scrolled, he noticed a figure beside his bed, illuminated by the dim light of his phone. Xiao Musheng, now no longer smiling at his phone, felt a chill. The window was closed and the door locked. There was no way anyone could have entered. Even a thief would not dare approach the bedroom, knowing someone was inside. The figure beside the bed appeared somewhat ethereal. Xiao Mushing considered a possibility. Instead of shouting, he quietly slipped his hand under the covers, pulling the blanket over himself. In moments like this, displaying fear and screaming would only hasten his demise. However, as he shrank beneath the covers, he raised his head to see a delicate, beautiful face, oval-shaped and smooth as porcelain. With dark circles and bags under her eyes, the ghost appeared rather haggard. Were it not for the fact that he was alone in the room, this scene might have seemed quite warm. Xiao Mushing switched off his phone and closed his eyes. At that moment, he drifted into slumber. Time passed without incident. Xiao Mushing thought to himself, as he had anticipated, if he merely pretended not to see her and refrained from showing fear, he should be safe. After all, he had learned that this room was merely haunted, with no fatalities reported. Yet, just as he believed he could evade danger that night, a soft voice whispered in his ear, "You can see me, can't you?" The voice was so close, it felt as though someone was leaning in to speak to him. In an instant, Xiao Mushing tensed, frozen, and unable to react. Any sudden movement might lead to dire consequences. The fact that the female ghost had not harmed him signified he was safe for now. "Hey, are you really asleep?" The ghost's voice continued to echo in his ear, but Xiao Mushing feigned ignorance. Realizing this tactic was ineffective, the ghost made the living room lights flicker. Still, Xiao Mushing remained unresponsive. After a minute had passed, the ghost, realizing her efforts were futile, extinguished the lights once more. Silence enveloped the room. Xiao Mushing's racing heart gradually calmed as midnight approached. He felt a pressure in his bladder. Getting up to use the restroom shouldn't be a problem. If I encounter her, I'll just pretend not to see, he reassured himself. Rising, he turned on the bedroom light and scanned the room, relieved to find the ghost absent. Approaching the bathroom, he switched on the light and was about to close the door when, beside the toilet stood a spectral figure clad in a blue school uniform, a small badge reading Jinyang No. 1 High School on her chest. She was stroking her chin, eyeing Xiao Mushing's hand resting on his waistband with an amused expression, as if assessing the situation. Xiao Mushing. Given his handsome appearance, he had experienced teasing from various people, such as aunts, sisters, and roommates. But this was the first time he had been scrutinized by a female ghost. Lost in thought, Xiao Mushing's hands continued to fumble as he pretended to be flustered, tying a knot in his waistband. Just as he feigned loosening his belt in preparation to exit the bathroom, darkness suddenly enveloped him. The lights went out. As he fumbled to turn them back on, a face appeared mere centimeters from his own, causing him to instinctively jerk his head back. At that moment, Xiao Mushing was struck with panic. It's over. Chapter 2. The serial murder case in Jinyang City. The visage of the female specter gradually revealed a triumphant smile. "You can indeed see me. Why pretend otherwise?" Xiao Mushing had paused, his hand poised on the doorknob of the restroom, upon hearing these words. According to his conjectures, she ought to have lunged at him by now. Yet, her demeanor and tone suggested she bore him no ill will. "Why are you so certain that I can see you? Many others have entered this house before, and despite my various attempts to manipulate the lighting and the television, they were oblivious to my presence. But you are different. Thank you." Xiao Mushing expressed his gratitude sincerely, acknowledging that, without her intervention, the landlord would not have offered him the 800 yuan abode. "You're welcome. But you Haven T answered my question. Why do you pretend not to see me?" Although the specter was uncertain about the reason for his gratitude, she responded politely. Yet, her curiosity about the previous topic prompted her to pursue the question once more. Xiao Mushing merely extended his hands, gesturing up and down towards her form, saying nothing yet conveying everything. A moment of silence ensued. Xiao Mushing broke the stillness first. "My name is Xiao Mushing. And you?" "Luoyao." Upon hearing this name, Xiao Mushing raised an eyebrow. It sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. "How did you die? Homicide or suicide?" "Homicide." Luoyao was still contemplating how to articulate her thoughts when he unexpectedly posed the question. Jinyang City No. 1 High School, homicide. Time of death, October 29, 2009. The Jinyang City serial murder case. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Mushing interjected. "How do you know this?" Luoyao had heard whispers about the case in her lifetime, but she had not anticipated becoming a part of it. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Mushing replied, "I came across it online." He then retrieved his mobile phone. Eager to confirm something, he typed Jinyang City serial murder case into the search bar. Scrolling upward, he finally arrived at a page detailing a police bounty, a reward of 500,000 yuan for information leading to the capture of the serial killer. Although this bounty had been issued over a decade ago, it remained valid, which explained Xiao Mushing's heightened excitement. Previously, while perusing short videos, he had encountered a content creator discussing this very case. The primary focus had been whether there were 6 or 7 victims involved in the Jinyang City serial murder case. During that period, a senior high school student had gone missing, named Luoyao, leading to differing accounts regarding the number of victims. And now, the victim stood before him. Was he not poised to claim that reward effortlessly? "Do you wish for vengeance? Tell me who the murderer is, and I shall assist you in avenging your death." Luoyao, upon hearing Xiao Mushing's fervent inquiry, found herself momentarily engulfed in doubt. As Xiao Mushing observed the demeanor of the other party, A pang of anxiety surged within him. And indeed, the subsequent words he heard were those he dreaded the most. I have no knowledge of their identities, nor did I catch a glimpse of their faces. They were all masked at the time. The sound of a shattered 500,000 yuan prize echoed in Xiao Muxing's mind. Such are the unexpected twists and turns of life. Luo Yao, noticing the other's expression, remarked, "Though I yearn for vengeance, if it proves impossible, merely excavate my remains and return them to my parents." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in Xiao Muxing's eyes. "Are you aware of where your body is concealed?" "Yes." As this affirmation reached his ears, Xiao Muxing's hope expanded, and he began to devise a plan. However, just as he was halfway through his thoughts, Luo Yao's words struck him with astonishment. "Did you not mention that my killers were two individuals?" This revelation was indeed shocking, for until now, the case was believed to involve only a single suspect. Xiao Muxing felt the complexity of the situation escalate. Confronting one perpetrator was far different from dealing with two psychopathic murderers. Though it may reopen old wounds, could you recount the entire sequence of events during the attack? Upon hearing this, Luo Yao did not feel sorrowful. The more details she contemplated, the sooner those two scoundrels would descend to accompany her, bringing her a sense of satisfaction. Very well. With a gesture inviting her to proceed, Xiao Muxing suggested that the restroom was not an ideal venue for their discussion. Thus, they relocated to the living room. Yet, just as they stepped outside, Xiao Muxing retreated, shutting the door behind him. As he prepared to unfasten his trousers, an ethereal figure emerged, half appearing through the tightly closed door. "What are you doing?" "Ah, just using the restroom, sister." Xiao Muxing's voice took on a slightly higher pitch. If he didn't relieve himself soon, his bladder would surely burst. Luo Yao promptly covered her eyes and stepped back. Soon, the sound of water flowing resonated from within the restroom. After a while, Xiao Muxing emerged from the restroom, feeling refreshed as Luo Yao began recounting the events of that fateful night. Once she finished, Xiao Muxing continued to refine his earlier concept. He knew he could not simply rush to the police with the information Luo Yao had provided. He would likely be dismissed previously. "I found myself unable to leave. But since our paths crossed, I have sensed an inexplicable assurance that you possess the ability to lead me away." Xiao Muxing felt his chances of success had increased significantly. "Who could contend with me if I were to bring along a ghost? But upon departing this dwelling with you, I would be unable to perform the feats I could within these walls, such as manipulating electrical devices. How did you ascertain this? Have you attempted it?" "It is merely an instinct." Xiao Muxing acknowledged that the ghostly intuition was irrefutable, given that it was all that remained of him. Chapter 3. Midnight Fright. The following day, within the confines of a crowded subway, most passengers stood on tiptoe, merely to afford space for a solitary individual engaged in self-dialogue. Xiao Muxing occupied a seat graciously vacated for him, conversing with Luo Yao, who hovered in midair, disdainful of the crowding. "I now feel rather reckless. Initially, within the safety of my abode, I harbored a sliver of hope, thinking that such a peculiar ability could not entirely dissipate outside. However, my morning experiment proved otherwise. Aside from my own mobile device, I found that I could not exert control over anything else." Luo Yao, suspended in the air, rested her chin on her hand and remarked, "I find your actions quite audacious. Speaking to me in the subway is rather bold." Passengers nearby regarded Xiao Muxing as if he were unhinged. In this life, the opinions of bystanders hold little significance. What truly matters is my perception of myself. By the way, is there a particular significance behind the name your parents bestowed upon you? Yao, in ancient times, referred to a precious jade, symbolizing grace and elegance, purity and clarity. And you? A fortune teller once claimed that my 5 elements were deficient in fire, hence the addition of mu, suggesting that what generates fire. The two continued their idle chatter. The subway arrived at Shanxing North Station. As the voice of the train's announcement echoed through the carriage, Xiao Muxing shouldered his backpack and disembarked. Upon reaching the station, he glanced at the video he had posted the previous night and opened the comments section. The first remarks that caught his eye read, "Foolish individual. Attempting to capitalize on the traffic from this case. Clowns are abundant this year. If you truly uncover something of value, I shall livestream myself consuming the secret of old 8 hamburgers." This pair of fools clearly had not paid attention to the police report, which only cited 6 victims. They were oblivious, yet pretended to be detectives online. Luo Yao passed through his chest, peering at the comments on his phone. The online community seems rife with hostility. Xiao Muxing said little, merely taking note of the usernames, planning to confront each one in due time. Jinyang City, in front of a breakfast stall nestled within an alley. An elderly gentleman, while waiting for the vendor, opened his popular short video application. The first clip he encountered was a screenshot of a video displaying an online ticket purchase. Below it was a caption, which the gentleman clicked to read. While browsing short videos, I stumbled upon the case of the serial murders in Jinyang City, and I believe I may have uncovered some clues that could potentially lead to the discovery of the seventh victim, who is yet to be found. I am now purchasing a ticket to set off. Should I locate the body, I will host a live stream for everyone. Upon viewing this video, an elderly man furrowed his brow slightly. Although he deemed it unlikely, he nonetheless clicked to follow. Inside a modest one-bedroom apartment, the living room table was adorned with a map, a compass, and a hiking backpack. In the corner of the room stood a military multifunctional shovel. Beside the bed in the bedroom lay a pair of tactical shoes and a set of combat clothing. At that moment, a hand, as white as a lotus root, emerged from beneath the blankets to grasp the phone resting on the bedside table, pulling it back under the covers. The phone's owner glanced at the time and instinctively opened a short video application. She resolved never to accept assignments in desolate areas again. Not only was there a lack of people, but the signal was also poor. Zhou Haihong returned home after completing her assignment last night and fell directly into a deep sleep, utterly exhausted. She could only scroll through short videos once she woke up. After watching just a few videos and laughing a little, one particular video that contained only an image caught her attention, primarily due to the text accompanying it. Upon seeing this short video, Zhou Haihong sat up beneath the covers. The music of the video played on repeat for quite some time, leading her thoughts to drift far away. After a moment's contemplation, she clicked on the private message feature and sent a message. Could we discuss your findings? The clock struck 12:30 a.m. Xiao Mushing glanced at the now-defunct subway station before turning to exit the station. He then summoned a ride through his phone. When the car arrived, Luo Yao climbed in through the roof. Xiao Mushing entered the vehicle in a composed manner. The car made a brief stop at a hardware store still open at this late hour. Typically, a hardware store would be closed at such an hour, yet inside, the owner was engaged in a game of mahjong with several others. Xiao Mushing alighted to purchase a military shovel before returning to the car and adjusting the location on his ride-hailing app. Driver, I need to change the destination, he said. Though the driver found it somewhat peculiar, he asked no further questions, as the change extended the route, thereby increasing his fare. As the vehicle resumed its journey, Luo Yao inquired, aren't you being a bit hasty in seeking my body? Why not rest for a while? I originally planned to wait until tomorrow, but fortuitously, the hardware store was open, so I decided against spending the night at an internet cafe. Once I find your body, there will be a place to rest, and it will be free. Luo Yao was momentarily perplexed. Ah, I see, she replied, her understanding dawning. Who are you speaking to at this late hour? The once fatigued driver suddenly appeared more alert. It was one thing for a passenger in the back to talk to themselves, but the words spoken in the dead of night sent a chill down his spine. I'm speaking to a friend. The driver, Uncle, continued, expressing his hope that the area had not undergone significant changes. If there were substantial alterations, it would be quite troublesome to excavate. I cannot say for certain. I only entered that house a short while ago after being away for over a decade, so I am unaware of any transformations. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Mushing glanced at the driver. At that instant, the driver, also attentive to the rearview mirror, noticed Zhao's gaze upon him and swallowed nervously. His grip on the steering wheel became less relaxed, growing somewhat tense. Uncle, has there been any major change at the old water plant? No. That area has been abandoned for several years now, and I have not heard of any plans for demolition or alteration. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing nodded and turned to Luo Yao, saying, there should be no significant issues. Your body is likely still there. At that moment, the driver silently shifted gears, internally pleading, drive faster. After a brief pause, Xiao Mushing inquired again, Uncle, have you heard about the 2009 serial murder case in Jinyang? The driver thought to himself, is it starting now? No, please. How should I respond? Should I say I've heard of it or not? If I say I haven't tea, will he begin recounting a story? If I have, will he share something I am unaware of? Noticing the driver's silence, Xiao Mushing continued, judging by your accent, you must be a local. Such events are undoubtedly known to you. The driver's mind raced, and he forced a smile, replying, I'm driving and cannot engage in too much conversation with passengers. It can distract my attention. Oh, my apologies, please continue. Luo Yao, observing this exchange, questioned. Are you doing this on purpose? Xiao Mushing slightly nodded. He needed a witness. Chapter 4, Robbery? No. We seek pleasure. According to the navigation, the journey was supposed to take an hour, yet the driver managed to arrive in just 40 minutes. After Xiao Mushing exited the vehicle, the driver swiftly accelerated, leaving the scene in a hurry. Xiao Mushing waved goodbye with a smile, softly murmuring, mountains and rivers meet again. Turning to Luo Yao, he cheerfully said, let us go. You lead the way. The moon was partially obscured by clouds, and Xiao Mushing activated the flashlight on his phone to illuminate the path ahead. As they proceeded halfway, Luo Yao, walking ahead, suddenly halted. There are two people up ahead. Xiao Mushing's eyes brightened. He could hardly contain his excitement. The two figures hidden among the bushes may emerge now. I have already spotted you. Upon hearing this, Luo Yao widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, are you insane? She was but a ghost, and could not physically drag Xiao Mushing away. He gestured for her to be quiet. From the left, a silhouette began to move behind him, and soon two figures sprang forth, one in front of the other. With the aid of his phone's flashlight, Xiao Mushing observed a young man with yellow hair ahead and a tattooed individual behind. One bore the dragon tattoo on his left arm, while the other sported the tiger tattoo on his right, creating a striking pair. Both wielded weapons. One held a metal rod, while the other brandished a stone of unknown origin. The only troubling aspect was their youth. Had this been 15 years prior, they would barely have been 10 years old. Far too inexperienced to orchestrate such a crime. Indeed, it seemed improbable that someone capable of committing serial murders would be so easily provoked by a mere video. It appeared he had stumbled upon a pair of delinquents. Since they had discovered him, Xiao Mushing decided to abandon his concealment. The yellow-haired youth, shining his flashlight into Xiao Mushing's face, licked his lips. Unperturbed, Xiao Mushing raised a hand to shield his eyes and remarked with a casual smile, gentlemen, robbery is a grave offense. It could lead to sentences ranging from 3 to 7 years, or even decades if violence is involved. I urge you to reconsider your course of action. The yellow-haired thug scrutinized Xiao Mushing's physique. Does assault for robbery carry penalties as well? He queried. Meanwhile, Luo Yao, who had initially appeared alarmed, instinctively covered her mouth with her hands. Though it was an inappropriate moment, a trace of an enigmatic smile flickered between her brows. Xiao Mushing was indeed handsome, though his appeal leaned more towards an androgynous beauty rather than traditional masculinity. The two ruffians had ventured near the old water plant, hoping to unearth valuables to sell for some cash, and perhaps indulge in a little fun. Upon encountering Xiao Mushing, they noted his striking appearance. Coincidentally, the duo harbored peculiar interests, leading them to entertain some unscrupulous thoughts. In the desolate wilderness, they believed they could act with impunity, confident that their victim would lack the courage to report them, and even if they did, securing a conviction would be unlikely. Moreover, this endeavor could save them a considerable sum, an opportunity seemingly bestowed by fate. Gradually, the two began to close in on Xiao Mushing, brandishing their weapons to compel him into submission. Their actions appeared to yield results, as Xiao Mushing stood motionless, just as the yellow-haired thug swung his rod towards Xiao Mushing. The latter swiftly grasped it. Why in his childhood village, Xiao Mushing was acquainted with two elderly gentlemen. One was a practitioner of Bagua Zhang, while the other had descended from the battlefield. Their camaraderie allowed him to learn a few techniques, though opportunities to employ them were rare. He recalled the last instance he had to use his skills occurred while he was selling liquor, when a male patron provoked him, leading to a confrontation that ultimately deterred him from ever selling alcohol again. The inherent risks were too great. He could barely manage the female clientele, let alone contend with troublesome male customers, prompting his departure from that line of work. As for the two ruffians, they were relegated to menial labor. Upon recovering, they even attempted to rise against him. Xiao Mushing delivered a stern lesson in civility with a forceful blow. Brother, I was wrong. Please spare us, they pleaded, groveling on the ground. Initially, they mistook his approach for a surprise attack, but after enduring further punishment, they finally comprehended the severity of their predicament. Xiao Mushing delivered a swift kick to each of them. Stop pretending to be dead. Come with me to handle a matter. They dared not express their anger and followed suit. They arrived at a secluded grove, where Xiao Mushing retrieved a military shovel from his bag. Dig right here, he commanded. The blonde-haired thug, bewildered, asked, what are we digging for? A corpse. Xiao Mushing's whisper cut through the stillness of the night like a chilling breeze, sending shivers down their spines. The two thugs trembled. They were merely miscreants with peculiar tastes, not reckless individuals willing to gamble with their lives. The more brazen of the two faltered, "Brother, can't this wait until morning?" Xiao Mushing laughed, cracking his knuckles. "Do you think you have a choice?" With tears in their eyes, they began to dig, taking turns as the old adage goes, "A blade hangs above a lustful heart." To their astonishment, the saying proved true that very day. It was at this moment that Xiao Mushing initiated a live stream. "Welcome, everyone, to my broadcast. As mentioned in my previous video, I've uncovered the body of the seventh victim through some clues, and we are now in the process of excavation." The eerie atmosphere, combined with the sight of two battered thugs and a cheerful young man with bloodstains on his face, rendered the live stream rather unsettling. As the stream commenced, only a handful of viewers tuned in at first, but soon the numbers swelled to several hundred. While the viewership was modest, the discussions were fervent. Watching such a stream in the dead of night was undeniably thrilling. Shockingly, there are 3 men engaging in such activities in a secluded grove. One commenter exclaimed, "What happened to the bruises on the host's face? Surely, you must be another one of those deceptive influencers." Another chimed in, "Host, I kindly advise you that fabricating such tales for views could lead to serious consequences." In response to the skepticism, Xiao Mushing merely smiled, brushing off the weariness etched upon his face. Whether it's true or false, the news will reveal all in due time. At that moment, Luo Yao squatted beside a half-dug pit. As the individual involved, witnessing the excavation of one's own remains is quite a novel experience. With the knowledge acquired during her high school years, she could envision that what would be unearthed would undoubtedly be a pile of bones, and not particularly pristine ones at that. Never before had she contemplated what her own death might entail. After all, she was young at that time, never imagining she would have the opportunity to observe someone unearth her own body. Xiao Mushing observed Luo Yao squatting at the edge of the pit, adjusting her phone on the stand. He approached the pit to inquire about the sensation of being on the verge of being exhumed. It was indeed a peculiar feeling, one that was difficult to articulate. A sense of regret predominated. Regret? Yes, I had aspired to attend the Capital University of Foreign Languages, to become a diplomat, or perhaps a translator traveling to various countries, or even a foreign language teacher. Alas, none of those dreams materialized, and now they are lost. "Are you proficient in foreign languages?" Xiao Mushing asked. "Besides English and my native tongue, I also speak 5 other languages." He inhaled sharply, astonished by her prowess. Clearly, the educational journeys of individuals vary greatly. During his own high school years, his command of English was such that even trampling on the answer sheet would yield a higher score than he could achieve through earnest efforts. Had it not been for his studies in a foreign language during his final year, he likely would not have met the undergraduate admission threshold. Meanwhile, the two individuals digging the pit exchanged glances filled with growing trepidation. Xiao Mushing had not engaged them in conversation, so whom were they speaking to in this desolate wilderness? He glanced at the pit they were excavating. Could it be? Chapter 5. Suspected mental disturbance. The beam of the flashlight flickered increasingly, and the shovel felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The two looked at each other, both recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. "Stop shaking it about. Dig faster, and finish quickly so we can rest," Xiao Mushing urged, his words echoing like whispers from a demon, compelling them to continue without pause. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream had surged to over 1,000. What was the host discussing? Likely engaging in conversation with those two digging the pit. Clearly a pair of individuals seeking to capitalize on the situation, performing for the sake of entertainment. How could everyone doubt the authenticity of their claims? Look, there's an honest person upstairs. In the age of the internet, how many things can be deemed genuine? Time passed, and suddenly, a loud clink. The shovel seemed to strike something, and it appeared to have severed that object. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Mushing reacted swiftly, leaping down from his perch. He took the shovel from the blonde fellow and snatched the flashlight from the other. Grasping the shovel, he began to clear the surrounding earth. A segment of white bone emerged prominently. The taut tension in the bodies of the blonde and the other man finally snapped, and they screamed, scrambling desperately to escape the pit. "A ghost! There's a ghost!" they cried, retreating into the depths of darkness. The audience in the live stream reacted with laughter, either typing out "ha ha ha" or posting laughing emojis. The fear exhibited by the two was perceived as mere theatrics by the viewers. Xiao Mushing had no intention of pursuing them. They were already in a live stream, and even if they fled, the authorities would undoubtedly locate them for questioning. He continued to excavate the soil around the white bones with delicate movements, unearthing fragments of a school uniform. Although significantly decayed, it was evident that it belonged to the same attire worn by Luo Yao. After confirming this, Xiao Mushing refrained from digging further, as he was not a professional and feared that continued excavation might obliterate valuable clues. It sufficed for him to ascertain the presence of the uniform at this location. Subsequently, Xiao Mushing emerged from the pit and picked up his phone. It was time to report to the authorities. He decided against documenting the corpse, as the platform likely prohibited such actions. He addressed the audience of over 1,000, stating that they should await the news the following day before closing the live stream. He then dialed the police. Upon completing these tasks and looking back, he noticed the ethereal figure that had been crouching at the edge of the pit had vanished. Approaching the edge of the pit, he observed Luo Yao extending her hand to touch her bones. There was no occurrence of a soul merging back into its body. Rather, her spectral fingers passed through the white bones, or perhaps the bones penetrated the essence of her spirit. At this moment, Xiao Mushing sat beside the pit, indifferent to the dirt beneath him. Do you think I will have such an opportunity after I die? Luo Yao raised her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. What opportunity? To caress my remains and reminisce about my life. Luo Yao stood up. I am uncertain, perhaps such a thing exists. Her memories were fragmented. With a gap of 15 years, having only recently awakened in that room, unable to leave and unseen by anyone except Xiao Mushing, she had not encountered other souls. Thus, she could not provide a definitive answer to Xiao Mushing's inquiry. Soon, the wailing sirens of police cars approached, suggesting that someone from the live stream had alerted the authorities, explaining their swift arrival. Luo Yao soared out of the pit, and Xiao Mushing rose as well, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Act 1 concluded. Zhou Haiyang observed this bewildering live stream with furrowed brows and an expression of discontent, ultimately realizing that the dig had yielded nothing of substance. Her private messages went unanswered, leaving her to wonder if he was merely a clown seeking attention for views. After some contemplation, she seized her car keys. Rather than wait idly, she decided to verify the situation herself. She recalled the location as the old water plant. Inside a dilapidated residential building, in a dimly lit living room, an elderly man and a middle-aged man stared at the now black-screened phone, struggling to comprehend the situation. In stark contrast to the carefree demeanor of the live stream audience, their hearts were undoubtedly heavy. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling. But the smoke dissipated chaotically. Will they uncover the truth? They couldn't find the 6 bodies 15 years ago. What good will it do to find the last one now? The elderly man spoke with vigor. But how did that young man discover it? The elderly man remained silent. This was the middle-aged man's underlying concern. The discovery itself was not frightening, but the method of how it was found was troubling. Time had sufficed to erase many traces, and a corpse that had evaded detection 15 years prior was now unearthed by a young man. Moreover, upon reviewing a video previously shared by the individual, it became evident that they were not a local resident. This revelation is indeed unsettling. From a distance of 1,000 miles, through the mere threads of information available online, the location of a concealed body was determined, and now this person has arrived in the vicinity. Who can ascertain whether they will uncover additional clues, or, on a fateful day, arrive at the doorstep accompanied by a cadre of officers? Should they unearth further incriminating evidence, it is conceivable that they might meet a similar fate. The elder spoke these words with a calm demeanor, yet his eyes resembled those of a ravenous wolf, poised to strike. The middle-aged man remained silent, tacitly agreeing with the sentiment. If circumstances necessitated their intervention once more, it would be an unavoidable consequence. After all, it was the young man's own recklessness that led him to this perilous situation. The following morning, a chime echoed as the doorbell rang. A middle-aged woman opened the door to find 2 officers standing outside. May I inquire if Mr. Qian is at home? The woman, oblivious to the unfolding events, prepared to return to the living room to rouse her husband. Unbeknownst to her, the officers had already positioned themselves at the threshold of the living room. As she gazed at the 2 officers, Master Qian was beset by a flurry of thoughts. The officers presented a photograph and stated, "This individual was deceased before midnight last night. However, records from his mobile device indicate that he entered your vehicle after midnight, and tonight, a figure will stand beside his bed." Master Qian's imagination was abruptly interrupted as the officers began their inquiries. They asked if he recognized the individual, when he had entered the car, what was discussed, and various other details. After concluding their questions, they prepared to leave, prompting Master Qian to hastily inquire, What transpired? That guest was still alive last night, correct? He is alive, but last night he unearthed a body tied to a significant case. There are some concerns regarding his mental state, thus we seek your insight. What kind of concerns? The officer replied with a solemn expression. There are suspicions of a possible mental illness. Chapter 6. The second death. 3 days later, Xiao Mushing emerged from the police station. Not empty-handed, but rather bearing a banner of commendation, a monetary reward of 20,000 yuan, and a diagnosis of schizophrenia. Within this brief span, the first day was dedicated to recording testimonies, while the subsequent 2 days were spent under observation in a psychiatric facility before he was returned. The reason for not being admitted to the hospital was that his condition did not meet the criteria for hospitalization. Typically, those who reside in such institutions are unable to function normally within society. As for the 20,000 yuan, it was a result of a previously viewed online reward that offered a tiered bounty for providing vital clues and evidence, ranging from 5,000 to 20,000 yuan, while capturing a suspect directly yielded 500,000 yuan, due to his discovery of a victim's body that had eluded authorities for over a decade. He was awarded the maximum reward of 20,000 yuan. Outside the police station awaited 2 elderly individuals with silver hair. These individuals were the parents of Luo Yao. The man was named Luo Tianchen, and the woman, He Roqing. Both were distinguished intellectuals, with Luo Tianchen serving as a professor at a prestigious university in Jinyang City. He Roqing is a high school teacher. The discovery of her daughter's lifeless body was a profound blow to both elderly parents. Until now, they had clung to the hope that their daughter was merely missing, daring to entertain the faintest glimmer of optimism. However, this grim news, though devastating, was merely the confirmation of a long-ago reality. They did not irrationally cast blame on Xiao Mushing. Instead, they expressed gratitude towards him, for at least in his efforts. They had the chance to reclaim their daughter's remains in their lifetime. When Luo Yao beheld her parents once more, her emotions were undeniably complex. She had previously encountered them at the police station, where they gazed upon her lifeless form while she observed them from the shadows. A mixture of regret, sorrow, and exhilaration flooded her heart, intertwined with a sliver of relief. She felt fortunate to have preceded her parents in death, thus escaping the anguish of witnessing their demise. Yet, this line of thought left her feeling selfish, as it meant they were left to grieve a child who should have outlived them. At that moment, Xiao Mushing did not pay heed to the dazed Luo Yao. He descended the stairs to stand before her parents. Uncle, Aunt, I must trouble you during this time. If it weren't for your assistance in locating Yao Yao, it is likely we would never have met again in this lifetime. We are grateful beyond words. Staying at your home for a brief period is hardly a burden. Moreover, it may aid in your investigation to uncover the perpetrator, allowing her to rest in peace. Luo Tianchen was the first to respond, his tone warm and amiable. The suggestion to stay at their home had originated from Xiao Mushing himself, supported by 2 justifications: a lack of accommodation and the pursuit of leads. These reasons were merely a means to an end. As Xiao Mushing reflected on this, he cast a glance back at Luo Yao, who ought to return home. In the police station's lobby, Officer Long, in his 40s, pondered the conversation he had with Xiao Mushing before his departure. With the leads currently at hand, could they truly locate the individual responsible? They could only strive to do their utmost. And if the assailant struck again, there would be no escaping justice. I understand, he concluded. The exchange was brief, and as he collected his thoughts, Officer Long made his way back into the precinct. Xiao Li, arrange for surveillance on Xiao Mushing's mobile location around the clock. Report any unusual movements immediately, Officer Long instructed. After issuing the orders, he rubbed his temples, uncertain if his interpretation of a mentally unstable person's words was appropriate. Yet, the instinct of a police officer urged him to take action. Arriving at Luo Yao's residence, a 4-bedroom, 2 living room, 1 kitchen, 3 bathroom abode, he found 2 spacious bedrooms equipped with en-suite bathrooms. Alongside a study and a guest room, He Roqing guided Xiao Mushing to one of the larger bedrooms, which was adorned in soft, pastel hues. Since Yao Yao's departure, I have maintained her room daily, but the arrangement remains untouched. Even her hidden little secrets, should I discover them, I return to their rightful places. Luo Yao, initially engulfed in sorrow, felt a sudden chill at these words. Xiao Mushing then inquired, what little secrets? He Roqing pondered for a moment before crouching down. Luo Yao reached out, attempting to intervene, but her hand passed through. Hiroking reached beneath the bed and activated a hidden mechanism, pulling out several concealed compartments. From these compartments emerged a number of books. Without heeding Luo Yao's protests, Xiao Mushing casually picked up a few volumes. Discovering that the covers featured two men, the overbearing prince usurps the emperor, the gentle senior beneath the osmanthus tree that year, and the sensitive CEO and his doctor friend. Xiao Mushing remarked, and Hiroking, observing the titles, smiled. It's quite normal for high school students to have a few peculiar interests. I used to think our Yao Yao was flawless, as perfect as a child from someone else's family, until one day I stumbled upon these books in her room. There's really no need for her to hide them. Her father and I wouldn't say much about it. During my time as a homeroom teacher, I encountered many such titles, and I can understand the thrill and excitement young people feel while exploring the oddities of this world. Xiao Mushing silently returned the books to their hidden compartments. While he had previously been an indiscriminate reader in his school days, devouring everything from literary masterpieces to sensational novels and romance stories, he found himself unable to engage with this particular genre. No matter which character he tried to immerse himself in, he simply could not bear it. Casting a glance at the visibly distressed Luo Yao, he felt compelled to ask a question that might concern her. Are many people aware of these books? Besides us, just the investigating officers and a few close relatives. No more than a dozen or 20, really. Why? Have you made a new discovery? None. Just a casual inquiry, he replied, offering a moment of silence for the situation. At that moment, Luo Yao crouched in a corner of the room, her back turned to them, experiencing her second death 15 years after the first, social death. Afterward, Hiroking stepped outside, allowing Xiao Mushing to reflect and search for clues on his own. Before leaving, however, Hiroking appeared somewhat troubled, yet she said nothing. Xiao Mushing discerned her unspoken thoughts and reassured her. There won't be any significant changes to this room's arrangement. Upon hearing this, Hiroking nodded with a smile. This room was one of the few remnants of her daughter, and sometimes, gazing at it, just as it had been 15 years ago, could momentarily transport her to a place where Luo Yao still existed. Xiao Mushing glanced at Luo Yao in the corner. Choosing not to disturb her, she needed this moment of calm. Approaching the desk, he retrieved his laptop and began sifting through the live stream playback records, preparing to create his next short video. Meanwhile, he took out his phone and opened his profile. The video that had previously garnered only a few thousand likes had skyrocketed to an astonishing 1.02 million likes within just 3 days. His follower count had surpassed 80,000, and the numbers content the Rui Jingu Bang is wrapped around my waist as I watch your live stream indulging in the secret burgers made by Lao Ba. Embracing the persona of a rogue, greedy and lustful, I urge you to continue. My visage is a testament to handsomeness, while a jester emerges to speak. After tagging each individual, Xiao Mushing finally set aside his phone. He possesses few virtues, and holding grudges is one of them. Chapter 7. I have long departed from this line of work. Nightfall. Hiroking knocked on the door. Mushing, dinner is ready. Xiao Mushing closed his computer and emerged from his room with Luo Yao, entering the dining area where a feast awaited. Luo Yao gazed at the array of dishes, enumerating them one by one. Sweet and sour shrimp balls, braised carp, minced eggplant. These were all my favorites. Upon mentioning this, Luo Yao made a motion as if to swallow. Xiao Mushing approached the table, picked up chopsticks, and grasped a bowl, casually inserting the chopsticks into the rice. He slightly shielded himself with his body. Luo Yao shook her head, deeming this tactic ineffective. Luo Tianxin, serving dishes to his wife, caught sight of this scene from the corner of his eye, but chose to remain silent. The elderly couple at the table was warm and welcoming, enthusiastically describing the unique qualities of each dish while diligently serving Xiao Mushing. He reciprocated by savoring each bite. The fish was reduced to mere bones, the sweet and sour shrimp balls left with only a touch of sauce, and the minced eggplant was reduced to just a smear of oil. Not a grain of rice remained in the rice cooker. After dinner, Hiroking escorted Xiao Mushing to another guest room to rest. Luo Tianxin retreated to his study, where a document displayed on his computer screen contained diagnostic records. As he opened the file, he perused its contents. The second personality of the patient has a preference for sweet and sour shrimp balls, braised carp, and minced eggplant. As he read, he absent-mindedly tapped his index finger on the desk. Behind him floated an invisible, ethereal figure that he could not perceive. Early the next morning, after bidding farewell to the elderly couple, Xiao Mushing stepped outside. Just a few paces away from the community, a jeep halted before him. the window sliding down to reveal an attractive woman with short hair, appearing to be in her 30s. Handsome, do you have a moment? Zhou Haihong, having witnessed the police presence and the cordoned-off area at the old water factory that night, had fully come to trust Xiao Mushing. However, in recent days, he had been under police supervision, leaving her without the chance to communicate. After finally learning that he had been released from the precinct, she waited here for him. Yet, noticing the frown on his face, she sensed his displeasure. Did he think she intended to compete for a bounty? I have long since left that line of work. If you have needs, perhaps you should explore other nightclubs tonight. Please do not entangle me further. Zhou Haihong felt her mind momentarily stall. What had she just heard? Was his profession not what she had assumed? Were they not in the same line of work? After clearing her thoughts, she managed to utter a few words. Were you once in the trade? The words need not be so harsh. What you refer to as providing emotional value is merely selling wine, not oneself. Xiao Mushing stated with righteous indignation. Ever since that incident left him shaken, he had withdrawn from such circumstances. However, he occasionally encountered former clients who persistently pursued him, even desiring to support him financially. Yet, he categorically rejected their advances, for being supported by someone implies complete dependency on that individual. Elders once recounted tales of those who ventured down such a path, only to find themselves with but half a life remaining. From a certain perspective, such arrangements are morally questionable. Accepting this entails gambling on whether the other party is a rational individual or a deviant. If the gamble is lost, one's life may be irrevocably altered. The troubling reality is that if the other party engages in such morally dubious behavior, the likelihood of them being a normal person is quite slim. Although Xiao Mushing felt he possessed little in the way of dignity, he was not inclined to subject himself to abuse. After articulating these thoughts, he prepared to turn away. Zhou Haihong hastily interjected, I did not come to solicit your services. I wish to discuss the case you are currently investigating. Upon uttering these words, she noticed Xiao Mushing regarding her with a scrutinizing gaze. Do not misunderstand me. I have a friend who was also a victim in that incident. I am neither the perpetrator nor seeking your bounty. I am merely concerned about you increasing the reward for the other party. Hearing this, Zhou Haihong exhaled in relief and continued, I am a level 5 bounty hunter, fully equipped with the requisite combat skills. A bounty hunter? Are you not? Xiao Mushing queried. What do you think? Zhou Haihong replied. If you were not a bounty hunter, what audacity would you possess to investigate such a case? She asked, astonished. 500,000. Such a sum is sufficient to cast aside fear. Xiao Mushing extended 5 fingers. Indeed, people die for wealth, as birds perish for food, Zhou Haihong replied, resonating with the sentiment, as she was currently engaged in a similar line of work. What did you mean earlier regarding bounty hunters and rankings? She inquired. There exists a bounty hunter forum. Upon registration, one becomes a bounty hunter, capable of uploading various skill certifications and proof of completed tasks, such as police bounties or other civilian rewards, which can elevate one's bounty hunter rank. Of course, tasks can also be accepted directly from the forum, eliminating the need for proof and still allowing for rank enhancement. The higher the rank, the more advanced tasks one may undertake, yet the rewards also increase correspondingly. Oh, that likely has little to do with me. I only engage in such perilous endeavors once. Zhou Haihong remarked, gazing into Xiao Mushing's eyes. I have encountered many bounty hunters, and in your eyes, I see the same restless spirit characteristic of all bounty hunters. Xiao Mushing smirked slightly, but refrained from further explanation. Should he undertake such a risky venture a second time, it would indeed be extraordinary. Let us not dwell on that. However, if you seek to extract information about the case's progress from me, I shall remain silent. Yet, if you wish to accompany me in the investigation, I do not mind having an additional partner, provided you adhere to my directives throughout. Zhou Haihong contemplated this proposition. Joining the investigation would indeed afford her insight into the case's progression. She was not motivated by the reward. Rather, her desire was to see the perpetrator dead. Naturally, she was willing to participate in the investigation if it could expedite that process. Wait, Xiao Mushing suddenly interjected, turning to the side to address Luo Yao. I forgot to ask for your opinion. What do you think? Luo Yao nodded, stating that as long as she could locate the murderer, she did not care about the means. It's settled then, Xiao Mushing replied, turning back. Zhou Haihong felt a sudden pang of doubt about her hasty agreement. This individual appeared somewhat unhinged. Chapter 8. Restoring the first crime scene. A man and a woman retraced their steps along the path by the school gate. Jinyang City No. One high school was not far from Luo Yao's home, and coincidentally, on that fateful night, both her parents had other commitments and could not escort her. Thus, she returned home alone that night, a singular occurrence that heralded her misfortune. After parting ways with her classmates, she was never able to return home again. Everyone, I've just exited the police station. I trust you all have seen the video from last night. We are now setting off from Jinyang City now. One high school to recreate the crime scene, Xiao Mushing announced while streaming live on his phone. I must admit, you are impressive, but it has been 15 years. Attempting to recreate the crime scene now might be somewhat outdated, commented a viewer. Be cautious, everyone. This host is rather sensitive. He has personally targeted those who mocked him in the first video, warned another. The fact that you can locate a body after 15 years is already commendable. Another chimed in. Tell me, can you truly uncover the truth of this case? Questioned a skeptic. Don't hold your breath. If no one has solved it in 15 years, it is unlikely to be easily unraveled now, another dismissed. You never know. What if the host manages to uncover it? Someone countered, with some questioning and others believing. Xiao Mushing's ability to uncover a body that had evaded discovery for 15 years garnered him a considerable following, leading to defenders in the comment section. If you make any progress in the investigation, please consider sending gifts and following. Xiao Mushing displayed a rather shameless demeanor in soliciting contributions. If you truly make progress, I will definitely support you. A viewer pledged. Count on it. Host, another affirmed. Zhou Haihong stood nearby, deeply furrowing her brow. Conducting a live stream while investigating a case seemed inappropriate, even if it was an attempt to raise funds. She increasingly questioned the wisdom of her decision. They then entered a narrow alley. Suddenly, Xiao Mushing's voice rang out, "Stop." Two viewers watching the live stream felt a jolt of recognition. They were all too familiar with this place. Zhou Haihong turned to look. What's wrong? This is where Luo Yao was attacked, she remarked. Zhou Haihong glanced down the alley, which led to another road. Why here? Although Xiao Mushing was eager to divulge that this information had come from personal knowledge, he refrained, knowing that such a claim would only lead others to believe his condition had worsened. Instead, he offered a subtle analysis based on the evidence he had gathered. Before reaching this intersection, she had parted ways with her classmates, traversing this stretch of road alone. Moreover, 15 years ago, there were no surveillance cameras along this route. This alley leads to another street, with several smaller alleys branching off that could provide escape routes, making it an ideal location for an abduction. Why would one incapacitate and abduct? Wouldn't a killer simply eliminate her right there? Zhou Haihong posed a question that resonated with the majority of the audience in the live stream. For a murderer, killing is a form of gratification. However, he had already taken several lives prior, many of which had been discovered. Thus, it was improbable for him to commit murder here, as it would not only deprive him of the thrill of the act, but also increase the risk of detection. Furthermore, this could very well be his last opportunity to kill, as future chances would be scarce. To him, this was an exquisite feast, and he needed to transport her to a secluded location to savor this experience fully. Hence, he could not afford to kill her casually. After Xiao Mushing elucidated this point, a wave of relief washed over him. He was fortunate to have reacted swiftly, almost failing to respond. At that moment, an elderly man and a middle-aged individual in front of the screen swallowed hard, their thoughts aligning perfectly with his. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhou Haihong refrained from raising further objections. They then proceeded to enact the sequence of events surrounding the incident. Zhou Haihong portrayed Luo Yao, while Xiao Mushing embodied the killer. Throughout this process, Zhou Haihong was repeatedly interrupted by Xiao Mushing. You are now a senior high school student, just finishing evening classes. You feel fatigued and have no time to be vigilant or scrutinize the surrounding alleys. All you desire is to return home swiftly and rest comfortably on your bed. Therefore, you must appear weary, with a vacant look in your eyes. When I leap out from the alley to ambush you, you should be startled and flustered, flailing your limbs in panic. The scene was replayed multiple times, yet Xiao Mushing remained dissatisfied, shaking his head. Zhou Haihong sat exhausted on the ground, pondering what was amiss. Sweat soaked through his clothes, clinging to him. Despite appearing 30, Zhou Haihong maintained excellent care of himself and appropriate body management, leading to a shift in the atmosphere of the live stream. The host looks quite tired holding the phone. Why not let the sister beside you take it? I agree. Don't let the phone hinder the hostess' thoughts. Host, hand the phone to that sister, and I'll immediately send you a gift. Xiao Mushing ignored the comments on the phone, feigning deep contemplation. He recognized where the flaw lay. The attacker was two individuals, Yet he could not reveal this directly. He needed to present a process before unveiling the answer, and with the process established, it was time to deliver the conclusion. Xiao Mushing raised his gaze to observe the buildings flanking the alley, then suddenly sprang to his feet. I understand what is amiss. A high school student, even a girl, would not be easily incapacitated and taken away, or rather, there would inevitably be some trace left at the scene. However, according to the police investigation conducted 15 years ago, no trace of the scene was found. This implies that the perpetrator had executed the act with remarkable cleanliness, leaving no evidence behind, leading to the conclusion of a disappearance. Yet, it is exceedingly challenging for a murderer to carry out such a methodical operation, to incapacitate and abduct a young woman without leaving any traces or even allowing her belongings to be left at the scene. Such precision seems almost implausible unless two individuals conspired together in the crime. Xiao Mushing's final remarks stirred considerable controversy in the live broadcast. Don't speculate heedlessly, host. What if it were true? The barrage of comments was vibrant, yet some viewers were unable to endure the unfolding drama. The elderly gentleman fidgeted, reminiscent of a student unprepared for an English dictation, summoned to the front by a demanding teacher. He felt an unsettling discomfort, his body trembling uncontrollably. The opposing party's assertions were alarmingly accurate. Specific locations, precise numbers, even their psychological states at the time bore striking similarities. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Following this deduction, Xiao Mushing invited a passerby to assist in reenacting the abduction process as two assailants. Initially, the endeavor proved challenging, as the bystander appeared timid and bashful, rendering the movements somewhat comical, akin to a silent farcical play. However, with Xiao Mushing's patient guidance, the reconstruction of the crime scene gradually began to take shape. The live stream witnessed a flurry of generous donations. Some viewers were captivated by the reenactment of the crime scene, while others were simply entertained. Amidst this collective revelry, two viewers were gripped by terror. The elderly man, trembling slightly, voiced his concern. Isn't there a way to report this? We should report him and have him banned. A middle-aged man vehemently disagreed. Reporting would leave traces. If the stream is shut down due to a report, the reporter could easily become a suspect in the eyes of the police. That would be tantamount to self-incrimination. The two were unable to maintain their composure. Despite the reenactment appearing dubious to others, in their eyes, Xiao Mushing's actions felt as if a divine entity had witnessed their every misdeed and orchestrated a reenactment before them. This chilling and fearsome scenario struck at their very souls, as if at any moment, the perpetrator would turn to the screen and declare, "I have found you." Chapter 9. This is a trap. Do they dare to gamble? At the police station, Officer Long observed the live stream with a sense of discomfort. The deductions regarding the initial crime scene and the number of assailants indeed provided them with significant insights. However, the rationale and investigative methods presented felt fundamentally flawed. This resonated with him, reminiscent of a case he had previously solved, where the perpetrator masqueraded as a witness. In that case, involving a juvenile murder, they had reached an impasse, during which the individual provided them with various clues and even displayed investigative prowess. Yet, he soon recognized the unsettling truth. This witness was exceedingly astute, perhaps too clever for their own good. As the investigation deepened, it became apparent that this so-called eyewitness was, in fact, the instigator behind the juvenile homicide. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated by him. Naturally, he would never suspect that the case from 15 years ago was the doing of Xiao Mushing. At that time, the child was merely a few years old, and each of the 7 victims could easily have overpowered him, administering punishment both backwards and forwards. Yet, the current investigative methods granted him an uncanny sense of déjà vu regarding the case. He could not help but recall the diagnostic report from the opposing side, and clarity suddenly dawned upon him. This was not a figment of his imagination narrating these events. He did not believe that he had deduced this all on his own, but rather, he recounted what he had heard from the imagined character. If that were the case, everything would fall into place. Officer Long shook his head at this thought, lamenting the loss of such a promising individual to madness. In the live stream, Xiao Mushing addressed the camera, stating, "This is my preliminary reconstruction of the crime scene based on the clues I have gathered thus far. I will continue to search for additional evidence, and once I have formed a complete chain of evidence, I will hand it over to the police. So, dear viewers, see you at the next live stream. And don't forget to show your support." With that, he ended the broadcast. As Xiao Mushing concluded the live stream, A passerby scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful as he approached Zhou Haihong. Could I possibly have your contact information? Despite being in her 30s, Zhou Haihong possessed an elegant demeanor and exuded a mature charm that captivated both men and women alike. She did not refuse and promptly scanned his friend request code. It wasn't that she was genuinely interested. Rather, having wasted an entire morning with someone, she felt that outright rejection would be too harsh. Besides, given her usual preoccupations, adding him as a friend would likely lead many to distance themselves from her. The passerby then parted ways with Xiao Mushing, who returned to Zhou Haihong's jeep. Lighting a cigarette, Zhou exhaled a ring of smoke and remarked, "Are you trying to provoke that murderer into action?" Initially, she believed Xiao Mushing was merely seeking financial gain. But after witnessing the morning's reconstructions, she suddenly grasped an angle she had overlooked. Such a conspicuous investigation could indeed alert the perpetrator. She found it hard to believe that someone capable of uncovering a corpse buried for 15 years would not have considered this possibility. Another scenario emerged. Perhaps he aimed to incite action from the killer through this very approach. Xiao Mushing did not respond directly, but instead inquired, "Can you tell me about the friend you mentioned?" Zhou Haihong fell silent for a moment, finishing her cigarette before speaking. "One of the victims was my sister, Li Huqing. At that time, she was in her senior year of high school, while I was in my junior year. We share no blood ties. As we both came from an orphanage, we supported one another, diligently balancing work and study, enduring a far harsher existence than we do now, yet finding joy in our days together. During that time, I often contemplated that simply spending our lives together would suffice. It was a few days later, when the police came to inform me of her passing, that I learned of her death. I hesitated for an eternity before lifting the white sheet in the morgue, clinging to the hope that if I did not uncover it, perhaps there would still be a chance, perhaps she was still alive. Ultimately, I summoned the courage to unveil the sheet, for I feared that if I did not, I would never have the opportunity to see her one last time." Xiao Mushing and Luo Yao listened quietly to this tale. Xiao Mushing had harbored doubts about Zhou Haihong, yet he chose to keep her close, suspecting she might be inextricably linked to the two murderers. He believed that today's performance would unmask her, yet she displayed no signs of panic, only provoking his suspicions about his own judgment. This left him feeling disheartened, as he had lost a chance to capture the killer. "I have answered your questions. Perhaps it is time for you to address mine," I stated. "To some extent," Xiao Mushing replied calmly, devoid of the alarm that might accompany a plan being exposed. He had anticipated the possibility of detection when crafting this scheme, yet he dared to gamble. The question remained, would the killer dare as well? Once the livestream concluded, the two regained their composure. "Dad, do you think he could be deceiving us?" The middle-aged man, surrounded by swirling smoke, replied, "It is possible, yet also not. We cannot entrust our lives to others." As he cut meat in the kitchen, his tone remained flat, though his knife skills were not as precise as usual, resulting in uneven strips of meat, each cut heavy and leaving deep scratches on the cutting board. They could not afford to gamble, nor did they want to, for it was evident that their adversary possessed critical evidence, perhaps even closing in on their whereabouts. It was a trap, yet it also presented them with an opportunity. Their opponent might not wish to waste time, thus taking a risk. As they sought to avoid detection, they needed to act swiftly, before all evidence was gathered and before certain items fell into the hands of the police. In a five-star restaurant, Xiao Mushing arrived in Zhou Haihong's vehicle. He surveyed the establishment with raised eyebrows, contemplating the expense, thinking that dining here might cost him a kidney. "I shall treat you," he declared. His words simple, yet filled with a bold spirit, prompting Xiao Mushing to step forward, bowing slightly as he opened the door. "Ladies first," he urged, with Luo Yao standing beside him, unable to suppress her retort. "You truly are a mercenary man." Xiao Mushing lifted his head, a proud expression adorning his face. "Please address me as Junjie." Zhou Haihong strode in confidently, with Xiao Mushing following closely. Inside, the waitstaff had already observed the scene outside. Approaching Zhou Haihong, one of them inquired, "Madam, do you have a reservation?" Zhou Haihong produced a dark golden card, prompting the server to whisper into the collar microphone. "A distinguished dark gold VIP patron has arrived. As I lead the way, I shall guide you to the private room." Witnessing this scene, Xiao Mushing felt a stir in his heart. Are bounty hunters truly this affluent? Upon reaching the private chamber, Yushuan Pavilion, the attendant withdrew, and Xiao Mushing gazed at the expansive room, larger than his own abode, and remarked, "Is such a vast space required merely for dining? Are we to dance after the meal? Would you care to see some dancing?" Allow me to make arrangements, Zhou Haihong casually replied, prompting Xiao Mushing to broaden his understanding of this world. How much can one earn to indulge in such luxury? Zhou Haihong produced the card from earlier. I didn't spend a dime. This card was a gift from a client during a previous assignment. Dining at my affiliated establishments is complimentary. Oh, might I inquire about joining the Bounty Hunter Forum? Xiao Mushing found himself intrigued once more by the bounty hunter community. The allure of adventure captivated him beyond mere monetary concerns or the card's significance. Chapter 10. Patronage. A stroke of luck. Zhou Haihong added Xiao Mushing to her chat contacts and subsequently sent a link. Click on this link to register your personal identity. Upload your professional skill certificates and any bounties you have undertaken outside the Bounty Hunter Forum. This will facilitate your ranking. However, I advise you to wait until your current task is completed before registering. This way, your initial evaluation will be significantly higher, sparing you the need to provide further proof for ranking later on. Are tasks still categorized by rank? Certainly. For newcomers to the Bounty Hunter Forum, typical tasks involve locating lost pets or, at most, dealing with a trifling love rival. More perilous tasks demand greater expertise from bounty hunters. For those with lower ranks, opportunities to apply for such tasks are limited to once a month. Should a higher-ranked bounty hunter take on the task, their application will be rendered void, which can be quite cumbersome. Xiao Mushing nodded. He felt no urgency to pursue this matter at present. Subsequently, the dishes began to arrive in succession. Xiao Mushing had but 3 critiques of the fare: scant portions, delectable flavors, and exorbitant prices. Once the meal concluded, Zhou Haihong inquired, "Do you have any other destinations in mind, or may I take my leave?" Given that the subsequent activity involved fishing, it was prudent to avoid company. I intend to explore several key universities in Jinyang City. I wish to discern the distinctions between these prominent institutions and the private third-tier schools. So you need not accompany me. Hand me your phone. Xiao Mushing hesitated briefly before passing it over. Zhou Haihong took his phone, located her contact in the messaging app, and altered the name before returning it to Xiao Mushing. Upon inspecting the phone, he noted that her previous designation had transformed into "darling." He uttered the word with a hint of uncertainty. "From this moment forth, you shall be my kept man, to be courted merely over a meal. And should you wish to maintain such an arrangement, might I inquire about my own sentiments? After all, I am still an unblemished young man. Furthermore, I am not one to be so easily swayed. If you aspire to support me, a single meal will not suffice. Additional funds are essential." At this juncture, Xiao Mushing feigned a coy demeanor, evoking an air of playful reluctance. Suddenly, a notification from the messaging app chimed in with a transfer alert. The sum of 1314 was augmented by a 0, while 520 was embellished with 2 additional zeros, accompanied by a message. "Promise me, dear sister, that this will be a monthly affair, and it will double." Luo Yao, standing behind, playfully patted Xiao Mushing's shoulder, her excitement palpable. "Congratulations, young man. You are spared from 20 years of hardships. You are being courted." Xiao Mushing disregarded Luo Yao's teasing and instead contemplated the implications. "You wish to track my whereabouts?" Zhou Haihong nodded. It is quite customary for a wealthy patron to maintain frequent correspondence with a young companion. Should there be a prolonged absence of replies, or if the responses seem amiss, Zhou Haihong would swiftly discern the situation. Xiao Mushing picked up his phone, turning it slowly from side to side before stating, "You need not complicate matters. My phone has likely been tracked. Given the circumstances, Officer Long would undoubtedly take action." Having observed his surroundings today, he noted no signs of being followed. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that his phone had been located. According to the laws in Longhua, those who act heroically to prevent violent crimes, resulting in the assailant's death, are not deemed excessive in self-defense. Xiao Mushing silently commended this principle. Quite ruthless. Yet, success hinges upon one's quick reflexes. The two then finalized certain details regarding their conversations on the messaging app. Xiao Mushing subsequently exited the restaurant. Upon stepping outside, Xiao Mushing inhaled deeply, releasing the breath in a slow exhale. He turned to Luo Yao beside him. "From now on, you shall be my vigilant eye." Luo Yao mimicked the gesture of Sun Wukong, unleashing his fiery gaze. "Rest assured, no one can elude my sight." Luo Yao embodies an advanced, mobile surveillance system, an artificial intelligence capable of penetrating walls, soaring through the air, and evading detection by various devices. This is Xiao Mushing's greatest asset. Apart from him, no one in this world would believe in the existence of spirits, nor would anyone else perceive them. Regrettably, They had not crossed paths during their school days. Had such a comrade existed during examinations, he could hardly fathom the beauty of that scenario. Later in the afternoon, Xiao Mushing meticulously plotted his course. This would be the trajectory for his afternoon endeavors, with destinations set at key universities within Jinyang City. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man was transfixed by a video on his phone, his body trembling uncontrollably. The video's location was identified as Jinyang University of Foreign Languages, and it had been uploaded by a student currently enrolled there. The content of the video was, "The detective investigating the murder case has come to our school. I approached him to greet him and inquired if he was here to investigate the suspect. He claimed he was merely visiting the school. Whether his words hold any truth remains uncertain, yet I now feel a sense of unease." A middle-aged man casually opened the comment section. Visiting a university while investigating a case seems a rather flimsy excuse. Could it be that the murderer truly emerged from this institution? My friend, be extra kind to your classmates in the coming days. If a killer indeed lurks within your school, you must be wary of being implicated. At that moment, the middle-aged man could distinctly feel his heart racing, not merely beating, but rather stirring restlessly, as if it longed to escape this body. All this turmoil stemmed from the fact that he was an alumnus of this very school. How could the other party know? How did they come by this knowledge? The elderly man observed his son's demeanor, effortlessly snatching the phone from the other's hand. After watching the video content, his gaze turned fiercely intense. Stop sitting idly. Get ready. We must act swiftly, aiming for a quiet departure within the next day or two. In another university campus, Luo Yao soared to a height of 10 meters. Scanning her surroundings, but finding no suspicious individuals, she then descended once more. If you wish to show me a university, the foreign language school would suffice. Why visit so many? I seek a stroke of luck, Xiao Musheng replied, plucking a leaf from a tree and toying with it. What luck are you hoping for? Based on what you previously mentioned, while you couldn't discern the faces of those two, judging by their voices and figures, one is likely middle-aged and the other a youth. This suggests that one may very well be of school age. To execute such a flawless crime, that individual's intellect must be considerable. The juvenile is highly likely to gain admission to a prestigious university, and given that local candidates often prefer institutions nearby, it's probable that this person has studied at one of the key universities in Jinyang. However, there remains a substantial chance that this is not the case. Luo Yao posited another possibility. Indeed, hence my desire for a stroke of luck. Xiao Mushing had initially intended merely to test his fortune, with success or failure deemed as fate. At that moment, another classmate approached him. Hello, may I take a picture with you? Xiao Mushing nodded with a smile. A university is a gathering place, inevitably attracting extroverted students who wish to capture moments and share them online. With the advent of big data classification and local recommendations, if a murderer is persistently monitoring, they might receive related video suggestions, particularly if they once attended this school. Chapter 11. Deceiving oneself into belief. Having visited only a few schools, the time had already reached 5:30 p.m. At that moment, a call came in. Musheng, are you coming home for dinner tonight? He rewatching's tone conveyed a suppressed urgency, as if she longed for Xiao Musheng to return promptly. He glanced at Luo Yao from the corner of his eye. I'll be home for dinner, probably around 6:30. Upon returning to Luo Yao's home, Luo Shinshin and He Roaching were already waiting for him at the dining table, which was laden with steaming dishes. Each dish was a favorite of Luo Yao's, and Xia Mushing also relished them, being discerning only when it came to unpalatable food. However, as he settled at the table, Xia Mushing sensed a peculiar atmosphere, primarily due to the unusual gaze that He Roaching directed toward him, filled with affection and anticipation. Once the meal concluded, Xia Mushing did not rush to his room, nor did the elderly couple. He had already begun to grasp certain truths. Luo Shinshin, setting aside a book that he could not delve into, was the first to speak. May I have a word with my daughter? Xia Mushing remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The utterance of such a request indicated that the man, learned and in his 60s, had undergone a prolonged internal struggle. With a worldview firmly established, it was evident that certain beliefs would be impervious to persuasion. Yet, he now resembled someone smitten with love, aware that his affections were unreciprocated, yet still clinging to the hope that they might be. Yao, are you there? His voice trembled slightly. Xia Mushing steadied his emotions and replied in a deep voice, Yao, are you there? Luo Yao responded, if you continue to speak to me in my father's tone, I shall expose your browsing history to all your friends. Goodness, I was wondering why mobile communication has been sending me messages lately. Your phone has seemingly accessed fraudulent websites. Please refrain from transferring funds to unknown accounts and safeguard your passwords. I haven't even opened my browser these past few days. It must have been you who was browsing, Xiao said, a look of sudden realization on his face. He pulled out his phone, opened the browsing history, and discovered an alarming number of entries. Indeed, it was you. What have you been searching through my phone? Luo Yao gazed up at the pristine ceiling, contemplating its glaring whiteness. Luo Xinshin and He Roqing felt the tension dissipate, leaving them at a loss for words. Xiao scrolled through the browser history and stumbled upon entries featuring terms like male, domineering CEO, innocent male student, European and American blonde handsome men, and athletic dark-skinned types. After a few more scrolls, he closed the phone. For anything further would delve into his own searches. However, with the phone angled towards himself, Luo Xinshin and He Roqing could not see its contents, though they likely surmised some of it. Xiao returned his phone to his pocket, pretending as if nothing had transpired, and casually remarked, "Please, continue, Uncle Luo, Aunt He. Feel free to speak. She can hear you, and I will relay her responses." Luo Xinshin opened his mouth. "Dear, you go ahead." He Roqing pondered for a moment before inquiring. If reincarnation truly exists, Yao, is it the first matter concerns the desire of a murderer to confess and submit to justice. Additionally, Mother, please destroy the books in my room and inform the relatives who are aware of this situation that all those things you previously stated were false. Xiao stood by, recounting everything in real time. "All right," He Roqing replied in a gentle tone. "Also, during your time at school, do not exhaust yourself by always taking on the graduating class. Allow yourself some rest, and the same goes for your father. Upon returning home yesterday, I noticed the medications in your room. You have both worked hard for most of your lives, so please refrain from such burdens." He Roqing murmured softly in agreement. "I do not understand why I have become this way. If reincarnation truly exists, perhaps once I avenge my grievances, I will be able to be reborn." The ensuing dialogue was filled with parental guilt and the comfort of a child, the concern of the offspring intertwined with the reluctance of the parents. As a relator of this tale, Xiao Muxing's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the past, when his own parents had treated him with such kindness. When he was 10, his mother succumbed to cancer, yet at that time, his father did not exhibit profound sorrow. Xiao Muxing had assumed that his father did not love his mother. It was only upon receiving his acceptance letter from school at the age of 18 that he discovered a suicide note and a bank card upon returning home. In that moment, he comprehended the reason behind his father's tears being withheld at his mother's passing. His father had known they would eventually reunite. The 8-year wait was dictated by his mother's final request, to raise Muxing to adulthood. Now, having completed all these tasks, his father had departed, imparting one last lesson to him. Before taking his own life, his father had meticulously arranged everything, ensuring that the funeral would not burden Xiao Muxing, as he had already made the necessary arrangements. Thus, regarding his father's suicide, Xiao Muxing felt no sorrow but rather a wish for their reunion in another life. If indeed reincarnation exists, he hopes they will meet again in the next. The night stretched long, with the two of them, one living, the other a specter, engaged in conversation until the early hours, discussing trivialities or perhaps bidding farewell, concluding at 3 in the morning. Xiao Muxing slept until noon and, upon awakening, drew back the curtains, blinking and adjusting to the sunlight before glancing out the window. He hoped that in a few days, he would still witness such splendid weather. Upon entering the living room, he found his parents already busy in the kitchen. He Roqing peered out, saying, "I didn't wake you because I saw you were sleeping." Observing his parents bustling about, Xiao Muxing felt a wave of sentimentality and remarked, "Having parents is indeed a blessing." After finishing their meal at the dining table, Xiao Muxing addressed his parents, "From now on, you need not wait for me to return at night." Luo Tianxin and He Roqing set down their chopsticks. And after a moment of silence, Luo Tianxin spoke, "Be careful and try to come home early. We will always keep your meals warm." Luo Tianxin had some connections and was already well aware of Xiao Muxing's family circumstances. Simultaneously, both parents were cognizant of what the other intended to do next. They were watching each other's live streams and videos, fully aware that investigating such a homicide was no simple task. Inevitably, one is bound to encounter unforeseen dangers. Luo Tianxin vaguely suspected some perilous intentions harbored by Xiao Muxing. He was uncertain whether his counterpart sought fame or the bounty of 500,000. For a recent university graduate to reach such lengths was sufficient to earn his respect. Chapter 12. The Disappearance of Xiao Mushing. I have allies behind me. Xiao Mushing continued his itinerary from the previous afternoon, venturing to a university he had yet to explore. However, prior to this, he posted a short video, a compilation of his live broadcast from yesterday, accompanied by a caption. This evening, he planned to revisit the alley from yesterday afternoon to search for clues, given that the incident occurred at night. By exploring the site again, he hoped to uncover something extraordinary, perhaps even tracing the route taken by the murderer and the victim to the old water plant, or their path upon arrival. The middle-aged man set down his phone and placed an instrument into his backpack. An elderly gentleman unearthed a small wooden box from beneath his bed, revealing an object wrapped in cloth, which faintly resembled a triangle. The old man did not unveil the cloth, but, as if safeguarding a precious treasure, tucked it into his own bosom. At that moment, there was no need to rush. First, they would ascertain the absence of police nearby, and only then would they act. They were thoroughly familiar with that route. As long as no officers were watching, they were confident they could whisk that young man away unnoticed. The middle-aged man nodded and similarly stowed a long item, wrapped in cloth, into his bag. As the last rays of the setting sun faded, Xiao Mushing arrived at the familiar alley, a lollipop nestled in his mouth. Sweet confections could alleviate anxiety to a certain extent. Although Xiao Mushing possessed some confidence in his physical prowess, he had never taken a life. His adversary was a murderer, perhaps accompanied by an accomplice. There lingered the possibility that they might strike tonight, or perhaps the night after, or the one following that. Contemplating this, a slight tremor coursed through him, not quite fear, but an indescribable unease. Following the route outlined by Luo Yao, he retrieved a map and pretended to conduct reconnaissance. In that moment, he truly resembled a detective. The twilight gradually vanished, and darkness began to envelop the city. Two figures commenced their movements, with the night serving. Xiao Mushing silently reached into his pocket, where a baton lay concealed. If he faced two opponents, one of whom was an elderly individual, his chances of triumph were significantly heightened. Moreover, he need not engage in a desperate struggle. Merely stalling for time would suffice. This ordeal was destined to come to a close. Just as he prepared to act, he was met with the ominous sight of a dark gun muzzle. In the police station, an officer sat at his computer, rubbing his neck. The monotony of his work had been palpable, merely monitoring a positioning signal. After a day of vigilance, nothing unusual had occurred. Suddenly, the signal point on the map vanished. The officer's fatigue lessened, and he resumed his operations at the keyboard. Was it a signal failure? There was no internet disconnection. The signal was strong, and the system showed no other faults. Yet the positioning signal had disappeared. Officer Long, the mobile positioning signal of Xiao Mushing has vanished. He reported urgently. Quickly send the nearest colleague to the point where the signal was last detected. I'll be there shortly. Officer Long's anxious voice crackled through the earpiece. Finally, the moment had arrived after 15 long years. They approached the street where the signal had last disappeared. Officer Long inquired with urgency, "What is the situation?" The officer who had arrived first shook his head. "There are no bloodstains, nor any signs of a struggle. Immediately expand the search radius, paying special attention to abandoned construction sites and landfills, and review the surveillance footage." After a moment of contemplation, Officer Long added, "Bring in the police dogs. Ensure that all searching colleagues exercise utmost caution. We are dealing with a ruthless criminal. The safety of the public and ourselves is paramount, and we may resort to firearms if absolutely necessary." At an abandoned construction site, Xiao Mushing found himself bound to a pillar, surrounded by an unpleasant stench. Adjacent to the site lay a landfill. He never expected to find himself in such a predicament. Before him stood a hunched figure, clad in a hood and gloves. A killer meticulously cleaning a bizarre handgun. Where did you acquire that gun? In normal circumstances, one might assume a firearm was a toy. But faced with such an irregular weapon, composed of various makeshift parts, its model indiscernible, no one would dare act rashly, for such items in Longwool were likely real. I cobbled it together from discarded materials, fearing that one day the police might come knocking, and perhaps I could take down a couple of them. The individual smirked. Who would have thought I would end up using it against you? Meanwhile, a middle-aged man rummaged through Xiao Mushing's phone, having just unlocked it using his fingerprint. The reason they had yet to eliminate each other was their desire to destroy the evidence each held. Unbeknownst to them, their adversary had already made significant inquiries, and they were oblivious to the possibility that their actions could lead to the evidence being submitted to the authorities, ultimately resulting in their own apprehension. After a thorough examination, they uncovered information indicating a wealthy woman's patronage, alongside a myriad of peculiar browsing histories involving various intimate encounters. Let him draw a conclusion. This young detective leads quite a tumultuous private life. After that, no further discoveries were made. The other party lifted his head and spoke. Where have you concealed the evidence you found? The middle-aged man, putting down his backpack, unzipped it, revealing a device. Do not think you can stall for time. From the moment I approached you, your phone's location signal was jammed, and the police cannot trace this place. We have ample time to engage you at our leisure. If you speak truthfully, we might grant you a swift end. With your capabilities, if you wish to kill, you ought to venture abroad and become mercenaries. Your skills are rather impressive. A smirk curled at Xiao Muxing's lips. Having perused countless detective tales, he had never encountered anything quite like this. Fortunately, it seemed these two would not kill him immediately. He still had a chance, albeit the rope was proving to be quite a challenge. We merely wish to be wolves among the sheep, not to seek death within the pack. The hunchbacked elder candidly expressed his thoughts before the conversation shifted. Honestly, you are quite astute. Every deduction you make is correct. Whenever I watch your live streams solving cases, I often ponder whether you were observing us when we initially struck. Thank you. My teacher has said the same, that I am intelligent, just not focused on my studies, Xiao Muxing replied with a tone of pride. At that moment, the middle-aged man delivered a punch to his abdomen, and Xiao Muxing's phone was conveniently placed next to the signal jammer. You are rather proud, the man remarked as Xiao Muxing winced in pain and lowered his head. At that instant, two unseen phantoms, invisible to the two murderers, approached the phone, silencing all volume before dialing for emergency assistance. After landing the punch, the middle-aged man inquired, "Tell me, how did you uncover this information? And where have you hidden the evidence?" They had executed their plans flawlessly. How had the other party discerned their actions? He needed to extract these details directly from Xiao Muxing. Observing the urgency in the man's demeanor, Xiao Muxing realized their previous investigative methods had clearly frightened them. With that in mind, he decided to escalate his approach. Raising his head, he spoke earnestly. "If I told you that I did not discover any of this, would you believe me?" The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, assumed the other was merely jesting, preparing to strike again. However, the elder behind him suddenly interrupted. "Wait. Are you implying that someone is backing you?" The elder was the first to grasp the implication in Xiao Muxing's words, his gaze fixed intently on the young man. Convinced he was not lying. "What do you think? Thousands of miles away, I have nothing better to do than rush to Jinyang to solve a case. Someone informed me of everything and instructed me, promising that once this matter is resolved, I would receive a reward of 500,000. Otherwise, I would not have come." Upon hearing this, both men were taken aback, realizing there was indeed someone behind Xiao Muxing, who had merely cast out a bait. The middle-aged man immediately retorted, "However, I could not find such messages on your phone. You certainly wouldn't, for when she spoke of these matters with me, it was not through electronic means. According to her, you should not act so swiftly. She suggested I should go live again at midnight tonight. To my surprise, before I could even begin the broadcast, you all emerged with firearms, seizing me and bringing me to this foul and dilapidated construction site." At this point, Xiao Muxing displayed an expression of disdain. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man and the elder exchanged glances, both perceiving the fear reflected in each other's eyes. Chapter 13. The escape from the ruined building. The two glanced at Xiao Muxing once more before stepping aside to converse in hushed tones. The middle-aged man initiated the discussion. "Father, how much of what this boy says do you believe? He might genuinely have someone backing him, but he is certainly not as incompetent as he claims. Remember, when we found him, he was still sketching a map." The elder, as he spoke, produced the map drawn by Xiao Muxing. Although unfinished, the initial portion matched the route they had taken during their crime 15 years prior. However, if he truly has support, our situation could become precarious. We may have already fallen into a trap. Should we simply? The middle-aged man concluded with a gesture across his throat. The elder pondered for a moment. "No. We must ascertain the identity of the mastermind from him. That person might be right under our noses. We cannot afford to leave such a significant threat unaddressed." Initially, they had occupied the shadows, yet now the tables had turned. Someone in the depths of darkness was watching them. How could they find peace in such a predicament? After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Upon redirecting their gaze, they discovered only an empty pillar and the rope beneath it. Swiftly, they turned towards the staircase, where a youth, stealthily descending, waved at them. "Hey!" After greeting, Xiao Mushing hurriedly ran down the stairs. Witnessing this, their hearts nearly stopped, and they immediately pursued him. As the middle-aged man sprinted towards him, he grabbed his bag. For the youth had taken his phone, and he needed to ensure it remained within the jammer's range. Thus commenced a chase through the abandoned, crumbling corridors of the building. "Stop! Don't run, or I will shoot." Luo Yao trailed closely behind Xiao Mushing. "How did you untie the rope?" She had been operating her phone when suddenly a hand emerged, startling her into hanging up, just as she was about to delete the call log, only to realize it was Xiao Mushing who had taken her phone, having untied the rope unbeknownst to her. "Because my father used to hang me up for a beating when I was young, I learned to untie that particular knot before I turned 10. In his youth, Xiao Mushing was rather mischievous, often subjected to his father's disciplinary measures, which involved being suspended and punished for an entire day. Naturally restless, Xiao Mushing devised a method to untie himself. Each time his father bound him, he would manage to free himself, creating a cycle where his father refined his binding skills. While he honed his ability to escape, it could be said that few restraints could hold him now. Xiao Mushing once considered this a useless skill. After all, in the normal course of life, such an ability seemed of little practical use. Little did he expect to employ it today, and he vowed to offer a sincere tribute to his father upon returning home this year. As he pondered, he leaped and twirled, taking advantage of the abandoned construction site that lacked fencing, allowing him to jump freely between the stairwells. Meanwhile, two relentless pursuers trailed behind him, with the older assailant aiming his gun multiple times but never finding the opportunity to fire. Xiao Mushing's evasive maneuvers were too unpredictable to target effectively. After traversing 4 floors, he finally reached the ground level, just as he was about to burst through the exit when he spotted a familiar figure, Zhou Haihong. She had somehow managed to find him, but this was not the moment for conversation or sentimentality. "Run!" Xiao Mushing shouted. Zhou Haihong, perplexed, felt that with their combined strength, they should be able to subdue the two killers. However, before she could voice her thoughts, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck a nearby metal sheet, sending sparks flying. Without hesitation, Zhou Haihong turned and fled, not pausing for bravado. "How do they have guns?" she exclaimed as they ran. Clearly, she was astonished that the assailants possessed firearms, given that the previous 7 victims had primarily suffered blunt force and knife wounds, coupled with the stringent gun control laws in Longhua. In ordinary circumstances, one would not expect such weapons to be in the hands of their adversaries. They made them themselves. Xiao Mushing almost shouted in response, adding that had the assailants not been armed, he would have already subdued them. The two dashed out of the stairwell and headed toward another unfinished building, which offered multiple columns and darkness, making it an ideal hiding spot. Upon entering, they concealed themselves behind one of the pillars. Zhou Haihong's chest heaved as she reached for her phone to call for help, but Xiao Mushing quickly restrained her, for the two killers had entered the vicinity. In the pitch-black surroundings, illuminating the phone would undoubtedly draw attention, making them conspicuous targets in the dark. At that moment, Zhou Haihong felt a surge of frustration. With her combat skills and Xiao Mushing's relatively robust physique, they could theoretically overpower the two assailants. Yet, the initiative lay with their adversaries. Leaning closer to her ear, Xiao Mushing whispered a few words. Upon hearing his plan, Zhou Haihong looked at him in shock. "You intend to confront the one with the gun?" she asked in a hushed tone. Xiao Mushing nodded, acknowledging that had he known earlier of the gunman's weapon, he would not have surrendered so easily. At present, the greatest threat to the two individuals lies in that very firearm. Xiao Mushing is reluctant to make such a choice. Yet given the meticulousness of those two murderers, it is only a matter of time before they are discovered. Moreover, with the adversaries armed, a single bullet from their magazine could incapacitate them, leaving only 2 lifeless bodies once the police arrive. Rather than allowing the enemy to play cat and mouse, it is wiser to take the initiative. In the darkness, he possesses superior vision compared to his foes. Luo Yao's sight in the night is unaffected like a human's. Although it may appear dim, she can perceive all that surrounds her. Zhou Haihong gritted her teeth. After years of working as a bounty hunter, feeling this apprehensive is truly rare. She has never confronted an armed assailant before. Today marks her inaugural encounter. Yet, her task is not to face the gunman directly, but rather to deal with the burly man wielding a knife. Should Xiao Mushing falter, she would inevitably have to confront the gunman, although by that time, it is likely that her engagement would lead her to the afterlife. Chapter 14. The gift. The elderly gentleman and the middle-aged man entered the pitch-black, dilapidated building. Each held a flashlight, and after exchanging a glance, they decided to split up. At that moment, the middle-aged man retrieved a long object wrapped in cloth from his bag. As the cloth unraveled, a gleaming watermelon knife emerged. The old man brandished a homemade pistol, and they stealthily advanced in separate directions. Both felt a thrill, although they understood that should their quarry escape, their own fates would likely be sealed. Yet, the exhilaration of this cat-and-mouse game, of wielding power over another's life, had been long absent from their lives. This high-handed manipulation of life and death had not been relished for 15 years, 15 whole years. Despite his age, the old man remained unfazed. In his grasp was a carbon-based biological equalizer, rendering any martial arts expert or bodybuilder merely a target for a single shot. Thus, even if his opponent were a young man, to him, it was akin to fish ready for the chopping block. He even leisurely whistled, creating a psychological pressure that could deepen the terror of the hidden adversary. Should he pause mid-whistle, it could cause the opponent's heart to skip a beat. 15 years prior, he had employed this very tactic to toy with numerous young girls. He still vividly recalls the moment he halted his whistle and suddenly appeared before a girl, witnessing the sheer terror and despair that washed over her face. Regrettably, at that time, he lacked a firearm and could only amuse himself with the naivete of young maidens. However, now, he relished the prospect of intimidating a more robust, younger adversary. He eagerly anticipated the expression of fear that would grace his opponent's face upon their encounter. While searching, his peripheral vision caught a glimmer in the darkness, behind a concrete pillar. The old man extended his hand to shield the flashlight's beam, continued to whistle, and moved a bit further ahead. Then, he ceased whistling and stealthily approached the flicker of light. As we drew closer, faint sounds began to resonate from the distance. "We have pinpointed your location and will arrive shortly. If you are unable to respond, do not panic, prioritize your safety." Upon hearing the words on the phone, the old man revealed a sinister smile. Suddenly, he turned, illuminating the area with his flashlight, only to find the space before the pillar desolate, save for a solitary mobile phone lying on the ground. A sudden jolt of realization struck him as he turned around, only to discover the same emptiness behind him. They have fled. Just as confusion gripped him, a foot emerged from the shadows, sending his gun soaring into the air. Another kick landed heavily on his waist, propelling him like a discarded toy against the concrete pillar. The commotion alerted the middle-aged man, who sensed trouble due to the absence of gunfire. As he prepared to rush over, a long leg reached out from the darkness. He swiftly dodged, armed only with a watermelon knife, which made him even more cautious. After evading, he counterattacked with a slash, igniting sparks upon impact. The flashlight illuminated the scene, temporarily blinding Xiao Haihong. The middle-aged man seized the opportunity to kick her down before darting towards the source of the sound. The gun was with the old man. If anything happened to him, their most formidable weapon would fall into enemy hands. The previous moment of hesitation regarding whether to strike with the knife was due to the uncertainty of hitting the target in the darkness. One misstep could result in losing his weapon to the opponent. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, and amidst the chaos, it was unlikely the adversary would secure the gun swiftly. He had time to reach them, needing less than 10 seconds. In the night, under Luo Yao's guidance, Xiao Mushing felt his way to the gun. He had played with many toy firearms, but this was his first encounter with a real one. The metallic weight conveyed a sense of reality, still warm from previous hands. At that moment, Luo Yao, standing vigilant behind him, suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Instinctively, Xiao Mushing grabbed the nearest weapon, reminiscent of childhood play, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger. A flash illuminated the night as the bullet, akin to Luo Yao's own shot, pierced through the middle-aged man's throat, blood gushing forth. He clutched his throat desperately, his eyes filled with resentment. Luo Yao, more than anyone else, witnessed this scene with utmost clarity. The emotional turmoil that had long plagued her found release in that moment. Concurrently, outside the unfinished building, the wail of police sirens erupted. Armed officers stormed into the derelict structure. Xiao Haihong relinquished her iron rod. The opportunity had slipped away. Or perhaps it had been there, but her own strength proved insufficient. The killer was more formidable than she had imagined. Xiao Mushing placed the gun on the ground, illuminated by the officer's lights. Once again, he beheld the ethereal figure of Luo Yao, though now she appeared even more intangible. "I must take my leave." Luo Yao effortlessly uttered those words. Xiao Mushing had already anticipated this in his heart. He had dutifully taken on the role of messenger throughout the night, never once interrupting or pausing. It was only when the two elders decided to conclude that he did so as well. Isn't anyone going to see how things end for him before leaving? He wished he could, yet deep within, he foresaw the outcome. He would not escape. This implies that she was aware of the fate awaiting the last remaining individual, and thus, at this moment, her thoughts became clear. She had relinquished any lingering attachments. Even if she had something to convey to her parents, she had already expressed it all the previous night. Xiao Mushing scratched his head. To be honest, I was rather looking forward to it. I thought you would always be right by my side. You might have that assumption, but certainly not exceeding 50%. Xiao Mushing refrained from responding to this statement, for it was indeed a fact. There was a certain speculation. Albeit with a surprisingly low probability, 50% would be considered a doubling. He merely pondered aloud. What if I were to loudly proclaim those things you cherish? Luo Yao's countenance darkened as she drew closer, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Then I shall reveal your browser history, making it impossible for you to survive in this society. Xiao Mushing chuckled and shrugged. Look at what you're saying. Am I truly that sort of person? Aren't you? She retorted, slightly adhering to the notion, but not excessively. At that moment, Luo Yao's nearly transparent form began to dissolve into particles of light. I have no time to argue with you. Though I am reluctant, you have rendered both service and toil, so I shall bestow upon you a gift as a reward. With an air of pride reminiscent of a princess, Luo Yao, just before her complete dissolution, sent a particle of light flying into Xiao Mushing's hand, merging with his palm before vanishing alongside her. Xiao Mushing felt a sense of loss. Their time together had been brief, yet exceptionally vivid. At this juncture, two officers stood nearby. Has he had an episode? Most likely. Let us not move him until he stabilizes. Such a good person, subjected to immense trauma. Thanks to him, the 15-year-old cold case finally revealed some clarity, though it remained uncertain whether his ailment could be cured. Xiao Mushing, Chapter 15. New roommate. Half a month later, Xiao Mushing boarded a fast train back to Shancheng, holding a banner and a cold 1 million in his account. The 50,000 reward was for a single individual. Upon deducing that the suspect might be two people, the reward had been adjusted accordingly. As for the two murderers, the elderly man was named Zhou Dong, while the middle-aged man was Zhou Jian. Their motive for killing was straightforward. They sought to experience the exhilaration of playing with life from a position of power. The middle-aged man was already deceased. Xiao Mushing deemed it a case of justifiable self-defense, as the assailant had lunged at him with a knife. Regarding the elderly man, the officers later led a team to search their residence for evidence. They discovered the elderly man's makeshift gun factory, along with incriminating evidence from the murders committed 15 years prior. They had documented the process of harming those girls, often revisiting the memories over the past 15 years, which ultimately served as irrefute kidnapping, armed assault, coupled with a bloodbath from 15 years prior, accumulated offenses warranting the death penalty as a starting point. Not even a deity descending from the heavens could save him. Inside the police station, an officer, while sorting through documents, stumbled upon a peculiar statement recorded at the outset. It was noted that when Xiao Mushing made the first emergency call, he was bound, and his phone was in Zhou Jian's possession. This raised a perplexing question. Who, then, had made that emergency call? However, the officer did not dwell on this for long and chose not to probe further, attributing the confusion to the tense circumstances and Zhou Dong's advancing age, which could have led to a misremembering of events. As Xiao Mushing exited the elevator, he spotted a suspiciously beautiful figure lingering near the door of room 404. It was the alluring landlady. She was clutching a key, hesitant to open the door, instead opting to eavesdrop on the sounds from within. What are you doing? The sudden question startled her, causing her to jump. Turning around, she realized it was Xiao Mushing who had returned. The great detective is back. Congratulations. She had seen the news about his ordeal and noted his recent social media updates indicating his return, prompting her visit to check on him. Thank you. Surviving such an incident is indeed worthy of celebration. As Xiao Mushing approached the door, he inquired, Did you come here for something specific? Not much. Just wanted to see if you're comfortable living here. She replied, though her true intention was to ascertain whether the place had ceased to feel haunted, especially since he had not expressed a desire to vacate after his stay, and he had even faced off against a murderer in Jinyang City. I'm quite comfortable. My roommate is rather amiable, he responded. Upon opening the door, the dim afternoon light, shrouded by overcast skies, cast a gloomy ambience over the room. To confirm a suspicion that lingered in his mind, he inexplicably called out, "Could you turn on a light?" The landlady swallowed hard, her expression turning grave as she looked at him. A faint click echoed, a sound so subtle yet deafening in the stillness of the room. The landlady's heart skipped a beat. The room suddenly brightened, yet to her eyes, it appeared eerily foreboding, as if a hand might reach out from within to drag her inside. The landlady had no desire to investigate further. She was acutely aware that this house lacked voice-activated lighting. Instinctively, she prepared to flee, only to be firmly grasped by a hand, causing her to collapse to the floor. "No, I'm still young. I haven't yet enjoyed my days of lounging and collecting rent, nor have I fully indulged in the company of male models. I don't wish to meet an untimely end." Xiao Mushing, having known of the landlady's joyful lifestyle, was taken aback by the extent of her exuberance. "It's me." At the sound of that familiar voice, the landlady, seated on the ground, looked up, her tone trembling with emotion. "Is there something else you need? Did you come all this way to sit and talk?" "I'd rather not. My grandmother is celebrating her full month. I must return for the feast. Let us discuss matters another time." As she spoke, she pushed aside Xiao Mushing's hand and, like the first time, bolted as if fleeing for her life. Xiao Mushing caught sight of a figure in the living room from the entrance, not the familiar silhouette clad in a school uniform, but rather a middle-aged man dressed in a black windbreaker. Initially, Xiao Mushing intended to inquire with the landlord about the possibility of purchasing the property, but upon observing the man's demeanor, he thought better of it and decided to wait for a more opportune moment to ask. He stepped inside, closed the door, tossed his bag onto a corner of the sofa, and reclined upon it, scrutinizing the man standing in the living room. The man, in turn, regarded Xiao Mushing with interest. "You can see me," the man stated with a smile. "Otherwise, am I supposed to be gazing at thin air?" "Not quite. I mean, it's surprising that you aren't frightened by my presence." "You're not the first," the man replied, a glint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. "So, are you a ghost?" "Not at all. I am merely a recent graduate yet to secure employment, though my bank account holds a chilling sum of 1 million. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before processing this information. Boasting about wealth to a ghost is quite unprecedented. Couldn't you have chosen someone else? Like that girl at the door who looked on the verge of tears? She is wealthier than I am. Flaunting my riches to her would be disheartening. Then why not approach your friends? That's not feasible. After flaunting, they might just ask me for a loan." "Fair point," the middle-aged man conceded. Having satisfied his urge to boast, Xiao Mushing smiled and inquired, "What is your name? Is there something I can assist you with?" Xiao Mushing had resolved not to toil away laboriously for meager earnings. Working merely yields a pittance, whereas being a bounty hunter, despite not yet joining the forum, could potentially earn him a staggering sum of 1 million in the first month alone. This was far more appealing than toiling endlessly. "My name is Hanli. I wish for you to retrieve my body from Chiga Mountain." As Xiao Mushing indulged in visions of a prosperous future, he abruptly sat up upon hearing the man's request. "Are you referring to Chiga Mountain in Yin Province? The one rumored to be haunted by female ghosts, inhabited by wild men, and home to monstrous pythons and carnivorous plants?" Hanli patiently clarified, "Yes, it is indeed the Chiga Mountain in Yun Province, but your descriptions are exaggerated. That place is not as terrifying as you suggest, nor does it harbor those creatures. It simply has complex geographical features. The tales you mentioned are mere fabrications and speculations of outsiders. The real Chiga Mountain is quite beautiful, mysterious, and vibrant. Could you elucidate your current situation?" Xiao Mushing inquired. Hanli found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his present state serving as the most compelling evidence of his predicament. Chapter 16. Bounty Hunter Level Assessment. Noticing that the man was unable to provide an immediate response, Xiao Mushing refrained from pressing further, deciding to wait until Hanli comprehended his own circumstances. After a brief period of relaxation, he retrieved his laptop from his bag and logged into a chat application, clicking on the link sent to him by Zhou Haihong 2 weeks prior. The link redirected him to a browser interface, which displayed the message, "LV5 Bounty Hunter Hongyue invites user 725 for 321 to join the Bounty Hunter Forum. Please change your name." Xiao Mushing contemplated for a moment and began to tap on the keyboard. Ultimate Tyrannosaurus. This username already exists. Dark Tyrannosaurus. This user already exists. Xiao Mushing thought, Incha. Successfully created a new username. Please complete your personal information to verify your bounty hunter level. He commenced filling out the personal information form: name, age, gender, education, professional skills, and historical achievements. As he continued to scroll down, he noticed a line for medical history. After some consideration, he uploaded a screenshot of his medical diagnosis certificate, accompanied by a message. In the official evaluation department for bounty hunters, an auditor was reviewing the newly uploaded credential assessments. A private undergraduate degree in management, of little use. A level 4 certificate in island language, yet lacking any English qualifications. Thus, English proficiency was questionable, rendering it even more futile. This wouldn't even qualify for level 1. Orphaned and free from familial burdens, there was potential. He continued to examine the historical accomplishments. Solving a 15-year-old cold case, confronting 2 murderers, 1 armed. Engaging in a 2-against-1 counterattack. So it was this individual. This could directly elevate him to level 4. However, attaining level 5 seemed somewhat ambitious, given that his historical record was limited to a single instance, which felt rather monotonous. Never mind. It had been over a year since a bounty hunter under his purview had directly reached level 4. 1 at that level was sufficient. The auditor continued to scroll through the documentation, eventually arriving at the medical history section, which contained a certificate of psychiatric diagnosis. Without hesitation, the auditor marked him as level 5 in the evaluation column. Then, he clicked send, submitting it to the higher review team for a final decision. Orphaned. With a remarkable historical record, yet a psychiatric patient, his attributes were formidable, indeed. However, level 5 represented a significant threshold beyond his preliminary assessment. It required further deliberation from the upper review team, followed by a final confirmation from headquarters. Upon reaching this level, the permissions granted to bounty hunters expanded considerably, with over 80 of tasks presenting life-threatening risks. Insufficient capability could indeed lead to fatal outcomes, thus stringent measures were enforced at this level. Pray tell, how did you meet your end? Xiao Mushing ordered a takeout meal, inquiring as he ate. He sensed that if he refrained from questioning, the other party, even if a ghost, might very well seize his head in exasperation. Upon hearing this, Han Li's tumultuous thoughts dissipated. He released his grip on his head, rising from the ground to begin organizing his recollections. My 2 colleagues and I ventured into Weeping Song Mountain for a geological survey, when suddenly, the weather took a turn, and a thunderstorm ensued. Our temporary encampment was near a riverbank, and we deduced from the rapidly rising waters that a flood would soon follow upstream. Thus, we needed to evacuate swiftly, but the issue was that the rain rendered the roads slippery, forcing us to alter our route multiple times. Lost within the depths of the forest, and with nightfall approaching, we were compelled to make an impromptu encampment. Later that evening, I heard a rustling sound and ventured out to investigate. Alas, with a sudden crack of thunder, I misstepped and plunged into a sinkhole. After hearing this account, Xiao Mushing inquired further, "Can you lead the way to your corpse?" "Indeed," Han Li replied with unwavering certainty. Had it not been for the treacherous terrain of Chiga Mountain coupled with extreme weather conditions, he and his 2 colleagues would not have lost their way. Now, retracing their steps, he was confident he could locate it. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable connection to his own remains, given the other party's willingness to inquire. It seemed they were inclined to assist him. Thus, he spoke with resolute conviction. Once Xiao Mushing concluded his questioning, he felt somewhat reassured. He planned to check the bounty hunter forum for relevant tasks once the level assessment was finalized. After his experience with Luo Yao, he surmised that aiding these spirits in fulfilling their wishes would result in some form of reward. For instance, the gift Luo Yao had given him, 6 languages he had not previously known, including English, had come as a surprise. It was only when he chanced upon an English phrase that he realized he could read it and comprehend its meaning, leading him to a sudden epiphany. After all, his previous diligent efforts had not yielded a higher proficiency than what others achieved effortlessly with a mere tick on an answer sheet. Hence, it was improbable for such English phrases to reside in his memory. This left but one possibility: the gift Luo Yao had alluded to before her departure. This gift had seamlessly integrated into his being, so much so that he had not immediately recognized it. Thus, even without a bounty, he was determined to assist. For such a gift could not be purchased with money. Eventually, he awaited the midnight hour, yet the final assessment results did not arrive. Xiao Mushing had no choice but to relay some precautions to Han Li. No unnecessary flicking of light switches at night, no clandestine perusal of his browsing history. and absolutely no sudden intrusions while he was in the restroom. Beyond these stipulations, he was free to watch television or browse the internet, provided he did not disturb Xiao Muxing's rest. Han Li nodded in acknowledgement. He did not urge him, nor inquire why Xiao Muxing was not hastening to act. Having been deceased for some time, his corpse remained within the sinkhole. The other party's willingness to assist was already a rare occurrence, and whether soon or late, his remains would eventually be retrieved. Conversely, pressing with impatience would likely prove irksome, deterring any inclination to help. The following day at noon, Xiao Muxing indulged in a long slumber before finally rising from his bed. As he did so, a text message arrived on his phone. Greetings, Inchai. As of 11 a.m. today, your bounty hunter level has been confirmed at provisional level 5. Please complete a level 5 task within 1 year to finalize your rank. Upon reading this message, Xiao Muxing felt a sense of surprise. Originally, he presumed that his initial assessment level would be either level 2 or level 3. To his astonishment, he received a provisional level 5 designation. With the completion of just one more corresponding task, he would ascend to the same level as Zhou Haihong. After a brief grooming session, he retrieved a piece of bread from his backpack and began to nibble on it. Settling onto the sofa, he powered on his computer and logged onto the Bounty Hunter forum, where he could now view the tasks available to him. The tasks were categorized into 5 levels based solely on their danger and complexity, while some tasks remained hidden from his view. Except for a few special tasks, most assignments offered higher rewards as the levels increased. Xiao Muxing perused a selection of intriguing tasks. Task posted: help me locate my runaway boyfriend. Reward of 20,000. This task appeared rather ordinary. However, the poster's gender was marked as male. Seeing this designation, Xiao Muxing mused that he could perhaps understand why the individual's boyfriend had chosen to flee. Task posted: assist me in finding a fishing spot nearby with fish weighing over 50 pounds. Reward of 3,000. The angler certainly had a fortune. Xiao Muxing took a few more bites of his bread. After casually browsing several tasks, he clicked on the search bar and entered the words Chiga Mountain. A level 5 task marked in red promptly emerged. Chiga Mountain Rescue. Search for 3 survey team members who went missing 6 months ago at Chiga Mountain. Reward of 400,000. Note: this is a team task, currently with 34 participants. Upon seeing this, Xiao Muxing hurriedly clicked to select the task. After successfully joining, he exhaled in relief, almost letting the opportunity slip away. Subsequently, he delved into the task details. However, these details primarily described the perils of Chiga Mountain, safety precautions, and some official statements regarding the nature of team tasks. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Muxing picked up his phone to contact Zhou Haihong, a seasoned veteran in this field, to inquire about the situation, particularly regarding the team task. He wanted to understand if there were any precautions or conventional rules that newcomers might overlook. Chapter 17, Preparations before departure. At that moment, while perusing the forum, Zhou Haihong suddenly received a message. Picking up her phone, she saw it was from Xiao Muxing. Are there any precautions I should be aware of for the team task? Zhou Haihong's expression shifted in surprise, and she quickly replied, you've taken on an outdoor task. Typically, tasks within urban settings are predominantly individual assignments that do not necessitate team collaboration, whereas most outdoor tasks require a team. In remote wilderness areas, having a teammate significantly enhances one's ability to withstand risks. If an irresistible danger were to arise, and one were to sustain injuries, it would be preferable not to be left alone to await doom. Xiao Muxing thought to himself, as expected of a veteran. She could deduce so much from a mere sentence. So what if I've accepted it? Do you have outdoor survival experience? Does watching documentaries count as experience? Zhou Haihong replied, listening to a math teacher without practicing problems won't help you pass, will it? Even doing the problems might not guarantee success. These are the heartfelt words of Xiao Muxing. Indeed, he may have failed despite his efforts, yet do not inquire about his methods. The fact remains that he endeavored. Zhou Haihong placed her hand upon her forehead, feeling it imperative to find a more competent psychiatrist for Xiao Muxing. How can you dare accept such a perilous task? Are you not afraid for your life? Isn't that a bit late to say? He retorted, even if my personal experience is lacking, I have recently befriended someone with extensive wilderness survival knowledge and practical experience, who has even faced death in the wild. One could say he is seasoned and infallible. Xiao Muxing's message lingered on the screen for an eternity, indicating it was still being composed. Zhou Haihong felt an urge to unleash her ire, but recollecting that he was a patient, she recognized that, Within his perception, this friend indeed existed. During her time at the police station, while taking his statement, she had learned about Xiao Muxing's condition. Although she had sensed something was amiss in their interactions, she had not anticipated a formal diagnosis. "What task are you undertaking?" she asked. "The Chiga Mountain Search and Rescue," he replied. Zhou Haihong inhaled sharply, recalling the task she had encountered before. However, she dared not accept it herself, for the dangers it entailed far outweighed the meager reward offered. The complex circumstances surrounding Chiga Mountain rendered it excessively perilous, even for an experienced individual like herself. Dangerous wildlife, unpredictable weather, toxic swamps, and unique magnetic field structures. There were regions where even a compass proved useless. How audacious of him to undertake such a treacherous assignment so soon after registering. Yet, upon further reflection, she considered that perhaps he should give it a try. The other 3 bounty hunters might not be entirely focused on the task at hand. There exists a habit among hunters on bounty hunter forums, particularly among those inclined towards outdoor challenges, to peruse the forums for related tasks when planning an adventure. If they find any, they may accept them as a side endeavor, gauging their ability to complete the task. If it proves too daunting, they simply withdraw, avoiding undue risk. In such a hazardous locale, it was evident that the other 3 bounty hunters would not venture too deeply. They were well aware of the value of life versus money. After contemplating this, Zhou Haihong suddenly realized another issue. She recalled that this task was supposedly only available to those at level 5, yet his initial level assessment was the same as hers. "Are you level 5? She inquired. "It states tentative. I should solidify my status upon completing this task," he responded. Zhou Haihong had spent several years achieving that. She composed herself, calming the tumult within her heart before typing again. "You may attempt it, but you must remain with your team and not act recklessly. Be mindful of your warmth and ensure you have changeable clothing. If possible, prepare additional antidotes for snake venom. Furthermore, maintain a good rapport with your teammates. But refrain from divulging too much about yourself. Some unscrupulous individuals may take advantage." Upon reading her reply, Xiao Muxing perceived that the task might not be as perilous as he had initially thought. As he had just expressed his intention to undertake an outdoor mission, the other party strongly advised against it. Yet, upon hearing the name of the task, they readily acquiesced. It seems that the peril associated with this mission is not particularly grave. The perilous accounts surrounding Chiga Mountain appear to be mere exaggerations by netizens. Regarding the final remark, it is likely that the individual has encountered some rather unfriendly teammates in the past. Given this context, preparations for equipment procurement commenced. Xiao Muxing was on the verge of inquiring about any recommended gear from Zhou Haihong when he suddenly recalled Han Li, who was half emerging from beneath the sofa. "Do you have any recommendations for outdoor gear?" he asked. This topic piqued Han Li's enthusiasm, for he was indeed an expert in this domain, frequently traversing the outdoors. He was well versed in the merits and shortcomings of various items, including protective clothing, waterproof gear, inflatable tents, multifunctional trowels, portable lighting equipment, and safety ropes, all of which he meticulously selected. Once the selection was complete, he left it to Xiao Muxing to place the order and make the payment. As Xiao Muxing picked up his phone, preparing to click the payment button, he suddenly froze. 12,345. A staggering 5-digit sum. What on earth had he purchased to incur such an expense? Because you possess nothing, every item must be acquired. Moreover, the temperature variations at Chiga Mountain are significant, presenting numerous dangers, necessitating a plethora of essential safety gear, Han Li explained. "I have chosen the most cost-effective options for you." Upon arriving at this residence, Han Li had observed the absence of any outdoor equipment. Even basic items like a windbreaker and hiking boots were lacking. It would be unwise to venture into the wilderness clad in mere sneakers and a casual jacket, let alone the treacherous terrain of Chiga Mountain, particularly in an unregulated area. Xiao Muxing scratched his head and ultimately clicked purchase. Although he was no longer financially constrained, his previous spending habits had yet to be adjusted. Witnessing such a hefty sum leave his account stirred unease within him. Subsequently, he logged onto the Bounty Hunter forum and clicked on the avatars of 3 other teammates, sending each a private message. In a 5-star hotel, a burly man with a grotesque scar gracing his neck emerged from the shower, clad in a bathrobe. He accessed the Bounty Hunter forum on his phone and discovered that the team task he had previously joined was now active. There was also a private message awaiting him. "Incha, bring a rope." A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Was this a climbing expedition? Who was this Incha? His voice was deep and gravelly. While safety ropes are sometimes necessary for outdoor missions, it seemed unnecessary to issue such a reminder, given that none of them were novices. Furthermore, as a level 5 bounty hunter, he frequently frequented the forum, yet had never encountered this ID before. Could it be a recent promotion from level 4? The same perplexity unfolded in 2 other locations. Chapter 18. The Silent Village Feast. An open-top tricycle, old sleigh, navigated the muddy road. Xiao Musheng, clad in a windbreaker, sat upon a sack of fertilizer, gripping the nearby railing firmly. A substantial backpack rested on his back. He had journeyed by train from the mountain city to the flower market in Yun Province, then transferred to a local bus to the town, where he sought out an elderly gentleman who was transporting fertilizer, ultimately taking the man's tricycle to the village of Yashing. This was their predetermined rendezvous point, as the 3 surveying team members had originally entered Chiga Mountain from here, and they too were to embark on their quest into the mountains. After a bumpy ride, they finally arrived in the village. Xiao Musheng disembarked and thanked the old man, who responded, "You city kids are far too polite." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Musheng inhaled the fresh, earthy aroma. Han Li, standing beside him, remarked, "How delightful is this natural fragrance. Every time I venture into the woods, I relish this scent," which is why I chose to become a geological surveyor. However, there had been some opposition from his family, as this line of work had been passed down since his grandfather's era. Xiao Musheng remained silent, following the scent as he advanced. He had caught a whiff of it while still on the vehicle. He soon arrived at a lively spot, where a makeshift shelter had been erected on a patch of bluestone using plastic sheeting. The area was adorned with colorful decorations, and a massive speaker broadcasted music. On the opposite side of the open space, a stage adorned with fresh flowers showcased a couple in wedding attire who were exchanging vows. Xiao Musheng stood there, lost in contemplation. Han Li, somewhat puzzled, trailed behind him to this location and gazed at the newlyweds, his expression tinged with nostalgia. "I recall my own wedding day, surrounded by family and friends, as my wife and I exchanged vows in their presence, donned our wedding rings, and shared a kiss. If you envy this, you could always find a girlfriend." However, upon turning his head, he realized Xiao Musheng had vanished. A quick scan of the surroundings revealed that Xiao Musheng had approached a small table where an elderly gentleman was seated, a red book placed atop it. Xiao Musheng was seen scanning the old man's mobile phone. "Wang Fugui, 200. He heard from Xiao Musheng as Han Li drew nearer. After the elderly man completed his entry in the guest book, he urged, "Hurry along, or you'll have to wait for the second round." Han Li was taken aback, then hurried to catch up with Xiao Musheng as he headed towards the banquet. "Do you know the bride and groom?" he inquired. "I do not," Xiao Musheng replied. His voice lowered. "Then are you from this village?" "Not at all." "Do you know anyone from the village?" "I do not." "Then why are you giving a gift?" Xiao Musheng answered matter-of-factly, "To partake in the feast." Han Li stood dumbfounded. After Xiao Musheng's response, he began surveying the tables. One table was overcrowded with children, all in their growing years, merely focused on eating, thus unsuitable. Another table was occupied by a group of women, experienced in taking home leftovers, making it equally unappealing. Then he glanced at another table, where the attendees were dressed formally and adorned with decorative flowers, indicating their close relationship with the bride and groom. It was clear that he could not sit there without raising suspicions. After careful consideration, he chose a table predominantly occupied by middle-aged men, whose conversations appeared to be somewhat scattered, suggesting that they were not well acquainted with one another. At this table, as long as he refrained from touching the peanuts and similar snacks, he was unlikely to draw attention. Having arrived here after a long journey and feeling quite famished, the enticing aroma wafting through the air left him little desire to consume the compressed biscuits in his bag. He pondered briefly about how much money would be appropriate to spend. Once seated, he began distributing red envelopes, candies, and cigarettes, with most of the drinks ending up in front of him, as the others opted solely for alcohol. Gradually, dishes began to arrive, and it soon became apparent that he was the only one at the table earnestly indulging in the meal, while the others engaged in drinking and boasting. Han Li stood outside the banquet, observing Xiao Musheng devouring his food, and couldn't help but smile wryly at the current state of young people. Meanwhile, 3 SUVs entered the village, halting at the village committee's entrance. 2 men and a woman emerged from the vehicles. The burly man with a scar on his neck introduced himself first. "Hello, my bounty hunter ID is Dead Man." The other man, clad in camouflage gear with a scruffy beard and slightly overweight, added, "My bounty hunter ID is Fat Fish." The woman, sporting a high ponytail and sun-kissed skin, with an air of wildness about her, chimed in, "My bounty hunter ID is a flower in the mirror." Dead Man expressed a hint of anticipation. It seems Xiao has yet to arrive. Fat Fish turned his gaze towards a certain direction. There he is. The other two followed his line of sight and spotted a young man approaching with 2 red bags in hand. As Xiao Mushing drew near, he placed the bags on the car hood, opened one of the red bags, and distributed cans of drinks and a handful of candies to everyone. He then opened the second bag, revealing several disposable bowls containing assorted foods, neatly packaged in small white plastic bags. The offerings included braised pork knuckle, cold pig's head meat, pig ears, roasted duck, and steamed pork. Fat Fish inquired with surprise, "There are no restaurants around here. Where did you get all this?" "There's a wedding banquet in the village, and I went to partake in it," Xiao Mushing replied. Flower in the Mirror looked at the spread with realization. "So you're from the village?" "I'm not from this village. I only met the bride and groom today," he clarified. Flower in the Mirror nodded appreciatively, while Fat Fish silently gave a thumbs up. "Brother, you certainly don't sweat the small stuff." Without further ado, Fat Fish grabbed a pair of disposable chopsticks from the red bag and began to savor a piece of steamed pork. When venturing outdoors, one cannot expect to prepare such delicacies. They are merely portable rations, far from gourmet. Nevertheless, being able to enjoy this meal before heading into the mountains was quite fortunate, especially since it was thoughtfully brought by a teammate. Dead Man inquired with keen interest, "What did you mean when you messaged me to bring rope?" Upon hearing this, the other two cast inquiring glances, having also received the same private message. "This is merely my conjecture, as we are in search of 3 surveyors endowed with substantial expertise. I trust that the 3 of you have some inkling regarding this matter. The prolonged absence of these 3 team members undoubtedly suggests they have encountered misfortune, perhaps even peril. Therefore, I speculate that the dangers they may be facing might stem from a beastly attack, exposure to the elements, or a fall from a cliff. I lean towards the latter, which is why I brought it up." Upon hearing this, the 3 furrowed their brows, feeling that this reasoning was somewhat tenuous, more instinct than deduction. Dead Man did not dwell on it much longer and inquired further. "Brother, what missions have you previously undertaken? I don't seem to recall encountering you on the Bounty Hunter Forum." "This is my first assignment on the Bounty Hunter Forum. I have only recently embarked on this path as a complete novice," Xiao Mushing replied, showcasing a bashful smile. Fat Fish took a sip of his drink, adjusting the food in his mouth. "A level 5 novice. You might fool those inexperienced ones, but do you really think you can deceive us? Come on now. We are in the peak competition. Who would believe it's your first time playing this game?" At this moment, Mirror Flower suddenly interjected with a question. "You mentioned this is your first time executing a mission from the Bounty Hunter Forum. Have you done anything prior to this?" "The Jinyang City murder case," he replied succinctly, causing the 3 to be taken aback, reassessing their teammate. They were somewhat familiar with this news. The case involved 2 armed murderers who brutally killed a streaming detective and a well-meaning citizen, only to have the detective turn the tables and reclaim his weapon, ultimately killing the assailants. The intricacies and dangers of this scenario were more comprehensible to them, as bounty hunters, than to the average person. Not only did they need to solve the case and identify the murderer, but they also had to navigate the peril of being pursued by armed attackers. Just the first point alone had confounded countless individuals over the past 15 years, let alone the act of reclaiming a firearm and countering the threat. However, despite his evident capabilities, it seemed through their prior dialogue that he genuinely intended to find the missing individuals. This was Chiga Mountain, spanning over 10,000 square kilometers. Searching for someone here was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. They approached this endeavor with a mindset of mere experimentation. Chapter 19, The Bet Nonetheless. Confidence is a virtue and not necessarily a detriment. Dead Man then spoke with a smile. "In that case, considering your situation, it appears this is your first outdoor mission. You should accompany us and gain some experience. I have executed no less than 5 outdoor missions myself, and if everyone agrees, I can take the lead. Naturally, if someone possesses greater experience, I am more than willing to step aside." At that moment, Xiao Mushing extended a hand. "May I lead?" The 3 once again directed their gazes towards him, with Dead Man displaying evident skepticism. Fat Fish interjected with a note of caution, "Brother, if you have a penchant for posturing, I can understand. Venturing into such a wilderness can indeed be perilous. I firmly believe that we must prioritize our lives and refrain from acting impulsively." Mirror Flower posed a coolly detached inquiry. "If you wish to lead, Provide me with a compelling reason that persuades me, and I shall support you. Dead Man refrained from further comment, as the other two had already articulated their stance, which mirrored his own. He harbored doubts about the intelligence of the opposing party, questioning their discernment. What if I assert that I possess over 90% certainty of locating the individuals? Xiao Mushing declared, raising a finger that was fully bent, speaking in a tone of unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this assertion, the three leaned against the front of the vehicle, initially refraining from questioning, instead exchanging glances laden with silent communication. After 2.5 minutes had elapsed, Dead Man approached Xiao Mushing. We do not inquire into the basis of your confidence, nor the origins of your probability. However, the three of us cannot simply entrust our safety to you, especially considering your lack of experience with outdoor missions. Therefore, we propose a wager. Should you fail to locate the individuals, under the condition that it does not contravene ethics or law, you will assist us in executing a bounty task each of us wants. Xiao Mushing may indeed lack outdoor experience, yet the trio was acutely aware of his exceptional problem-solving capabilities, which surpassed their own. Should they receive a particularly lucrative investigative bounty that they could not resolve, they could call upon Xiao Mushing's expertise. Since this is a wager, what shall I gain? He inquired. You propose it, as long as we deem it equitable. It shall suffice, Dead Man replied, with the other two offering no objections, as they were equally eager for the arrangement. Xiao Mushing tilted his head, surveying the trio's 3 off-road vehicles, black, gray, and military green. I require your vehicles, he stated, extending his palm. The wager is thus established. The other two mirrored his gesture, realizing the potential windfall. Without further ado, Xiao Mushing completed a triple clap to seal the agreement. Observing the proceedings from the sidelines, Han Li shielded his eyes with his hand, hesitant to witness the confident expressions of the trio. With him present, the three were bound to lose, for he was an outlier. At that moment, an elderly gentleman with a slightly flushed face ambled over. Fuguwei, what brings you here? And who are these three? This was the same Elder Zhang from the earlier banquet, who had assisted in packing their belongings. Elder Zhang. These friends of mine intend to accompany me on an expedition into the mountains. We will park the vehicles in the village committee's yard for a few days. Could you kindly inform the committee on our behalf? I am part of the village committee. You may park freely, but be warned, the mountains are fraught with danger. There are bears, wild boars, and errant teeth floating in the air. Quite terrifying indeed. Elder Zhang slurred, slightly intoxicated. No need for concern, rest assured. My friends are quite capable, and those wild beasts, along with any supernatural entities, shall not harm us. Very well, please take care of yourselves. I shall return to rest for a while. You may leave the vehicle here. At this moment, Fei Yu expressed his doubts, questioning the familiarity of the villagers. After all, they had dined together at the same table, thus were already acquainted. Once the trio parked the vehicle, they followed closely behind Xiao Mushing as they ventured into the mountains. Xiao Mushing trailed behind Han Li. As they traversed a stretch of the mountainous path, the individual following Xiao Mushing, known as Dead Man, sensed something amiss. The ease with which Xiao Mushing navigated the terrain, selecting routes with such proficiency, seemed uncharacteristic of a novice in outdoor pursuits. Brother, how is it that you navigate so adeptly? He inquired. I hail from a rural background, Xiao Mushing replied as he forged ahead. In my youth, I often ventured into the mountains to gather firewood. To find the best timber, one must sometimes tread into more desolate areas. Suddenly, Xiao Mushing halted, as Han Li returned from ahead. We shall take a different path, he announced, redirecting their course. Meanwhile, Fei Yu, lagging at the back, felt a twinge of curiosity and took a few steps back along the previous route, peering ahead. His countenance paled as he quickly retreated to rejoin the group. At this moment, Jing Zonghua, who was second to last, inquired, What did you see? Your expression is rather grim. There lies a snake den ahead, and they are all venomous, Fei Yu replied, having caught a glimpse of numerous elongated forms entwined with one another, their pointed heads visible among the mass. For anyone afflicted with a fear of clusters, a mere glance could induce fainting. Most alarming to Fei Yu was the sight of a snake slithering beneath his feet, implying that had he ventured even slightly farther, he might have inadvertently trodden upon it. Although his trousers offered a modicum of protection, it was insufficient against the razor-sharp fangs. Should he be bitten, the venom could infiltrate his system, posing a fatal risk in such a remote wilderness. Upon hearing this, Jing Zonghua cast a glance at Xiao Mushing, who led the group. Surely our vehicle is safe? She pondered. then shook her head slightly, dismissing the notion. After all, it was merely the beginning. Discovering a snake den was not particularly remarkable. If one possessed expertise in this domain, they could easily discern signs from several meters away, deducing the presence of a snake den. As they continued on, the four traversed their path with remarkable ease. They did not encounter an exceptionally smooth route only to discover brambles or cliffs forcing them to retreat. Along the way, they did come across warning signs indicating the presence of bears, wolves, or wild boars, yet thus far had been fortunate enough to avoid any encounters. As time progressed, the sky gradually darkened. Han Li selected a spot for the group not far from a small stream, situated on elevated, open, and dry ground. They began to set up tents and kindle a fire. Meanwhile, Deadman calculated the distance they had traveled while erecting his tent. Subsequently, he received information indicating that they had traversed nearly 20 kilometers today, having embarked on their journey at midday. Although it is currently summer, resulting in longer daylight hours, they are not navigating through flat terrain, but rather through mountainous forests. In a flat landscape, one might cover 40 kilometers in a day. However, within the intricate jungles, the distance one can realistically walk may be reduced to merely 10 to 20 kilometers. This is not only due to the challenging terrain, but also because they must remain vigilant against wild animals and potential misdirections. Remarkably, they have yet to encounter any such obstacles. With a clear objective and a well-defined route, Xiao Mushing navigated as if he had traversed this path before. Chapter 20. Night watch shift. The crackling of flames consuming the wood echoed in the stillness. For individuals huddled around a campfire, consuming their meager rations, while Fei Yu struggled to wash down a bite of compressed biscuit with a sip of water, reminiscing about the sumptuous meal of the day. Observing the silent group, Fei Yu suddenly proposed, "How about we share some ghost stories?" His suggestion provoked an unexpected burst of laughter. Fei Yu turned to see the source of this mirth, Xiao Mushing. The latter, munching on his provisions, gazed into the empty space beside him, chuckling quietly as though conversing with an unseen friend, their mutual understanding reflected in a shared glance. At that moment, Shi Ren spoke up softly, "Your proposal aligns with the archetype of many horror films, a desolate setting, the stillness of night, and a group gathered around a fire sharing frightful tales." Jing Zhonghua added, "I would advise against stirring trouble. In this environment, we must maintain our composure. You may share light-hearted jokes, but refrain from horror stories, as they could invite unwarranted fears and anxieties." Among the four, two were clearly against the idea, prompting Fei Yu to abandon his suggestion, though he sensed something peculiar about Xiao Mushing, who seemed hesitant to speak, neither addressing him nor the others. After finishing his meal, Xiao Mushing prepared for sleep when Shi Ren suddenly asked, "Shall we not take turns keeping watch?" Xiao Mushing contemplated mentioning that he had already arranged for the watch, but upon glancing at the other three, he reconsidered. Best not to voice it. Such a statement might deprive them of sleep tonight. "This is beyond my understanding. You should handle the arrangements," he replied. Shi Ren did not express any reproach, recognizing that Xiao Mushing was still new to this, and given his commendable performance thus far, such an oversight was to be expected. From his bag, Shi Ren produced a small black box. "This is an alarm device. The person on watch must keep it in hand at all times, ready to press it at the first sign of trouble." Upon witnessing the peculiar object that the other party had produced, the three individuals exchanged puzzled glances, perceiving it as somewhat superfluous. However, Han Li nodded thoughtfully. Sensing the confusion among the remaining trio, the individual known as Deadman began to elucidate. He explained that should a formidable beast launch a surprise attack, it would swiftly seize one's throat, rendering one unable to emit sound or draw breath. At such a perilous moment, this object would be your sole means of signaling for assistance, potentially saving your life. After his explanation, Deadman unconsciously touched the scar on his neck, a remnant of a near-fatal encounter that had prompted him to change his ID thereafter. Subsequently, the four of them made arrangements, assigning Mirror Flower to the first watch, followed by Deadman, then Xiao Mushing, with Fat Fish taking the last shift. That evening, the first two watches passed without incident, until Xiao Mushing was roused from slumber. Bleary-eyed, he sat beside the campfire, leaning against a large tree, squinting as he prepared to doze off again. Han Li remarked, "You are not exactly a professional at keeping watch." In truth, Han Li had been quite talkative during the first two watches, conversing with them even though they could not hear him. "You're right here, aren't you? You are far more experienced in such matters than I. Just wake me if anything happens. I'm worried you might sleep so deeply that I can't rouse you. Rest assured, my sleep is quite light. I wake at the slightest call. Are you referring to that time at 11 in the morning when I turned the television up to full volume and still couldn't wake you? I had only gone to bed at 9 that morning. How could I possibly awaken at 11? By the way, there are wild boars nearby, so be cautious. Oh. With that, Xiao Muxing's half-closed eyes flew wide open as he sat upright. Why didn't you mention the wild boars sooner? Fortunately, they are nearly 10 meters away and not advancing in this direction. However, there is a snake behind you, slithering closer. It appears to be a cobra. Quite lengthy, around 3 meters, I would estimate. Xiao Muxing swiftly grasped a flaming stick and the multifunctional shovel beside him. A cobra, about 3 meters long? There is only one snake that fits that description, and that is the king cobra. Han Li was undoubtedly aware of this, intentionally using such terminology to heighten the tension. Xiao Muxing's nocturnal vision was not particularly sharp. Do not be alarmed. It has turned away, likely deterred by the heat of the fire. The little snake senses danger and is not approaching. Goodness, now you've kept me awake. Hey, we are 2 grown men. Please refrain from speaking in such an ambiguous manner. We are not merely 2 men. One of us is a ghost traversing the realms of life and death. Is there any other noise around us? Speak quickly. Xiao Muxing was genuinely reluctant to sleep now. Without the other's warnings, he remained oblivious to the lurking dangers. Beyond the circle illuminated by the fire, he could see nothing. At present, there is little danger, although some mildly toxic creatures lurk nearby. However, the presence of a campfire discourages most from approaching, and there are no large predators in sight. Xiao Muxing let out a sigh of relief. Entirely unaware that a tent had been slightly opened, revealing a singular eye that intently gazed outside before retreating quietly. Inside the tent, Feiyu secured his clothing tightly and swallowed nervously. As he recalled the peculiar behaviors of the other, inexplicable scenes from terrifying tales surfaced in his mind. None of these images were particularly clear, yet they evoked an unsettling sense of anxiety. Surely, there was nothing to worry about. Perhaps the other was simply mentally unstable. Yet, this idea was hardly reassuring, for in some respects, it could be far more frightening. As seconds ticked away, Xiao Muxing was about to call out to Feiyu when he noticed the latter emerging from the tent just in time. He patted his chest and declared, "Brother, you've worked hard. Leave the final stretch to me." Xiao Muxing thought to himself that a level 5 bounty hunter was indeed reliable. With a yawn, he returned to the tent to rest once more. Feiyu wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that no unforeseen incidents had occurred. Han Li overheard this almost whispered conversation. Their chat had been discovered. However, after a moment's reflection, he deemed it inconsequential, since he had previously taken a photograph of a diagnosis indicating schizophrenia when registering as a bounty hunter on the forum. Chapter 21. Unexpected Incident. Death at the Bottom of the Slope, Grizzly Bear. The following day, the 4 of them tidied their gear and finished breakfast before continuing on their journey. However, at the rear of the group, Feiyu tapped Jing Zonghua on the shoulder and whispered, "Last night." Jing Zonghua raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Feiyu's pupils dilated. Jing Zonghua said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. How could they possibly sleep soundly during an outdoor mission? They were all a makeshift team, and she, being the sole woman among them, possessed a vigilance far surpassing that of the other 3. How many bounty hunters at our level are truly normal? Feiyu mused. To a large extent, their work was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Even if one began with a sound mind, they would inevitably become altered. Normal individuals had long since fled. The experiences they had witnessed and endured, as well as their daily lives, had diverged significantly from those of ordinary people. Though Xiao Muxing bore some affliction, it did not hinder his ability to work. Moreover, his capacity to channel it indicated that his condition was not severe. Of course, if it were particularly grave, he would likely be confined to a mental institution. Nonetheless, these matters were trivial. Primarily, the other's condition would not obstruct their mission, and there would be no difficulties in daily communication. In fact, he could provide substantial assistance. To them, his presence was more beneficial than that of a normal individual, rendering any minor ailment inconsequential, and she was even too apathetic to inquire further. To prevent any discord within the group over trivial matters, it was suggested that one should remain silent, as the others had no objections, rendering further comment unnecessary. After traversing a considerable distance, morning gave way to noon, and the group paused briefly before continuing on their journey. Upon reaching a specific location, Xiao Mushing took the opportunity to caution his companions about an upcoming slope, emphasizing the importance of maintaining a steady footing and avoiding any missteps that could lead to dire consequences. The three companions did not question his words, but instead adhered to his advice as they followed closely behind. When they arrived at the slope, the reason for Xiao Mushing's warning became painfully clear. Beneath the incline lay a multitude of animal bones, suggesting that this area resembled a mass grave within the jungle. The foul stench of decay assaulting their senses. Although it was an inappropriate moment to voice inquiries, Jing Zonghua could not suppress the urge to ask, "What on earth is happening here?" Leading the group, Xiao Mushing patiently explained, "The carbon dioxide levels are alarmingly high at the base of this slope." At the rear, Fei Yu expressed his astonishment. How could such a place exist within these woods? The primary forest is a veritable oxygen oasis. Trees absorb carbon dioxide, so logically, this shouldn't occur. Xiao Mushing reiterated the explanation provided by Han Li. Due to the lower elevation here, carbon dioxide, being denser than air, settles below. The lack of ventilation allows it to accumulate, and the decomposition of numerous carcasses continuously generates more carbon dioxide, resulting in this hazardous environment. Impressive. Your knowledge is quite profound, someone remarked. Xiao Mushing merely smiled awkwardly, as he too was at a loss for a more detailed response, having long forgotten much of what he learned during his 4 years in university. Meanwhile, Han Li, with a hint of pride, felt uplifted. As a geological surveyor, he often found himself in the wilderness with only a handful of teammates, yet they understood these principles well. Opportunities for such praise were rare. The group successfully navigated the slope without incident. As none were novices, they were acutely aware of the potential dangers lurking below. Upon crossing the incline, they entered a more open section of the forest, allowing them the luxury of walking without the constraint of a single file line. However, after only a few paces, all four suddenly came to a halt. It seemed that fortune had smiled upon them, indicating the presence of a substantial pit. Xiao Mushing inquired, "How confident are we in our combined strength to tackle this challenge?" An adult brown bear possesses a striking paw strength of approximately 1,600 kilograms, meaning that if they stood in a line, a single swipe could send all four of them flying. Siren remarked, his grip on the machete tightening instinctively. Despite the daunting prospect, he was not entirely averse to attempting it. Moreover, an adult brown bear typically weighs between 200 to 300 kilograms and can reach speeds exceeding 50 kilometers per hour. Moreover, they possess the ability to climb trees. Although this skill diminishes in adulthood, it remains nonetheless. Mirrorflower added, similarly apprehensive. However, she understood that fleeing directly was absolutely not an option. If they ran, the adversary would perceive them as devoid of threat, and that would spell their doom. Fat Fish grimaced slightly, then remarked, "Now is not the time to boast about our strengths. We must contemplate solutions instead." Just as everyone hesitated to act, Xiao Mushing suddenly stepped forward, wielding a multifunctional military shovel. Fat Fish internally exclaimed, "Buddy, are you truly intent on confronting it?" At that moment, a brown bear, previously foraging on the ground, stood upright and clearly discerned the four figures ahead. It then abruptly turned and sprinted away, even tumbling in the process. Xiao Mushing waved his hand at the sight, saying, "Take your time running, we mean you no harm." The other three turned to look, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Subsequently, the brown bear vanished into the depths of the jungle, leaving no trace behind. Fat Fish let out a sigh of relief, grateful for the bear's timidity. However, Han Li, who had been anxiously observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow upon witnessing this. This shouldn't be the case. Even if the brown bear has never encountered humans, as a top predator in the jungle, it should approach cautiously, or at the very least, observe from a distance. Why did it flee so swiftly? As if it were genuinely afraid of us. The four of them had not made any significant movements or loud noises. Xiao Mushing had merely taken a step forward, which hardly seemed enough to frighten the creature away. At this moment, Xiao Mushing approached him, interrupting his thoughts. Unable to come to a conclusion, he suggested, "You should expand the reconnaissance range to prevent such occurrences in the future." Han Li's surveillance had not extended far, as timely feedback was crucial, leading to their unexpected encounter with the bear. Aware of the potential risks, they decided to rest momentarily. Han Li would first broaden the reconnaissance perimeter, ensuring that the bear had retreated before they advanced further. He had previously learned from animal documentaries that bears are quite intelligent. As for Han Li's earlier comments, he remained cautious. He did indeed aim to frighten the bear away, yet he had not yet taken action. Before long, Xiao Mushing's mind shifted to another matter. The corpse left in the forest, compounded by the passage of time and decomposition, would likely only yield bones for retrieval. However, this would indeed lighten his load. Yet, where had Han Li's other two teammates gone? He was only aware of his own demise, remaining oblivious to the fate of his companions. Given the time elapsed, their chances of survival seemed grim. Thus, finding them would be purely a matter of luck. Chapter 22. Discovery of bones at the bottom of the sinkhole. On the second night, the group once again gathered around the fire. Deadman suddenly spoke. "How much longer do you estimate it will take us to find them?" "Tomorrow," came the reply. Xiao Muxing's response was both succinct and confident. Fei Yu and Jing Zonghua were taken aback and glanced up in surprise. The dead continued. "Very well, let us set out tomorrow. If we do not find anything by then, we shall return." Unable to contain himself, Fei Yu inquired, "Why?" "For reasons unbeknownst to me, I feel a sense of unease. This is an instinct inherent to my profession as a bounty hunter, a sense that has saved my life numerous times." Upon hearing this explanation, Fei Yu refrained from further questioning, recognizing that intuition is indeed an enigmatic phenomenon. For some, it proves remarkably accurate, while for others, it falters. Take, for instance, the experience of choosing answers during an examination. His intuition has never led him astray. And what about you? How can you be so certain that we will find something tomorrow? If there were already some leads, one might understand such confidence. But given that we have yet to uncover a single clue, how can you speak so assuredly? "Intuition," came the reply. Fei Yu remarked, "Are we merely copying answers here? Is this what your friend told you?" Jing Zonghua's sudden interjection drew Xiao Muxing's gaze toward her. "You can see it too," she continued. Han Li also stepped forward, waving his hand. "I cannot see it, but I know that a lonely person often has a confidant by their side." Jing Zonghua was reluctant to acknowledge her own afflictions, particularly when a person deemed mentally unstable identified her as a kindred spirit. Such a realization was disconcerting, as it rendered genuine connection elusive. Yet, this individual would frequently engage her in conversation due to their shared condition, which proved quite tormenting. Xiao Muxing said little, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After receiving her answer, Jing Zonghua retreated to the tent for rest. The other two had no further questions. The matter pertained to a mental health issue, and they were not professional doctors. The night watch proceeded in the same order as the previous night. At dawn, the four set out once more, this time with much greater speed, as Han Li's recollections of the surroundings became increasingly vivid. However, halfway through their journey, the dead suddenly halted and approached a nearby tree. "Everyone, we have a situation." The other three gathered around and discovered a fresh chop mark on the tree. "It seems they may have been in this vicinity. Perhaps even still alive," Fei Yu proposed, a mixture of excitement and disappointment evident in his voice. The mark appeared relatively new, indicating it was made recently. Yet, his conjecture was met only with silence from the others. Initially, Fei Yu felt a twinge of awkwardness, but this discomfort quickly dissipated as he came to a realization. If those three expedition members were indeed alive, their professional competence would preclude them from being trapped here for 6 months without escape. It is well known that their survival skills and navigational abilities in the wilderness far exceed those of the current group. In the intervening 6 months, other search and rescue teams had ventured into the area, but after repeated failures, the bounty was ultimately posted on the Bounty Hunter Forum. Even in the face of various unforeseen circumstances that might hinder their escape, they would undoubtedly comprehend the necessity of signaling for help. It is implausible that a 6-month search would yield no results. Thus, it is highly probable that others are involved. However, the dilemma arises from the fact that this is an undeveloped area, accessible only to those, like the 3 surveyors and the bounty hunters engaged in rescue operations, who have obtained the necessary permits. Should an ordinary individual intentionally intrude, they could face a fine of 5,000 yuan. Given the perilous nature of this locale, it seems improbable that anyone would recklessly venture here without purpose. At this moment, a voice spoke solemnly, indicating that the journey ahead would require heightened vigilance. Encountering others in desolate wilderness or uninhabited zones can sometimes herald ill tidings. Leading the way, Xiao Muxing guided the group deeper, where they increasingly discovered traces of human activity. As their exploration progressed, they finally arrived at the sinkhole before noon. "This must be the place. The surveyors should be just below us," Xiao Muxing remarked, gesturing towards the vast chasm. The other three exchanged glances, uncertain of how to articulate their thoughts. Indeed, some signs had been found in the vicinity, but they appeared relatively recent and lacked clear evidence of anyone having fallen in. Nevertheless, having come this far, they felt compelled to proceed. Feiyu scrutinized the sinkhole, attempting to gauge its dimensions. This chasm is likely around 100 meters deep, perhaps a little less, he speculated. It's not particularly deep. Approximately 98 meters give or take a meter, categorizing it as a relatively small sinkhole. Xiao Mushing provided a precise measurement, asserting that Han Li had just descended to take the measurements, ensuring their accuracy. Feiyu, however, remained skeptical, having encountered too many individuals overly confident in their estimations. Those who would claim a 1-meter snake was 3 or 4 meters long. He refrained from responding directly, instead turning to the others. So, who will descend? Jing Zonghua stepped forward. I will go down with Yin Xia, she declared. Her lighter weight made her a suitable candidate, while Xiao Mushing felt compelled to descend since this was his discovery. Feiyu rubbed his hands together. Brother, let us not forget our wager. Don't become impatient when the time comes. Xiao Mushing chuckled. I assure you, I will floor the accelerator in your beloved car. With that, he grasped the rope and began his descent. Throughout their earlier conversations, he had diligently secured the rope. Jing Zonghua followed closely behind. Han Li had already arrived below, having circled the dense foliage surrounding the sinkhole. However, upon completing his inspection, his expression turned somber, tinged with sadness. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Mushing and Jing Zonghua reached the bottom. Jing Zonghua suggested, this area is quite spacious. Shall we split up to search? No, let us wait a moment, Xiao Mushing replied. As Han Li had already embarked on a quest for his own remains, and he intended to remain there for Han Li's return. Jing Zonghua gazed into Xiao Mushing's eyes, refraining from opposing his decision. As long as she could ascertain he was not deceiving her, it was likely he sought to gather information in the vicinity. Moments later, Xiao Mushing observed Han Li drifting back, though his expression lacked its previous cheerfulness. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiao Mushing refrained from probing further and simply murmured, lead the way. Han Li took the lead, with the two following closely behind. After a while, they stumbled upon the nearest corpse. Stripped of flesh, only a pile of white bones remained, a sight they had anticipated. The corpse bore a backpack, and as they emptied its contents, they prepared to stow the bones inside. However, as they cleared the bag, they discovered it bore 2 gaping holes. Jing Zonghua and Xiao Mushing also noticed a similar hole in the back of the skeleton's clothing. The two exchanged glances, realizing that the 3 perforations had been inflicted by the same weapon. It was evident that it was not a blade, but rather a singular object, a gun. They uttered the word in unison, their eyes wide with horror. Chapter 23. Eavesdropping. Upon hearing the word, a thunderous realization struck Han Li's mind. For this was indeed his corpse, and in his recollection, he vividly remembered that day being shrouded in darkness. After a thunderclap echoed through the sky, he had suddenly found himself falling into a pit. During that descent, he had felt a forceful impact, yet no pain registered at that moment. It seemed that the initial shock of being shot did not invoke immediate agony. Rather, the sensation of pain would only manifest later, by which time he had already plummeted to the depths, teetering on the brink of death. Hence, it was clear that his demise was no accident. The deaths of his 2 colleagues were not the result of him straying and causing a search. They had been murdered. Xiao Mushing roused the dazed Han Li. What about them? Take us to find them. We must leave at once. Xiao Mushing, disregarding Jing Zonghua's potential concerns about his condition, prioritized the urgent need to locate all the remains and depart from that perilous place. This was a shooting. Encountering 2 such instances reeked of a sinister pattern. Each time, their adversaries adhered to a certain principle. Although Han Li was incensed, he quickly grasped the situation. Based on previous traces, it was conceivable that those responsible lingered nearby. Though formidable, the 4 individuals were not so skilled as to prevail against firearms with mere melee weapons. Xiao Mushing had achieved such a feat only because Luo Yao had provided him with a tactical advantage, catching the enemy off guard. Without delay, Han Li led Xiao Mushing and the others to locate the skeletal remains of the other 2. Upon inspecting their clothing, Xiao Mushing discerned similar puncture wounds, causing his expression to darken to that of stagnant waters. Jing Zonghua could not contain her frustration any longer. Damn it, can't there be some regard for human life? Throughout their journey, she had maintained a serene demeanor, as if nothing could disrupt her tranquility. Yet, at this moment, The gravity of their perilous task compelled her to express her indignation, realizing the lowered difficulty of their mission had inadvertently placed them in grave danger. Moreover, 3 precious lives have been lost. If it were merely an accident, one could resign to the whims of fate, but alas, the truth reveals it to be murder. 3 lives extinguished, 3 families shattered. Such a tragic outcome. At this moment, 2 individuals linger by the pit. Fat Fish remains preoccupied with the wager. Can he truly locate it? That vehicle was one I rather fancied. Losing it would be quite disheartening. What irked him most was the opponent's last remark about stepping on the gas. Dead man offered no reply but continued to scan the surroundings, plagued by an unsettling sensation, as if a ferocious beast could emerge from the surrounding woods at any moment. Before long, Fat Fish abruptly seized his hand. Stay still, feign a conversation with me. We are being watched. How do you know? Dead man inquired, retracting his gaze from the periphery, pondering how Fat Fish discerned their watcher when he himself had seen no one after such prolonged scrutiny. When I used to sit in the back row playing on my phone, teachers would often come to the back door and scrutinize me. I always felt a shiver down my spine, and each time, I was right. After a brief interval, nothing transpired. The sensation of being observed dissipated. The presence had vanished. The 2 exhaled in relief. In this desolate wilderness, they wished to avoid any confrontation with humans or beasts. Just then, the rope below began to tremble, prompting them to start pulling it up. After several minutes, Xiao Mushing and Mirror Flower ascended, burdened with 3 filthy, tattered bags. Upon his arrival, Xiao Mushing uttered words that sent chills down Dead Man and Fat Fish's spines. We must leave hastily. Those 3 members of the exploration team were shot. The assailants may still be nearby. Fat Fish revealed a rueful smile upon hearing this. Moments ago, he sensed someone lurking in the shadows, likely hesitating. His thought halted abruptly as he extended his index finger and thumb. Then why did they not act? Mirror Flower questioned, echoing the curiosity shared by the other 2. Dead Man urged, there is no time for such musings. We must make haste. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he added, Cha, you previously faced a gun-wielding killer during the serial murder case in Jinyang City, managing to counterattack unscathed. What are your odds against another armed assailant? The other 2 turned their gazes toward him, realizing they had nearly overlooked this formidable figure. 2 murderers were armed, one unscathed, and one lightly injured. Xiao Mushing's pupils widened, surpassing even those of a vigilant black cat. What are you all pondering? Do you see me as some sort of superhero? Can such feats be replicated by mere mortals? Mirror Flower, is it impossible? Fat Fish, can it not be done? Dead Man, it cannot be replicated. Xiao Mushing, at times. He found himself utterly speechless regarding other bounty hunters. Was it he who was deluded, or were these 3 truly afflicted with madness? Truly, how foolishly optimistic they could be. A shadow, dark and grimy, hastily rushed into a camp. Within this camp lay various animal pelts drying in the sun, alongside small cages containing creatures seldom seen by ordinary folk. To behold such animals, one would likely have to visit a zoo or glimpse them on television. The shadow approached a robust man, sun-kissed and dark-skinned, who was busy drying a bear pelt and bore a scar on his arm resembling a centipede. Speaking in an unfamiliar tongue, he remarked about 2 individuals he spotted near a sinkhole, suggesting that someone had ventured downwards. Upon hearing this, the burly man abruptly turned, inquiring in the same language, what? More have come, and they've found the sinkhole. Did they bring anything up from below? Before he could continue, he dashed over to report. The burly man, upon hearing this, kicked in frustration. Is the gun in your hand merely for your own amusement? Don't you realize you should have fired at them? After scolding, he called out loudly, half of you stay here, the rest, follow me. He then hoisted the man who had fallen to the ground. Lead the way. Chapter 24, Jungle Pursuit. The burly man, accompanied by 4 subordinates, treaded along a path marked by human intervention. Each donned camouflage and emitted an unpleasant odor while they babbled amongst themselves. Once the 5 had distanced themselves, 4 others emerged from the nearby thicket. Fat Fish mused on the increasing enigma of Xiao Mushing. How had they anticipated the arrival of others? Mirror Flower inquired, unable to comprehend, as she sought clarification from the other 3 regarding the language they had used and its meaning. Xiao Mushing, continuing to lead, explained. They were speaking in Annamese. What they said essentially conveyed that the 3 individuals we previously dealt with had delayed operations for 6 months. Now that the situation has calmed somewhat, If these people discover anything and relay the news, there will be no future opportunities for hunting here. They cannot be allowed to leave alive. Thus, we must hasten our retreat. These individuals are poachers, more familiar with these woods than we are, and they traverse it with greater speed and agility. Upon hearing this, Deadman produced a satellite phone and immediately called the police. The response time was uncertain, but given the circumstances, it was imperative to disseminate the information promptly to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Fat Fish expressed astonishment. I had no idea you understood Annamese. Yet, how could a mere 2 sentences convey so much meaning? Xiao Mushing maintained his pace without turning back, simply responding nonchalantly, a friend taught me. As for the 2 sentences conveyed by the other party, they certainly did not possess such depth of meaning. Rather, they were a recounting of what Han Li had overheard nearby. Meanwhile, the burly man, previously sprinting along the path, suddenly came to a halt. The 4 subordinates behind him skidded to a stop, albeit not without colliding into one another. The burly man crouched down to inspect the direction of the creeping weeds. Initially, he had moved with haste, overlooking a few details, yet now, with an unconscious glance, he discerned the evidence before him. They were no longer in that location. He needed to backtrack and pay heed to the traces they had left behind. Upon finishing his statement, the 4 individuals behind him bore fierce expressions, gripping their shotguns, and began scouring the path they had previously traversed. Should they locate their quarry, a bullet would surely follow. Before long, they stumbled upon the very thicket where they had brushed past Xiao Mushing and his companions. Evidently, this prey was not trivial. It seemed to possess a penchant for hide-and-seek. Continue the search for the 4 targets, he instructed, ensure that not a single one escapes. Based on the remnants left at Xiao Mushing's hiding spot, he was able to ascertain their precise number. This also prompted a recollection of that dreary, rain-soaked night 6 months prior, when he had dispatched 3 individuals without much thought. However, these 4 could potentially offer a different experience. Meanwhile, Xiao Mushing and his companions were sprinting through the forest. Suddenly, Han Li dashed back with unsettling news. Someone was pursuing them. Xiao Mushing instructed Han Li to ascend to a higher vantage point to survey any commotion along their route. As a result, in a clearing devoid of trees, they spotted a fleeting shadow. Xiao Mushing mused to himself, as expected. The pursuers were poachers, keenly attuned to the signs within the forest. Xiao Mushing and his group had no time to disguise their tracks. Even if they attempted to, it was unlikely they could outsmart their pursuers. The other 3, being bounty hunters, had indeed acquired some outdoor skills and knowledge. Yet, in comparison to those who had spent extended periods engaging in poaching activities, their abilities to survive and track within the jungle paled in comparison. Everyone, we must lighten our loads and accelerate, he urged. Those ruffians are closing in. Just moments ago, they had observed that the poachers carried little burden aside from their firearms, whereas they themselves were encumbered with 3 heavy bundles of corpses. This would significantly diminish their speed. Thus, apart from essential food and protective gear, they discarded everything else. Now that the remains had been located, it was merely a matter of returning. It is estimated that more time is required, as helicopters cannot enter this area. We can only send individuals to search, and we remain in constant motion, without the presence of Xiao Mushing. As he looked upwards, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, illuminated by flashes of lightning and accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. The treetops swayed restlessly in the fierce wind. If a helicopter were to venture in, it might crash before even locating them. In such a complex environment, their ability to navigate freely largely depended on Xiao Mushing. At this point, Feiyu expressed his frustration, questioning how so many could dare to venture into such a perilous place. Do those poachers fear for their lives? If they truly did, they would not pursue us so relentlessly, Jing Zonghua scoffed. They are afraid, and those behind them are even more terrified. Furthermore, on the other side, the original group of 5 was now reduced to 4, as one had perished during the chase. Of the 4 fleeing, one had unwittingly stepped into a swamp, and while they might have managed to pull him out, they were unprepared for the presence of a venomous snake. The snake bit the back of his subordinate's head. They had been in such a rush that they hadn't brought any anti-venom, and even if they had, it would likely have been futile. In addition to this, they had encountered various other challenges, all of which seemed deliberately orchestrated by the adversary. The paths were laid out in such a way that a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. He himself had narrowly avoided a trap. He could not comprehend the motives of these 4 individuals, who appeared to possess an intimate knowledge of the forest perhaps even more than he did. This thought only fueled the flames of his anger. Yet, as he gazed at the sky darkening above, a cruel smile crept across his face. He doubted these individuals would dare to roam the primeval forest under the cover of night. It is known that most predators hunt at night, without firearms. They would be mere prey in the forest. Chapter 25. The counterattack begins as night fell. We should be able to rest now, Feiyu remarked, observing the completely darkened sky. He was utterly exhausted and longed for a moment of respite. Just as Xiao Mushing shared this sentiment, a light emerged from within the forest, drawing closer to their position. Xiao Mushing turned in astonishment to see Han Li descending from the sky. Were they truly so courageous? Despite his words, a smile involuntarily tugged at his lips. In the darkness, with Han Li present, the dynamics of offense and defense shifted. Xiao Mushing clapped his hands together. Everyone, it seems we may not have the opportunity to rest tonight. Those individuals are approaching. It appears they cannot sleep until they have eliminated us. Upon hearing this, the three companions initially felt a surge of panic and began hastily gathering their belongings, preparing to flee. However, Jing Zonghua was the first to notice the change in Xiao Mushing's expression. There was no panic or urgency in his face, only a confidence that suggested victory was assured. The other two, upon noticing their companions in action, gradually began to comprehend the situation. The deceased had crossed hands, indicating that one of them harbored certain thoughts. Indeed, there were thoughts. But the question remained, did they possess the courage to act upon them? Observing the expressions of the three, Fat Fish could surmise a portion of their intentions and flashed a grin. Take it easy, just don't end up killing us all. After all these years of toil, I've amassed a fortune that I have yet to spend. Fat Fish was still puzzled as Xiao Mushing recited a series of numbers. Is that a coordinate? Mirror Flower interjected, providing clarification. He has given you his card number. Any unspent funds can be transferred to him. Fat Fish remarked, until the money is transferred. He might still have a chance at survival. But once the funds are sent, it would seal his fate. Enough of the jesting. Let us convene and discuss our next steps. The four huddled together, whispering conspiratorially and occasionally stifling laughter. The burly man gradually dimmed the flashlight, meticulously searching for signs of human activity within the jungle. He aimed to ascertain the duration these traces had existed, to determine the general whereabouts of the others, as it was likely they were concealed in some secluded corner, resting. Yet, it was improbable that all were asleep. Someone must be keeping watch. Furthermore, they would not light a fire, necessitating their discovery before any light revealed their presence. They needed to extinguish their flashlight's glow and encircle the group, eliminating them amidst the chaos before incinerating the remnants. Initially, he believed that disposing of the bodies in the sinkhole would suffice. But it was evident that a more thorough approach was required to obliterate all traces of those individuals. A few missing persons in this locale would be deemed unremarkable. Suddenly, his gaze, focused on the traces, was interrupted by the sight of an oddly shaped sphere. The moment he recognized it, he sprang to his feet and kicked it away. But it was too late. The Hornet's speed was astonishing. To the mud pit, he shouted, dashing toward the path he had come from, recalling a mire nearby. Although they had applied a special herbal ointment to ward off snakes and insects, its efficacy diminished under the provocation of the hornets. As a seasoned hunter in the forest, he was acutely aware of the hornet's lethal nature. Deep within the thicket, Mirror Flower had her delicate face smeared with mud, now swollen, resembling someone with two large dumplings stuffed in her mouth. The deceased, beside her, fared little better. While the mud could provide some defense against the hornets, it was not foolproof. The four plunged into the mud pit, sending splashes of mud soaring into the air, impeding the hornets' flight. However, mere moments after coating themselves in the sludge, they began to feel an unbearable itch as the hornets continued to circle above. The burly man illuminated the muddy pit with the beam of his flashlight, revealing a dense layer of stinging nettle leaves. This plant, known for its venomous properties, induces an unbearable itch upon contact. Its widespread presence in the mire could only suggest one thing. It had been deliberately placed there. Yet he knew that an antidote must lie within 10 steps, and he was familiar with the appearance of the antidote. However, the dilemma lay with the wasps. To neutralize the toxin, he would need to cleanse himself of the muck and apply the medicinal sap to his skin. Yet, without the mud, he would lose his only defense against the wasps. Amidst the cries of his remaining 3 subordinates, the burly man bellowed, "Endure. Drench me in mud and drive those wasps away. I will lead you to the remedy." Just as he opened his mouth to shout, a wasp flew in, stinging his tongue. Nevertheless, he continued to frantically wave the mud. As he moved, a swarm of wasps descended upon the muck. Their wings, once ensnared by the mud, rendered them powerless to fly, causing many to plummet to the ground, some even becoming stuck directly in the sludge. Yet the ordeal was far from over. Several elongated creatures emerged from the darkness. Seizing the opportunity, the burly man grasped a nearby firearm and fired into the shadows. A pained cry echoed in response, allowing him to shoot a snake that was about to strike. At that moment, his fury reached unprecedented heights. Years of hunting had never subjected him to such a predicament. His adrenaline surged, momentarily dulling the pain from the wasp stings and the itch from the nettles. He charged toward the darkness, convinced that his shot had struck true. Two of his companions followed closely behind, while the third was preoccupied with his own plight. The other two managed to evade the snake's attack due to their swift movements. Unfortunately, the third man was less fortunate. Having just flung a snake away, he soon found two more snakes launched onto him. The origin of these serpents was a question only his dear comrades could answer. Regrettably, even if he inquired, they would likely remain unresponsive, as they were busy grappling with the relentless pain of wasp stings and the maddening itch from the nettles as they pursued their adversary. Fat Fish, caked in mud, clutched his shoulder, which oozed blood between his fingers. To be shot like this was truly unfortunate. Chapter 26. They must not escape. Despite his complaints, Xiao Mushing could only crawl a short distance before he could rise again to sprint forward. Hanli calmly remarked beside him, urging him to leap with all his strength. He effortlessly cleared a pit that was invisible in the darkness. After running 2 steps to the left, he turned back. At this moment, Xiao Mushing dared not turn on his flashlight. To do so would be to illuminate his position for the poachers, just as before, when bullets had whizzed past him. Thus, in the enveloping night, he relied entirely on Han Li to navigate the perils surrounding them. Meanwhile, the 3 pursuers behind them were filled with impatience and fury. Their bodies itched uncontrollably, tormented by the persistent hornets. Their quarry, having only illuminated the path once with a flashlight, had since vanished into the shadows. This left the pursuers to deduce their opponent's general direction and track their movements through the remnants left behind, yet they remained oblivious to the direction of any gunfire. Previous attempts to shoot had yielded no success. Before long, the trio arrived at the edge of a slope, spotting a distinct scratch marking the descent. Excitement surged in their eyes as they felt close to capturing their prey. The absence of illumination indicated their target had likely tumbled to the bottom of the slope. Most likely disoriented, even if uninjured, the individual would be in no fit state to evade them. The burly leader leaped down, exclaiming with fervor, "I shall skin him for a pair of shoes." The other 2, equally exhilarated, followed suit, fueled by their shared suffering, oblivious to the now missing hornets that had once plagued them. Shortly after their descent, in mere moments, they were struck with excruciating headaches, dizziness, and difficulty breathing. 2 of them collapsed in succession. The burly man sensed something was amiss, but was powerless, crashing to the ground. At that moment, the beam of a flashlight illuminated the opposite slope's summit, where a figure was laboriously ascending. Upon reaching the top, the individual yanked a cloth from their face, inhaling deeply as if replenishing their lungs with fresh air. The cloth had prevented an influx of carbon dioxide, but it had simultaneously restricted oxygen intake. Xiao Mushing, upon descending, had essentially ascended the adjacent slope while holding his breath. The lack of oxygen combined with strenuous exertion nearly suffocated him. He then noticed the flashlight beam directed at him. Grasping the flashlight, he shone it toward the burly man, who now glared at him with wide, furious eyes. Struggling to retrieve the gun that had fallen from his grasp, he found himself unable to lift it. In a fit of desperation, the burly man roared in defiance, acutely aware of death's imminent approach. Yet, his mind grew increasingly foggy, his strength waning, and even the flashlight began to slip from his grip. As death approached, he could perceive the grim reaper hovering behind Xiao Mushing. This figure, clad in a black windbreaker, bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew, yet he could not recall why. Ultimately, under the indifferent gaze of Xiao Mushing and the reaper's watchful eyes, he succumbed to eternal slumber. The carbon dioxide rendered him incapable of dying with his eyes open. Xiao Mushing reflected on all the plans he had devised. Each action had but one purpose: to incite fury and strip these individuals of their rationality. 4. Relying solely on those tactics, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate them. Here was their final resting place. Turning to Hanli, Xiaomushing gestured with his hand. Hanli turned his head, glancing behind him. Bewildered, there was no one there. Who were you greeting? Could you possibly perceive something I cannot? Xiaomushing slowly withdrew his hand, pondering why Hanli showed no signs of fading. Did he have to deliver his remains to his family for him to depart? Hanli, observing Xiaomushing's silence, felt an inexplicable chill creep over him. Could it be that a legendary spirit was indeed here to escort him away? You overthink it. There was merely a mosquito beside me moments ago. Xiaomushing switched on his flashlight and began to retrace his steps. Yet something caught his attention as he glanced down into the valley. Why were there only 3? One seemed to have collapsed in a muddy pit, likely rendered unconscious by venom. Xiaomushing let out a long sigh of relief. He then proceeded towards the rendezvous point they had previously discussed. Upon arrival, Dead Man was tending to Fat Fish's wounds, while Mirror Flower had bound a half-conscious individual bitten by a venomous snake to a tree. Interrogation was underway. Yet amidst the uneven breaths, their words were lost in translation, yielding no fruitful results. Upon noticing Xiaomushing's arrival, Mirror Flower, with a swollen face, spoke in a muffled voice. How did it go? Is it resolved? It is resolved, Xiaomushing affirmed with a nod. You should question him. His words are comprehensible only to you. Xiaomushing approached the bound individual and leaned closer to listen as he whispered, return to the camp and have Jika administer the medicine. The camp? Are there still people at your camp? Upon hearing this, the other 3 felt a sudden tension. Quickly, hurry and save me. Under the assault of the venom, the individuals had crumbled, abandoning any thoughts of secrecy or threats, instead pleading for assistance and speaking without restraint. How many others are there? 66. Quickly, save me. Xiaomushing, upon hearing this, turned to the other 3 with a serious expression, declaring, there are still 6 individuals in their camp. At this revelation, the trio exchanged glances, acutely aware that in the line of bounty hunting, enmity was easily forged. While ordinary grievances could be managed with caution, the current situation found them entangled with a band of desperate outlaws capable of procuring firearms. One could never know when a simple trip to dispose of trash might end in a fatal encounter. Thus, these 6 individuals must not be allowed to escape so easily. Without the need for dialogue, the 3 reached a unanimous decision and simultaneously declared, we absolutely cannot let them get away. Chapter 27. The Flow of Life and Freedom Countdown. Upon hearing this, Xiaomushing was about to continue his inquiry when he noticed that the other party had fainted. He swiftly retrieved an anti-venom serum from the first aid kit on the ground. This was the emergency kit of the Dead Man, as he could not procure such a thing himself. Just as he was about to use it, the Dead Man hastily snatched the anti-venom serum from Xiaomuxing's hands and retrieved another one from the first aid kit. He mused that he should not use this one, as it was too costly. Instead, he opted for one with a potentially higher success rate. The cost was of little consequence. The primary concern was that the victim had been bitten by 2 different snakes, and the serum he had produced was only effective against one type, leaving the efficacy against the other unknown. He did not even hope to save the individual. At the very least, he needed to extract the location of their camp. After administering the anti-venom serum, the 4 commenced their deliberations. Xiaomuxing proposed, I have a suggestion. You 3 should take these 3 packets of bones back to the police. I will monitor the camp. He had no intention of confronting them directly, given that the opposing side comprised 6 intact individuals, all armed. His aim was merely to keep an eye on those 6 until the police arrived. Poaching, illegal possession of firearms, and intentional homicide. These numerous charges could lead to significant penalties. Moreover, even if the police arrived, it was unlikely that these individuals would surrender easily. His decision was also influenced by the current circumstances of the 4. It was evidently impractical for Fat Fish, who had been shot, to accompany them, nor could he be sent to act alone. Additionally, the 3 packets of bones represented their mission, which he could not carry out alone either. Therefore, it was best for him to operate solo. With Hanli at his side, he only needed to maintain a distance to observe, as a single target would be less conspicuous. However, his suggestion was met with vehement opposition from the other 3. Mirror Flower exclaimed passionately, have you lost your mind? Going alone is tantamount to seeking death. If you sustain any injuries, there will be no one to assist you, and they have 6 armed men. Fat Fish pointed to his own wound and added, the other side fired a shot in the dark and hit me. If you go alone, An improperly bandaged wound could lead to inflammation and infection. At this juncture, the dead man suggested, "I will accompany you. The two of them should take the bones to find the police." Seeing that the other two did not voice any objections, Xiao Muxing acquiesced. "All right, but remember to follow my lead. When have I ever contradicted you?" The dead man replied with a sidelong glance. Ever since they entered Chiga Mountain, they had been following each other's directives. After Xiao Muxing spoke, he turned away. Snap! With a sharp slap, he roused the person behind him from unconsciousness. Then, in a fierce tone of Vietnamese, he demanded, "Tell me where your camp is. If you refuse to speak, I shall feed you to the army ants." The effects of the snake antivenom seemed to take hold. As the individual showed marked improvement, their thoughts were clearer, and their speech flowed more coherently than before. Without much effort, he extracted the location and details of their camp. They needed to set off immediately. Xiao Muxing rose, shaking off the dust and dirt from his clothes. The dead man rubbed his neck and stood up alongside him. With the completion of this task, he longed for a restful sleep. Morning arrived at the poacher's camp. Lida, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth, spat on the ground, glancing in the direction where the head had departed, yet saw no sign of their return. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed behind him. "What are you looking at, Lida?" A voice in Vietnamese exclaimed as a hand clapped against his backside. Lida turned and retaliated with a kick that sent the assailant sprawling to the ground. The Vietnamese man, far from angered, merely smiled, his eyes gleaming mischievously. If it weren't for the profit he made from these individuals, Lida would have relished the thought of eliminating them. Being the sole citizen from the Dragon Kingdom and the most striking figure within the team, he had felt stifled in this desolate jungle for far too long. His companions had long harbored ulterior motives towards him. Such teasing was not a first occurrence. However, they had yet to cross more serious boundaries. As they understood the necessity of heeding Li Da's authority, given the leader's orders, these Vietnamese were brought in by Li Da for one sole purpose: to make money. Little did he anticipate that 6 months prior, a life would be lost. Since then, Li Da realized he could never turn back. Initially seeking a quick fortune, he had now become burdened with a death on his conscience. Therefore, when news arrived yesterday, he was as frantic as the leader, if not more so. Yet, someone had to remain at the camp to maintain order, so he did not follow. As for the deceased, there was little he could do. He merely wished for wealth. Yet fate conspired against him, as those individuals had chosen that moment to venture into the mountains. It was regrettable, but unavoidable. The treacherous Chiga Mountain, typically devoid of human presence, had seen an influx of people, and ever since that wave arrived, unrest had persisted for 6 months. Just when it seemed calm, new arrivals appeared, and now the leader had been absent for the entire night. His concern was not merely for the leader's safety, but for the possibility of those individuals escaping. What if they managed to alert the authorities during their flight? Despite the remoteness and lack of signal rendering mobile phones useless, satellite phones still existed, and the leader had been gone for an extended period. Thus, he turned to the Vietnamese man, who was still preoccupied with the scent on his hands, and instructed him to have the others pack their belongings. "If the leader has not returned in 2 hours, we shall relocate." As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, he possessed a keen awareness of the speed of those officers. Even though they were deep within the dense forest, inaccessible to helicopters, and had taken 3 or 4 days to arrive at this location, those individuals could very well be formidable warriors. Naturally, he had previously dismissed such notions along with some accomplices, until a few of them entered, and he was compelled to believe. At that moment, perched on a branch from which the campfire smoke was visible, 2 figures were present. One stood on the branch while the other reclined. "Are you certain that observing from such a distance poses no issues?" "Absolutely. It is only when one approaches that problems may arise. The area surrounding the camp might be laden with traps. If we draw too close, we risk alerting them. Regardless, we can still see their smoke from here." Xiao Muxing yawned, and then closed his eyes. "I shall rest for a while." The dead man glanced at Xiao Muxing's sleeping visage. It was only in this moment that he could calmly reflect on the events of the previous night. If their prior course of action could be attributed to the opponent's experience and meticulous observation, leading to the discovery of the 3 missing individuals, it could be said that Xiao Muxing had conducted thorough research and deduced a location. However, what transpired yesterday? Could this lad possess some extraordinary ability? If this lad has an extraordinary ability to see me, that too could be considered extraordinary, Hanley remarked uncertainly. The dead man shook his head, continuing to gaze at the distant smoke. Hanley departed from the branch, soaring toward the source of the smoke, his expression gradually turning cold. The monkey curled against the cage's edge, its eyes filled with terror. The hedgehog lay on the ground, stripped of its quills, exhaling faint remnants of life. The pelt of the apex predator, the brown bear, hung like a blanket. Meanwhile, the countdown to the remaining 6 poachers' freedom and lives had already commenced. Chapter 28. The conflict triggered by the trap. 2 hours later, none of the individuals who had departed the previous day had returned. Lita shouted at the others, "Everyone, pack your belongings and relocate." Yet his orders did not elicit immediate action. Instead, they moved languidly and sporadically. Lita, losing patience, fired a shot into the air. "Do not forget what I said earlier. I am more familiar with how many times must I reiterate that the safe route cannot be laden with traps? Have you all lost your wits?" Li Da exclaimed, simultaneously picking up a nearby stick, intent on triggering the trap ahead. Crack! Ah! The black animal trap snapped shut with a ferocious grip, blood oozing down the jagged metal teeth as his forearm contorted grotesquely. Li Da's face turned ashen. "What are you all staring at? Hurry and lend a hand." The other 5 immediately abandoned their tasks and rushed forward, only to trigger 3 more traps in the process. The sight sent chills down the spines of the 2 who had yet to fall victim, as they suddenly realized that the conspicuous trap ahead was a ruse. While these others were indeed perilous, their adversaries had meticulously anticipated their discovery of the initial trap, and, in a bid for safety, they would undoubtedly trigger it. Lita had even placed a perfectly positioned stick nearby, knowing that others would come to assist, and had set additional traps along their path. The most terrifying aspect was that these traps were designed specifically for humans, not beasts, indicating that someone was actively hunting them. Xiao Mushin, listening to the reports relayed by Han Li, incredulously remarked, "Are these 6 individuals part of the same team that pursued us yesterday? They fell for the second trap so easily. How foolish can they be?" He recalled the elaborate series of misdirections he had orchestrated the previous day, leading them through marshes, over snake dens, and cloaked by thickets along cliffs, resulting in only one unfortunate soul being ensnared. Yet, despite his cunning, he had been unable to shake off the others. That night, leveraging the cover of darkness with Han Li's advantage, he had mounted a counteroffensive, ultimately sacrificing himself to lead the pursuers into a trap, which had eliminated them all. Yet, these individuals had failed to notice such an obvious snare, falling victim to the very first trap. As he closed his eyes, Han Li had whispered in his ear that the enemy was preparing to flee, jolting him awake. In a hurry, he brought Dead Man to this location, designing traps not with the expectation of ensnaring their foes, but primarily to delay their progress. It now appeared that he had overestimated these individuals. However, he hoped they would not meet their demise. Besides this initial trap, several more awaited them, all meticulously arranged by the 2 of them and the spirit. Most of the trap materials had been salvaged from the opponent's original setups, including those animal traps. He hoped they would emerge from this ordeal alive. Dead Man approached after burying some sharp spikes in the fallen leaves. "Don't be lazy. I believe we should pause for a moment, observe their movements, and then proceed," Xiao Mushing suggested. Dead Man contemplated this logic, acknowledging that they had already set numerous traps, albeit hastily due to time constraints. With a bit of diligence, these traps could easily be discovered. Thus, they devised some bait and a series of interconnected designs, hoping that their modest cunning would suffice to stall their pursuers. After extricating his hand from the animal trap, Lita received treatment from Jika, the only other unscathed member of their team, as he tended to their wounds. The pain was excruciating for him, as he realized his arm had been severed. "Lita, we have been deceived," Jika uttered while tending to his wounds. Lita had come to the same conclusion. However, this also implied something critical. There was undoubtedly trouble brewing at the head of their group. It was possible these adversaries had split into 2 factions, diverting attention away from the main group to launch a surprise attack. He glanced at the 3 injured comrades. 2 were in a condition similar to his, while the 3rd fared slightly better, with no broken bones. Yet, out of a 6-member team, 4 were now incapacitated. With so much valuable equipment to carry, it was unthinkable to abandon it all. But what could they do about their injuries? Staying behind was not a viable option, as it was clear they were being watched. "We should take only the most valuable items and retrace our steps along the path where we set traps, dismantling them as we go," he suggested. Yet, upon reflection, this route he once deemed safe was now perilous, leaving them with no choice but to traverse a more dangerous path, albeit one where they remembered the locations of most traps. As they cautiously made their way, his words failed to galvanize the others. Instead, one of the injured retorted, "If it weren't for your reckless leading, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Why would we venture down a path laden with traps now?" Li Da, incensed by the man's defiance, brandished his weapon. However, 2 guns were soon aimed at his head. A wave of despair washed over him as he cursed inwardly. What foolishness! It was painfully evident that they had walked into a trap deliberately set for them. Remaining in their current position would only exacerbate their peril. Recognizing that this is a trap is precisely why we should not proceed further. Continuing would only lead us deeper into danger, he argued. "I don't trust your words, Dragon Countryman. How do we know you aren't scheming to lead us all to our demise and escape with the spoils?" The skepticism in his words sowed further discord among the group. After all, Li Da was not one of them. They merely shared a cooperative relationship. In their line of work, betrayal was not uncommon. Li Da was infuriated. These individuals were not only foolish but also steeped in regional prejudice. Even if his counsel was sound, they would remain obstinate. "Fine, if you refuse to leave. I shall go alone. Jika, will you follow them or me?" Jika glanced between the 4 individuals and then at Li Da. After careful consideration, he chose to align himself with Li Da. His hunting skills were the weakest in the group, often relegated to carrying supplies or patching up wounds. He was accustomed to being bullied and looked down upon, yet in comparison to his previous companions, Li Da was a significant improvement. He felt a closer connection to Li Da than to the others. Witnessing Jika's decision, 3 of the remaining 4 could not help but utter the most contemptible remarks. Li Da cast a cold glance at the 4 remaining fools. Shouldering his backpack and grasping his weapon, he simply departed. After the 2 had left, a dozen minutes passed. "Zam, shall we return to the camp now?" He spoke coldly, having just clashed with Li Da, and being the least injured among the 3 enemies. "We shan't return to the camp. Instead, we shall take a different route to leave this place." The other 3 regarded Zam with astonishment upon hearing his words. "We have already been targeted. Remaining here would only lead to our demise. Then why didn't you? Do you think our safe route was discovered by mere chance? That Dragon Kingdom individual betrayed us. It's possible, but not certain. If he had been the only one injured, I wouldn't suspect him. However, the fact remains that he alone was wounded while the 3 of us were caught. I find it difficult to place my trust in him. Had it not been for his injury that prompted our assistance, we 3 would not have fallen into this predicament. Then why not just eliminate him? If we had done that, when the leader returns, how would we explain it? We are already under surveillance. His death wouldn't resolve our predicament. Thus, allowing him to leave serves to eliminate a potential threat and act as a decoy to divert attention." As Zam concluded, he surveyed his surroundings. Within the camp, an inexplicable discomfort lingered, a strange sensation that unsettled him, only dissipating moments ago, prompting him to clarify matters with the other 3. Meanwhile, on an alternate route, Xiao Mushing and another were crouched on a slope, observing 2 figures, one of whom was tending to a wound. "How did you ascertain that the route we set as a trap was indeed safe? Is there a trick to it? Enlighten me." "Guesswork," replied the injured individual. One person standing in one direction for nearly an hour could almost turn into a stone. Even a knee-jerk reaction could deduce that. Seeing Xiao Mushing reluctant to divulge, the other inquired, "What about these 2? Our traps have proven ineffective." Xiao Mushing realized that these individuals had fallen into his scheme, initially considering them particularly foolish. Yet it now appeared they were merely cautious. As they recognized the danger, their vigilance rendered their crude traps ineffectual. "What is your marksmanship like?" "I would advise against firing. It would alert others." The individual shook his head. "Last night, those poachers brought 2 firearms along, just in case. However, we are now too close to the camp." Xiao Mushing contemplated, glancing at the 2 with their weapons slung over their shoulders, one still nursing an injury. "Perhaps we should move in closer." Upon this suggestion, the 2 exchanged a knowing smile. At that moment, Li Da navigated through the dense forest, yet beyond mere movement, he pondered various matters. Specifically, if something were to transpire on the leader's end, what should he do? The answer was straightforward. Proceed directly to the predetermined rendezvous point and await further instructions. However, if the other party truly encounters a misfortune, or worse, gets apprehended, rushing there may render one vulnerable to an ambush. Given the current circumstances, he is compelled to contemplate the worst-case scenario. Yet, his reflections are abruptly interrupted. Jika is suddenly knocked to the ground by a shadowy figure. and as he attempts to retrieve the firearm slung over his shoulder to assist, a powerful hand seizes the weapon, delivering a blow to his severed arm. The searing pain renders him momentarily incapacitated, and the gun is swiftly wrested from his grasp. As Jika prepares to rise and retaliate after being knocked down, a dark muzzle is pressed against his forehead, followed by the bright, sunny smile of a young man. Speaking in fluent Vietnamese, the assailant greets him cheerfully, "Hello. At last, I have the opportunity to hold a gun to someone's head." Lita looks up to see a gun aimed at his own forehead, instantly realizing the gravity of his predicament. Subsequently, Xiao Mushing binds the two captives with rope. Drawing from his previous experiences of being restrained, he binds them tightly, ensuring they cannot even wiggle a finger. Xiao Mushing gazes at Li Da and inquires, "Are you from the Dragon Nation?" Lita flashes a sycophantic smile at the two men. "Gentlemen, there is no need for such severity. We are all friends here." Xiao Mushing retorts, "Friends? Let us not forget that just yesterday, you were brandishing a gun and pursuing us." Lita ponders for a moment before continuing, "Brother, do you have any idea how much the contents of my bag could fetch? Do you realize how many years you could be sentenced for what you have in your possession? At least 400,000. Lita is acutely aware that he must ignite their avarice. Otherwise, the conversion to Dragon Nation currency could amount to 2 or 3 million, sufficient to purchase a residence in the inner rings of major cities. Perhaps there would even be surplus funds for a vehicle, thus acquiring the two most burdensome aspects of life. And this is merely the price of one item. Brother, if you join me, your later years will be free from want. Indeed, a life without financial concerns awaits, as one would be provided food and shelter." Lita adds, "However, if one were to succeed, the future may lead to a life of indulgence, wealth, and the constant fear of instability, with restless nights." Xiao Mushing interjects, seamlessly completing his thought. When Lita presents the benefits, but finds the other party unmoved, he realizes he must resort to a more coercive approach. "Do you know? Our team leader is a ruthless individual. Not only has he hunted bears and tigers, but he has also taken lives without hesitation." Xiao Mushing remains silent, merely locking eyes with Li Da as he steadily raises his firearm. Li Da's voice gradually fades into silence. "4 of them perished, and one was left in a half-dead state. When I departed, he still clung to life, and I witnessed the leader's demise. He died with a deep sense of unfulfillment. I suppose he must be the leader you speak of." His casual words render Li Da utterly speechless. He begins to piece together the reality of the situation, realizing that these two individuals had narrowly escaped the leader's wrath and were now plotting to retaliate against them. Within the camp, only 4 timid souls remained, too fearful to make a move. Among them, 3 bore injuries, their spirits crushed. What could they possibly do now? At that moment, Han Li navigated through the dense branches, his expression fraught with urgency, until he reached the side of Xiao Mushing. Observing Han Li's countenance, Xiao Mushing sensed that the tidings he brought were likely dire. The 4 individuals were missing from the camp. Chapter 30. The wolf pack. Before Xiao Mushing could respond, intermittent gunfire suddenly erupted in the distance. Deadman, upon hearing the gunshots, immediately sprang into action, racing towards the source of the commotion. Xiao Mushing and Deadman swiftly followed suit, leaving behind Jika and Li Da, who were bound and bewildered, their expressions shifting to panic. In this primal forest, they were akin to parcels of meat, rendered utterly defenseless. Not daring to approach too closely, Xiao Mushing raised a hand to halt Deadman. Deadman turned to him, and together they ascended a nearby tree. From the treetop, they beheld the unfolding events in a distant expanse of grassy land. "What shall we do about Zam?" The speaker remained vigilant, acutely aware of the movements within the dense undergrowth, his back pressed against Zam's as beads of perspiration slipped uncontrollably down his brow. At his feet lay the lifeless body of a comrade, clothing shredded to tatters, with multiple signs of savage bites. The most grievous being a substantial portion of flesh torn from his throat. Blood flowed, but it was gradually losing its warmth. When they discovered him, he was already in such a state, and as for another companion, he had become separated during their frantic search. Moments ago, they had heard his anguished cries, but now silence reigned, likely marking his demise as well. Although Zam's bones remained unbroken, he was unable to run swiftly. The comrade questioning him was also injured, with a broken left leg, forced to rely on a makeshift crutch to move forward with great difficulty. He was aware of the creature lurking in the thick grass. The only unscathed companion, burdened with the most possessions, had unwittingly paid the ultimate price for the valuable pelts and teeth they carried, an opportunity for the wolves to strike without hesitation. They had been overwhelmed and dragged deep into the underbrush before they could mount any significant resistance. This was not merely a sudden assault, but rather a meticulously planned hunt. Wolves had not previously been on their radar. However, one fateful day, in their search for prey, they stumbled upon a den of pups. For a time, they had coexisted without conflict, outnumbering the wolves and armed with firearms. Yet, this time, they were injured, and the scent of blood signaled a perfect opportunity for revenge. Thus, the wolves targeted the uninjured first, for if they were to ambush the wounded, those individuals might react swiftly to provide assistance. Let us move slowly, back to back, away from this meadow, and when the time comes, we shall climb the tree. The rustling sounds of wolves weaving through the grassland are ever present. In such a setting, they are utterly incapable of pinpointing the location of the wolves, let alone aiming their rifles effectively. Their firearms are bolt-action rifles, capable of discharging but a single bullet at a time. Should they miss their shot, the wolves would swiftly pounce, sinking their teeth into their throats, while others would follow suit, clamping down on their legs and hands, a common tactic employed by wolf packs during hunts. However, as they limped and moved slowly, the grass beside Zam suddenly stirred. He swung his rifle and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck its mark, yet at that very moment, another gray figure dashed forth. Emerging just after his shot found its target, a foul-mouthed maw biting into his neck before he even had the chance to chamber another round. The companion at his back turned to assist, only to be seized by an inexplicable chill creeping up from behind. He attempted to turn, but it was too late. The wolf's fangs had pierced his skin, embedding themselves in the nape of his neck. Simultaneously, the surrounding foliage parted as 2 or 3 dozen wolves surged forth, tearing the two men apart. Observing this scene from atop a tree, Xiao Mushing murmured, "Are wolves truly this formidable?" Numerous accounts exist of hunters, both domestically and internationally, falling prey to wolves, some even while armed. These unfortunate souls were simply ill-fated, ensnared by grass as tall as a man, which nearly obliterated their visibility. All 3 were injured and burdened with significant weight. Had they found themselves in a forest or a more open area, their plight would not have been so dire. Yet they had unwittingly ventured into this thicket. Moreover, it seemed these wolves bore a grudge against them, suggesting a premeditated attack. Let us hypothesize for a moment. If the 2 of us were perched in a tree while wolves circled below, how might we effect our escape? With our rifles in hand, we would be prepared should they reveal themselves. However, if they remained hidden in the shadows, awaiting our descent, our situation would become perilous. Wolves are renowned for their patience. At this juncture, a realization struck. "Why do you inquire about this?" Xiao Mushing merely maintained his smile, observing him. The other man's expression stiffened as he pressed further. "This is merely a hypothetical scenario, correct?" Xiao Mushing remained silent, his gaze unwavering. The man raised a hand to shield his eyes and, with the other, retrieved a satellite phone. After outlining their predicament, he ended the call, stating, "Let us await rescue. They say assistance is on the way. Surely, the rescue team will not encounter any misfortune?" He questioned. "The rescuers are armed police, equipped with assault rifles." Xiao Mushing clambered down a branch to a broader fork in the tree. "I shall rest. Do wake me when the rescue team arrives." At this moment, "You still have the luxury of sleep? Aren't you afraid that should you turn in your slumber, a wolf might be lurking beside you?" Xiao Mushing retrieved a length of rope, casting it behind him in a graceful arc that deftly navigated around tree branches before returning to his feet. He continued this motion, looping the rope several times before tying a knot and closing his eyes. Observing this scene, the deceased pondered momentarily before producing a rope from his own bag. Chapter 31 concluded with the arrival of the thief. The 2 were roused by the sound of gunfire as their rescuers arrived. Rather than directly confronting the pack of wolves, the rescuers opted to scare them away with gunshots. Xiao Mushing and his companion descended from the trees, joining the rescue team as they returned. Meanwhile, Jika and Lita narrowly escaped being devoured by the wolves, their lives spared by the timely intervention of the rescue team, though their freedom was forever compromised. The camp left behind by the poachers was photographed and temporarily secured, serving as crucial evidence of their crimes. On their journey back, they encountered their companions, Mirror Flower and Fat Fish, who had remained in the forest, waiting for their return. The 4 ultimately arrived at their starting point, the village of Silent Voice. A crowd had gathered, police, villagers, and mourners congregated in sorrowful assembly. Tears flowed as the unease and sinister suspicions in their hearts materialized into grim reality. The sight of 3 lifeless bodies rendered the elderly and weary women speechless, as if trapped in a vacuum, unable to breathe or express their grief. Hanli knelt before the 3, while the elderly man and woman sat beside the remains. In this somber realm of bones, the 4 knelt in a poignant separation of life and death. Hanli bore no words of comfort, only a profound sense of regret. As a geologist accustomed to the perils of the wild, he was acutely aware of the dangers inherent in his profession, a truth his family also recognized. His lineage of geologists dated back to his grandfather, and though his father had wished for him to pursue a different path, Hanli's love for the mountains and rivers was unwavering. Understanding the inherent risks, he had always ensured that every matter of importance was addressed before each expedition. Gazing at the visage of his beloved wife, so near yet so far, Hanli extended his hand, cherishing 2 loves in his life, the mountains and her. As his spirit began to fade, he felt content knowing he could see his family and lover one last time, and that their remains would return to their loved ones. Xiao Mushing observed this poignant moment with a touch of sentimentality. Hanli glanced back, smiling and silently mouthing 2 words, though the sound was faint and indistinct. Xiao Mushing discerned their meaning. As the golden particles dissipated, the mountainous landscape transformed in his eyes. The towering, undulating green hills were no longer mere hills, the tectonic shifts. The passage of time, the budding trees, and the fleeting snowstorms had all left their indelible marks, shaping the mountains as he now perceived them. So, this is how nature reveals itself to the discerning eye, Xiao Mushing mused softly. He had always questioned the allure of the mountains and streams. Why Hanli had so fervently praised them, his smile ever present. Now, he comprehended the beauty that lay before him. At that moment, Fat Fish arrived at his side, and he thought to himself that his bounty hunter rank would surely rise upon returning. The other 2 remained silent, merely nodding slightly. The quartet of bounty hunters found themselves up against 11 genuine hunters armed with shotguns. It was evident that this mission had exceeded its designated level, certainly not belonging in the realm of level 5. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing refrained from commenting. He had accepted this task solely to establish his own rank, hoping to eliminate the provisional prefix. It was unlikely he would ascend levels like the other 3. Subsequently, the familiar procedures ensued: testimonies, identifications, along with accolades and rewards. Given that this was a cross-border gang, they received an additional sum. Simultaneously, the bounty of 400,000 from the Bounty Hunter Forum was credited to each of their accounts. Xiao Mushing, however, received 3 vehicles in addition, which left the other 3 feeling slightly shortchanged, as their cars had cost them a significant sum. On the return journey, Xiao Mushing began to reflect, pondering the shared characteristics of the 2 ghosts associated with the haunted house, both victims of homicide, bound by their obsessions. He wondered if he would gain a new neighbor upon his return. Meanwhile, a timid figure appeared at the door of room 404. He approached cautiously, surveying the surroundings before retrieving a small leather pouch from his pocket. The lock must be eager to be tested. Let us see how adept I am at picking it. Prior to his arrival, he had gathered intelligence, learning that room 404 was reputed to be a haunted dwelling. Consequently, the same floor housed few residents. Of course, he was skeptical of such tales, given that he often stealthily entered others' homes. He had also learned that this particular room was occupied, though the occupant frequently was not at home, affording him a splendid opportunity. Furthermore, the surveillance system in this area was rather inadequate. With a click, the lock yielded, and the thief revealed a victorious smile. He slipped inside, shutting the door behind him, and fumbled along the wall until he located the light switch. He then commenced his search for lightweight, yet valuable items within the room. He stumbled upon several delivery boxes and, upon inspection, found a military multifunctional shovel, climbing boots, and a gas mask. What on earth has been purchased here? He mused, perplexed by the seemingly random assortment of items, only to discover that they were all empty. Ultimately, he ventured into the bedroom, where he noticed a laptop resting upon the desk. His eyes brightened at the sight, and he quickly stuffed it into his bag before continuing his rummaging. He opened a cabinet and uncovered a banner proclaiming, "Courageous act in capturing a psychopath." The thief furrowed his brow but pressed on with his search. He then unearthed a medical record, a diagnosis from the Jinyang Psychiatric Hospital. The patient's symptoms were noted: claims of seeing ghosts, being perpetually haunted, and even communicating with them. As he read this, a chill ran down his spine. and memories of earlier rumors regarding this room flooded his mind. Nervously glancing back, he found nothing amiss. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. The thief jumped, startled. Did the circuit trip? Yet, the bedroom light remained aglow. The thief extended his hand to turn on the bedside lamp, only to find that nothing leapt out at him, which brought a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the same sound echoed once more, jarring in the stillness of the room. The bedroom light remained illuminated, leaving the thief perplexed as he glanced towards the door. At that moment, his fear intensified. The living room light had extinguished, plunging it into darkness, as if something lurked, waiting for him to approach. The thief hesitated, rooted to the spot. This was abnormal. Prior to his arrival, he had scrutinized the room and found the lights to be ordinary, with no surveillance cameras in sight, making it unlikely to be a smart home. But before he could steady his nerves, something in the living room suddenly flickered to life. "Hello everyone, I am Peppa, and this is my little brother," the television blared, sending chills down his spine. Chapter 32, Xiao and the little girl. In the next instant, the sound of the door being pushed open reached his ears. The homeowner had returned. The thief glanced around frantically and immediately dove into the closet, as if that was the only refuge that could offer him solace. Xiao Mushing, weary and dragging his feet, approached the door. He heard a commotion inside. It seemed the new roommate had arrived, albeit a bit childish, watching cartoons, such juvenile fare at that. Upon opening the door, he scanned the bedroom and spotted a small figure curled up on the sofa. A girl, around 7 or 8 years old, donned a lovely floral dress and sported a bob that grazed her neck. Xiao Mushing was taken aback at first, then felt a tightening in his chest. From their previous encounters, he had deduced a pattern. The spirits that came here had all met their demise at the hands of others. Setting down his bag, he donned a gentle smile and approached the sofa. Squatting down before the little girl, he asked, "Do you enjoy watching Peppa Pig?" The girl gazed at Xiao Mushing, noting his black windbreaker and weary demeanor, yet his expression was kind. "Are you a pretty big sister?" Xiao Mushing's smile broadened. "I suppose I am somewhat good-looking, but I am still a boy." Sensing a unique connection, the little girl shifted closer to him. "Brother, I must tell you, there's a thief in that room. But he can't see me, so I turned on the TV to scare him. He still hasn't come out." At her tender age, the girl already grasped much about the world, exhibiting an acute awareness of certain behaviors. Following the direction of her pointing finger, Xiao Mushing glanced towards the bedroom. Had someone slipped in? Who could it be? The landlord? No, she was too timid for that. A burglar? But what sort of thief would venture into a haunted house? It was well known that even the residents of the same complex avoided 404 like the plague. Inside the wardrobe, the thief Xiao trembled slightly, clutching a screwdriver. Upon the door's creak, he discerned the homeowner speaking, yet the disquieting truth was that he heard no other voice, only the solitary ramblings of the individual within. Memories of the psychiatric hospital's diagnosis report and the ominous rumors surrounding this very dwelling surged in his mind, alongside haunting images from horror films he had once viewed. Children should refrain from watching too much television at night. It's time for bed. I shall retire as well, echoed from the living room, followed by the sound of footsteps leading toward the bedroom. The footfalls drew nearer, culminating in the silhouette of a figure entering the chamber. How mischievous, he thought, leaving the bedroom light ablaze. The sounds of clothing being shed soon followed, then the rustle of someone settling into bed. Just as Xiao believed the homeowner was on the brink of slumber, he was startled by the sound of short videos playing outside. For the first time, Xiao felt an aversion toward these fleeting videos, fervently hoping the homeowner would remain oblivious to the absence of his computer. Half an hour passed, the videos ceased. The living room light dimmed, and a calm rhythm of breathing filled the air. He exhaled with relief, sensing that his presence remained undetected. 10 more minutes, he decided, allowing the homeowner to drift deeper into sleep before venturing forth. Gently, he cracked the wardrobe door, peering at the bulge of the blanket covering the bed, then cautiously pushed it open, stepping out with utmost care. As he prepared to exit the bedroom, he glanced at the nightstand, finding it barren. Yet, as he crossed the threshold, an unsettling realization struck him. Where was his phone? Did one not place their phone upon the nightstand while sleeping? In response to his internal query, a heavy foot answered. A moment later, he found himself dislocated and battered, sprawled across the living room floor in anguish. Xiao Mushing clapped his hands, then commenced a thorough search of Xiao's person. He could have resorted to violence directly, but he feared the homeowner might possess some insurmountable principle that could turn the tide against him. After all, He had learned a harsh lesson once before. Folklore often tells of individuals capable of crafting weapons with their bare hands. Brother, I was wrong, Xiao pleaded. I have an elderly girlfriend to support. My lifestyle is erratic, and I often indulge in reckless behavior. AIDS, syphilis, leukemia, lung cancer, tumors, heart pain. At that moment, fear gripped him entirely. Here lay a madman. A particularly formidable one at that, and he had broken into this man's abode. Should he meet his demise, the homeowner might evade even imprisonment. Yet, what terrified him most was when this individual uttered, "Little friend, could you kindly turn on the light?" And the light illuminated the room. He feared that should he perish, the police would merely declare him missing, while his body lay quietly in a refrigerator, portions of him extracted daily to sizzle on a hot pan, enduring the searing heat. Thus, he could only babble incoherently, hoping to provoke disdain in his captor. Xiao Mushing dug into his ear. Do not engage me with such trivialities. If I do not reattach your two arms within half an hour, they will inevitably succumb to irreversible decay, leaving amputation as the only recourse. Thus, I implore you to answer my inquiries candidly. Of course, you may choose to fabricate your responses, but I too reserve the right to make my choices. Xiao nodded with a rhythm reminiscent of a musician's fingers dancing over keys, his brain nearly alight with effort. What is your name? Xiao. Occupation? Engineer specializing in the conversion of social commodities to general equivalents. Have you received an education? How did you end up in this predicament? Xiao Mushing inquired with intrigue. My education was scant. I grasped a few key concepts before dropping out. Where are you from? Xiao was taken aback by the specificity of the question. I hail from Yangyun village in Sheikh County, Tianwu province. At that moment, the young girl, who had been seated on the sofa, sprang to her feet upon hearing this revelation. With a few swift steps, she stood before Xiao, her face a tempest of anger and tears. Her tiny fist struck out at him like a storm. Xiao Mushing pressed on urgently. What is it? Is he connected to your death? Upon hearing this, Xiao felt a wave of panic wash over him. Brother, I have never taken a life. I merely indulge in petty theft, but I possess a conscience. I have never stolen from the young or the elderly, nor from those burdened by hardship or illness. Furthermore, I generally pilfer only items, rarely cash. Even when I steal a phone, I only target those who possess multiple devices. I have never engaged in anything akin to murder. Silence. You are disturbing me. Xiao fell silent immediately. Xiao Mushing then patiently listened as the girl recounted her tale. It was in this village that they bound me, adorned me with a foul-smelling hood, and forced me before a grotesque statue, wielding an exceedingly long knife against me. It hurt. Oh, how it hurt. They slashed at my hands and feet, then plunged the blade into my chest, cutting me open. Each of them wore masks, laughing as they inflicted their torment. Listening to the girl vividly recount her harrowing experience of near demise, Xiao Mushing's gaze towards Xiao grew colder. Xiao, at that moment, was oblivious to the unfolding events, as he could neither hear nor see anything. Yet, he sensed an impending encounter with fate. Chapter 33. Then I shall be your slave. Could you enlighten me about the development of your village? Xiao Mushing soon regained his composure. Despite his disdain for the thief, he recognized that, given the circumstances, it was improbable for this individual to be involved in murder. He had encountered his share of psychopathic killers, and the gaze of one who has taken a life is unmistakably distinct. Even a glance in the mirror would reveal that. The village is impoverished. I recall my departure 5 or 6 years ago. The new village head had recently taken office, aspiring to alter the village's plight. He planted fruit trees for a spell. Yet after a year or two, there were no fruitful yields. Nevertheless, the village head persists, while the others have lost hope. I doubt any transformation will occur under his leadership. I, too, have no desire to linger in the village, nor do I wish to pursue my studies. Consequently, I had a fierce quarrel with my father and fled to the bustling city to seek employment. After several years of labor, I managed to amass a modest sum. Yet, how did you come to resort to theft? This remark from Xiao Mushing struck a poignant chord with Xiao, whose expression morphed into one of regret and sorrow. I ventured into entrepreneurship, he replied, eliciting a sympathetic sigh from Xiao Mushing, who closed his eyes in understanding. These past 2 years of starting a business have been fraught with challenges, he lamented. As he crouched down, he skillfully reset Xiao's dislocated hand, for if left unattended, it would surely become irreparable. How much do you owe? He inquired. 100,000 yuan, came the reply. What is the matter? Let us strike a deal. You will take me back to your village, and not only will tonight's theft be forgiven, but I shall also assist you in settling your debt. Li Yishou's initial reaction was one of joy, a smile lighting up his face. Yet, it quickly faded as he froze, haunted by memories of the mental health records, the villagers, and the notion of bringing someone back. Images of a burning village, the anguished cries of its people, and deranged laughter amidst the flames flooded his mind, along with the sight of a figure lying on the ground, hands outstretched, filled with rage and remorse. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, a harsh truth learned from his half-finished entrepreneurial journey. Of course, you may decline, Xiao Mushing continued, but the little girl perched above you will enter your village without your company. Li Yishou nearly forgot that within this house, besides the ancestral spirit, there lurked an unseen terror. What to do? To agree or not to agree? Refusing would mean the unseen presence would take its course, which would be disastrous. Yet, agreeing could render him a criminal. As he grappled with his dilemma, Xiao Mushing retrieved his phone and opened the Bounty Hunter forum. The title, Insha, bore the LV5 insignia, with the temporary status removed. Additionally, a new upgrade option appeared. The public chat channel buzzed with activity. Numerous requests for him to form a team. Alongside him, the names of dead men and their companions shone brightly, their recent exploits too impressive to ignore. Xiao Mushing noticed that the bounty hunter ranking of dead men now included a golden badge. Amidst the flurry of praise, some disparaging remarks emerged, but he had no inclination to engage with them. Instead, he entered the keyword Yanyun village, which prompted a new investigation task. Some villagers in Yanyun appear to harbor secrets. Please assist in investigating. Accompanying this was a note stating, 1 month ago, a LV3 bounty hunter accepted this task and has since lost all contact. This task has been escalated. Any bounty hunters wishing to undertake it should be prepared for unforeseen challenges. After accepting the task, he turned to Li Yishou and asked, "By the way, what is your name?" "Li Yishou. Didn't you just ask me?" he replied, scratching his head in curiosity. Yet, he soon halted. Realizing the other had not inquired further, Xiao Mushing typed 3 characters into the forum, Chen Nanqian. He uncovered yet another bounty. Missing person task, locate the 8-year-old girl. Chen Nanqian, last seen near Yida Plaza in Binhai City. Reward 200,000. In addition to this task, several similar ones popped up alongside it. Many level 5 tasks were of this nature, yet the success rate for such endeavors remained dismally low. The world can feel minuscule at times, devoid of space for a single soul, while at other moments, it can expand to a vastness in which one might spend a lifetime searching for another. Xiao Mushing silently accepted the task. He certainly needed to head to Yanyun village, but he was a stranger to the area and could hardly rely on an 8-year-old girl. Thus, he turned his attention to a local, at least providing him with a plausible reason and identity to enter the village. It all depended on the cooperation of this individual. Should they refuse, he would devise alternative methods. However, this fellow would undoubtedly need to spend a couple of days in custody. Li Yishou contemplated for a long while. He felt compelled to accompany them, unwilling to allow a few bad apples to jeopardize the entire village. If they were indeed to commit an act of violence, he would resolve to thwart them, even at the cost of his own life. With this thought, he felt a divine radiance enveloping him. "I will agree to assist you. But remember that injustices have their origins, and you must not harm the innocent." Xiao Mushing squinted, pondering what this individual was truly contemplating. "I do not take lives. Then can you enlighten me as to why the girl you mentioned would venture to my village?" Chen Nanqian perched atop Li Yishou's head, waving her little hands. "You villains, watch me use my magical starlight fist to defeat you." Xiao Mushing interjected with a fragment of information. "There are individuals in your village who engage in human trafficking." "Impossible." Li Yishou leapt up in vehement protest. "Our village is so impoverished that even our dogs emerge from the toilet in tears. We are so destitute that we can barely afford to eat. How could we possibly have money to buy people? If I accompany you to your village and discover evidence, what then? If I do find something, I shall call you father." Li Yishou pointed emphatically at the ceiling, his conviction unwavering. "I have no son as useless as you." Xiao Mushing retorted with evident disdain. Chen Nanqian, hearing this exchange, wore a perplexed expression. At the tender age of 8, in the 3rd grade, she frequently overheard boys making similar wagers in her class. She could not fathom why boys were so eager to claim others as their fathers. "Then I shall be your slave." Xiao Mushing, is society truly so deranged nowadays? I actually didn't mean. Xiao seemed to realize that his words had crossed a line. Yet, he had nothing to wager that could match the gravity of the situation. Chen Nanxian discovered that the adult world was exceedingly baffling. There were even those who would voluntarily offer themselves as slaves. Chapter 34. Buying a house no need. Just ensure you do not collapse under the pressure. Xiao Mushing discerned that the other's remarks reflected an overwhelming confidence in the people of his village. He firmly believed that the inhabitants of his village would never resort to such heinous acts, even if they faced dire poverty and starvation. Despite his own transgressions, he harbored a moral confidence regarding his village. It was akin to a soul trapped in a mire, yet still finding a glimmer of light within. The village represented that flicker of hope in his heart. It was the home he once yearned to escape, yet now longed for, albeit with trepidation, as he had yet to achieve success or accumulate wealth. Having wagered, I shall abide by the consequences. Should I lose, I shall serve as your subordinate. The term slave felt excessively harsh to Xiao, prompting him to rephrase it to subordinate. He was convinced that the villagers would not allow him to falter. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding at play. In that case, you shall stay here for the time being. In a few days, we will journey to Yangyun village. Are we not departing tomorrow? Why the delay? Xiao, having just experienced a moment of panic, now felt a surge of impatience. The resolution of his debts hinged on successfully bringing the other party along. I have a few matters to attend to. Initially, Xiao was unsure of what these matters entailed. It was not until the following day that he accompanied Xiao Mushing to the vehicle management office, where he beheld 3 large SUVs being towed by a truck. Remarkably, all 3 vehicles were registered under Xiao Mushing's name. Brother, what business do you engage in? You seem quite affluent, Xiao inquired, puzzled as to why someone of such wealth would reside in a haunted house, especially when the furnishings and decor did not reflect opulence. 3 audacious fellows, much like yourself, wagered against me, and they ended up losing their vehicles to me. There are indeed a multitude of foolishly wealthy individuals these days. Indeed, a great many fools, Xiao Mushing echoed sagely. Not I, Xiao immediately retorted. A lunatic would never acknowledge their madness. A murderer would not confess to their crimes. Similarly, a fool would not admit their folly. So, are you a lunatic? Xiao countered sharply. Of course I am. Have you not seen my medical records? After saying this, Xiao Mushing initiated a video call. The contact displayed was timid landlord. The connection was established, revealing a languid woman who had just awakened, disheveled and in disarray. What is it? She inquired. I wish to purchase your house. Does it come with a parking space? Suddenly, the video feed froze, not due to a lack of connectivity or a malfunction, but because the landlord was momentarily stunned. Where did you procure such funds? Why would you buy a haunted house? As for the money, that is not your concern. I desire the haunted house primarily because I fear solitude. Residing in this dwelling would offer a semblance of liveliness. The landlord, through the screen, hissed like a rattlesnake for an extended moment. She had encountered many courageous individuals, yet none so audacious as this. Let us arrange a meeting this afternoon. I shall bring the contract. Any location will suffice, but let us avoid that particular house. All right, I recall a nearby cafe. Chen Nanxian pointed to a fried chicken flyer on the ground. But you cannot eat that. Chen Nanxian remained silent, gazing intently with her bright, expressive eyes at Xiao Mingxing. Captivated by the charm of the little girl, Xiao Mingxing's heart softened. There was a McDonald's nearby, and they arranged to meet there in the afternoon. After ending the call, Xiao Mingxing turned to Xiao. Can you drive? Please help me park these 3 cars in the community's public parking area. Initially, Xiao Mingxing intended to sell 2 of the vehicles, but after some contemplation, he decided against it. He harbored the feeling that these cars might eventually become consumables. Unlike other bounty hunters, given the nature of this residence, most of his future tasks would likely involve life and death situations, laden with intricate entanglements, grudges, and fierce confrontations that he could hardly evade. Of course, he could choose to withdraw entirely. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that his current earnings might not suffice for his future sustenance, and ceasing his pursuits would mean returning to the labor force, enduring a grueling 9 to 5 or even 0 to 7 schedule, while groveling before a boss. In truth, he might struggle to even find a job, as entry into factories could be a challenge. Pondering over it, maintaining the status quo seemed quite agreeable. He wouldn't have to bow before others. The people he encountered were rather straightforward, either wishing to eliminate him or being eliminated by him. Moreover, he could also enhance his skills. while others required extensive learning. He only needed to risk his life a little. Xiao Mingxing felt a surge of adrenaline, sending a shiver through him. Could it be that I truly have a problem? Why do I find such thoughts exhilarating? In the afternoon, the landlord, adorned with sunglasses and a denim jacket, approached with a bag in hand and took a seat at the agreed location. Xiao Mingxing ordered 2 coffees, 2 colas, a box of fried chicken, and a box of fries, awaiting their arrival. Li Yishou accompanied him, and although Chen Nanqian could not partake, Xiao Mingxing still ordered for her. He hadn't intended to order this food, as they were there to discuss contract matters, but the little girl's desires were acknowledged, as she put it. She couldn't eat, but could at least look. The alluring landlord retrieved a contract from her bag. You are already aware of the situation regarding this house. I want to sell it to you for an exorbitant price, 400,000. If you're interested, simply sign the contract. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingxing refrained from negotiating further, as properties in the vicinity typically exceeded 2 million. The price for this house was comparable, and properties with a notorious history were generally sold at steep discounts. The offer presented was already quite sincere, essentially a significant markdown. Moreover, he was not in dire financial straits. Over 1 million still rested in his account. After deducting the cost of the house, he would still have around 1.5 million left, merely expending the funds allocated for apprehending that group of poachers. He had recently earned 2 sums of money. In addition to the bounty hunter forum earnings, he had also received an extra official bonus. Xiao Mingxing felt somewhat surreal, having accomplished the objectives for the next 30 to 40 years in such a short span. As he signed the contract, he inadvertently noticed the landlord's name, Su Dongyue. The last time the contract was signed in haste, I didn't examine it closely. I only knew that the landlord's surname was Su. Tomorrow, I will take you to complete the property transfer, but it will likely take about a month for the property certificate to be issued. After the formalities are concluded, you will need to wait. Xiao Mingxing had no objections, as he had done his research prior to this. These are all proper procedures. At that moment, Su Dongyue picked up the cola from the table and took a sip, relieved to finally dispatch such a significant trouble. However, just as she took a sip, she noticed that Xiao Mingxing appeared to be hesitating. Surely, you do not regret this? Xiao Mingxing remained silent. Li Yishou, standing nearby, remarked quietly, you are drinking someone else's. But it is not ours. Su Dongyue's gaze shifted to the table, where there were 2 cups of coffee and 2 cups of cola. Yet, there were only 3 individuals at this table. Who could the other be? She felt tears welling up. They were already outside. Chapter 35, Transfer. Arrangements. Chen Nanqian stared with wide eyes. It was her first time witnessing adults snatching drinks from children and then crying. Su Dongyue's fearful demeanor attracted curious glances from others in the establishment, both adults and children, as well as the staff. Strictly speaking, their arrangement was rather peculiar. Moreover, having just signed a contract, it inadvertently led some to draw inappropriate conclusions. Some individuals even discreetly took out their phones, ready to call the authorities if anything seemed amiss. Xiao Mingxing noticed this as well. Being outside, it should not pose a significant issue. Su Dongyue said, trembling, is it really true? The psychological trauma inflicted by that house was overwhelming. At this moment, Li Yishou was about to speak, but a mere look from Xiao Mingxing silenced him. Li Yishou had no choice but to close his mouth. Then why are we outside? Su Dongyue took a moment before finally asking. Because it has latched onto me, Xiao Mingxing replied, which was the truth. Almost everyone who visited the house had formed a connection with him. I apologize. I did not expect it to turn out this way. I merely intended to suppress the malevolent energy of that house, Su Dongyue confessed, her guilt nearly spilling over. She had never anticipated it would escalate to such severity. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. I chose this path, and it concerns no one else. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. I know some friends who handle funerals, Li Yishou remarked, almost spitting out his coffee upon hearing this. Xiao Mingxing seized the moment to add, it could be beneficial to get acquainted. Do they offer pick-up and drop-off services? Given his current endeavors, these connections might prove useful, whether for himself or for others. Yes, but I haven't finished my sentence. This friend of mine knows some Taoist priests, Su Dongyue began to say, but then fell silent. For those priests had not resolved her issues with the house, and recommending them seemed futile. As for the priests, there are many frauds these days. Everyone struggles to earn a living, so let's not be foolish. Su Dongyue felt as though she had been reprimanded. Let this suffice for today. We shall promptly proceed with the transfer tomorrow, as I need to go out in a few days. What will you be doing? Grievances have their origins, and debts have their rightful owners. Help them alleviate their resentments and sever their obsessions. Hence, your apology. Yet, she suddenly seized upon a pivotal word, they. Xiao Mushing remained silent, merely nodding slightly. The afternoon sunlight was splendid, filtering through the glass and casting light upon Su Donghua. However, she felt no warmth. Rather, she sensed an overwhelming presence, as if throngs of people surrounded her, each gazing at her with eyes filled with resentment. Well, we shall meet again tomorrow, goodbye. She then picked up her bag and turned to leave, her movements stiff, as though her limbs were compelled to move in unison. Xiao was rendered speechless by surprise. Brother, you're not some wandering Taoist, are you? Who wouldn't he be unnerved when confronted with such supernatural elements? Yet, observing this elder brother's calm demeanor, and recalling his formidable prowess from the previous night, as well as his nonchalant attitude towards the unseen, it was evident that he could wager and win 3 cars with a mere bet. Xiao, adhering to the tropes of the urban fantasy novels he had read, imagined either a master descending from the mountains or a recluse of the hidden world. His imagination ran wild, but reality delivered a harsh slap, forcing him to swallow his thoughts. On the second day, at the property transfer agency, Su Donghua maintained a considerable distance from Xiao Mushing, her face still marked by fear. The staff member addressing Su Donghua in hushed tones inquired, "Do you need me to call the police?" Su Donghua looked up in confusion. Call the police for what? She discerned sympathy and pity in the staff member's gaze. You misunderstand. I have no connection with him, Su Donghua hastily clarified. The staff member responded with an understanding look, coupled with a gaze of determination and support. Do not fear, I will protect you. He cannot harm you here. He hasn't harmed me, Su Donghua replied, wishing to avoid exacerbating the situation. The house he purchased from me is a haunted property, and he is aware of it. The staff member's expression shifted from pity to shock, then to a hint of disdain. It's not that I am heartless. He knowingly bought a haunted house. The staff member displayed a look of disbelief. Who buys a haunted house? At that moment, Xiao Mushing approached. What she says is true. Haunted houses are cheap. And I have not suffered a loss. The conversation behind them was somewhat loud, and he caught their words. Su Donghua cast a grateful glance in his direction, thinking how kind he was. Upon hearing this, the staff member ceased to press further inquiries, swiftly completing the necessary procedures. Once these formalities were concluded, Su Donghua remarked, "It will take at least 20 days for the property certificate to be ready. I will deliver it to you then." "That is fine." Su Donghua then darted away like a little sparrow. Xiao Mushing merely shook his head at the sight. He then retrieved his phone, locating the contact Zhou Haihong, and made a call. "Are you busy lately?" "Oh, is that not the illustrious Yin Xia? Are you inviting me to embark on a team mission?" She was naturally aware of the discussions occurring on the Bounty Forum's public platform. "Do not jest. Let us discuss matters of importance. I have taken on 2 tasks. One is to investigate Yangyun village, and the other is to locate the young girl Chen Nanqian. These 2 assignments are interconnected." Upon hearing this, Zhou Haihong immediately grasped the situation. Typically, bounty hunters do not undertake 2 unrelated tasks, nor do they accept assignments they are unable to complete. Thus, it is evident that Xiao Mushing must have uncovered something significant or possesses confidence in accomplishing both missions. "Speak your mind. I am willing to assist." Zhou Haihong was eager to lend a hand to Xiao Mushing, as this would effectively place him in debt to her, allowing her to call upon his aid for any challenging tasks in the future. This is the essence of reciprocity. I have discovered certain clues and will investigate the village in due course. Yet I suspect you understand the potential implications of intertwining these 2 missions. Should any unforeseen events arise, I may find myself unable to leave the village, or worse, unable to relay any information. Therefore, I wanted to give you a heads up. If I lose contact at any point, please remember to report my absence. I will do my utmost to leave traces within the village and will send you any findings I unearth in advance. Currently, my companion is named Xiao. Xiao Mushing shared his circumstances and preparations. Exercise caution, he advised. Zhou Haihong was acutely aware of the horrifying implications that human trafficking could have when associated with a village, as it likely involves mutual complicity and collusion among its inhabitants. Those who venture in may indeed never emerge. This is not mere hyperbole. Such occurrences have transpired. After conveying these thoughts, Xiao Mushing ended the call. He could not confide in his former acquaintances, for they led ordinary lives and would be ill-equipped to handle such matters. There was no need to involve them, and regarding law enforcement, He lacked evidence and leads, which could easily alert the perpetrators. Chapter 36. Is this called a poor village? Autumn Festival. Inside the jeep, Xiao Mushing gazed ahead at the road. Are you certain that your village is impoverished? I find myself somewhat uncertain. The surroundings appear to have changed significantly. It is not surprising that Xiao Mushing posed this question. As the saying goes, to become prosperous, one must first build roads. They were currently traversing a village road, yet it was a well-paved, two-lane asphalt thoroughfare, broad and devoid of debris. Typically, a village road would not be constructed to such generous dimensions, nor would it be deliberately marked as a dual carriageway. Additionally, given the mountainous terrain, it is common to encounter large boulders and verdant moss. This road, however, was notably clean and orderly. Moreover, along their route, they observed numerous orange trees, many laden with fruit. Most importantly, they spotted a vehicle approaching them, adorned with several rings. As the vehicle reached the village entrance and came to a stop, Li Yishou's mouth fell slightly agape, for the entire village seemed to be filled with 2- and 3-story villas. Furthermore, in front of many of these villas, 1 or 2 cars were parked, including a sedan and a convertible pickup truck. How do you define poverty? This is what one might call destitution, a state where even the most basic sustenance is unattainable. How would I know? I haven't returned in 6 or 7 years. The village has transformed dramatically. In all this time, haven't you ever called your father? I have, but every time we speak, it turns into an argument. I boast about my fortune outside, while he claims to be thriving in the village, exchanging jibes with one another. At the entrance of the village, an elderly gentleman with a white beard and hair reclines in a lounge chair, basking in the sun and scrolling through short videos on his phone, thoroughly entertained by the lively content. Upon noticing the newcomers, he rises leisurely, putting away his phone. As he approaches, he recognizes them. Oh, isn't this the child from the Oldley family? Finally decided to return, and you've brought a friend. Come, let us go to my house and chat. Uncle Xiao, what is happening in the village? Let us discuss this at my home. Uncle Xiao opened the large gate in front of his house and produced 2 large oranges, cheerfully remarking, you simply missed the right moment. The year after you left, the fruit trees bore fruit, and the oranges were exceptionally sweet. That year, the village chief led us in selling them, and each household earned at least 100 to 200,000. I recall your father confiding in me that he made 190,000. Just as Li Yishou was about to comment on the deliciousness of the orange he had tasted, he was struck by this revelation. You must be joking. Why would I deceive you? Ask your father, or better yet, check your family's bank account balance if you doubt me. Li Yishou continued. In the 3rd year of selling, the village chief proposed a more refined approach, allowing only 10 oranges to grow on each tree without the use of pesticides. At that time, the villagers were baffled. Wouldn't more fruit yield more profit? But guess what? Those oranges fetched the highest prices. The village chief somehow found foreign buyers who purchased them to export abroad, and the price for each orange was astonishing. Uncle Xiao raised 2 fingers as he spoke. 20. Why not seize the opportunity? They sell for such a high price. 2,000, he declared with pride. Have the villagers become so shrewd in these 6 or 7 years? 2,000 for an orange. Are foreign buyers truly that gullible? What is this? The village chief heard that in some places, an apple can sell for 10,000. We are quite reasonable. You know, do you have any idea how much those foreigners sell our oranges for after taking them from us? How much? Li Yishou inquired cautiously. 2,000. Isn't that a complete loss? In US dollars. That's outrageous. Li Yishou gritted his teeth, feeling the urge to compete with the wealthy. What could possibly make a 2,000 yuan orange so exquisite that it commands such a price? Uncle Xiao glanced at the oranges they were consuming. What you both are holding is precisely that. Upon hearing this, both of them jolted, nearly dropping their oranges. Although Xiao Mushing had already amassed considerable wealth, the distinction between earning and spending remained stark. He had yet to indulge in luxury. Such an expensive orange you offer me. What merit do I possess to deserve it? Li Yishou truly did not anticipate that after years of absence, old Master Xiao would extend such kindness towards him. Do not overthink it. Primarily, it was due to the heavy rains a few days ago that several oranges fell from the king fruit tree, which were deemed undesirable over there. Oranges destined for export must be freshly picked on the same day, promptly dispatched, and meticulously evaluated for size and appearance. The smaller ones are discarded. The misshapen ones are rejected, and those that are bruised or damaged are also excluded. Only the finest are selected and hastily sent to the city, then transported by air. Otherwise, they lose their value with time. Li Yishuo raised his gaze to the fruit trees outside. What did his 6 or 7 years of toil amount to? What significance did the hardships he endured hold? Just as sorrow enveloped him, Xiao Mushing suddenly pointed to a mask hanging on the wall. Old Master Zhou, what is the purpose of this mask? Following Xiao Mushing's gesture, Li Yishuo beheld a mask adorned with feathers on the left and grains of rice on the right, its center resembling a bird's beak. This, he explained, is a custom of our village. Each autumn, to celebrate the harvest, every household sends forth a representative to don this mask and carry the first batch of harvested rice. A large bonfire is lit, and the rice is cast into the flames as an offering to our ancestors, beseeching their blessings for favorable weather and continued abundance in the coming year. We refer to this as the Autumn Festival. Though Xiao Mushing maintained his composure, a gravity settled upon him. Xiaoqian, otherwise known as Chun Nanqian, had just indicated that those who harmed him wore this very mask. According to the account he had gathered from Xiaoqian, aside from the traffickers she had encountered, those who purchased her obscured her vision and bound her limbs. Only on the day of the peculiar ceremony was the black cloth removed from her eyes, and a hood placed upon her. Coupled with references to the Autumn Festival, everything seemed to align. However, the village was home to a school, attended by educated individuals and teachers. How could ignorance prevail to such an extent? Furthermore, based on Li Yishuo's description, the Autumn Festival did not entail any act of murder, suggesting that his words bore truth. Chapter 37. Seeking concrete evidence. How about it? Young man, if you like this, I shall gift it to you. Old Master Zhou said as he removed the mask from the wall and presented it to Xiao Mushing, interrupting his contemplation. It merely resembles a mask from a certain anime, piquing my curiosity. Yet, I must concede, this mask is indeed exquisitely crafted. It is merely a casual creation, rather crude, not nearly as refined as you suggest. Old Master Zhou humbly replied. Xiao Mushing did not decline, accepting the mask. Some matters require further examination, and it is essential to uncover additional clues. Thank you, Old Master Zhou. I do not yet know your name, young lad. Xiaomu. Xiaomu, a fine name indeed. What business do you engage in outside? That vehicle you drove back is no trivial expense, Old Master Zhou remarked, gesturing towards the car outside. Xiao Mushing continued the conversation. We are engaged in the production of short videos, the kind you often encounter online featuring captivating dancers and dramatic familial disputes. We are the ones orchestrating those behind the scenes. I have heard of this. It appears you have been quite successful in your endeavors, accumulating wealth. Old Zhou extended a gnarled hand, lacking in flesh, akin to skin stretched over bone, and patted Li Yishuo on the shoulder. Li Yishuo chuckled awkwardly a couple of times before rising to speak. I shall take my leave for now. I will return to visit my friends and come back to your home in a few days. That's good. You haven't returned in 6 or 7 years. And your father misses you dearly, Old Zhou echoed. Upon hearing this, Li Yishuo felt a pang of nostalgia, despite their past conflicts. He had indeed missed his father after such a long absence. The two then exited and re-entered the vehicle, driving a bit deeper into the village. Old Zhou observed the retreating figure of Xiao Mushing and felt a sense of unease. He suspected the young man was not entirely truthful. The silhouette seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it in a short video, and he vaguely recalled an official report concerning a case involving a young, attractive female victim. Could it be? In a quaint courtyard, 2 elders gathered around a stove, sipping tea. Oldly, let me tell you. The child from Old Zhao's family in the west of the village returned not long ago, but was promptly kicked out by Old Zhao. You must be joking. Old Zhao shouldn't pressure his child into marriage so relentlessly. Is it really necessary to expel him just for not bringing home a girlfriend? You were away delivering goods recently and probably missed the details. It isn't merely that he failed to bring a girlfriend. He returned with a boyfriend. You better not be spreading baseless rumors, or Old Zhao might take offense. Old Li replied, incredulous. This is common knowledge in the village. It's just seldom spoken of for fear of provoking Old Zhao. You just got back yesterday, so I thought I'd share this with you. Also, your son has been away for 6 or 7 years. I hear the youth in the city are quite extravagant. Let us hope he doesn't bring back a man one day. Get lost. I know my son well. In the past, when he returned, I would hang him from that crooked tree at the village entrance and discipline him. Why? Because he was lifting girl skirts at school. No matter how disappointing he may be, he wouldn't bring a man home. That's uncertain. Just as the 2 elders were conversing, a jeep halted before them. Old Wang scrutinized the vehicle. I don't recall anyone in the village owning such a car. At that moment, two figures emerged from the driver and passenger seats. One of them was none other than old Li's son, Xiao, who had been away for 6 or 7 years. When old Li turned to look at the other individual, his expression darkened suddenly. Xiao Mushing possessed a beauty that leaned towards this gentleman is a business associate of mine. Upon hearing these words, old Li let out a slight sigh of relief, then spoke with a hint of sarcasm, finally deigned to return. Upon hearing this, Xiao clenched his fist, realizing once again that he should not harbor any illusions. At this moment, old Wang intervened to ease the tension, saying, "Old Li, the child rarely comes back, and he has brought a friend along." Xiao Mushing approached the rear of the car, opened the trunk, and presented several large bags of gifts. "Hello, uncle. I've heard much about you from Xiao. He says you are strict yet reasonable, with great foresight. Many challenges we faced in business were resolved through the methods you taught him. However, you know how he is, stubborn and prone to sulking, never saying kind words in front of others." Old Li struggled to suppress a smile that threatened to break through, feigning indifference as he asked, "Is that so?" Xiao wanted to refute, but caught the gaze of Xiao Mushing. Unable to confront him, he merely nodded slightly. Old Li, noticing this gesture, felt a surge of joy and invited Xiao Mushing inside. Before arriving, Xiao Mushing had prepared himself for the meeting. Knowing that the father and son had once been at odds to the point of estrangement, so something was bound to happen upon their reunion. Thus, he had brought some gifts and devised some remarks to prevent the situation from becoming tense to the point where he couldn't even enter the house. Upon entering, Xiao Mushing noticed identical masks adorning the walls, albeit with slight variations due to different artisans. He had also instructed Xiao Qian to explore the 2-story villa for any secret rooms or basements, but they found none, discovering it to be an ordinary house, much like that of Old Tuesday. While Uncle Li was preparing their meal, Xiao remarked, "Brother, given the current state of our village, I feel it's even less likely to buy a bride. They are simply too affluent. I just inquired with my father about some old acquaintances, and most of them are already married. Every household now owns a car and a home, with sustainable income. What kind of bride could they not find? Are you overlooking something?" "I am referring to young girls," Xiao Mushing interjected. "I understand, but frankly, our village leans towards a preference for boys. If someone were to purchase a young girl, it would likely be to raise her as a child bride. Otherwise, there would be no reason. In a village that favors males, what purpose would there be in buying girls? Thus, there must be some misunderstanding." Even at this moment, Xiao still found it hard to believe what Xiao Mushing was saying. This was his hometown, and he knew the people within it all too well. You haven't returned to the village in 6 or 7 years. Sometimes, change can occur in an instant. And 6 or 7 years is ample time for many such moments to unfold. Then we shall wait and see. Xiao Mushing nodded with a smile. After stepping outside, although he claimed to be wandering, it was Xiao Qian who guided the way. Xiao Qian sensed the presence of her own remains in multiple directions, indicating that after those individuals dismembered her, they buried her in various locations. Xiao, do you not consider this all a misunderstanding? Allow me to show you some evidence. Xiao Mushing declared with unwavering confidence. Observing the resolute tone of his companion, Xiao felt an unsettling chill within. Chapter 38. You are only 8 years old. The last rays of the setting sun had entirely faded. The streetlights along the village road flickered to life. Two figures wove through the orchard, evading crowds and the surveillance cameras of various households. Venturing deep into the grove, they arrived beneath a tree bearing only 9 fruits. "This is the spot. Let us commence digging." With a look of disbelief, Xiao began to excavate with a small shovel. Given the implausibility of the claims, he found it hard to believe that a body lay beneath this tree. What a jest! After digging nearly 10 centimeters, he found nothing. "Did you bury a body in such a shallow grave?" Xiao Mushing retorted, urging him on. "Hurry up. I warned you not to mistake any animal bones for human remains." Xiao considered the possibility of animal bones being used as fertilizer in certain areas, which could provide nutrients for crops. After digging over 30 centimeters deep, Xiao unearthed something. At this moment, Xiao Mushing joined in to assist, meticulously arranging the extracted bones piece by piece. Throughout this process, Xiao's complexion turned ashen. Xiao Mushing pointed to the assembled hand bone laid upon the ground. "Do you think this is from a chicken, duck, or fish, or perhaps a pig, cow, or sheep?" The phalanges are absent in pigs and cows, yet the chicken leg bone is not as long as the pristine white bones we have just unearthed. Each detail was unmistakably revealing to Li Yishou that this was a segment of a human hand. Call the police, quickly. Xiao Mushing slapped Li Yishou's panicked face. Do you know who did this? Do you know how many individuals were involved? If you call the police now, you need not fear retaliation. What about your father? What should I do? Li Yishou, entirely unaccustomed to such circumstances, was genuinely flustered. First, let us rebury this, and over the next few days, search the village for Li Yishou had come to a profound understanding of the dangers that lurked, for within the village resided a killer, rendering the community unsafe. Yet, having finally attained prosperity, who would willingly abandon their hard-earned livelihood? The most prudent course of action was to locate the murderer, thus ensuring both his own safety from retaliation and the tranquility of the village. The two men then proceeded to reinter the unearthed bones, filling the excavated earth back into its original place. Xiao Mushing meticulously replaced a piece of soil that he had removed prior to the digging, designed to conceal the traces of their excavation. Meanwhile, within a household, for individuals gathered around a table, with the autumn festival approaching, one queried whether preparations were in order. I've already made arrangements. They will deliver it the day after tomorrow, same place as before, came the reply. This time, we must ensure everything is executed flawlessly. Last month, a man was apprehended while investigating this matter, and suspicions regarding our village have begun to arise. This time, there will be no issues, another assured. However, I must emphasize that this is crucial for our village's prosperity. We must not jeopardize it or allow anything to go awry. I trust that no one wishes to endure the hardships of the past any longer. The voice that spoke was aged and grave. The final speaker, whose tone carried an undeniable authority, seemingly elevated above the others. The three nodded in unison, acknowledging their understanding. As the lights dimmed, the four dispersed. Returning to Li Yishou's home, Uncle Li awaited their arrival at the door, approaching them warmly. You must be tired from your play. Go wash up. As the two brushed past him, Uncle Li twitched his nose, waiting until they entered the house before releasing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no strange odor to be detected. Inside, upon hearing Xiao Qian's recounting, Xiao Mushing mused to himself, pondering the villager's audacious thoughts. He then proceeded to wash up and retire to his room. The small villa contained several rooms, allowing the three men to avoid crowding. Xiao Mushing, however, found himself unable to sleep. He instructed Xiao Qian to search the villa that night for the stone statue used in their rituals, as well as any places designated for confinement. As half the evening passed, Xiao Qian returned empty-handed. The elusive statue remained unfound, as did any chambers meant for imprisonment. Nor were there any signs of individuals who had been shackled or confined. Even the site of her original murder eluded discovery within the village. Upon hearing Xiao Qian's account, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Mushing's face. He began to question whether she had overlooked or misidentified something. Yet, considering she was merely an 8-year-old child, he felt it unreasonable to expect more from her. Nonetheless, the locations and characteristics she described should have been unmistakable, even for a child. It was improbable they had misidentified the place. Could there possibly be another village named Yanyan? Yet Xiao Qian's remains were indeed buried in the nearby orchard. Could it be that the sinister ritual had occurred elsewhere? Xiao Mushing, contemplating the matter, turned to Xiao Qian and said, during this period, you shall remain in the village to observe. Pay close attention to those who appear suspicious, especially those who stealthily venture out under the cover of night. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian seemed to recall something. I remember now. After I finished inspecting a house, I noticed a bare-chested man sneak through the back window. And then I heard some peculiar noises. Do not concern yourself with that, nor should you investigate further. In the future, should you encounter a man and a woman in a room preparing to disrobe, you need not look into it. Focus your attention on other matters. Brother, isn't that called an affair? She inquired. How do you know that term at the tender age of 8? He replied, astonished. Brother, didn't you know such things when you were 8? Well, I was aware, but my understanding was incomplete. I merely knew it to be something undesirable. Let us not dwell on it. Such matters are irrelevant to our current task. Our mission is to locate those who wish to do you harm. Xiao Mushing finally grasped the hesitation his parents had experienced when explaining such terms to him, ultimately leaving his father with a sense of resignation. I understand that you do not want me to encounter such unpleasantness, but those things have already transpired in my life. For me now, what difference does it make if I encounter even worse situations? I am powerless to change anything and can only converse with you. Xiao Qian spoke with an unsettling calmness. far from that of an ordinary child. Do you know? Without you, I would not dare to come to this place, he confessed. He reached out, ruffling her hair gently, despite being unable to touch her. Chapter 39. The village chief, Xiao Muxing's words were indeed heartfelt. The courage to engage in such perilous endeavors was largely attributed to the presence of these spirits. I understand, brother. What shall we do tomorrow? She asked. Tomorrow, I plan to visit the village chief's home. He is likely the most knowledgeable person about this village, and I should be able to glean some information from him. Xiao Muxing said in a hushed tone. Xiao Qian fell into a reverie. What is it? Xiao Muxing noticed her contemplative expression. When I was close to death, I think I heard someone calling for the village chief, she murmured. Xiao Muxing narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed imperative that they visit the village chief's residence. With that thought, he retrieved his phone, displaying a series of images of hunting rifles, homemade pistols, and similar items. Let us confirm once more. You have not seen any of these items, correct? Xiao Qian shook her head. I have not seen these things. Receiving her affirmation, Xiao Muxing felt a surge of confidence. As long as those items were absent, everything would be manageable. He then reclined, drawing a blanket over himself. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he noticed a small figure lying beside him. He gently pulled a corner of the blanket to cover her, though he knew it offered little warmth. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why had his parents not chosen to have another daughter? He drifted into a hazy slumber, yet amidst the fog, a vague memory flickered in his mind. What a calamity it would be to bear another like this chaotic troublemaker. The next day, Xiao Muxing and Li Yishou stepped out into the world. I shall visit the village chief's residence, while you seek out some old acquaintances and engage in idle chatter, striving to gather useful information. After years of wandering, your ability to extract information should still be intact, said Xiao Muxing. Li Yishou, brimming with confidence, patted his chest. Despite my entrepreneurial failures, I possess the requisite skills. It is merely a matter of ill fortune. Satisfied with Li Yishou's assurance, Xiao Muxing refrained from further conversation and proceeded towards the village chief's home, while Li Yishou took a different path to reconnect with his former friends. Xiao Muxing arrived at an unremarkable house, standing in stark contrast to the numerous 2- or 3-story villas nearby. This was merely a single-story dwelling, enclosed by a wall with a modest courtyard. The gate stood ajar, revealing a man with graying hair, a scruffy beard, and gold-rimmed glasses squatting in the yard, enjoying a bowl of noodles, reminiscent of a soul whose heart had been shut away, now opening its door. Upon noticing Xiao Muxing, the man pondered for a moment before speaking. A stranger, I see. Indeed, I am a friend of Uncle Li's son. Have you had breakfast? Yes, I have, replied Xiao Muxing as he stepped into the courtyard. Suddenly, a remark from the village chief halted him. Are you a bounty hunter? A gust of wind swept through, forcefully closing the previously open gate. Xiao Muxing realized he was not the first bounty hunter to arrive in this village. The last one had gone missing. The village chief continued to eat his noodles. Do not be alarmed. The bounty posted on the Hunters Forum was issued by me. If you doubt my word, feel free to make a call. Beneath that bounty, a string of contact numbers had been left, intended for reaching the issuer. Xiao Muxing, with his hands in his pockets, made no visible reaction. At that moment, the village chief's phone rang. He retrieved it from his pocket and recited a series of numbers, 193-9975, before hanging up. That very sequence was Xiao Muxing's phone number. Xiao Muxing sat beside the village chief on the same step. As the village chief, shouldn't you be well acquainted with your village? Why then do you require others to investigate? I once believed the same, until 6 months ago when I discovered, during a hospital visit, that I have but a year to live. I began to slow down, no longer roaming as I once did. It became apparent to me that there are secrets hidden within the village, secrets that could potentially obliterate everything I hold dear. I must ascertain what certain individuals are plotting behind my back. I refuse to let my decade of hard work be rendered futile upon my demise. A resolute glimmer shone in the village chief's eyes as he uttered these words. In truth, you could choose to alert the authorities. I have contemplated this matter, yet I cannot guarantee that I will be able to discreetly resolve it after reporting to the authorities. Humanity, in its essence, remains the same wherever one may go. They mock your poverty, but fear your wealth. Our village has prospered, and inevitably, there are individuals from neighboring villages who wish to see us return to our former destitution. Xiao Muxing did not contest this statement. From your accent, it seems you are not a local. I came here after graduating from university. In those days, a university degree was highly esteemed. What prompted you to come here? Xiao Mushing found this puzzling. Over a decade ago, a university education indeed held great value. Unlike the present where even the most menial jobs are looked down upon. I was raised in an orphanage, and thus, prior to graduation, I resolved to follow the path of the orphanage teachers, which is why I chose to come here. It must be quite arduous. A mere 30-something. With hair as white as a man in his 60s, and calloused hands thicker than the soles of shoes. His life now hangs by a thread. The oranges are exceptionally sweet. Xiao Mushing had indeed tasted them, and they were truly delightful. Who in this village aspires to be the village chief, apart from you? Are there any former village chiefs still alive? That was a swift inquiry. The village chief was astonished. The last bounty hunter had vanished without a trace before he even laid eyes on him. This one, however, is remarkably prompt. There is some information, albeit limited. From what I currently possess, this situation appears to be quite significant, and I am uncertain if you can bear the implications. It involves loss of life. Moreover, the number of participants is likely considerable. The village chief, holding an empty bowl, gazed upward at the drifting clouds. Then we must not let a single one escape. Some matters can be suppressed temporarily, but not indefinitely. He cannot feign ignorance, for certain issues will inevitably erupt at some point, dragging the entire village into the abyss. After all, his time is short, so it would be best to settle everything at once. At this juncture, Xiao Mushing extended his hand. Greetings, I am Xiao Mushing. Bounty Hunter ID, Cha. I am Lu Jianxing. Lu Jianxing clasped hands with Xiao Mushing. Chapter 40. Li Yishou bound meanwhile, in a humble farmhouse courtyard. Two young men lay drunkenly sprawled across a table. Behind them stood three elderly gentlemen. It is a formidable challenge for an outsider to gain recognition within a village. During this particularly arduous period, Zhou Fu's assistance proved to be invaluable. Xiao Mushing nodded silently in acknowledgement of this sentiment. He resolved to conduct a thorough investigation into this individual. Were there any secluded yet populated areas around the village, such as an open cave or an abandoned ancient temple? Speaking of which, I recall a place, albeit somewhat distant and likely inaccessible, came the reply. What location is that? Xiao Mushing inquired with curiosity. The old Yanyan village. Is there a second Yanyan village? He asked, intrigued. I arrived here several years ago, and the village elders spoke of it. A century ago, Yanyan village was not situated where it is today, but was nestled deep within the mountains behind the current village. A devastating earthquake struck, causing the majority of the homes to collapse and rendering the farmland unsuitable for cultivation. Consequently, the villagers began to migrate outward, settling in their present location and reclaiming the land. Xiao Mushing opened his mobile map. Please delineate a rough area for me. The grass there might be taller than you. Are you certain you wish to venture in? I am a bounty hunter. It is my profession to pursue any matter that could be related to this case. You are quite diligent, Lu Jianxing remarked as he marked several points on the map. These are the locations. Although over a century has passed, some traces should still remain. After Xiao Mushing gathered additional details, he took his leave. Enough of this. It is time to depart. Noticing the small Qian fluttering above Lu Jianxing's head, he urged him on. Lu Jianxing was taken aback, as fleeting thoughts of Xiao Mushing's gaze seemed to linger on another individual. Observing the retreating figure, he was reminded of an incident from his past. Recalling a day during his junior year when he was wandering the streets and sat down on a park bench to rest. There, he encountered an older gentleman who struck up a conversation with him. They discussed myriad topics, future aspirations, ideals, and perspectives on the world. The conversation grew increasingly animated, and he felt a strong kinship with the stranger. Before long, a van from a mental institution arrived to take the man away, leaving him alone on the park bench in disarray. Now, he felt a sense of déjà vu. Upon returning to Uncle Li's home, Xiao Mushing waited until lunchtime. Yet the other party had not returned. As Uncle Li set the dishes on the table, he lamented, "Where has that child run off to now? I hope he isn't loitering in the city." Xiao Mushing's brow furrowed with troubling thoughts, prompting him to rise and exit the house. "Uncle, I will go look for him," Uncle Li observed as Xiao Mushing dashed out, muttering, "That boy rarely stays home. There's no need to search. Let us eat first." Xiao Mushing made his way to the home of the childhood friend mentioned. A young man was discovered, somewhat inebriated, swaying back and forth. "Where's Li Yishou?" Xiao Mushing inquired, pressing his hands firmly on the man's shoulders. "Not here. Where could he be? Perhaps he has sobered up and run off on his own. After spending a few years outside, has he become so timid that he would flee rather than face a drink?" Xiao Mushing scrutinized the man's hazy eyes. searching for any sign of deceit, yet found none. Xiao Qian had already scoured the premises thoroughly, but she detected no traces of anyone. She shook her head at Xiao Mushing. He realized that he had underestimated the situation. Li Yishou was not one of those level 5 bounty hunters. He should not have placed his trust in Li Yishou's abilities as if he were one of those seasoned hunters. The man was merely an ordinary individual who had faced failure in his entrepreneurial endeavors. If he was not within the house, where could he possibly be? Old Yangyan Village. Without lingering any longer, Xiao Mushing sought a location concealed from surveillance. He instructed Xiao Qian, ascend higher and see if anyone has ventured into the mountains. Then he proceeded to search behind the village. Exiting the village into the forest, it did not take long for Xiao Mushing to discover a trail indicative of recent passage. This was a gift from Han Li, an extensive knowledge package on outdoor geological expertise, equipping him with the outdoor experience and knowledge of a geological surveyor. Having traversed a considerable distance at a swift pace, Xiao Qian descended from the sky. I see 3 individuals carrying a large cloth bag. Is there any blood seeping from it? She queried. No, came the reply. Continue to observe and report any developments immediately. As Xiao Mushing sprinted forward, he muttered to himself. Li Yishou, you certainly are a godsend in this endeavor. Thanks to Xiao Qian's updates, Xiao Mushing maintained a safe distance from the trio ahead. Their pace was slow, burdened as they were by the weight of a person. After an hour and a half, Xiao Mushing perched himself atop a tree, surveying the overgrown, dilapidated village below. He committed the routes of this forsaken village to memory. Finally, he silently retrieved his phone and captured a photograph. No choice, my memory isn't that reliable. He thought before descending the tree and stealthily making his way into the village. At that moment, as the 3 approached the entrance of the abandoned village, an unexpected figure emerged from within to greet them. What? Another one? Didn't we already send someone today? Inquired a gentleman assisting them. It's old Li's child. He discovered what we were up to. So, I brought him along to involve him as well, ensuring he can pull old Li into this too. We can't be the only ones working while he enjoys himself. Once his son is involved, I wonder if he'll still spout nonsense about feudal superstitions. Chapter 41. Feigning injury? Who can't? Inside a dilapidated earthen house, Li Yishou shook his throbbing head, only to feel a sharper pain in return. Once he regained his composure, he fully opened his bleary eyes to survey his surroundings. The antiquated earthen structure was surrounded by overgrown grass up to his knees, and a beam of light streamed through the crumbling roof, illuminating his face. Wasn't I drinking? How did I end up here? At that moment, he attempted to rise, only to discover that his hands and feet were bound. He was bewildered, realizing that at some point, he had been restrained. Li Yishou abruptly awakened from his stupor. What on earth? Why am I tied up? Someone help. I am but a poor wretch, without wealth. I beseech you, kind sir, let me go. Amidst his frantic cries, an elderly man entered the room. Uncle Wang. Li Yishou exclaimed with delight. Uncle Wang, I've been kidnapped. I am the one who bound you. The expression of joy on Li Yishou's face froze instantly, and he cautiously inquired. Are you aware of that incident when I set off firecrackers while you were in the restroom? Uncle Wang's murky eyes widened in astonishment. It was you, you rascal. Who caused me such a predicament? Not that incident. Could it be the rumor I spread to Aunt Wang about you peeping at Widow Wu while she bathed, resulting in you getting beaten half to death and made to sleep on the floor for 2 months? Uncle Wang's waxen, wrinkled face resembled a sun-dried date at that moment. Is there anything I am unaware of? Uncle Wang seethed, enunciating each word with palpable venom. Observing the man's demeanor, Li Yishou sensed that he seemed oblivious to both matters. Having inadvertently revealed this, he felt as though his demise were imminent. In the next life, I must be more cautious, speak less, and think more. If you choose silence, then wait as I fetch something. Uncle Wang turned and exited the room, heading toward a storage area filled with various cured meats and trinkets. Selecting an axe, he strode back outside. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals in that room were perplexed. Wasn't old Wang watching Li Yishou? Indeed, what does he intend to do with that axe? After a brief silence, the 2 immediately dashed outside, intercepting old Wang as he approached the door. Do not stop me. I intend to slay this little scoundrel. Old Wang, we agreed not to harm anyone from the village. Moreover, at your age, why take offense like a child? This scoundrel blew me up with firecrackers. Children are prone to such antics. It is normal for them to play with firecrackers. I was in the latrine when he showered me with filth. How many years have passed since that incident? Let bygones be bygones. He also spread falsehoods about me peeping at Widow Wu while she bathed, Uncle Wang retorted angrily. But the boy did not lie. Did you not peek? Have I done such a thing? Uncle Wang halted his actions upon hearing this. Didn't you mention it while drinking with us? You claimed that as you passed by someone's courtyard, you happened to see them bathing, and through a crack in the wall, you and Old Li stole a glance, asserting you saw nothing clearly. Old Wang lowered the axe he held. So, I was indeed unjustly punished by my wife. As for your memory, let it be. I came to see you because this young man is to be recruited into our fold. Old Wang contemplated and chose not to argue further, realizing that recruitment was no easy task. Additionally, it was a rule they had established. Outsiders could be dealt with, but villagers were to be spared. Because everything they do is for the village. Old Qian, take care of yourself. This lad is infuriating. Old Wang and another elder departed. Old Qian entered the house, observing the terror-stricken expression on Li Yishou's face. Rest assured, we, the uncles and elders, won't harm you. But since you have stumbled upon certain matters, you must now be involved. Initially, I did not wish to involve the youth so early. You young ones lack reverence for certain things and are often impervious to wise words. However, it is for the best now. You may take the lead. Uncle, what do you wish for me to do? Offer a sacrifice. Li Yishou recalled the bones they had unearthed earlier. Is this sacrifice a human? Old Qian smiled. You're not foolish, my boy. When mealtime approaches, we will provide you with food. For minor matters, resolve them on your own. We've prepared diapers for you. Should you need to relieve yourself, do so loudly. With that, the uncle exited. Not long after Old Qian departed, a figure emerged from a large hole in the dilapidated wall against which Li Yishou was leaning. Xiao Musheng covered the other's mouth and gestured for silence. Brother, quickly untie me and let me out. They want me to kill. Li Yishou spoke with a trembling voice. It's not possible to rescue you now. I plan to apprehend them during the autumn festival. If we leave now, we risk alerting them, and they may come for your family. But killing is illegal. I do not wish to kill. Li Yishou knew he could not undertake such an act. Do not worry. I will not allow your hands to be stained with blood. Trust me. If I could find this place, I will rescue you before it is too late. After contemplating for a long while, Li Yishou nodded heavily. All right. Xiao Musheng patted his shoulder. A true man. Then he crawled back through the same hole from which he had entered. In another relatively intact, dilapidated house, 3 elders gathered, Old Wang, Zhou Fu, and the elder who had brought Old Wang back. The elder initiated the discussion. Li Yishou is bound. What shall we do about the friend he brought? Old Wang pondered and, with a calm demeanor, proposed a rather cruel suggestion. Why not bind him as well? To serve as a sacrificial companion? One person has disappeared from our village, and now a second one arrives. Do you think that explanation suffices? Zhou Fu countered. Then what should we do? Old Wang inquired, puzzled. You should create a scene, making it impossible for him to remain in the village. Bullying the elderly or villagers will turn everyone against him. Anyone daring to linger near the village will be pelted with stones. This approach will greatly alleviate our troubles. Of course, if he continues to cause issues, he will have already been expelled from the village. His disappearance will then no longer concern the villagers. They want to extort me, are you certain? Yes, that is precisely what they said. They wish to drive you out of the village. Xiao Qian nodded. Who wouldn't? Let's broaden the horizons of the villagers, Xiao Musheng remarked with a mischievous grin. Chapter 42. The Unexpected Encounter. So have you found him? Not yet. When I visited his childhood friend's house, I was told that he might have left on his own after drinking too much. Xiao Musheng could only provide this vague response for the time being. Where could that fellow have run off to? Could it be that he has gone to the county to revel with his old companions? Uncle Li pondered, stroking his chin. He was not overly concerned about his son's disappearance. After all, it wasn't the first time. The longest absence lasted 6 or 7 years, yet he returned safe and sound. You should hurry inside and have your meal. You haven't eaten lunch, so you're probably quite hungry now. Xiao Musheng observed Uncle Li, who showed no inclination to pursue further inquiries. He couldn't help but admire the father's unwavering confidence in his son's safety. The speech Xiao Musheng had prepared suddenly felt unnecessary. Following Uncle Li into the house, they began their meal. Just as they were halfway through, the sound of an announcement echoed through the village. Attention all residents. Please send one representative to the village square this afternoon for the announcement of this year's autumn festival details. Hearing this, Uncle Li chuckled. If he had heard this broadcast 6 or 7 years ago, he would have likely expressed his grievances. However, now everyone was eager to partake in the festivities. for the autumn festival signified another bountiful harvest, bringing with it a substantial income. Xiao Mu, why not join me to take a look? Xiao Mushing nodded. Perfect. I am quite curious about your autumn festival. Let's go see. Upon arriving at the village square, they found a scattering of people already gathered. Uncle Li encountered a familiar fellow villager, engaging in conversation, while Xiao Mushing wandered about alone. Suddenly, a swift shadow collided with him, knocking him to the ground. As the figure came into view, it was none other than Old Wang. Ouch! You little rascal, why the deliberate? However, his words were cut short as a warm, crimson liquid splattered across his face. Old Wang hurriedly wiped his face, only to find it smeared with blood. As he pulled his hand away, the viscous substance confirmed his fears. Without hesitation, he recognized the source. Looking up towards the direction from which the blood had sprayed, he saw Xiao Mu's, however. He did not anticipate that the young man was so frail that a mere collision would cause him to cough up blood. He had seen such scenes in television dramas, where such injuries typically indicated internal damage, affecting the vital organs. He never imagined it would be this severe. He had participated in the autumn festival and had taken lives. Yet now, the circumstances were different. This incident unfolded before the eyes of many, and while he had once been seen as one of them, he now felt like an outcast. Everyone step aside. I must take him to the hospital. The village chief shouted, lifting Xiao Mushing, but nearly stumbled as he rose. The village chief silently lamented, my body is failing me. He then rushed to his vehicle and drove away from the village. Meanwhile, the surrounding villagers began to murmur among themselves. How could this young man be so grievously injured? City dwellers, who spend their days in offices and eat takeout, are in worse shape than the elderly in our village? What is Old Wang thinking? Did he intentionally collide with the young man? Perhaps he simply took a disliking to him? Don't forget, he has a history of being a drunkard and has often acted irresponsibly. Lying on the ground, Old Wang heard the villagers' discussions and felt their scrutinizing gazes. He had believed that their actions were for the good of the village, and they had agreed to support him in driving that young man away. How had he become the villain instead? Had he known the young man was so fragile, he would have never resorted to such measures. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, attempting to defuse the tension. Everyone, please disperse. Get back to your business. We can discuss this further when the village chief arrives, said Zhou Fu. Gradually, the crowd began to disperse, though the chatter continued unabated. Once the crowd had thinned, Zhou Fu approached Old Wang. What have you done? I told you to stage a scene, not to injure him fatally. Zhou Fu genuinely questioned whether Old Wang's reckless act could have resulted in a fatality. We don't want the police getting involved. If someone dies, they will surely investigate. Although they had previously been involved in fatal incidents, they had never done so in front of such a large audience. Old Wang, feeling dazed, replied, I don't know. I barely used any force. I just bumped into him. How was I to know it would make him cough up blood? Coughing up blood? I suspect you may have damaged his internal organs. Otherwise, how could he bleed so profusely and faint? What do we do now? What can we do? We wait for the village chief to return and see what he says. At least the autumn festival is still on track. It's just the aftermath that might be troublesome, Zhou Fu said, slightly exasperated. Their autumn festival was not scheduled at the same time as that of the village. Theirs was set for a couple of days earlier. Xiao Musheng, lying in the back seat, rubbed his head. Lu Jiansheng was initially skeptical. After all, the two had only exchanged glances that morning, and yet the other party had swiftly identified a portion of their number. However, he now believed it. Standing in the center of the square, he deliberately focused on those individuals. When Lao Wang took action, these people had all directed their attention towards Xiao Musheng. What should be done next? To continue the investigation in the village. Given the current situation, their actions could proceed with greater assurance, allowing me to uncover more evidence and expose the remaining individuals. I cannot fathom why, despite the village's newfound prosperity, they persist in such deeds. It is because they believe the village's wealth is a direct result of their actions. Xiao Musheng coldly remarked that in the old Yangyun village, he had witnessed and heard many things. An ancient tome, along with the villagers' beliefs. Chapter 43. The Autumn Festival. Tomorrow night, an ancient manuscript detailing archaic sacrificial methods was revered by these villagers as divine revelation. Xiao Musheng discovered this manuscript in a dilapidated house. He took out his phone and photographed the contents of the tome. Now, he presented his phone to village Chief Lu. Chief Lu perused the images in the album. The heads of pigs, cattle, and sheep were depicted. However, these were not the primary offerings. The skins of the heads were to be removed, along with the ears and snouts of the pigs and the horns of the sheep and cattle. These parts would be reassembled into a headdress, which would then be placed upon the offering's head. The limbs would be severed, the blood collected, and the internal organs extracted. The sacrificial group would partake in a blood ritual. After the offering, the village would become the vessel, with the limbs buried in the 4 cardinal directions to stabilize the area and summon the 3 stars of wealth, prosperity, and longevity. The organs, representative of the 5 elements, would be interred in locations corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, ensuring the perpetuity of wealth. The skull and torso would be dismantled, serving as sacrificial vessels for future rites, thus ensuring continuous blessings and abundant incense offerings. With each page that Chief Lu turned, his grip tightened involuntarily, fury roiling within him. Zhou Fu's claims of assistance and strong support were nothing but a facade. How long had they been perpetrating these? All the villagers in the village had succumbed to darkness, igniting bonfires in the square where he once held the autumn festival, and dismembering an innocent soul while exulting in frenzy. Their cheers echoed, a cacophony of glee. Yet one fateful day, as bullets whistled through the air, the village of Yangyun transformed into a desolate wasteland, reminiscent of the old Yangyun nestled among the mountains. Gazing into the rearview mirror, Lu Jiansheng confronted the reflection of his inner self, a moment that solidified a resolute determination within him. Do not take extremes. Your time is limited. Arrange your affairs and leave the rest to me. I am a person who gets things done for a price. I know exactly how to navigate certain matters. I assure you, my assistance will be nothing short of professional. A calm voice interrupted his spiraling thoughts. I once encountered 11 armed poachers with my teammates. Ultimately, only 3 survived, 1 barely clinging to life. Another time, I faced 2 gun-wielding psychopaths. 1 sustained minor injuries, while the other perished, yet I emerged unscathed. Your words suggest you are a killer, remarked the village chief, adopting a tone that seemed to flirt with jest. Do not misinterpret. I am merely an ordinary bounty hunter, resolving troubles for a fee, Xiao Mushing replied, donning the courteous smile of a receptionist. The following day, Zhou Fu observed the road at the village entrance, noting the absence of the village chief's return. Memories of the previous day's events began to replay in his mind. He initially contemplated what would transpire if the chief did not survive. However, as he contemplated, an unsettling feeling began to surface. Why was the chief alone? The autumn festival was scheduled for the following night. After a moment's thought, Zhou Fu retrieved his phone and scrolled through his contacts to locate the chief's number. Just as he was about to dial, he hesitated and opted for a chat application instead, initiating a video call. The first attempt failed to connect, inducing a sense of urgency within him as he anxiously tapped his fingers on the table. After a brief pause, he tried once more. This time, the video call finally connected, albeit with a shaky and noisy image. Who has done this to my son? Who? I demand justice, cried a middle-aged woman's voice. Suddenly, the phone was cast aside, and through the trembling screen, Zhou Fu glimpsed a stark white environment surrounding the scene, accompanied by a cacophony of distressing sounds. Please refrain from causing a ruckus outside the operating room, urged a young girl's voice. I will not rest until I settle matters with your villagers. My son left in good health, only to return in this state. Prepare for a lawsuit. A calm yet furious voice of a middle-aged man resonated. After a brief uproar, the phone was lifted again, revealing a disheveled and weary Lu village chief. Uncle Zhou, let us discuss this upon my return. I must first resolve the situation here, he stated before abruptly ending the call. Relieved, Zhou Fu felt assured that the upcoming autumn festival would proceed without incident, all within the immersive theme of a script murder mystery venue titled Who Killed My Son. Village Chief Lu transferred 200 yuan to each of the individuals mentioned earlier. Thank you for your trouble. No need for thanks. The staff felt as though they had stumbled upon a great fortune, as they could merely spend a few minutes rehearsing the content of a murder mystery game to earn such a sum effortlessly. Along the way, he parted ways with Xiao Mushing, who returned to the village to continue his discreet investigation. Meanwhile, he journeyed to the city to bring back the police to the village. However, prior to that, to be prudent, he asked Xiao Mushing to scout if there were any murder mystery experience venues or similar theatrical places in the city. He intended to spend a bit of money to have someone rehearse, and if they did not send a video, he would reach out to them. This would reassure some villagers, allowing them to proceed with their so-called autumn festival without concern. At the village chief's residence, Xiao Mushing rose from the chief's bed and rummaged through the house for some food, a packet of instant noodles and a cucumber. The previous night, he had stealthily navigated through the orchard to rest at the village chief's home. However, he still needed to wait until the following evening. At that moment, Xiao Qian burst in excitedly, informing him of those who had not been recorded but had traveled to Old Yangyun village. Xiao Qian did not need to follow the entire way, confirming their direction sufficed. Xiao Mushing listened silently, formulating his own plans. Chapter 44. The Autumn Festival begins that morning. Several elderly men left the village for various reasons. However, shortly after departing, they took a mountain path that circumvented the village, heading toward the rear of it. In Old Yangyun village, Li Yishou's heart raced. When would his brother arrive? The next day marked the beginning, and he neither wished to die nor to kill. In another dilapidated courtyard, foul odors pervaded the air. A disheveled man, gaunt and ragged, lay on the ground. He was a level 3 bounty hunter, known by the ID, Werewolf. A month prior, he had accepted a level 3 mission. Ordinarily, such a task would pose little challenge for him, as it involved investigating unusual occurrences in a village. However, upon his arrival, he was warmly received by the villagers, only to be subsequently drugged and captured. The villagers had laced his food with a sedative, bringing him to this place. They had kept him alive for a month without harming him, not out of mercy, but rather, they were waiting for the opportune moment. That moment was set for the following evening. Faced with such peril, there was no despair in his eyes. Instead, a glimmer of fighting spirit emerged, for a glimmer of hope had already appeared. Time passed, and life remained tranquil, except for Old Wang. Before long, it was the second evening. The villagers' discussions regarding him had not ceased. Everyone was aware of Old Wang's unfortunate predicament. He had collided with a young man from the city, leaving him in such a state. It was said that the man was involved in business, perhaps even in the internet realm. If news of this spread online, Old Wang would not only lose face, but could also be subjected to online harassment, potentially tarnishing the village's reputation. Old Wang could be considered the most discontented individual during this period. He could not comprehend how, despite exerting minimal effort, he had managed to cause such a significant impact on another. Had his strength inexplicably increased? Although such questions lingered in his mind, he remained resolute in his purpose. Clutching a mask, he discreetly ventured out while the streets were relatively deserted. The autumn festival was set to commence that evening, and despite the myriad uncertainties weighing on his heart, he felt compelled to attend. Accompanying him were several others, all residing in remote areas where foot traffic was scarce. Even if someone were to pursue them, they could easily provide cover for one another. After traversing several mountains, they finally arrived at the Old Yangyun village. Old Wang stood atop the peak, gazing down at the village illuminated by flickering flames, lost in reminiscence. The first time he had engaged in such activities was 7 years prior. At that time, they had been impoverished and he had lived under considerable strain. Their home was a humble earthen dwelling. His wife belittled his capabilities, and even his son expressed disdain. Life had been suffocating, and he yearned to prove himself but felt utterly lost. It was then that old Zhou had come to him, inadvertently recounting a tale from long ago about a celestial master who had once resided in Yangyun village. This master had conducted a grand ritual, leading to prosperity, but was ultimately discovered by the villagers for using them in his rites, resulting in his demise. Following that, the village faced a catastrophic earthquake, claiming the lives of many and rendering the land barren for generations. Listening to this account had filled him with indignation and fueled by drink. He had unwittingly agreed to partake in a similar endeavor. Initially, he had trembled with anxiety, yet a twinge of excitement coursed through him. After completing the task, concern over divine retribution crept in, but who could have anticipated that he was not alone? Nearly 10 others had joined him. To his astonishment, the following year the village thrived. Reflecting on this, Old Wang could not help but straighten his posture, crediting their success to the efforts of seasoned individuals like himself. His thoughts then turned to the villagers who had spoken ill of him. How dare they? Would they have enjoyed such fortune were it not for his endeavors? Beside him, an elderly man remarked, "Do not let anger consume you." I once saw a saying in a short video, "Heroes are often unrecognized and misunderstood." Consider General Yu from history. Was he not similarly treated? Upon hearing this, Old Wang's anger dissipated instantly, and he lifted his head with renewed pride. He resolved not to dwell on their criticisms any longer. Come, let us not delay. In the heart of Old Yangyun village, a bonfire blazed, surrounded by a crowd. Nearby lay a sack filled with mysterious items and a bound werewolf, alongside Li Xiao, who was masked and restrained by a group of individuals. Zhou Fu, donning a freshly crafted mask, stood at the center, addressing the assembly. Today marks our 8th autumn festival, yet this occasion differs markedly from those of the past. As Xiao will join us. This is a momentous occasion, for it signifies our gradual inclusion of others from the village, allowing them to partake in this prosperous celebration. Simultaneously, it implies that we can entrust the rituals of our autumn festival to the younger generation. Amidst the crowd, Old Wang rubbed his stomach. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an urgent need to relieve himself on the way here, a sensation that now intensified. Moreover, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, a telling sign of advancing age. Beside him, an elderly gentleman, adorned with a mask, yawned, only to realize he was still wearing it. Such peculiarities were not limited to the two of them. Zhou Fu soon discerned that others appeared similarly out of sorts. He pondered to himself, it seems everyone is truly aging and cannot endure such exertion any longer. Without further ado, I shall relinquish the opportunity to the youth. Xiao, it is now your turn, you promised me. With that, two individuals loosened the bonds binding Li Xiao, while Zhou Fu handed him a knife, subsequently pushing him forward. Eliminate that outsider. With Zhou Fu's commanding shout, a chorus of voices erupted around them. Eliminate that outsider. Eliminate that outsider. The shouts crescendoed, their murky eyes glinting with a predatory gleam, some even straining their voices to the breaking point. Old Wang felt his own voice growing louder, his control slipping. Li Xiao approached the werewolf, lifting him from the ground, and with a deft motion of the knife, he silently severed the last of the ropes. He raised the knife and, in a hoarse voice, inquired, "Before I act, does anyone else wish to voice their sentiments?" Zhou Fu sensed something amiss in that tone. Meanwhile, others, oblivious to the tension, fervently urged, "Hurry up. The uncles and elders are watching. Don't hesitate. Xiao, be a man and drive that knife in." With such clamorous encouragement echoing around him, not a soul stepped forward to intervene. Reassured, Li Xiao swung the knife down fiercely, severing the final bindings on the werewolf. As the mask fell away, the visage of Xiao Mushing emerged. Chapter 45. Let them quickly bear another, it's you. Zhou Fu exclaimed sharply. How can you be here? Were you not sent to the hospital by my hand? Old Wang, too, stepped forward, only to realize instantly that he had been deceived. The werewolf seized a nearby sack and, without a word, sprinted away. Someone attempted to pursue, only to be felled by a single punch from Xiao Mushing. Zhou Fu glared at Xiao Mushing, who stood defiantly in their path, a sinister smile creeping across his face. You think one person can block our dozen? You are courting death. Xiao Mushing merely smiled faintly. Do you not feel the urge to sleep or relieve yourselves now? The sensations that he had previously managed to suppress were set into motion by a single utterance from Xiao Mushing. What have you done? A voice questioned from the crowd, barely containing its urgency. I added a minuscule amount of a synthetic powder containing both sedatives and laxatives to your meals. This was indeed the truth. He had only added a trace, for otherwise, these individuals would scarcely have made it this far. At that moment, the countenances of all the elderly men present shifted dramatically. Each one had been dining in their own homes. How had this rogue accomplished such a feat? Old Wang, incensed, erupted in fury. No wonder I couldn't hold it in. It was you. You wretched scoundrel. Accompanied by his tirade, some individuals brandished knives and bricks and charged forward. They needed to eliminate this man before the effects of the drugs fully manifested, as well as capture Li Xiao and the person fleeing with the child. The first assailant, wielding a knife, was met with a gruesome spray of blood, his neck erupting like a fountain, unable to be staunched. Xiao Mushing delivered a kick, sending the bloodied torrent into the advancing throng, thereby scattering their ranks. He could not be blamed for the ensuing chaos. But the armed assailants were determined to end his life. As each attacker fell, the effects of the drugs began to take their toll on the remaining crowd, sapping their strength. Zhou Fu seized Old Wang's arm. Come, let us retrieve that item. Xiao Mushing trembled not from fear, but from exhilaration. Simultaneously, an ancient voice, accompanied by memories of his childhood training in martial arts, echoed in his mind. If you had been born in the era of ancient warfare, you might have risen to the rank of general. Alas, those days are gone. Now, firearms reign supreme. Just as Xiao Mushing was engaged in combat, the onlookers suddenly scattered, retreating toward the opposite side. In his moment of confusion, He witnessed a vaguely familiar scene, though this time the opening was large enough to accommodate his head. A few elderly men had brought forth an antiquated cannon aimed directly at him. Xiao Mushing glanced at the petite figure of Xiao Qian, who lingered beside him. Why didn't you mention the cannon? What is a cannon? Xiao Qian inquired innocently, resting her chin on her hand, her expression both adorable and naive. Realization struck Xiao Mushing. She was merely 8 years old. What could she possibly know? Yet there was no time for questions. He swiftly darted into a nearby building. Zhou Fu, manipulating the century-old relic, revealed a toothy grin. In this day and age, what good is strength? A dilapidated structure over 100 years old cannot withstand cannon fire. The fuse was already burning down, and in Zhou Fu's eyes, a gleam of triumph emerged. Boom! The cannon exploded into fragments, the surrounding walls collapsing entirely, sending those nearest to the blast hurtling through the air. Xiao Mushing, sheltered in a corner, narrowly avoided being struck by the falling debris. Rising amidst the swirling dust, he observed that, to avoid collateral damage, everyone had taken refuge behind the cannon, and thus, without exception, they all suffered the consequences. Only a few groans of agony could be heard. Others remain oblivious to their fate. Xiao Mushing initially believed he possessed sufficient courage, only to discover that these elders surpassed him in valor. They dared to utilize ancient relics, long untouched and untested, without a hint of caution. Such ruthlessness! They seemed intent on achieving a mutual destruction with him. At this moment, Xiao Qian grasped the true purpose of the improvised cannon. It was no wonder that Xiao Mushing displayed such alarm upon encountering it. Although their intent was not to perish alongside him, they aimed to obliterate him with this faulty device, which ultimately led to their own demise. Xiao Qian mused, "Will I be mocked by angels upon my arrival in heaven?" She suddenly felt that dying at the hands of such individuals would be a disgrace. Xiao Mushing understood the implication behind her words. That is unlikely, after all. Your death would not stem from your own folly, but rather from the ignorance of others. Moreover, as a citizen of Longhua, you would not ascend to heaven, but rather descend to the underworld. Then, brother, can you accompany me there? Xiao Qian gazed at Xiao Mushing with hopeful eyes. That is not feasible. I can assist you in avenging your demise, locating your remains, and returning you to your parents, but I cannot fulfill this particular request, he replied. After enduring over 20 years of hardship, I have finally accumulated some modest wealth. My blissful life has yet to commence, and I have no desire to depart prematurely. Xiao Mushing dared not consent to her request. Should he agree, it might inadvertently awaken some peculiar power within her that would drag him along. He envisioned himself standing before the king of hell, who would question, "Your lifespan is not yet complete. What brings you here?" How could he explain? "This little girl requested my escort, and I obliged." The king of hell would likely hurl the ledger of life and death at him, cursing him for adding to his workload after having lived so long. Must I embark on this journey alone? Xiao Qian prodded her fingers, appearing somewhat forlorn. Not necessarily. Perhaps someone will come to escort you, he suggested. Do you know them? Xiao Qian's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. I cannot claim acquaintance. Such knowledge is reserved for those who have passed, he replied. I see, she said, observing the surrounding flames. The last time she had witnessed such destruction, despair had enveloped her, yet now, she felt a sense of liberation and relief. Once you encounter your parents, is there anything you wish for me to convey? They cannot hear your words. Will I be able to be their child in my next life? Xiao Qian inquired suddenly. Why do you ask this? Because I am their only child. If I am no longer here, they will be heartbroken, akin to losing a treasured toy. However, one cannot remain in sorrow eternally. I shall acquire new toys, and perhaps my parents will have another child. Yet, this might lead them to forget me, and contemplating that brings me sorrow. Nevertheless, one cannot be so selfish. Thus, I ponder, if they were to have another child, could it perhaps be me again? The odds are quite favorable. Considering the current low birth rate in Longhua, if they were to decide soon, it is quite possible. Really, then you must tell them this, urging them to hasten and have another child. Xiao Mushing pointed at himself. He asked a pair of parents, who had just learned of their child's tragic demise, whether it would be appropriate for them to hastily conceive another child. Chapter 46. The distinction between hypocrisy and vanity. A sudden, thunderous explosion reverberated through Yongyun village, awakening its inhabitants. Some residents rose to open their second-floor windows and switch on their lights, only to behold a line of black police vehicles adorned with the character for military, along with officers patrolling the village, assault rifles in hand. Upon witnessing this spectacle, those who had opened their windows quietly shut them once more. Their fear was not of the officers themselves, but rather of the formidable presence they were preparing to confront. The earlier deafening noise echoed in their minds. It could not merely have been thunder. At that moment, whispers began to circulate among the villagers. Could it be that terrorists had arrived in our village? What would terrorists want with us? To steal the Orange King? It is known that our oranges fetch $2,000 abroad. These foreigners are terribly barbaric. Can business not be negotiated without resorting to violence? Given the current economic climate, with reports of widespread upheaval in the city, perhaps they thought to resort to theft due to fierce competition. Such rudeness from foreigners is unacceptable. Such discussions were not sparse. And soon some villagers noticed that their elderly relatives had gone missing. New suspicions arose, as the elderly, having lived through hardship, often clung tightly to their possessions. Surely, they wouldn't dare to seek out the terrorists and confront them, would they? Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, in a forsaken village, flames roared as corpses lay strewn across the ground. A solitary figure sat against a crumbling wall, the firelight dancing across half of his face. Lu Jianqing, Li Xiao, the werewolf who had fled with a child, along with several police officers, stood in stunned silence at the scene before them. The cultists engaged in their terror rituals had dwindled to a few groaning remnants. Village Chief Lu swallowed hard, astonished at the extent of the destruction wrought by their adversaries. He stepped forward, looking up at Xiao Mushing, his throat dry. After moistening his mouth, he spoke. How could it come to this? I provided cover for that fellow to escape with the child, and when they found themselves outmatched, they resorted to artillery that must have been decades old. The result is this devastation. The others exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation despite the lack of intricate details. The presence of merciless cultists and such hazardous weaponry posed a grave threat. Had anyone else been in his place, survival would have been improbable. The werewolf gazed at him with newfound admiration, realizing this was the bounty hunter he aspired to be, calm and detached, surveying the world with an iron will. After the initial shock, swift action ensued, with those capable of assisting launching into emergency rescue efforts. They had protocols to follow, taking statements, conducting trials, and facing either imprisonment or execution. Meanwhile, others began to gather evidence, uncovering a plethora of artifacts crafted from human bones. 2 skulls were intricately fused together, forming a drum crafted from human skin. A mallet fashioned from the bones of an adult hand lay beside it, accompanied by bone bells made from finger and cranial bones, as well as bone flags and various other decorative artifacts made from human remains. Each of these items bore witness to the heinous acts committed by this group of people. The rescue operation and evidence collection extended into the early hours of the following day. Gradually, the villagers became aware of the events that had transpired. Some were overwhelmed with despair, others were perplexed, while a few expressed their anger. And a small portion even reveled in the notion of being liberated from the burden of caring for certain elderly individuals. The myriad of human emotions was on full display at that moment. As Xiao Mushing accompanied the officer past the scene, Xiaoqian observed the diverse expressions among the crowd. Why do some weep in anger, while I perceive a hint of joy in their demeanor? Children often possess an uncanny ability to sense the truth, yet they struggle to articulate their feelings. Some individuals are indeed hypocritical, acutely aware of their dark thoughts that clash with societal moral standards, feigning sorrow while their eyes betray a glimmer of delight. Ah, so this is why you clamber onto the wall to appear impressive. No, what I exhibit is vanity, not hypocrisy. One pertains to a psychological state, the other to outward behavior. Could you elucidate the distinction in a manner I can comprehend? It simply means I am slightly superior to them. Xiaoqian raised her head, adopting a learned expression. 3 pairs of eyes swept over Xiao Mushing with scrutiny. Village Chief Lu interjected. Did you leave home without your medication? It was confirmed at the police station that Xiao Mushing had a mental illness, specifically schizophrenia. He had resolved 2 cases, both of which became exemplary instances, and his profile circulated within the department. For instance, his diagnosis of mental illness was well known. Xiao Mushing replied, I felt that taking it might impair my intellect, so I refrained. Sometimes, it's wise to heed medical advice. You should take it, Village Chief Lu advised earnestly, as he too was a patient and understood the importance of listening to doctors. Schizophrenia cannot be cured but can be stabilized, and at present, his condition was quite stable, rendering medication unnecessary. Stable? Then with whom were you just conversing? My definition of stability means not causing harm or disruption to those around me. From that perspective, am I not quite stable? Lu Jianxing narrowed his eyes, noting that the other had added the stipulation of normal individuals nearby. The status of the abnormal was uncertain. However, he chose not to comment further, considering the outcome to be favorable. There had been no significant uproar, and no harm had befallen the other villagers. The children and the young men who had been abducted were unharmed. He had eradicated the village's greatest threat, and in that moment, a considerable weight was lifted from his shoulders. He finally felt the warm, light sensation of sunlight upon him, just as he felt himself becoming lightheaded and swaying backward. A hand steadied him. And you? I sense you haven't taken your medication, Xiao Mushing quipped irritably. Lu Jianxing merely smiled nonchalantly. After recording his statement at the police station, Xiao Mushing accompanied Lu Jianxing back to the village. As the remains had not been entirely uncovered, he had come to assist with the task. Upon reaching the village entrance, they noticed several unfamiliar vehicles and heard a cacophony of wails. Lu Jianxing understood that the families of the victims had arrived. It was time for him to confront the situation. However, out of the corner of his eye, he observed that Xiao Mushing appeared somewhat hesitant. Why are you still so reticent? Xiao Qian exclaimed, bouncing beside him. My parents are here. I saw them. Hurry inside and tell them to have another child. Go on. Xiao Mushing replied. How can one articulate such matters? Upon hearing the village chief's inquiry, he suddenly retorted. Do you have a way to suggest to those parents that they should have another? Lu Jianxing fell silent for a moment. If you want to see me get beaten, just say so. Chapter 47. There are others who bear guilt. A pair of parents wept over a pile of skeletal remains. The bones were not entirely intact. Some skulls had been ground down, while others had been disassembled from a two-sided drum, much like that of Xiao Qian's skull. Before these grieving parents, a pair of sneakers suddenly appeared. Initially, they paid little mind, assuming they were merely from the passing crowd. However, they soon realized the sneakers had come to a halt before them, showing no sign of moving. They lifted their heads to find a young man standing there, holding a phone displaying a diagnostic report. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Mushing, the middle-aged man spoke. We're not interested in insurance, thank you. That's not what I meant. I am a bounty hunter. The bounty was submitted alongside the task when I posted it to the forum, and upon completion, it will automatically be transferred to your account. This is a rule of the Bounty Hunter Forum to prevent individuals from frivolously posting tasks without the means to pay. Typically, one must provide funds in advance to post a bounty. Once the task is completed, the bounty is given to the hunter, and the poster can withdraw the task, with the funds being returned to the original source. However, that is not my primary point, the man continued, a flicker of confusion passing through his bloodshot eyes. What is your purpose? Essentially, I possess a diagnostic report from a psychiatric hospital that states I have schizophrenia, but I do not concur. I merely see things that others cannot. Presently, I can perceive an 8-year-old girl who has a message she wishes to convey to both of you. Rest assured, this process will incur no fees. It is merely an additional assistance. Xiao Mushing's tone exuded patience, yet the young child beside him could hardly contain her impatience. Upon hearing his words, the couple exchanged glances. Amidst their sorrow, they discerned a shared inclination to explore this further. What does Xiao Qian wish to tell us? She mentioned that since her death was unjust, the individuals responsible for her demise must face their due punishment before she can be reborn, implying that she currently lingers nearby. The couple felt an unsettling sensation, akin to encountering a charlatan. Now, dear friends, take this opportunity to return and strive diligently once more. There is a possibility that she may yet return to your home. The couple's expressions transformed from confusion to incredulity, then to astonishment, ultimately culminating in a dawning realization. At this juncture, Xiao Mushing observed the contemplating couple and turned to Xiao Qian, inquiring, by the way, in your next life, would you prefer to be a boy or a girl? Can I choose? Xiao Qian replied, a hint of shock in her voice. I am still young. Do not deceive me. It appears you do not have that choice, Xiao Mushing acknowledged, realizing that such decisions rest with one as parents. Does this mean there is a certain probability I might be a boy in my next life? It can only be said that there exists a possibility. Then does that imply I could also roam about in summer without clothing? Which bold individual dares to run around unclothed in summer? Xiao Mushing mused, eager to meet such a daring soul. The middle-aged woman regarded Xiao Mushing, who seemed to be conversing with the air beside him. May I speak with her? Speak freely. She can hear you, but what she says, you cannot hear. I can relay it. Thank you. Qian, are you well? Do you harbor resentment towards your mother for not protecting you? Is it her fault? The woman, having said but a few words, was already overwhelmed with tears. The man reached out, enveloping his wife in a silent embrace of comfort. Since their child went missing, the wife had been engulfed in guilt, even contemplating the consumption of sleeping pills to end her life. She does not blame you. It was those wicked individuals who were too swift. She just momentarily let go of her mother's hand. Indeed, too swift. It could be stated that they had long been fixated on Xiao. In the blink of an eye, in less than 10 seconds, two burly men covered her mouth and whisked her away into a van, which then sped off. Such a swift sequence of events, and not just an 8-year-old girl, even an adult woman might not have had time to react. Xiaoqian's mother had done her utmost. Yet who could have anticipated that a mere turn of the head, a fleeting moment out of sight, would lead to her child's disappearance? The child's understanding words pierced the heart of the mother like a sharp dagger, and her uncontrollable tears seemed to whisper, "What a considerate child! How could I have lost her?" Seeing her mother weep so heart-wrenchingly, Xiao felt a surge of panic. She had assumed her words would bring comfort. Yet they only deepened her mother's sorrow. Rushing forward, she enveloped her mother in an embrace. "Mom, please do not cry anymore." Xiao Mushing, witnessing this poignant scene, softly remarked. "She has run into your arms, hoping you would cease your tears." Upon hearing this, the woman embraced her child in spirit, as if she could feel her daughter's presence. The man, too, opened his arms wide, and for a fleeting moment, the family was reunited. After this, Xiao Mushing chose not to intrude further, redirecting his attention elsewhere, and noticed a nearby officer discreetly retracting the handcuffs from his waist, simultaneously averting his gaze. Xiao Mushing realized that if his subsequent words were related to money, especially if he were to suggest that the parents send funds, there was a strong possibility that they would come and apprehend him. Indeed, there exist fraudsters who prey on vulnerable individuals, such as solitary elderly people or those who have lost their children, using their family members' information as bait to ensnare them. These individuals often fall victim to such schemes, as they harbor a glimmer of hope. Even when aware that there is a 99 chance of deceit, they are willing to gamble on that one. After contemplating all of this, Xiao Mushing felt a sense of relief. He sat beside the flower bed where the village chief currently resided. "You truly are remarkable. You can utter such words." Xiao Mushing remained silent and merely retrieved 2 candies from his pocket. "Would you like one?" Lu Jianxing accepted the candy. "I never expected you to enjoy this. Life is already bitter. Indulging in a little sweetness is hardly excessive." Lu Jianxing tore open the wrapper and placed the candy in his mouth. "Not as sweet as the oranges I grow." After uttering this, he inquired further, "Can you truly see? If you believe, then I can indeed see. As for the future, my abilities are rather random, and thus far, I have only witnessed the souls of those who met untimely ends. Unless you are killed before succumbing to illness, I might have a chance to see you." "That's preposterous. Don't those with the yin-yang eyes see everything? Why do you have so many conditions?" "I am not one of those with yin-yang eyes. You have misunderstood my teachings. Although I have a mentor, they did not instruct me in such matters. Consider it a sort of innate talent. Isn't that akin to being delusional?" Just as Xiao Mushing was about to argue further, he reconsidered. After all, the other party had not even been involved for half a year. "What are your plans for the other matters? Although the parents are grieving, what happens after the tears are shed? This incident was perpetrated by people from the village, and the anguish of losing a child will inevitably cloud the judgment of some. As for the 4 participants who survived, they remain in the intensive care unit of the hospital." The village chief's face reflected deep concern. As the leader, even if he was not directly involved, he bore an inescapable responsibility. "I can only do my utmost. I have an idea. You could post a bounty on the Bounty Hunter forum. I can help alleviate some of the pressure. I can transfer the funds directly to you, saving on posting fees. Posting a bounty on the forum requires not only the reward, but also a fee for the listing. But first, you must tell me what your plan is. Do you believe that only those who participated in the ritual are guilty?" "What do you mean?" "The individuals who brought these children to this village." Lu Jianxing exclaimed in surprise. "Human traffickers. Do you have a way to locate them?" Chapter 48. Leaving the village if all goes as expected. "They have likely succeeded by now." Xiao Mushing smiled confidently. In Sheikh County, within a small courtyard on the outskirts of the county town, 3 men were drinking, constantly needing to hide and evade capture. Yet, in this particular county, they find a semblance of tranquility. Here, they have their loyal buyers, and for several years, nothing untoward has transpired. Thus, this place serves as a temporary refuge for them. In another room, two children are bound by iron collars around their necks, each connected to a chain tethered to a nearby pillar. Regrettably, only one was sold this time. Yet, there is no need for lamentation. It is a rarity to find such stable buyers domestically, and their monetary compensation is substantial. After this exchange, the man seized a glass and took a hearty gulp. Satisfying. Once these two are sold, I shall indulge myself in the city. As he uttered these words, a lewd chuckle escaped him. The other two, understanding the implication, joined in laughter, aware of the unspeakable delights he referred to. Upon hearing the raucous laughter from outside, the two children huddled closer together, curling up in fear, trembling incessantly. They refrained from crying out or shouting. The scars upon their bodies felt the chilling breeze, bringing forth a pang of pain. This discomfort served as a grim reminder of the horrors that awaited should they dare to express their anguish. Suddenly, the laughter ceased abruptly, akin to a television abruptly switching off. The door was kicked open. "Freeze! Do not move," a robust and justice-filled voice commanded. "Police! Quick!" The sound of a table being overturned, frantic footsteps, and the thud of bodies hitting the ground followed. Then, a flurry of swift yet orderly footsteps echoed. The door swung open, illuminating the dimly lit room. The two children gazed towards the entrance, where reassuring uniforms appeared. The emotions that had been suppressed finally erupted, and the children wept. This time, they would not face blows. They could freely express their fear and sorrow. The chains were shattered, the collars released, and they lay in the embrace of safety. At that moment, a call reached the village officer, who then relayed the news to the parents weeping before the skeletal remains of their children. Upon receiving this information, the parents' spirits lifted, finding an outlet for their emotions. Some even filled with impatience. Others seethed with rage. Observing the scene, Lu Jianxing approached an officer. "What has transpired?" "They've captured the traffickers." Lu Jianxing turned in astonishment. "How did you manage that?" Just as Xiao Mushing was about to speak, the call came through. "I contributed a bit, though not significantly. Through prior surveillance, I did uncover some clues, but they were insufficient to pinpoint the trafficker's location. Both parties maintained a commendable level of secrecy. However, with the apprehension of these individuals, certain evidence fell into the police's hands, coupled with the leads I provided. Within days, the police had identified their location. Upon my return, I noticed personnel changes within the precinct, which led me to surmise some developments." Lu Jianxing opened his mouth, then merely smiled and sighed. Compared to those individuals, barely clinging to life in the intensive care unit, the capture of these few culprits provided the parents with an avenue for their pent-up emotions. The burden on Lu Jianxing's shoulders had considerably lightened. At that moment, a small figure darted in front of Xiao Mushing, her form becoming increasingly ethereal and faint. "Please tell Mom and Dad something for me." Meanwhile, the couple stood before an empty space, lamenting the fate that awaited those who had been apprehended. Xiao Mushing followed her to the couple. She conveyed that she understood and was preparing to leave, urging them to return and strive to catch up with her. All right, the couple repeatedly affirmed. Little Qian leaned closer to Xiao Mushing's ear. "I want to give my brother a gift, but after much thought, I realized I have nothing to offer. However, everyone says I sing beautifully, so I've decided to give him my voice." Xiao Mushing gazed at the girl, who was on the verge of vanishing. "Are you all right? Why would a tall guy like me, standing at 179 meters, need the voice of a little girl? Brother, if I give you my voice, I won't become mute. How can I explain? It means you can speak using my voice." Little Qian struggled to articulate her thoughts. Her vocabulary was, after all, limited. "I think I understand. So, if I need to, I can mimic your voice to speak?" "Yes, exactly." Little Qian nodded vigorously, her little braids swinging wildly. Xiao Mushing stroked his chin, contemplating the implications. This meant he could engage in online romance scams. He recalled a foolish roommate from university who had been swindled out of 2,000 yuan, of which 500 belonged to him. The thought pained him. Shaking his head, he returned to the present, watching little Qian, now transforming into golden particles and beginning to fade. In a gentle voice, he said, "Then, farewell. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, Mom and Dad." Little Qian's farewells echoed like those of children parting for school. In front of Li Yishou's home, Xiao Mushing remarked, "Uncle Li, there's no need for such formality. My trunk is simply too full." As he spoke, he took a box of oranges from Li Yishou's hands. "Hey, Li Yishou," having received this refusal, was about to set the box down. "This is nothing. If it weren't for you, my son would have gone astray. This is the least I can do. While speaking, he placed a bag of sausages into Xiao Muxing's trunk. After this incident, the father and son had opened up to each other. Xiao decided not to venture out anymore. Instead, he would stay in the village and cultivate oranges with his father, as it proved to be quite profitable. As for the debts he owed, Xiao Muxing no longer needed to assist him in repaying them. His father's bank card would take care of that. Xiao Muxing had just settled into the driver's seat when he called Xiao over to the window. What is it, big brother? If the village head ever becomes unwell, please let me know. I will. Xiao was already aware of the village head's condition. Had it not been for the village, he would not have been driving away at such a young age. On the road, he spotted the village chief waving him goodbye, his complexion notably paler. With a smile, Xiao Muxing bid farewell before departing from the village. After traveling a distance, his phone rang unexpectedly. The caller was Zhou Haihong. Chapter 49. Heizheng again. Xiao Muxing pulled over to the roadside and answered the call. Why the sudden call? Shouldn't you have finished your business by now? To be honest, you really have the worst luck. Some bounty hunters may never encounter firearms in their lifetime, yet you seem to stumble upon them during every mission. How did you know? I don't recall mentioning it to you. The incident in Yanyan village hasn't even made the news yet. It involves human trafficking, and the police are still extracting information from those 3 traffickers, hoping to uncover other buyers and participants. Having been a bounty hunter for many years, I naturally have some connections. Gathering a bit of insider information is not an issue. Xiao Muxing pondered this. The explosion that night was so loud that news of the firearms could not be suppressed. However, your call must be about more than just that, right? I've encountered a somewhat tricky situation on my end. Of course, I want to seek your assistance without compensation. I'll offer you half the bounty upon completion. We can discuss other matters later. First, tell me what the issue is, and I'll see if I can assist you. Xiao Muxing was cautious, fully aware of the reasons behind his successful completion of previous tasks. He wouldn't let a few successful missions inflate his ego. After all, tomorrow might bring peril. A few days ago, after completing my mission, I received another assignment similar to yours, which also involves locating someone. Based on certain clues and deductions, I am fairly certain that the individual is hiding in a villa. However, the problem lies in the fact that after I reported it to the police, they found nothing. Even with the assistance of police dogs, if I attempt to investigate a second time, they will sue me, leaving this task at a standstill. I have no leads to pursue, and I am reluctant to give up, especially since I am convinced the person is indeed in the villa. Therefore, I would like you to take a look. Xiao Muxing contemplated. I am still on the road and need to think this over. I'll get back to you once I reach home. Zhou Haihong did not express anger or disappointment upon hearing this. She had not mentioned the bounty, indicating her focus was solely on whether he could assist in fulfilling the task. This implied that if he agreed, there would be a significant chance of success. I look forward to your good news. After hanging up, Xiao Muxing restarted his vehicle. Under normal circumstances, he would have readily agreed, having troubled Zhou Haihong on numerous occasions. However, the challenge she faced was not something he could easily tackle, even with his experience as a bounty hunter. Regarding the interior of the house, he could not ascertain whether it had been completely refreshed. Although 3 had been revitalized thus far, his understanding of this phenomenon remained limited. What if it took another 10 days, or even half a month for the next one to appear? Or worse, what if he had to wait 6 months? Thus, he decided it prudent to return and confirm, lest he inadvertently make a promise only to find it fruitless, a scenario he found utterly embarrassing. In room 404, a figure clad in a black suit, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, materialized quietly. The apparition opened its eyes and surveyed the surroundings, extending a hand to stroke its chin. Has the underworld become so modernized? However, considering the frequent burning of offerings above, such modernization was somewhat understandable. Yet, where was the king of hell? The ox head and horse face? He called out casually, but received no response. Attempting to touch a table, he found his hand passed right through it. So this is what it means to be dead. He glanced at the television, reaching inside, and discovered he could manipulate it, turning it on. This hardly resembled the afterlife. As he uttered this thought, he scrutinized the room's layout, passing through a wall into the bedroom. There, he encountered a college diploma, a banner, and a mental health diagnosis. From the diagnosis, he gleaned the name of the room's owner. Looking out the window, he attempted to step outside but found the wall blocking his path impenetrable. It seemed he could only wait for the owner's return. Yet, could the owner see him? He peered into the closet, glancing once more at the diagnosis. He ought to be visible. He merely hoped it wouldn't exacerbate the owner's condition. Afterward, he wandered into the living room. Recalling the scattered fragments of consciousness from when he died, the murmurs of the onlookers echoing in his mind. How could someone so well-dressed have jumped to their death? What a pity. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from work? Those words resonated vividly. Suicide? Perhaps it was poetic justice for his past transgressions. Given his previous deeds, such an end seemed fitting. Yet, despite these contemplations, he harbored resentment. Those people should share his fate in hell. He recalled the banner in the room, suggesting the owner was not easily intimidated. However, those individuals were not so easily dealt with. In the following days, the man paced the room, floated about, manipulated appliances, and ultimately broke a light fixture. At last, one midday, he heard a commotion outside the door. Rising, he adjusted his clothing, preparing to extend a hand in introduction. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a pile of boxes. The newcomer passed right through him, placing the items on the coffee table. The young man turned his head. "My name is Xiao Mushing. I trust you are already aware of yours." "Xiao." Xiao Mushing reclined on the sofa and opened a box, extracting a tangerine and savoring its flavor. Fresh fruit is best. If left too long, it loses its appeal. "How did you die?" he inquired. "I was set up and fell to my death from above." "What was your profession?" "Pyramid scheme fraud." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing paused his chewing, refraining from passing immediate judgment. He approached the window and drew back the curtains, allowing light to pour in. "I recognized that I deserved my fate, that I was meant to suffer. As I contemplated ways to repay my debts, it seemed the heavens were unwilling to grant me that opportunity." He chuckled self-deprecatingly, his tone tinged with regret and a hint of unwillingness. After opening the curtains, Xiao Mushing returned to his seat. "How did I ever end up in this line of work?" "A friend recommended it, mentioning a future construction project, so I went along. Initially, I was among those deceived, struggling at the bottom. However, as I honed my skills, I was promoted to higher positions, and I came to see everything clearly. Since then, I have lived like a rat, scurrying and in constant fear, unlike those ignorant souls at the bottom who merely face the issue of debt. For I am both a victim and a perpetrator of fraud, unable to turn back. So why did I suddenly wish to quit? Outwardly well-dressed, yet behind closed doors, I lay like a dog in its den. I watched those whose eyes sparkled with madness and a desire for wealth, driven by my speeches, clinging to the beliefs I once held, uttering the very words I once spoke, each step leading them further into darkness. I could no longer endure this. I wanted to bring everything crashing down, as I had nothing left to lose. Alas, the fish perished, yet the net remained intact. He recounted a past episode, along with his previous thoughts, not as if he believed it was all behind him, but rather, it was indelibly etched in his heart, a memory that would linger until his dying breath. Xiao Mushing tilted his head back and consumed the last orange. "Come with me tomorrow. I have some matters to attend to." Chapter 50. There is nothing new under the sun. He pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well." Just as Xiao Mushing stood to place some items in the refrigerator, He reminded him, "The light in your living room is broken. It needs fixing." Xiao Mushing looked up, walked over to the switch, and pressed it, discovering that the light indeed did not illuminate. "What a dreadful lamp. I buy a house, and it starts having problems right away." He nonchalantly drifted into another bedroom. Before nightfall, Xiao Mushing managed to repair the light. The next day, after a full day's journey, they finally arrived in the city where Zhou Haihong resided, just before complete darkness fell. At the base of a hotel, Xiao Mushing spotted Zhou Haihong, clad in a long black coat. He found a spot to park the car. Xiao Mushing and Zhou Haihong walked side by side down a sparsely populated street. "Now, tell me the specifics." "The villa's owner is surnamed Zhang, named Zhang Feng. Involved in real estate. Of course, you are aware of the state of the real estate industry in recent years. So who are you looking for?" "His son, or rather, his adopted son." "Kidnapping the son? What a joke." Xiao Mushing found this notion rather peculiar. Was kidnapping truly necessary? Zhang Feng had no biological children, only this one adopted son. However, a year ago, the boy's biological parents approached him, and they too were affluent, with assets exceeding 100 million. A young master is indeed a young master, no matter where he is. Xiao Mushing chuckled and made a sarcastic remark. Meanwhile, He, who was listening nearby, couldn't help but interject, "What the hell? Has he really forsaken his adoptive father upon finding his biological parents? This little brat is utterly heartless." However, the situation is far more intricate than that. Based on the clues currently in my possession, it is quite plausible that this adopted son is indeed Zhang Feng's biological child. As these thoughts swirled in the minds of both a person and a ghost, an image of a fuzzy ball suddenly emerged, only to be unraveled by a cat, scattering it into disarray. I can't shake the feeling that the ensuing narrative might take a melodramatic turn. You guessed correctly. This adopted son's biological mother once had a romantic liaison with Zhang Feng. Such a tale of familial entanglement could easily fill 80 episodes of a television drama. Hold your horses, Xiao Mushing gestured with a zip-up motion in front of his mouth. According to the information I have gathered, this adopted son did not come into Zhang Feng's possession by mere chance. Rather, it appears to have been a premeditated act, with Zhang Feng deliberately bringing the newborn son into his life. The question arises, why would he do such a thing? Perhaps it is to exact revenge on the mother of his son. That possibility cannot be dismissed. Good grief. The person and the ghost exchanged knowing shakes of their heads and uttered those 4 words in unison. In that case, let us investigate the vicinity of the villa. We should be able to uncover something. I've already scoured the area, but found nothing. That was you. My approach differs. He Zheng, overhearing this, realized it was time for him to take action. The two drove to the vicinity of the villa, but did not enter directly. Zhou Haihong pointed to one of the villas and said, "That is Zhang Feng's residence." Xiao Mushing exchanged a glance with He Zheng, who then soared toward the villa. Upon arrival, He Zheng was immediately taken aback by the opulence within. He had often envisioned the lives of the wealthy, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Nearly 10 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom, an underground garage, a garden, a living room, a tea room, a study, a game room, and a cinema. With each discovery, He Zheng shook his head in disbelief, marveling at the extravagant lifestyle of the affluent. They then entered the kitchen, passing through walls and descending into the subterranean kitchen. After a brief descent, they came upon an expansive space, contrary to his expectations of a dark, damp chamber with a bound captive. This area resembled a lavish bedroom, albeit larger than most, complete with a bed, a sofa, a writing desk laden with books and fitness equipment. A young man lazily lounged on a recliner, munching on snacks and sipping a drink. The absence of electronic devices around him led He Zheng to scrutinize the young man's expression and demeanor. It bore no resemblance to that of a hostage, but rather appeared akin to a vacation. After gathering this information, He Zheng flew back and recounted everything to Xiao Mushing. Upon hearing He Zheng's account, Xiao Mushing turned to Zhou Haihong and inquired, "What is the situation regarding this adopted son's so-called biological parents? Why the sudden interest in that? I believe you may not have connected certain dots." Zhou Haihong pondered this, reflecting on the other clues she had gathered. "Who was the employer for your task?" Zhou Haihong, upon hearing these words, suddenly connected several dots. Her employer lay in a hospital bed, while the other party was in search of the biological father of the adopted child. If Zhang Feng sought to contest or exact revenge, he could opt for the path of custody disputes, thereby exerting pressure on the other party and inflicting emotional distress. Moreover, after all these years, how had the child's mother managed to locate him? Was there a paternity test that confirmed this child was indeed theirs? Was it conducted with the father or the mother? Had her employer ever undergone such a test with this child? It is worth noting that Zhou Haihong had previously mentioned the possibility of the child being Zhang Feng's biological offspring, indicating uncertainty. Simultaneously, her employer harbored similar suspicions. Thus, the current pursuit of the child seemed aimed at confirming whether this was indeed his flesh and blood, with hopes of obtaining a paternity test. However, a perplexing question arose. As long as there were signs of life, items could be used to extract DNA, unless someone had aided in erasing these traces. In Zhang Feng's residence, he could easily eliminate such evidence, but in another household, it appeared only one individual could accomplish this: his employer's wife, Zhang Feng's former lover. The motive became clear: it was for inheritance. Xiao Mushing observed the other party deep in thought for a while. "So, have you figured it out? How did you come to this realization?" Zhou Haihong found it perplexing. There were certain pieces of information she had yet to disclose. Yet the other party had already deduced it. This was utterly absurd. Xiao Mushing silently popped a lollipop into his mouth, then withdrew it, pinched between 2 fingers. Such events have transpired in our village. During festive seasons, the village matriarchs would reminisce about them, making them hard to forget. He Zheng, standing nearby, contemplated a saying, "There is nothing new under the sun." Thus, regarding how to handle the ensuing matter, it should be clear to you, right? She certainly understood. as it was evident her involvement in subsequent events was no longer appropriate. She needed only to inform her employer of the specific location where the other party was hiding within the villa and then swiftly withdraw. It was best to remain uninvolved in the affairs of the affluent. So where exactly is it? Have you figured it out? There is a hidden chamber beneath the kitchen, but I cannot discern the mechanism. Chapter 51. How to Scam a Mentally Ill Person. Zhou Haihong found herself in a quandary upon hearing this. If it was indeed beneath the other party's kitchen, the challenge lay in extracting the person. Yet, she was unaware of where the mechanism was located. It was hardly feasible to have her employer send someone to dismantle the kitchen. Was there a way to coax the person out? After all, Zhang Feng was also a wealthy individual. Perhaps we could set a fire, Xiao Mushing blurted out without a second thought. The person might be drawn out, but we would need to enter. Zhou Haihong rolled her eyes at such a ludicrous suggestion. What do you mean we? The fire set by the employer has nothing to do with me. Xiao Mushing shrugged. Zhou Haihong remarked. The reward for this mission is 2 million. Come. Allow us to unveil a meticulously crafted and elaborate plan. Xiao Mushing immediately tucked away his jovial demeanor, replacing it with a countenance of earnestness. What plan? He inquired, his gaze unwavering. I refuse to believe that no one has entered. What purpose does it serve if someone has infiltrated the villa? We must ascertain how they gained access. You haven't hacked into their surveillance cameras, have you? Zhou Haihong suddenly whispered. Xiao Mushing merely smiled, remaining silent. That's illegal, my friend, she cautioned. Well, it's somewhat illicit, though not strictly so, or rather, they would struggle to find evidence. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haihong displayed a look of skepticism. You truly are just an ordinary university graduate, not someone who previously roamed the Middle East, are you? Retired and returned home, adopting a false identity. This suspicion had lingered in her mind for quite some time. Many of his skills seemed to have been acquired gradually. She had started her journey as a bounty hunter bit by bit, while Xiao Mushing appeared to have leapt directly to the culmination of her nearly decade-long endeavors. In the current war environment, where does one find a warrior? Snipers now face overwhelming artillery, while individual combatants contend with swarms of drones. Do not speak of warriors. Even if you could fly on a sword, you would still be shot down. Ah, so you have not retired. Rather, you have been ousted, Zhou Haihong pondered thoughtfully. Xiao Mushing intended to clarify. Your notion of a warrior is misguided. In today's Middle Eastern battleground, technology governs combat, thus precluding the emergence of such warriors. I feel we ought to relocate. Should we remain perched in this tree, the security personnel may suspect us of attempting to abduct the young master of the villa. That is unlikely, at worst. They might suspect us of rummaging through the trash. After so many years as a bounty hunter, are you unaware? In certain respects, the trash bins in villa districts resemble treasure chests, yielding unexpected delights. Thousands of garments, watches worth 8 or 9,000, even 10,000. Albeit with minor issues, these can easily be repaired and resold, providing months of living expenses. How do you know this so well? Zhou Haihong inquired, her mouth agape. Once, on a weekend, I took a temporary job. My classmate brought me along. It was in a villa district collecting trash. As his uncle's colleague had an urgent matter and was short-staffed, allowing him to bring me along. After graduation, I sought such a position, only to discover that work in villa districts requires connections. Common individuals seldom have such opportunities. Life is unpredictable. Now I find myself in this line of work. In truth, there is nothing wrong with our profession. Aside from the occasional peril, the rewards are quite substantial. In fact, bounty hunters do not typically face such dire risks. It largely depends on the tasks you accept. I shan't speak of you, but other bounty hunters rarely encounter life-threatening assignments. Yours, however, seem to involve no less than 5 fatalities. In Zhou Haihong's eyes, Xiao Mushing's situation was entirely self-inflicted. Other bounty hunters would either take a break or opt for smaller tasks to recuperate. Yet he, on the other hand, had taken on several such assignments. There is not a single light-hearted moment. It is fortunate for the other party that they survived unscathed, without losing any limbs. Subsequently, the two retreated to a nearby cafe, as Xiao Mushing had alternative methods to surveil the villa's interior and no longer needed to perch in a tree. With an air of mystery, Xiao Mushing inquired, "May I ask you something? Have you ever handled a bounty task related to pyramid schemes?" Upon seeing the eager glint in his companion's eyes, Zhou Haihong's demeanor grew serious. "Do you know," he began, "that 5 years ago, the Bounty Hunter Forum issued a warning to all bounty hunters? Do you know what it stated? What? Beware of pyramid scheme scams, especially while executing bounty tasks. Do not waver. The reason for this announcement was due to a level 5 bounty hunter who, at the time, needed only one more level 5 task to accumulate enough points for promotion to gold status. The last task he accepted involved a pyramid scheme. The outcome was disastrous. He fell victim, losing everything, and inadvertently ensnared several other bounty hunters of varying ranks. Xiao Mushing was taken aback. I have encountered some bounty hunters, and they are not foolish, especially those at level 5. You must understand that no one in this world is immune to deception. It merely depends on whether one encounters a scheme tailored to them. In a pyramid organization, once you are in, everyone is lying to such an extent that they come to believe their own fabrications. In such an environment, one cannot help but feel stirred. Once a chink in the armor is found, it is akin to a floodgate bursting. These individuals thrive on this, mastering the art of language, manipulating human emotions, and exploiting human greed. They comprehend it profoundly and wield it skillfully. Thus, when tasked with such missions, the usual approach is to locate their gathering points and report them. However, this method has its drawbacks, often failing to yield sufficient evidence. Yet, it is considerably safer than infiltrating their ranks. In other words, to execute this task effectively, the optimal strategy remains infiltration to gather adequate evidence. Zhou Haihong closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. You need to take your medication. After all that, you've selectively filtered your thoughts. In truth, I feel you need not worry excessively. Consider how they would deceive a mentally ill person using the logic of a rational individual. Zhou Haihong's previously hopeless expression froze on his face as he pondered this. Oh, how would a mentally ill person be scammed? And a high-functioning one at that, with considerable strength. From a certain perspective, if the other party were to infiltrate and execute such a task, their safety might actually be enhanced. Chapter 52. Successful interview. Do as you wish. But just don't call me when you need funding, Zhou Haihong said, resting his chin on one hand, a note of resignation in his voice. After all, previous speculations were merely possibilities, and there was a chance of encountering even graver deception. Xiao Mushing felt that the likelihood of being deceived was minimal, as he had previously engaged in the business of tricking others into purchasing liquor. Although it required a certain degree of charm, he possessed an understanding of the underlying tactics. Moreover, a specter nearby served as a reminder. When he thought of a ghost, it appeared. He Jingyu flew in from outside. Upon noticing the mechanism, he realized it was a floor tile that lay 5 tiles straight from the main entrance, and then 4 tiles to the right. Only a weight of over 150 kilograms would trigger it. Remarkably, there was a nearly 150 kilogram weight concealed within the house, though the design was not particularly clever, as keeping such a weight at home could easily raise suspicions. However, their housekeeper weighed 160 kilograms. Apologies, I should not doubt the intelligence of others. From Zhou Haihong's perspective, Xiao Mushing was beginning to act erratically again. He turned to face Zhou Haihong. The mechanism has been located. It is a floor tile that requires a weight of 150 kilograms to activate. Are you certain? Xiao Mushing turned to look at He Zhengyu, who nodded emphatically. Xiao Mushing then nodded in affirmation, thoroughly convinced. Zhou Haihong picked up her phone and made a call. The individual has been located. They are in a secret room beneath the kitchen, Xiao Mushing quickly added. Proceed straight from the kitchen door for 5 tiles, then turn right for 4 tiles, and place a weight of over 150 kilograms on that tile to open the secret room. Zhou Haihong relayed this information. An elderly, hoarse voice responded from the other end of the line. Are you certain about this location? Absolutely, although I previously sent people to search the villa once. This second attempt may not be as straightforward. As long as you confirm the exact location, we will transfer the funds to your account once the person is found. The call then ended. Xiao Mushing, sitting across from her, listened intently. The payment would be directly transferred from the Bounty Hunter Forum, eliminating the need for the employer's involvement. Did you not receive this task from the Bounty Hunter Forum? Haven't I mentioned before? Bounty hunters can take on various tasks, not solely from the forum. This particular task was recommended by an employer I knew previously. While you carry out tasks, you can build such connections. Jobs recommended by wealthy employers usually come with generous rewards. Xiao Mushing nodded in acknowledgement. However, I owe you gratitude. The task was completed in less than a night. I have been stalled here for several days without progress. Once the payment arrives, I will transfer 1 million to you. No need for verbal thanks. Rather, express your gratitude to our unseen friend. So, do you plan to introduce your hacker friend to me? Zhou Haihong expressed interest, eager to meet someone with exceptional skills. He is not a hacker, Xiao Mushing chuckled. Never mind if you are unwilling. Zhou Haihong did not press further, acknowledging the discretion required in the hacker profession. Days later, at the entrance of an office, a queue of about 10 individuals awaited their interviews. Xiao Mushing adorned himself with a pair of black-framed glasses, donned a suit, and carried a backpack, clutching a resume in his hand. As his name echoed through the office, he feigned an air of caution and stepped inside, placing his resume upon the desk. Greetings, interviewer. The individual seated opposite him, who had picked up his resume, appeared to peruse its contents while subtly scrutinizing Xiao Mushing from head to toe. A recently graduated university student, he looked somewhat naive and innocent behind his spectacles. The interviewer's gaze shifted towards the resume. Details such as gender, date of birth, family background, and personal interests failed to pique his curiosity. Instead, it was the section detailing personal accomplishments that caught his attention. Assisted the police in solving a serial murder case from over a decade ago in Jinyang City. This revelation stirred something within him. Hello, my surname is Chun. You may call me Manager Chun. I glanced briefly at your resume and noticed your personal achievement, assisting the police in unraveling a serial murder case from years past. You must have received quite a substantial reward. Yet here you are, seeking an interview with our company? Indeed, the reward had amounted to 1 million. Upon hearing this, Manager Chen's eyes glimmered. However, considering the current cost of living, purchasing a house even slightly removed from the city center would consume that sum entirely. Life is long, and one must also consider finding a partner, acquiring a vehicle, and possibly starting a family in the future. It is imperative to secure a stable job. Manager Chen nodded at this statement, perceiving Xiao Mushing as a simpleton who understood only crime solving, utterly oblivious to the complexities of human relations. Could one truly mention possessing 1 million during an interview? If dissatisfaction arose, walking away would be all too easy. Which company would want such a transient employee? Yet, he was intrigued. That 1 million performance was undeniably tempting, far superior to the candidates he had encountered earlier. The information on your resume indeed aligns well with our company's requirements, but I am uncertain about your ability to endure. After all, as you mentioned, you already possess 1 million in savings. Should you decide to leave one day, we might find our progress hindered. Rest assured, I am an orphan, having endured hardship from a young age. I would not abandon my responsibilities over trivial matters. A slight smirk appeared on Manager Chen's lips. He was still a youth, easily flustered under pressure. Very well, however, we will evaluate you for a period to ascertain your suitability for our company. The projects we undertake are not trivial. They are significant initiatives supported by the state. We require diligent and dedicated talent. Should you successfully complete your probation, your current 1 million could potentially double within a year or two. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that truly possible? Absolutely. Our company is involved in pension construction and the development of efficient renewable energy solutions. These are ventures poised for profit in the future. Unlike other companies that cling to outdated practices and risk being swept away by the tides of time, we aspire to become a leading entity in our field, ensuring that our employees are well compensated. Xiao Mushing stood up upon hearing these words, reaching across the table to grasp Manager Chen's hand. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. No need to thank me, replied Manager Chen. If it weren't for our company's current industrial projects requiring talents like you, I would not have dared to hire you. Please bring your identification card, bank card, and other essentials here tomorrow morning. A bus will come to take you to our company. Isn't this our company? Xiao Mushing inquired. This is merely a recruitment site for our subsidiary. Our company has a broad distribution network, and talents are allocated to various locations according to the needs of each company. Xiao Mushing nodded repeatedly. All right, I will definitely be here tomorrow morning. With a hint of excitement, he exited the room. Watching him leave, Manager Chun wore a smug smile, oblivious to the true source of Xiao Mushing's exhilaration. Chapter 53, a dramatic continuation. Are you the one saying hello? Beneath a flower bed, Xiao Mushing removed his glasses. Do you know that Manager Chen? He noticed He Zheng's peculiar expression upon seeing Manager Chen again, a mix of surprise, regret, sighing, frustration, and an indescribable sense of relief. When I intended to gather evidence against the organization to report them, I was forced onto a rooftop. I always wondered why my actions were discovered so soon. Despite not being flawless, especially given the organization's meticulous precautions, they even had my demise preordained. In that moment of recognition, he understood. Were you close friends with him? Xiao Mushing popped a lollipop into his mouth. Not a friend, But I had urged him to leave before I became embroiled in this. I deceived him terribly. He sold his house, and his parents' meager retirement savings were depleted. Had he left then, he wouldn't have sunk deeper into this abyss. The victim has become the perpetrator. Xiao Mushing shifted the candy from his right side to the left. This is how the organization thrives, deceiving many, elevating a select few with potential, then expanding the scam. And what of the others? They continue to make calls, deceiving relatives, friends, classmates, and once those are exhausted, they seek new acquaintances. Until they can no longer yield anything of value, they are cast aside. After all, they remain ignorant of deeper truths. Initially, some will seek us out until madness consumes them, while others may come to terms with reality. As Zheng uttered these words, a fierce glimmer flickered in his eyes. It is not particularly easy to secure a death sentence solely for fraud. Combined with your statements, it becomes even more challenging. A group of beasts congregating together, do you truly believe they would limit themselves to mere swindling? The depths of this matter extend far beyond your imagination. You should be able to deduce how I met my demise. As long as we uncover their incriminating evidence, they shall have their just desserts. Upon hearing Xiao Mushing's remark, Zheng felt an inexplicable sensation wash over him. He sensed that the other party's entry into the organization could precipitate momentous events. Suddenly, a notification pinged on Xiao Mushing's phone, indicating a transaction. He picked up his device, greeted by a cold, unembellished series of numbers. Contemplating the sum before him, he mused that it had been a while since he indulged himself. After all, such wealth should not remain untouched indefinitely. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Zhou Haihong. The call connected, and she promptly stated, "I've transferred the money to you. How are things progressing?" Zheng leaned in, curiosity piqued. Zhou Haihong, upon hearing Xiao Mushing's inquiry, spoke with slight agitation. "You have no idea. The situation escalated dramatically after we located the child. I learned through a former employer that the child does not belong to either of those affluent individuals. That woman played both of them for fools. The child is actually the offspring of Zhang Feng's late father, and Zhang Feng and the child are brothers. When those two wealthy men grasped the truth, they nearly succumbed to rage. Zhang Feng was even more infuriated, as he had spent over a decade orchestrating the inheritance of his own estate and that of others. Ha ha! Zhou Haihong could not contain her laughter at this juncture. As a bounty hunter, I typically refrain from laughter. Yet this situation, Xiao Mushing could discern from her tone just how uproarious her amusement was. By the way, I might be calling you with some nuisance calls in a few days. Her laughter gradually subsided. You really took on a task related to pyramid schemes, didn't you? Isn't that how bounty hunters make a living? Zhou Haihong retorted, a hint of irritation lacing her tone. I have yet to encounter a bounty hunter who deliberately complicates their own work. Is it possible that the tasks I undertake are, in fact, relatively low in difficulty for me, yet yield substantial economic benefits? After a prolonged silence, Zhou Haihong finally offered a response. Very well then. If you truly find yourself in need of money later on, meet me offline. She contemplated that if this young man had genuinely fallen prey to brainwashing, she would gather a team to confront him, allowing him a chance to awaken before he became irrevocably ensnared. Understood. After the call ended, Xiao Mushing sometimes felt that conversing with Zhou Haihong was akin to chatting with an elder sister. The following morning, he donned a backpack and wheeled a suitcase to the base of the building where he had interviewed previously. Arriving even earlier than him was a large bus. At 6 in the morning, he arrived here. In order to facilitate observation, he found a place to settle nearby. As for the reason he rose so early, it was unavoidable. The two neighbors next door were exceedingly noisy. Since the early hours of the morning, the disturbances had not ceased. The cacophony made it impossible for him to sleep, and through the wall, he could hear the playful banter from the opposite side, filled with terms he had never encountered before. It could only be said that with the progression of time, the ways of engagement have evolved. Compared to his eavesdropping, Zheng's behavior was even more shameless. He brazenly crossed over to the other side to witness the live show through the wall. Is this something a decent person would do? There was a complete disregard for others' privacy. At this moment, Manager Chen stood in front of the bus door and spotted Xiao Mushing approaching. He waved enthusiastically. Xiao Mushing walked over, and Manager Chen patted him on the shoulder. You're quite punctual, young man. We appreciate individuals like you who value time. Please, board the bus. Xiao Mushing took a seat, casually choosing a spot. Not long after, another individual boarded the bus. Despite the abundance of available seats, this person insisted on sitting next to him. After placing their belongings in the overhead compartment, they leaned in warmly. Hello, I'm Xiao, but you can call me a Xiao. We'll be colleagues from now on. What is your name? Is everyone in today's society so familiar right off the bat? He greeted me again. How should I respond, brother? Xiao noticed that the other person had not responded, but instead seemed anxious, speaking to the air before him. Respond casually? How should I reply? Surely, there must be an opening line, or at least some formula to follow. Xiao Mushing appeared somewhat frantic, running his hands through his hair as if on the verge of losing his composure and wanting to throw something. Xiao instinctively recoiled, realizing this person seemed quite different from what he had previously assumed. If I were to strip him of his pants, bind his hands and feet, and then insert his belt from behind, would that leave a lasting impression? Sigh, what a plan. When Xiao Mushing turned around again, he found that the other person had somehow moved to a different row. Xiao Mushing walked over, staring at Xiao's belt, and asked, "Did you just greet me?" Xiao, with wide eyes, stiffly shook his head. "No, I've been sitting here the whole time. When did I greet you? Then what is your name?" "I'm Wang Fugawei." "Oh, I must have misheard, my apologies." Xiao Mushing replied as he returned to his seat. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xiao's forehead, internally lamenting, "What kind of university student is this? Is he not a lunatic? I shouldn't have trusted that Chinfellow's words about making achievements. This is a plot against me." Chapter 54. The beginning of the deception. An explanation. Beside me, the bus was about to depart when Manager Chen boarded. Scanning the interior and noticing that Xiao and Xiao Mushing were seated quite far apart. The journey may be somewhat lengthy for everyone. While speaking, he walked towards the interior of the carriage, casting furtive glances at Xiao. However, Xiao shook his head in refusal. Typically, those newly deceived individuals are accompanied by an elder who instills certain ideologies into them, preparing them for their forthcoming circumstances. Xiao was regarded as a promising seed by him, destined for nurturing into management. How could he fail to comprehend such a simple task? Manager Chen, weary of his incompetence, decided to take matters into his own hands. Thus, he approached Xiao Mushing, just as he was about to take a seat. "What are you doing?" A sudden shout caught him off guard, drawing the attention of others. Manager Chen, smiling at the onlookers, remarked, "This new colleague might be a bit nervous. Please do not pay him too much mind." Upon hearing this, the crowd diverted their gazes. Manager Chen leaned on the armrest, lowering his voice with a gentle tone, inquiring, "What seems to be the issue? Have I offended you in some manner?" "My friend is seated here," Xiao Mushing replied. "If you take a seat, you will be sitting on him." Manager Chen glanced at the empty chair beside him. "Are you saying that one of your friends is here?" Xiao Mushing nodded. "Indeed, he is a recently acquainted friend, clad in a black suit with slicked back hair. However, he appears reluctant to converse with me. It seems he is more inclined to engage with you. He is currently gazing intently into your eyes." Xiao Mushing's description evoked unsettling memories for Manager Chen, an ominous black figure, a contorted form, and the warm blood that had splattered across his face. As he looked into Xiao Mushing's eyes, he discerned that the latter's gaze seemed to be fixated on someone else rather than on him. Yet, from the reflection in his pupils, he could not perceive anyone else. Additionally, he recalled certain details he had uncovered the previous night regarding an incident in Jinyang City, where some live-streamed segments exhibited peculiar content. There were even speculations in the comments suggesting that Xiao Mushing suffered from severe mental illness. Manager Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating the possibility that the individual might be experiencing an episode. Alternatively, there was a chance that he had come with ulterior motives. It was evident that he was not merely observing Manager Chen, but fixating on something beyond. While words can be fabricated, the eyes convey a multitude of information. He had not discerned the existence of any secondary possibilities in the depths of Xiao Mushing's eyes. However, if he were indeed mentally ill, one could not adhere to the logic of an ordinary person. He had to navigate according to the nuances of the individual's condition, yet it was prudent to inquire further. "Have you ever encountered any peculiar doctors? Those who speak in strange and nonsensical ways?" "You mean psychiatrists?" "I must emphasize that I am not mentally ill." Manager Chen was convinced that this individual was indeed suffering from a mental disorder. Moreover, those doctors are unprofessional. They merely seek to deceive me into purchasing medication. "I am not ill. I possess a supernatural ability to see things that you cannot." Manager Chen nodded. "Having supernatural abilities is even better. We don't have that in our psychiatric hospital. Our company seeks individuals like you, whose minds are expansive and unconfined, harboring boundless potential and extraordinary thoughts. Those who deem you eccentric simply fail to comprehend the brilliance and thought patterns that far exceed the ordinary. Consequently, they remain stagnant, unable to witness the broader and more vibrant world. Yet you are distinct. Within you lies infinite possibility, perhaps destined to bring transformative change to our organization. In return, our company will unveil to you what it means to be extraordinary, akin to gold merely misplaced. Manager Chun then embarked on a torrent of eloquent praise, elevating Xiao Mushing to an undeserved pedestal. This is a common tactic they employ, artfully embedding subtle information within their compliments, leading the other party to believe they are making decisions independently and resolutely. Such self-perceived decisions become unassailable, impervious to external criticism, for they are intertwined with one's intellect, dignity, and the status they currently perceive themselves to inhabit. To be refuted by others equates to a denial of their entire existence. They cease to be talents or figures of prominence, and instead become merely ordinary individuals, indistinguishable in a crowd. No one relishes this sensation. Everyone aspires to be the protagonist. And it is precisely when they indulge in this feeling that their journey into confusion commences. Even upon realizing they have been deceived, they will not concede. For this is a flaw inherent to human nature. Manager Chen remains entirely oblivious to this. As he disseminated these notions, a figure nearby was steadily undermining his efforts. He Zheng then elaborated, stating that the praise for your thought patterns stems from the recognition that you perceive yourself as unconventional, yet in daily life. No one truly understands you. Thus, he capitalizes on this insight to laud you, primarily because you harbor a faint notion within, which he seeks to draw out and amplify. It is akin to a person gazing into a mirror, sometimes feeling unattractive, and at other times, somewhat handsome. In such moments, if someone emerges to compliment the aspects of your appearance you consider appealing, you will be inclined to believe it to be true. Gradually, this affirmation deepens and expands until you ultimately perceive yourself as exceedingly handsome. Even if bystanders disagree, they are simply lacking in aesthetic appreciation. Upon hearing this explanation, Xiao Mushing nodded in understanding. Manager Chun, noticing the unintentional acknowledgement from his audience, could not help but feel a surge of satisfaction. The hook had been set. You see, following such commendation, the conversation would likely shift to your courage and vision. Subsequently, you would be presented with enticing prospects regarding the company's projects, highlighting their promising future. An investment would grant you the status of a shareholder, and when the project flourishes, you would reap substantial rewards from your initial stake. Certainly, he would provide a reasonable explanation, asserting that this project initially had investors. However, due to unforeseen issues on the investors' end, the funds were abruptly cut off. The company, in turn, found itself unable to mobilize capital in a timely manner while simultaneously requiring funds, hence the decision to seek employee investments. Missing this opportunity would equate to a loss of hundreds of billions. Coupled with the earlier remarks about one's courage and vision, the mere notion of this prospect would likely compel an individual to hastily invest. As He Jingyu elaborated, Manager Chun indeed began to commend him for his keen insight and bravery. Xiao Mushing nodded quietly, contemplating the depth of the scheme. The crux of this deception lay within the current identity of the victim as a member of the company, fostering a sense of belonging. Presenting such an opportunity felt akin to an internal benefit, thereby rendering individuals more susceptible to being deceived. Chapter 55. Movement and Business. The vehicle came to a halt beside a modest 5-story building on the outskirts. As a dozen individuals disembarked, Xiao Mushing estimated that only about 7 were genuine newcomers. The rest were likely accomplices. With these accomplices having laid the groundwork, the newcomers gazed upon the somewhat dilapidated structure, mentally preparing themselves, albeit with a hint of skepticism. After all, it starkly contrasted with their imagined office environment. Xiao Mushing surveyed the shabby building and then glanced at the other newcomers, all of whom had recently graduated, possessing a limited understanding of the world. Although they were cautious, their vigilance was evidently insufficient. Before the small building, Manager Chen delivered yet another captivating speech. This was to deter anyone from contemplating escape once inside. He encouraged everyone to enter and familiarize themselves with the surroundings, stating that a team-building event would be organized later that afternoon to introduce the company culture, core philosophies, and future development directions. After articulating these points, he ushered everyone inside, each accompanied by someone, albeit Xiao Mushing appeared somewhat solitary. However, this solitude was short-lived as an individual claiming to be an experienced employee approached. Hello, you can call me Oldly. I am part of the future engineering planning department. You will be assigned to our division. Could you enlighten me about the current work arrangements in our planning department? You're just starting and must be weary from your journey. You ought to rest. Some matters can wait until you are adequately refreshed. Oldly spun a tale, for their actual work involved welcoming these new employees, while the arrangement for these newcomers entailed investing in projects. Xiao Muxing's previously amiable expression suddenly turned grave. Rest? The living do not have the luxury of rest. The market's opportunities are finite. If you do not strive, there are countless others who will. If you do not aspire to be a boss and amass wealth, rest assured, others will. I am here to work, not to languish idly. Rest is a privilege reserved for the deceased. As a member of the company, I no longer wish to hear the word rest from your lips. Laoli, what distinguishes you from those lethargic individuals and other enterprises who merely coast along? I firmly believe that in a company with such promising prospects, you ought not to exhibit this demeanor. Accompany me to witness your daily endeavors, your document reports, your plan schedules, and your CAD designs. Allow me to behold your zeal and the future of our company. Xiao Muxing's words resonated with fervor, ebbing and flowing with a cadence that commanded attention, exuding an ineffable authority akin to a divine judge from the heavens pronouncing a verdict. This left Laoli momentarily dazed, perceiving not a newcomer, but rather his direct superior. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. How could he let a mere novice intimidate him? It is commendable for the youth to possess such vigor, and it is essential he maintains it. Initially inclined to retort, Laoli reconsidered and chose to align with Xiao's sentiments. However, certain matters cannot be hastily entrusted to you new employees, as they involve confidential information requiring careful assessment. Furthermore, you must undergo training before officially assuming our projects, as these are of significant importance to the company. Xiao Muxing narrowed his eyes, following closely behind Laoli, his mouth never ceasing to speak of striving for dreams, of enduring temporary hardship for lifelong enjoyment. The phrases extolling the virtues of working hard for the company, which in turn translates to personal gain, flowed ceaselessly. Upon escorting Xiao Muxing to the break room, a modest dormitory for 8, Laoli turned, his once cheerful countenance now clouded. What a naive student, to believe that such dedication to the company would earn him the rewards he sought. Such fortune would not befall him. Even if he worked himself to the brink of hospitalization, the boss would be off with a young model at a hotel. Laoli found himself lost in thought, suddenly falling silent. Indeed, what good is his relentless effort? He is not oblivious to the nature of this company. The building in this remote area is merely rented. The rent is modest, around 1,000 yuan a month, given its isolated location with no foot traffic. To procure a bottle of water, one must trek a kilometer to the neighboring village's convenience store. Inside, the walls are unpainted, mere concrete, with windows obscured by fabric. For years, has he not been deceiving himself? Yet, he cannot bear to relinquish the substantial savings he has already invested. If he can entice more individuals to invest, perhaps, with an influx of funds, the project may finally commence. As these thoughts consumed him, the rugged man felt tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Xiao Muxing surveyed the break room, which lacked even the basic comforts of a prisoner of war camp, a shared room for 8, but not with bunk beds. Rather, it was a makeshift sleeping area elevated by bricks, reminiscent of a communal sleeping arrangement, with several individuals crammed into one room. Xiao Muxing pointed at the communal space and inquired, in such an environment, are you not afraid that people will flee at the sight? He met He Zheng's gaze, who responded in kind. As long as substantial profits can be garnered, who would flee from a harsh environment? In fact, they may even engage in self-manipulation. This is the notion that great responsibilities are bestowed upon individuals only after they have endured suffering. Comfort is a luxury reserved for the deceased. Furthermore, among the 7 who accompanied you, can you identify any who have fled? The gates remain wide open. Those at the lower echelons, who have been deceived into this situation, typically face varied responses depending on the faction of the pyramid scheme. One may lean towards physical activity, while the other may gravitate towards commerce. The physically inclined will involve themselves in boxing, mixed martial arts, and unarmed confrontations with blunt objects. Conversely, the business-oriented faction entirely exploits human psychology and temptation. Generally, both aspects are present, albeit divided into upper and lower tiers. The lower tier, possessing a modicum of intelligence, is harder to deceive and can instigate complications. Hence they are afforded choices initially. After all, their knowledge is limited, and even if they report to the authorities, little can be achieved. Moreover, the domestic environment is ill-suited for widespread physical approaches, as this could lead to catastrophic failures, a lesson underscored by many past experiences. The upper tier, on the other hand, is more homogeneous. All have committed wrongdoings and possess a wealth of incriminating evidence. Should an unsuspecting individual experience a moment of conscience, it could lead to a domino effect of repercussions. Thus, their methods of management are increasingly physical, involving activities such as concrete mixing, pulverizing feed, and bungee jumping challenges, practices that have become rather commonplace. The method he previously participated in was a bungee jump without a harness, an exhilarating and perilous endeavor, fraught with danger. Chapter 56. A sense of disconnection in a brief span. The once empty dormitory was filled with 6 individuals. 3 bore the telltale signs of exhaustion: bloodshot eyes, pallid faces, and bluish lips. Their expressions were devoid of emotion, yet laden with a profound heaviness and oppression, signaling a point of no return. Among them was Xiao, who had been thrust back into his room, his eyes betraying a flicker of trepidation. Another individual possessed a clear gaze, still grappling with the current predicament, yet filled with hope for the future. Upon seeing this person, Xiao Mushing caught a glimpse of his own reflection. Much like when companies visit schools for recruitment, the first wave of employers is often met with disdain, only to realize that subsequent waves are even less desirable, leading to a downward spiral. Consequently, the aspiration to step into the world and secure a fulfilling job becomes thwarted, as the prime opportunities for entry have been missed, rendering even the simplest tasks like screwing bolts unattainable. One either falls victim to deception or, like him, embarks on a path distinctly different from others. In society, countless young individuals share his plight, ambitious and idealistic, yet lacking connections and a supportive background. Meanwhile, classmates land positions in publicly listed companies upon graduation. Why? Because they chose fields of study that seamlessly facilitate their entry into such firms. In this world, certain advantages can only be passed down through bloodlines. After encountering numerous setbacks, when a seemingly straightforward path presents itself, few would turn it down. Even if hesitation arises, the journey is inevitable. In the past, scams revolved around deceiving individuals into investing or becoming entrepreneurs. Nowadays, they entice you into employment with promises of generous treatment. As time progresses and society evolves, so too does the nature of deceit. Xiao Mushing felt a pang of melancholy. It was disheartening to realize that some comforts in this world could only be afforded through scams. 6 individuals were gathered around a large communal bed, engaging in self-introductions while discussing their aspirations and dreams for the future. Some seasoned employees were imparting their thoughts. Among them was a clear-eyed university student who spoke of his ambitions. "My name is Xiao. In the future, I aspire to purchase a house in this city and, if finances allow, perhaps a modest car, nothing extravagant, just something for commuting. I hope to bring my parents here to live with me. They may not be accustomed to it, but I want them to know that I am thriving and capable of independence. Their years of hard work will not have been in vain, and I too can establish myself in a big city. With time and effort, I will save enough to marry my girlfriend. You shouldn't bear the surname Yi. You ought to be called Huan, for your fantasies are quite beautiful." Xiao Mushing interjected with a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Xiao, noticing the dampening effect of his words, chose to swallow his retort. This person was indeed troublesome. It was better not to take such risks. Consequently, the other 3 participants rallied in defense. "How could you speak like that? He has dreams, and with determination, he can achieve them," a middle-aged man asserted. "Have you purchased a house yet, sir?" Not at the moment, but I assure you I will tomorrow," the elder replied, akin to a primary school student perpetually promising to complete their homework the next day. "Will you really? Tomorrow is class day? And do you even have enough money for a plot of land?" Another voice chimed in. "Youth should not be so pessimistic. The future is uncertain," a third individual remarked. "Uncertain could also mean death," Xiao Mushing retorted, exasperated. "In this societal climate, who can guarantee they will live to an old age? Pressure, sleepless nights, anxiety. Sir, were it not for your introduction revealing your age as 40, I would have assumed you were 70. The elder, already tense, could no longer bear the weight of the conversation. At that moment, the third man rolled up his sleeves, showcasing his muscles. In contrast to the previous 2 who preferred reasoned discourse, he believed strength spoke louder than words. Xiao Mushing leapt from the bed, seizing a half-brick. The third man panicked, bracing himself for a blow, yet Xiao Mushing merely placed the brick against the wall and struck it with his fist, splitting it in two. Madness. Coupled with brute strength, Yi Mingqiu mused. Climbing upward is indeed not so simple. I'm beginning to reconsider fleeing. Meanwhile, the third man quietly lowered his sleeves, acknowledging the heat of the moment, and resumed his seat as if nothing had occurred. Observing all this, Yi Xiang pondered, is this the workplace? It is indeed brutal, demanding not only eloquence, but also a firm fist. Xiao Musheng, seeing the once agitated man now settled back down, too resumed his seat. The scene fell into a sudden silence, devoid of the previous lively atmosphere, creating a palpable sense of awkwardness. This was, in part, the intention of Xiao Musheng. Individuals are often easily swept away by the collective, and in such circumstances, their intellect tends to diminish. A book he had previously read discussed the phenomenon of herd mentality, indicating that the decisions made by the majority are often characterized by blind conformity. This is especially true in situations of conscious collective manipulation. He observed whether the young man, named Yi Xiang, could discern the underlying oddity of the situation for himself. Xiao Musheng approached Yi Mingqiu's side. Hello. It's nice to see you again. Yi Mingqiu pondered. What should he do if the other party restrained him? How could he divert their attention? Engaging in conversation? The other's thought process may not align with his own, and he could easily find himself in a perilous predicament. Yet, remaining silent might lead the other party to perceive his silence as contempt, potentially provoking a harsh reaction. As he contemplated this, he placed his hand on his forehead, and suddenly, an idea struck him. I apologize, I'm feeling a bit carsick. I need to rest for a moment. However, just as he prepared to lie down, an unfamiliar hand rested upon his head. Yi Mingqiu lifted his gaze, the shadow of the arm casting over his face, revealing only half of the other person's visage and a partial smile. Carsick, you say? I happen to have a folk remedy for that. Allow me to share it with you free of charge. Yi Mingqiu exclaimed in panic. I think I need to get some fresh air. Yet, as he attempted to rise, a powerful hand pressed him back down. Hold on, let us take off your shoes first. No, no. Yi Mingqiu shook his head and resisted, but his efforts were feeble. With his hands bound by a belt, he finally managed to push the door open and dash outside, only to immediately stumble and be dragged back by a single hand. At that moment, others in the corridor witnessed this scene. Yi Mingqiu's face, awash with terror and tears, desperately sought help from those around him. Help me. Please, someone. Save me. Out in the open, no one dared to intervene readily. A wave of fear washed over the onlookers, and some newcomers hesitated, reconsidering their earlier resolve. The indoctrination and fantasies that had previously clouded their judgment began to shatter. The dilapidated office building, coupled with this unfolding drama, made some realize that this did not appear to be a lucrative venture after all. Hizheng floated in midair, snapping his fingers. The sense of disconnection created by the unexpected event could prompt sailors, once enchanted by the siren's song, to sense a lurking danger. This was a sentiment once expressed by a speaker during their management training sessions. Chapter 57. Not doing too badly on the fourth floor of the conference room. The building comprised 5 stories in total, 2 for accommodation, 3 for office spaces, and the 5th for leadership's resting and working areas. The first floor served as a free activity zone, though the extent of that freedom remained uncertain. In the 4th floor conference room, a small platform was adorned with several tables and chairs, where Manager Chen sat. His gaze swept through the crowd, landing upon Xiao Musheng, and not far off, the disheveled and unkempt Yi Mingqiu. At that moment, the latter resembled a deranged concubine from a cold palace, enduring inhumane torment, with eyes devoid of hope for life. He merely prayed for the day when the emperor would issue a decree, bestowing upon him a 3-foot white silk to end his wretched existence. In a dormitory housing 6 individuals, for were comrades, yet they had succumbed to such a wretched state. Manager Chen shifted his gaze, searching for the other 3, only to find the 3 men huddled together, gripped by fear, confusion, and an inability to discern the path ahead. They appeared alive, yet the thought of death seemed almost preferable. Manager Chen felt a twinge of confusion. This was unexpected. He then turned his attention to another individual, Yi Xiang, who had been introduced by others and was rumored to possess some modest wealth. Even if Xiao Musheng were mentally unwell, it was implausible for one person to contend with 4. Thus, this Yi Xiang was undoubtedly suspicious. Perhaps he was the instigator behind it all. However, there was no urgency. Opportunities to address this individual would arise in due time. For now, the focus was on successfully conducting today's presentation. The corporate culture seminar must not falter. As the audience gathered, the 5 individuals engaged in self-introductions. Then, an attractive woman made her entrance accompanied by a stirring background score, her passionate presentation igniting the atmosphere. Applause and cheers rang out in waves. Xiao Mushing watched intently, for his perspective diverged from that of the others. In his view, there were not 5 individuals on stage, but 6. He Zheng stood atop the table, his lower body facing the woman. Xiao Mushing even entertained the thought that, had it not been for the posthumous attire that had become his second skin, the man might have shed his trousers. He Zheng possessed a peculiar ability to treat all equally, particularly in terms of invisible humiliation. Where a woman might receive a slap, a man would endure 2. As for men like Manager Chen seated in chairs, he would even crouch down, vividly demonstrating what it meant to defecate on one's shoulders. It was, in fact, to defecate on one's head. Thus, unlike the agitated crowd below, Xiao Mushing did not flush with excitement. Instead, he felt a suppressible yet irrepressible mirth. He Zheng's resentment ran profoundly deep, yet it could not harm these individuals. He could only exact visible retribution. Therefore, when those around him cheered thrice, a wave of uncontrollable laughter erupted from his side. As those nearby prepared to join in the chant, the sound of his laughter rendered their actions somewhat ludicrous. A moment of awkwardness ensued, causing the excited individuals around them to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Should they shout or remain silent? At that moment, the woman delivering her impassioned speech quickly took note of the unfolding scene below. This was not her first encounter with such a situation. In our company, there are no hierarchies, only brothers. Now, I invite several brothers to the stage to share their thoughts and aspirations, for this is not merely your future, but the future of the entire company. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing turned to Xiao and remarked, "Do you believe that I will undoubtedly be among those invited?" Initially taken aback, Xiao soon realized the implication, his expression reflecting disdain and a reluctance to associate with such notions. Xiao Mushing pondered silently, wondering if the young man had misunderstood something. "What is that expression you wear?" "I disdain your reliance on favoritism." Xiao, known for his straightforwardness, felt that while others might seize the opportunity to network, he abhorred the idea of relying on connections, choosing instead to earn his place through merit. "Have you not yet grasped the situation? The environment here is quite challenging, far removed from the city," Xiao remarked, stroking his chin. He then clenched his fist, motivating himself with vigor. "Yet, it is precisely in such circumstances that we find our opportunities to excel." Xiao Mushing narrowed his eyes, sensing an unsettling change in Xiao. When he had dealt with Yi Mingqiu, Xiao had remained calm and observant, neither panicking nor offering assistance, but rather appearing to learn. He had not harmed Yi Mingqiu, merely applying pressure to certain acupoints. Generally, those with robust physiques would not feel discomfort, but for those with kidney deficiencies or poor digestive function, it could be quite painful. He also attempted to adjust the other's posture, though his experience in this regard was limited, occasionally requiring adjustments to correct misalignments. This knowledge stemmed from previous training. He had initially worked as a masseur before being recruited as a male model. After a brief stint in massage, his employer recognized his talent and transitioned him into modeling. As continuing in massage would have likely resulted in financial loss for the employer, his massage techniques garnered no complaints, largely due to his appealing appearance. Mid-conversation, the loudspeaker announced, "Could these 2 brothers engaged in discussion please come up together?" Xiao was surprised that, because of this connection, he was invited to the stage. Xiao Mushing, unfazed, confidently approached. Xiao, though somewhat bashful, was filled with confidence. Despite the benefit of the connection, he was determined to showcase his capabilities to the audience. In addition to the 2 of them, 2 others were subsequently invited to join. The female speaker, clad in small leather shoes, a black skirt, and a white blouse, sported a high ponytail and understated makeup, exuding both dynamism and warmth. Indeed, deceivers rarely display their true nature openly. Instead, they often come across as approachable. Demonstrating foresight, she did not first address Xiao Mushing, but rather targeted Xiao, choosing to engage with one she perceived as easily swayed, thereby energizing the atmosphere. Eventually, even the most obstinate individuals, under the influence of the collective environment, would find themselves yielding, lest they risk feeling awkward. What dreams does this newly joined brother harbor? Perhaps to purchase a modest house, acquire a small vehicle, and marry a beautiful wife. How large a house do you intend to buy? The woman encourages him gently, urging him to articulate his desires openly and without reservation. 1,000 square meters. What sort of car do you wish to acquire? A Bentley. Meanwhile, the others in the audience had briefly envisioned something like a BMW or similar. The woman's lips gradually curled into a smile. She believed there was no fear in having aspirations, only in lacking them, and she continued to spur him on. Why aspire for a Bentley and 1,000 square meters of living space? Because I reside in a 2,000 square meter home, and my father drives a Bentley. I wish to prove that even without their privileges, I can thrive. The audience responded collectively. The speaker, a woman, felt her lips twitch in disbelief. After toiling for so long, her own dreams amounted to merely aspiring to reside in a 200 or 300 square meter home. As for a Bentley, she typically used such notions to boast and impress others, but owning one herself seemed utterly impossible. Yet now, she sensed a flicker of possibility, inspired by this young man, as well as the 4 individuals behind him who shared similar aspirations. The audience, however, began to lose their earlier enthusiasm. What had been a mere splash of cold water now felt like a waterfall crashing down upon them. The chasm between dreams and reality loomed before them, stark and unbridgeable. Their aspirations were but the mundane existence of others. Those who lived such lives often sought more and aimed to create their own destinies. At this moment, Xiao Mushing pondered how such an affluent family could raise such a naive child. Furthermore, he questioned the intelligence of the wealthy. The first generation of wealth is rarely foolish, else they would not have amassed such fortunes. Thus, Xiao Mushing's gaze swept across the audience, landing on an elderly gentleman clad in a simple, classical gray robe. Upon meeting the elder's sharp and scrutinizing gaze, Xiao Mushing offered a slight smile and a nod. The elder, momentarily taken aback, reciprocated the gesture. Inwardly, he mused, the wealthy Mr. Yi has indeed hired bodyguards. This young man possesses some skill, managing to mingle with the young master. Yet, there was something peculiarly strange about his appearance. Perhaps an opportunity to read his fortune would arise. The female speaker, regaining her composure from the shock, seized the moment to address the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, did you hear that? Even with such substantial familial assets, Brother Xiang is willing to strive for success, for he believes that future projects will enable him to achieve accomplishments on par with his father. Xiang, feeling slightly bashful at her words, scratched his head. His primary purpose for attending was to glean knowledge, to understand the company's structural arrangements, project planning, bidding processes, and networking, all essential elements, before saving enough to venture out on his own. Due to certain matters, he was still able to comprehend that the probability of striking it rich through labor was far less than purchasing a lottery ticket for the Dragon Kingdom's football team to win the World Cup. At this moment, the previously silent crowd ignited with fervor upon hearing his words, their eyes ablaze with enthusiasm as they erupted into even more vigorous cheers. A company favored by the offspring of the affluent was undoubtedly destined for prosperity. Xiao Mushing speculated that these individuals would soon shift their focus. Collectively, they likely could not rival the wealth of a single rich heir. In that instant, Xiang felt as if he were the center of attention, while the 3 others invited to the stage appeared merely as background figures. Zheng, standing nearby, couldn't help but lament. These individuals had truly encountered a fortuitous moment. When had he ever come across such a lucrative opportunity? Reflecting on his past, he pondered that had he been able to capture such a plump fish, his conscience would likely have been crushed beneath the weight of money. The fish was indeed quite substantial, yet he doubted they would be able to consume it all. Xiao Mushing chuckled and shook his head. At this juncture, he also found no opportunity to dampen their spirits, as their eyes sparkled with the desire to profit. One should not attempt to counsel calmness during such a time. Others might perceive it as obstruction to their financial paths, thus pushing everyone into opposition and complicating his own actions. Moreover, he was not the only one in this pyramid scheme harboring ulterior motives. It would be prudent to establish contact and assess the situation. In a villa situated in the suburbs, a middle-aged man clad in a wool sweater, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, reclined on a genuine leather chaise lounge, telephone in hand. Have they struck? Not yet, but they seem to have set their sights on the young master. Very well. Just ensure his safety. If he gets hurt, do not intervene. After concluding the call, the middle-aged man had initially hoped his son might join a reputable company to witness the harsh realities of business competition. However, he was taken aback to find that the boy had directly ventured into a pyramid scheme. Nevertheless, this could prove beneficial, granting the child valuable experience and illustrating how splendid the path he had arranged for him truly was. He possessed the confidence and resources to allow his child to make mistakes. Meanwhile, after the speech concluded and everyone dispersed, an elderly man in a gray robe approached Xiao Mushing. "Young brother, would you care to join me in the restroom?" Xiao Mushing placed a hand on the old man's shoulder. Certainly. At that moment, the 5 individuals sharing a dormitory with Xiao Mushing watched the old man and him leave. Their expressions a complex mix of compassion, admiration for the brave soul, and a twinge of reluctance. Yet, none dared to intervene. Xiao Mushing was simply a pure eccentric. They felt powerless to persuade him. Upon entering the restroom, before Xiao Mushing could speak, the old man initiated the conversation. "I am Taoist Xianxing. May I see your hand?" "Ah, your words sound quite familiar. Online, people usually ask to see your legs." "My young friend, you misunderstand. I approached because your features seemed peculiar, prompting me to examine your palmistry. I suspect you are not merely a Taoist?" Xiao Musheng replied with a contemplative expression. "You have keen insight. I am, in fact, a bounty hunter. I believe you might be similar to me. Indeed, we are quite alike. How does a Taoist who reads palms come to be a bounty hunter? My master, whom I revere, possesses a rather wild spirit, which is why I chose not to register under Taoism. Although I possess the ability to read fortunes, the temporal scope is somewhat distant. I can only discern the overarching narrative of a lifetime, and I am incapable of altering anyone's fate. When individuals seek my counsel, they typically inquire about short-term matters concerning love and wealth, to which I find myself at a loss for answers. As a Taoist, I am aware of the inherent freedom in our path, yet the necessity of financial sustenance compels me to engage in this line of work. It allows me to uphold justice, express my innermost thoughts, remain unshackled, and earn a modest income. Given this context, might you assess my fortune?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing ceased to press further. After all, if a wealthy individual had chosen to employ this immortal, Xianxing Taoist as a bodyguard for his son, it was evident that the man possessed some remarkable abilities. Observing would not be detrimental. Xianxing Taoist, upon hearing this, washed his hands at the sink and then took Xiao Mushing's hand for a meticulous examination. The more he scrutinized, the deeper his frown became, as if his entire visage were wrinkling in concern. "What troubles you? Is my future fraught with misfortune and adversity?" Xiao Mushing inquired. "If it were merely that, it would be manageable. However, your palmistry, combined with your facial features, is quite peculiar," Xianxing Taoist replied, his expression laden with sorrow. The presence of malevolent stars, the tumult of blood, and an overwhelming aura of negativity suggest a dire fate, one that could warrant target practice at a shooting range. Yet, accompanying these ominous signs is a continuous stream of merit, the brilliance of clear skies, and unceasing financial fortune, which indicates a remarkable blessing. Could it be that I have not mastered my craft adequately? Xianxing Taoist found himself beset with questions. Yet the master who imparted these skills to him had passed away over 30 years ago, leaving him without recourse to seek answers from the grave. What a true master he must have been. How unfortunate that I never encountered him during my lifetime, he lamented. He Zheng, standing nearby, expressed his regret, pondering that perhaps a calculation on his part could have altered the course of fate. Xiao Mushing's circumstances were not entirely foreign to him. As he had previously spoken of having blood on his hands, the lives of 10 or more individuals entwined with his own. However, he was aware of the reasons behind these connections. Each of those individuals had deserved their fate. Of course, he himself bore a share of responsibility as well. Chapter 59. Everyone desires wealth in our profession. It is quite normal to be stained by blood. And the presence of negative energy likely correlates with my childhood penchant for wandering among graveyards. Xianxing Taoist hesitated momentarily. What prompted you to roam graveyards? Surely I cannot confess that my youthful curiosity led me to pilfer offerings? Xiao Mushing shrugged, nonchalantly. Xianxing Taoist struggled to contain his incredulity. How have you managed to survive to this day? Xiao Mushing responded with a hint of melancholy. At times, I too ponder how I have made it this far, particularly since my father was truly ruthless. Was it merely for a taste of offerings? After the willow branches were exhausted, he resorted to bamboo, and once the bamboo was spent, he wielded peach wood. Xianxing Taoist inexplicably sensed that this individual was far more perilous than the typical fraudsters. What could have possessed Boss Yi to hire such a person? He mused. Nevertheless, you should return and diligently protect the young master of the Yi family. This situation is already known to Boss Yi. As long as his life is safeguarded, he is willing to endure some hardship. Protect the young master? What young master? Your employer has yet to compensate me. You are not here to protect the young master. Then what is your purpose? I am here to dismantle the entire fraudulent organization. After Xiao Mushing spoke, he departed. At that moment, Xiansheng Dao Ren beheld Xiao Mushing's silhouette, a harbinger of doom, radiant with golden brilliance. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the office building, in a markedly different conference room, a video call featuring an individual was underway. In addition to the 5 executive members previously on stage, there were 4 others present. Summing to 9 individuals gathered to deliberate on a singular matter: how to extract wealth from this affluent heir. Unlike previous endeavors that preyed upon the impoverished, this opportunity to ensnare a rich heir was rare. Traditional tactics could not be employed. The wealth of such an heir was a product of their family's acumen. And foolish individuals do not retain riches. Thus, they needed to devise an infallible strategy to secure the funds. Perhaps we should find a way to deceive his father into investing. We can ensure the paperwork is thorough and reach out to some contacts. As this suggestion was made, laughter rippled through the room. Manager Chen loosened his tie. Let us not be foolish. If it were that simple, we wouldn't need so many of us gathered here. A 2,000 square foot mansion and a Bentley for personal use. Consider the wealth you can imagine. Paperwork? Are you certain you understand better than his father? To fool someone who has seen it all? My recommendation is to first extract any funds the young master might possess. After being a young master for so long, he must have some savings. If we can entice him into our scheme, he likely won't be too difficult to manipulate. At this juncture, the woman who had previously spoken up interjected, "You aim to deceive such a grand figure for mere trifles. This is merely the initial phase. If we wish to procure more later, we will use this sum as a foundation to ensnare him further. With this money, renting luxurious accommodations and hiring professional actors should pose no challenge. We can also summon our brothers from other branches to orchestrate a grand scheme. Naturally, we must also cultivate connections and navigate certain channels. Most crucially, we need to extract information from that young man to safeguard against potential losses." In the video call, a figure turned away from the others slowly began to speak. Based on Old Chen's proposal, let's devise a plan. The 3 middle-aged men, who had engaged in amiable conversation with him, were moved to tears as they savored their meal, as if they had not tasted such exquisite fare in ages. So enthralled were they that they eagerly devoured the remnants of Yi Xiang's unfinished dish. After the meal, the sound of a broadcast filled the air, followed by an impassioned speech that was certain to dispel any lingering silence. These individuals excelled in creating an inviting atmosphere, with soothing yet hopeful music and persuasive audio recordings of speeches playing on repeat. Xiao Mushing observed the fervent Yi family scion beside him, brimming with enthusiasm. "Return to our plans and document every detail meticulously. I require a targeted strategy," he instructed. He Zheng remarked, "If I had such wit, I wouldn't have resorted to such dubious means for profit." Xiaomu almost forgot that the other party had merely transformed into a specter, not evolved into something more formidable, and therefore decided to compromise. He would document only the pivotal elements, such as the opening and closing remarks, the names established, and any incriminating evidence I could gather regarding their plans. Meanwhile, the 4 individuals huddled together. Yi Mingqiu bit his finger and said, "It's over. This brother is talking to himself again." Xiao Mushing looked at the 4, huddled in the corner by the door. "Aren't you going to sleep?" They shook their heads in unison. With someone like that in the dormitory, who could possibly sleep? Of course, aside from Yi Xiang, who, in the throes of the speech, had been shouting passionately, but likely had worn himself out. As night fell and others succumbed to slumber, the 5th floor of the lonely 5-story building remained brightly lit. Manager Chun, sitting at his computer, typed furiously while slapping himself in frustration. "I really should watch my mouth and say less." He lamented the night's labor, cursing the big boss for his audacious ideas. Amidst this simmering resentment, a notion began to take shape in Manager Chun's mind. After all, if fraud is already illegal, why not deceive the big boss? If he managed to embezzle that sum, he could flee overseas. Then he would be free as a bird, living lavishly without a care. With this thought, a shadowy smile crept across Manager Chen's face. Meanwhile, in other rooms, several individuals were also nurturing their own ambitions. They had all come seeking fortune. Why should the big boss alone reap the rewards? They too desired luxury cars and sprawling mansions. Chapter 60. Adding fuel to the fire. The following morning marked the commencement of their tasks, albeit not in the conventional sense of work. Instead, they were to engage in what was termed internship training, instilling the core philosophies of the company within them. Xiao Mushing garnered some attention, though not excessively. The entire focus of the company was currently centered on Xiao. However, they refrained from hasty actions, as the proposal had only been submitted that morning and the big boss was still reviewing it. Any rash moves could easily alarm the adversary. This was indeed a significant enterprise, and caution was paramount. As the day stretched into the afternoon and approached dusk, action was finally set in motion. The first to take the initiative was Manager Chun, who arrived with several items in hand. Xiao, I have heard from previous employees that your training was commendable. Here are some materials. I would appreciate your assistance in processing them. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiang blinked in surprise. Manager Chun, noticing the clarity in Yi Xiang's expression, smiled even more broadly. This is merely a test of your capabilities. Should you excel, you may advance through the training and formally integrate into our team. Yi Xiang nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Manager Chun. Manager Chun gave Yi Xiang's shoulder a reassuring pat. Do your best. I have faith in you. As Yi Xiang departed with a stack of documents, this was only the first step of their plan. They needed to be subtle and provide an opportunity for Yi Xiang to affirm his own abilities, requiring him to invest a little effort. The tasks he was assigned were not cumbersome and could be completed swiftly. Yi Xiang, carrying a bag of documents, sought out Xiao Mushing. You were telling the truth. Manager Chen indeed approached me and assigned me additional tasks. How did you know? Xiao Mushing revealed a knowing smile. Shall we place another bet? Do you believe that if you botch this document, they will grant you a second chance? Yi Xiang regarded the files in his hands, aware that it was just the two of them present. Xiao Mushing discreetly approached him, sharing insights about Manager Chen's intentions. Initially, Yi Xiang had dismissed it as a jest, but now it had become reality. Shall I give it a try? Although Yi Xiang appeared innocent, he was not so naive as to overlook potential issues. If Xiao Mushing's words held any truth, the company might indeed be facing significant problems, or perhaps Manager Chen himself was the source of the trouble. However, those were considerations for another time. Should issues arise and Xiao Mushing be aware, what would be his purpose here? He Zheng stood nearby, remarking, I am doing all the work, yet you are reaping the benefits. After Yi Xiang left, Xiao Mushing spoke up. Given the current situation, several members of the leadership are vying for personal gain. Do you think the big boss will notice? He should, He Zheng responded, his demeanor growing serious. After all, my downfall was orchestrated by him. Moreover, those who engage in such conduct do not tend to trust their subordinates. If these individuals were to act, they might very well follow my path. What if I were to provide them with a strategy to ensnare the big boss, then devise a way to swindle the funds from the young master? Do you think they would take that risk? He Zheng inhaled sharply at the suggestion, then contemplated it calmly. In the face of such considerable profit, they might indeed be willing to take the gamble. In that case, let us start with Manager Chun. Xiao Mushing proposed. If this criminal syndicate operated as a cohesive unit, it might be challenging for Xiao Mushing, but with differing motives, he could not be held accountable. A fortified fortress is often breached from within. During dinner time, Xiao Mushing orchestrated a chance encounter for He Zheng to locate Manager Chun. Manager Chun, you are here as well. Oh, it's Mu Sheng. ISNT at mealtime. What brings you here? Although Xiao Mushing's stature pales in comparison to Yi Xiang's, it is still flesh nonetheless. Manager Chen maintained a composed demeanor, revealing little in terms of emotional shifts. I happened to be wandering aimlessly and chanced upon you. I have a question to ask. What is it? Please, go ahead. They seldom refuse inquiries from others, as such exchanges often signify a promising beginning. I have heard that the company is involved in a significant project, yet the original investor has encountered legal troubles, leading to a disruption in the funding chain. Consequently, the company has allocated a portion of the project's shares internally, and I heard we might also have the opportunity to invest. Is that true? Xiao Mushing's curiosity was palpable, tinged with a hint of ambition. Upon hearing this, Manager Chen's smile remained warm, yet his inner countenance darkened considerably. They were still in the preliminary stages of indoctrination, and certain information could not be disclosed prematurely, lest it raise suspicions. Moreover, he had never mentioned this. Thus, who had relayed this information to Xiao Mushing? After all, he shared a dormitory with Yi Xiang. Where did you hear this? Just from some employees discussing it. At this revelation, alarm bells rang in Manager Chen's mind. He was uncertain whether Xiao was aware of this matter. Were the others truly oblivious? Some things should not be disclosed so early. What if these individuals were being intentionally deceitful? Manager Chun was privy to his own thoughts, yet he could not ascertain whether others shared his suspicions. He contemplated pressing for more information, but decided against such a direct approach. Instead, he remarked, "I am not entirely sure, but are you interested in investing? You must understand that investment carries risks. In this fiercely competitive workplace, it is a matter of either you ousting me or me ousting you, or perhaps replacing your immediate superior to achieve financial gain. Given the rarity of such an opportunity, how could one not be tempted?" Xiao Mushing spoke casually, yet his words resonated deeply with Manager Chun. "Do not dwell on it too much. I have not caught wind of this matter. Your sources may not be reliable." Xiao Mushing scratched his head. "I overheard some individuals speaking earnestly while I was in the restroom. It seemed quite sincere, so it should not be false." Manager Chen silently noted this. "You should return and rest. Do not ponder these uncertainties." After conveying his thoughts, Xiao Mushing took his leave. As for that final remark, it was intentionally directed at Manager Chen, who was subtly trying to glean information. One must always reciprocate. As he departed, he encountered the figure of an elderly man clad in gray robes. The Taoist named Xianxing stroked his beard and observed Manager Chen's retreating silhouette. He had previously sensed that Manager Chen's lifespan might be short. Could it be related to him? With that thought, he turned away and returned to his quarters. Chapter 61. A subtle inquiry in the dormitory. As for Xiao, he harbored no concerns. Upon accepting this task, he had shown Xiao a glimpse of his fortune. There were some setbacks, yet he still exuded an air of affluence, appearing not to be short-lived. Thus, he accepted the assignment. Over the years, he had relied on this skill, gradually securing less perilous jobs, ultimately rising to become a renowned bounty hunter. Manager Chun returned to the fifth-floor office area, greeting each passing colleague with warmth, yet simultaneously scrutinizing them with caution. Who among them could be so impatient? Those who ascend to leadership positions have invariably undergone rigorous selection. In this environment, one cannot rely on connections, as no one wishes to find themselves in a precarious situation, ensuring that the leadership would never admit incompetence. Such hasty actions might yield no financial gain. What, then, could be the ultimate aim? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Manager Chen returned to his office, which was more akin to a combined living and working space furnished with a bed and a small desk. Lying on the bed, he pondered deeply, suddenly sitting up with a jolt. What if they intended to leverage the big boss against us? Among the elder staff under their supervision lurked the big boss's informants. If this matter were to leak out and reach the big boss, would there not be a thorough investigation? Each individual in this place was a master of deception. Framing and discrediting others were their specialties. Moreover, he himself was not entirely innocent. Given the big boss's cautious nature, compounded by previous incidents, should any hint of wrongdoing arise, it would be more likely that they would prefer to act rashly than to overlook a potential threat. If this were indeed the case, then Xiao Mushing would likely be aware of it, possibly orchestrating the entire situation. After all, he was the one who had brought him on board, having previously regarded him as a key focus. If the other party had not disclosed this matter to him today, he could very well have found himself in a precarious position. They probably did not anticipate that Xiao Mushing would place such trust in him. Seeking confirmation of such a significant issue, given the circumstances, he could not afford to be lenient. Yet what of the big boss? Should such an incident occur again, the big boss would undoubtedly lose trust in him, rendering him bereft of any opportunities for profit. Perhaps it would be best to take decisive action. Entrusting the big boss to a peaceful retirement would be an option, although the pressure would be immense. However, others might not simply acquiesce. Most matters could be delegated to them, with him merely giving a gentle nudge when necessary. This situation required careful deliberation. The comfort of his remaining years hinged upon this singular event. Back in his dormitory, he contemplated as he retrieved his computer, commencing the tasks assigned by Manager Chun. This device had been issued to him by the administrator, as most of their communication equipment was entrusted to the administrator for safekeeping. The rationale provided was a concern over potential indiscriminate photography that could compromise company secrets. Initially, Manager Chun and his team had not wished to resort to such measures, as the fraudulent contract they signed included a confidentiality clause. However, the unfortunate reality was that among those they had deceived, there were bound to be individuals who disregarded such confidentiality stipulations. Thus, in a state of helplessness, I could only devise such a solution. However, this approach inevitably deepens the suspicions of certain individuals, thus requiring them to expend a bit more effort. Xiang was engaged in handling the tasks assigned by Manager Chun. These tasks were not particularly challenging, or perhaps they were so simplistic that one might deem them somewhat antiquated. At this moment, the other 4 individuals returned. Upon entering the room, they enthusiastically inquired about what he was working on. Upon learning that it was assigned by Manager Chun, they lavished praise upon him, expressing their hopes that he would assist them in the future. Amidst their flattery, Xiang felt a peculiar sense of elation. Perhaps it was due to his own prowess that he found these tasks to be overly simplistic. Yet, just as he entertained such thoughts, a sudden silence enveloped the dormitory. A figure entered, accompanied by the sound of the door closing behind them. It was reminiscent of the appearance of a forbidden entity in a peculiar tale, rendering the entire dormitory utterly silent. The 4 previously vibrant individuals instantly transformed into statues, their mouths sealed, their faces betraying no emotions of joy or sorrow. Oh, I just heard quite a commotion from outside. Am I imagining things? Why has it gone quiet? No one dared to respond, fearing the attention of this individual. Xiang remained absorbed in his tasks. Xiao Mushing peeked in, glancing at the contents on Xiang's computer. Aren't you graduated yet? Why do you still have assignments from your teacher? Xiao Mushing's remark jolted Xiang awake. Indeed, this task bore little difficulty compared to the assignments from school. Xiang murmured a soft thank you. Xiao Mushing withdrew his head, as he could not comprehend the content on the computer, not even knowing the name of the software being used. His previous comment was mere conjecture. He had only relayed some information from Hejiang, aiming to awaken Xiang's awareness. Of course, should that single remark fail to provoke any realization, and should Xiang engage in a pedantic debate, he would resort to Confucian methods, employing reason to persuade. Subsequently, Xiao Mushing beckoned to Yi Mingxiu, observing that he had once again focused on her. Yi Mingxiu pursed her lips and shook her head, her expression conveying a message: I cannot comply. Xiao Mushing merely smiled, producing a key. I have already locked the door. Will you come over yourself, or shall I come to you? Yi Mingxiu lifted her gaze to the door, merely a step away. Gradually, she moved closer to Xiao Mushing. What is it, Brother Xiao? Her tone was subdued, her demeanor sincere. I merely wanted to ask how long you have been with this company. Brother Xiao, are you joking? Did we not arrive together? I am also a newcomer. Oh, is that so? Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that you are quite familiar with the leadership. I even saw you chatting with a superior upstairs. Upon hearing this, the other 3 turned silently to face the wall, relieved that they had not been seen conversing with the leadership. From this point onward, Yi Mingxiu could only rely on her own fortunes. It is not their fault for not rendering assistance. They simply cannot. Do not tell me you have connections. I have always harbored a disdain for those who rely on such ties. Were it not for these connections, I would not have been unable to procure the last bottle of orange soda from the village convenience store when I was merely 8 years old. Yi Mingxiu exhaled a sigh, only to have the matter resurfaced. A bottle of orange soda may seem trivial, yet considering the peculiar nature of this individual, who knows how significant such a beverage could be to him? Initially, when it was suggested to replace personnel, they inquired about Xiang's condition, to which he replied that he was fine and had no issues. Consequently, they did not allow him to switch. Yi Mingxiu felt a sense of helplessness. Why should there be such disparity in treatment among those who share the same surname? Chapter 62. As Yi Mingxiu pondered this, he stole a glance at Xiang. It was imperative that he did not disclose the truth at this juncture. Should he dare to speak out, the higher-ups would undoubtedly take action against him. What to do? What to do? He needed to devise a reasonably plausible excuse. In a flash, Yi Mingxiu concocted a remarkably clever rationale, one that would surely hold water. I learned that one of the managers seems to enjoy discussing emotional matters with male employees, so I decided to attend. I know it's embarrassing, but there was no other choice. Coming from a background without support, I aspired to earn a substantial income and gain respect. This was my only option. What else could I do? What could I possibly do? To lend authenticity to his performance, Yi Mingxiu recalled some past experiences. He had painstakingly saved a meager sum, all of which he had invested. He had no alternative but to follow this path to the bitter end. With all his funds depleted, if he wished to avoid complete financial ruin, he had no choice but to persist. Having deceived all his relatives and friends, there was no one left to take him in, save for prison. Humiliation and sorrow surged forth, accompanying his spoken words, as tears cascaded down his cheeks. At that moment, the three individuals behind him silently gave him a thumbs up. Truly, this brother is ruthless. To utter such words. Which manager? Yi Mingxiu recalled the individuals who had deceived him. There were several, but upon voicing this, he realized he had misspoken. No, that is not what I meant. It wasn't that many. Xiao Mushing sighed. I understand. Yi Xiang felt a chill run down his spine. He had heard whispers of workplace unwritten rules, yet he had never encountered the notion of targeting men. Xiao Mushing's original intention was to convey something through Yi Mingxiu and the other three, to instill a sense of tension, without intending to lay everything bare. However, since the other party had provided such a rationale, he decided to believe it and assist in spreading the rumor. The following day, on the 5th floor, the leadership was convening a meeting. Among them, all the men were scrutinizing one another. In this modest 5-story building, with so many individuals present, it took merely a single morning for a particular rumor to reach the ears of the leadership. Regarding other matters, they might have laughed them off, but concerning this issue, all the male leaders adopted an exceedingly serious demeanor. Everyone is apprehensive of their colleagues in the same position, hoping to stand behind their backs. Manager Chen cleared his throat. Ahem, I believe some of you may have already heard about this matter. Yi Xiang's document produced last night was so abysmal that despite my utmost efforts, I could not approve it. The other party even contemplated leaving, fearing they might fall victim to certain unspoken rules. I am quite curious as to who possesses such peculiar inclinations that they cannot restrain themselves at such a critical moment. At that moment, a faint voice emerged. It may not necessarily be recent. Perhaps it was some elder from before who leaked it. The newcomers likely haven't had the chance to act. Everyone turned to the source of the voice, an elderly gentleman in his 50s. Don't look at me. I was detained for 2 days because of that matter. It could not possibly be me. I merely suggested a possibility. Manager Chun continued. Now, I kindly ask someone to step forward and take a brief leave, allowing the others to feel at ease. Rumors often penetrate deeper than facts. Even brainwashing may not suffice. Moreover, their indoctrination is only halfway complete, and this situation has already begun to affect their mindset. At this moment, no one in the room spoke. Only the lone woman, who had previously delivered a speech at the meeting, remained unperturbed. In this situation, she refrained from speaking up, as it could easily offend others and provoke jealousy. Such matters should be left for the 8 men to resolve. Manager Chun, as the instigator, also remained silent, harboring his own thoughts, seizing this opportunity to expel a few individuals and reduce the overall difficulty. The atmosphere grew tense, descending into silence as seconds ticked by. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves. Damn it, who will step forward? What use is lingering here? Another voice chimed in. If we let such a significant opportunity slip away over this trivial matter, the big boss will surely have our heads. Consequently, the atmosphere became chaotic, with individuals beginning to doubt and point fingers at one another. Everyone wished to expel a few people, yet none wanted to be the one singled out. As time passed, one person's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, they gestured for silence and answered on speakerphone. A voice distorted by a voice changer emerged from the other end. Is it not resolved yet? A wave of tension swept through the room. They had not reported this issue. Yet, the big boss was aware. If this matter cannot be resolved today, I will personally bring people over, and you will be responsible for managing other affairs. Meanwhile, Yi Xiang gradually sensed something amiss within the company. This afternoon, he attempted to leave, but he was utterly barred from doing so. The main door downstairs was locked, and the windows were secured with iron bars, rendering escape impossible. Furthermore, his computer had been confiscated and would likely not be returned to him anytime soon. Recalling the words spoken by Xiao Mushing earlier, Yi Xiang sought him out. Can you help me escape? Xiao Mushing looked at the anxious scion before him. Oh, so you have finally recognized the issue? They cannot possibly be the kind of company that traffics people abroad, can they? First, they fly to another country for a layover. And then, I do not wish to perish. I yearn to live. I have yet to accomplish a monumental endeavor that could shake the world, and I cannot afford to meet an untimely demise. He reflected on some things he had encountered online, his dread escalating with each thought. His voice tinged with a hint of desperation. He did not wish to die. Rest assured, this company is not as exaggerated as that. They do not engage in human trafficking, he heard, just as he began to feel a sense of relief upon hearing this. The next words from Xiao Mushing caused his heart to race once more. However, for them, eliminating a person is quite an effortless task. After all, given the nature of their business, They could easily face imprisonment or worse. Yi swallowed hard. What should I do then? The immediate priority is to refrain from acting impulsively. We must engage in a strategic game of Tai Chi with them, stalling for time while I seek an opportunity to escape. That makes sense. Sending these individuals away is akin to ensuring my own escape. Chapter 63. The gas canister. Yi grasped Xiao Muxing's hand firmly. When you leave, you must take me with you. I would be eternally grateful. Once outside, we can start a venture together, and you shall be the vice president. Why do you only think of repaying kindness with enmity? Xiao Muxing quickly withdrew his hand upon hearing this. With the meager earnings I make, starting a business would barely make a splash, and I might even end up in debt, enduring a life of toil merely to repay it. The mere thought of such a dismal existence sent a shiver down Xiao Muxing's spine. You share a dormitory with me. If an opportunity to escape arises, I will certainly notify you. By the way, do not disclose this to anyone else. There are spies among us. Ye's eyes widened in alarm. He nodded fervently. Xiao Muxing realized he needed to keep this young master stable, especially since the big boss was coming tomorrow. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity, and thus, this young master would have to serve as bait. Meanwhile, several managers had yet to select a final candidate. Everyone understood they were not the one, yet they were uncertain about the others. They also recognized that the individual in question would likely not step forward voluntarily, as doing so would mean complete exclusion from consideration. Thus, it was no longer merely a matter of finding someone, but rather the necessity of pushing someone forward. Since a suitable candidate could not be found immediately, why not resort to voting? During their relentless deliberation, a voice suddenly suggested this pragmatic solution. It was indeed the most time-efficient method. Although the boss had given them a day, the actual time was limited, as they needed to announce the decision before the others rested. Exchanging glances, they all nodded in unison. The sole woman present did not participate in the voting and was not among those to be voted for. To ensure fairness, the voting would be conducted transparently, with each ballot displayed individually. The only woman present, Hu Yingying, nodded in agreement. Then, the voting commenced. Manager Chun gazed intently at the paper and pen in his hand, contemplating a name before inscribing it. He felt certain that he would not be voted out, for the odds were as slim as old Chun's 5 votes. His eyes drifted to the 5 ballots affixed to the wall, filled with indignation. He cast a resentful glance at the others. 5 votes. There was undoubtedly collusion afoot. Very well, he thought. I shall take my leave. The announcement will be made this afternoon. Such slander, and the intent to oust him. How could he possibly endure this? Having uttered his thoughts, he strode out. At that moment, the remaining individuals exchanged glances, a glimmer of mockery dancing in their eyes. There was little choice, for this individual had secured far too many advantageous positions. He had been the first to communicate with Yi Xiang, and within the dormitory, he had sent his own people. If money were to be deceitfully acquired, he would undoubtedly be the first to handle it, leaving the others with mere scraps. Thus, they resolved to oust Manager Chen first. In the afternoon, all were summoned, with the 9 managers standing upon the platform. Hu Yingying held the microphone, ready to address the audience. Aware of the internal rumors circulating within the company, she stated, "We have conducted a thorough investigation, and today we must bid farewell to a manager. Please welcome Manager Chen." However, before she could finish, Manager Chen seized the microphone from her grasp, his eyes red and brimming with tears. "Allow me to speak," he began. "Manager Wang and Manager Hu have been colleagues for many years, and thus Manager Hu has found it difficult to disclose this truth. Allow me to take on that responsibility. Manager Wang has made the decision to depart from here. We are all deeply saddened by this matter. Yet our company cannot permit any manager to jeopardize the mental and physical safety of its employees, nor can we tolerate inappropriate relationships. Therefore, we must reassign Manager Wang from his position. Please join me in applauding his farewell." Meanwhile, those who had gathered to witness the unfolding drama prepared for entertainment. Manager Wang clenched his fists, ready to confront Chun, but was restrained by others. Engaging in a brawl now would render all their previous arrangements futile. Chun wore a self-assured smile, contemplating how they intended to remove him without understanding how he attained his current position. If even his mentor could be compromised, what did he have to fear from these individuals? Once announced, the decision could not be easily reversed. This environment was indeed more ruthless than the external workplace. Everything had to be fought for. Xiao Muxing, seated in the audience, clapped enthusiastically, as he was privy to the voting results. Apart from the 9 on stage, he was the only one present who knew the full story, His companion beside him was no longer alive. Thus, witnessing Qin's maneuver was nothing short of exhilarating. It could be said that Qin's strategy was audacious. Had he missed the opportunity, or if Hu Ying had revealed the truth from the outset, or if he had failed to successfully wrest the microphone from her, the entire assembly could have unraveled, potentially leading to dire consequences from the higher-ups. Yet he had succeeded. Although it appeared straightforward, each step required meticulous calculation and foresight. Should anyone perceive his intentions prematurely, it would spell disaster for him. However, in his original plan, he had never intended for these individuals to proceed so effortlessly. He feared that if they continued smoothly, the big boss might not show up. A reminder from Xiao lingered in his mind. In such a substantial enterprise, the big boss would undoubtedly make an appearance, especially given that they have already encountered some issues, leading to a growing unease about their operations. As for the delay in their arrival, it is likely due to an investigation into Xiang's identity, seeking to ascertain the accuracy of the intelligence. It seems that by now, they have most likely obtained definitive information confirming Xiang as the offspring of a wealthy family. At this moment, Xiao, appearing rather unhurried, inquired how they planned to secure incriminating evidence from her once the big boss arrived. To maintain control over his subordinates, the big boss holds leverage over each individual, often involving life-threatening secrets. Even those lacking such leverage would be compelled to provide something. I discovered a storage room on the first floor containing gas canisters, said Xiao mushing, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. What are you thinking? You've lost your mind. There are many innocent people inside. Zhang's ethereal spirit protested vehemently, unwilling to harm the innocents. Gas canisters? Are you intending to eliminate everyone in the building? The scene conjured visions of explosions, flames, a burning edifice, and Xiao mushing, grinning malevolently in front of the building. What do you mean? I merely plan to have them inhale some gas. I am not a terrorist, Xiao mushing replied, digging at his ear. He had gathered sufficient knowledge to understand that this organization lacked dangerous weaponry. They were merely ordinary individuals. However, should the numbers become overwhelming, he might find himself unable to cope. This situation was distinctly different from dealing with the elderly in the village, as most present were young and vigorous. Chapter 64. The tragic manager Chen. Under the cloak of night, a furtive figure appeared, clutching a set of keys, and approached the door of one of the rooms on the 5th floor. Manager Wang cautiously unlocked the door and slipped inside, closing it behind him. He moved to the bedside, loosened his tie, and gazed at the slumbering Manager Chen. Internal regulations prohibited the indiscriminate elimination of colleagues. Thus, he had discreetly added a sedative to the latter's meal. Isn't he known for his affinity for handsome men? Today, I shall solidify the evidence, he mused. In the depths of slumber, Manager Chen dreamt of a rather peculiar experience, involving discomfort and an odd sensation as he struggled with his bodily functions. The following day, Manager Chen awoke late, missing even the farewell of Manager Wang. As he slowly stirred from his slumber, rubbing his eyes, he was suddenly struck by an acute pain and a foul odor. Upon lifting the sheets, he discovered a disconcerting mess, and an overwhelming sense of discomfort assaulted him from the rear. This sensation was entirely foreign to him, yet it instilled a profound sense of dread. He realized with alarm that he had become rather lax. Suddenly, it dawned on him, who among the remaining 6 men had committed this act? In his preoccupation with self-preservation and arranging for someone to take his place, he had neglected to guard against the terrifying presence lurking among them. Now, the threat had struck. Taking advantage of his moment of complacency, who could it be? At this moment, Manager Chen was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He was a man of stature, yet here he was, gripping the bed sheet tightly, gritting his teeth in silent vow. He swore to himself that he must not allow that individual to be found. Should he ever encounter that person, he would ensure they faced a fate most gruesome. Meanwhile, he thought of Xiang. In pursuit of wealth, he had already sacrificed far too much. This money was imperative. He could not let anyone stand in his way, not even the top brass. Meanwhile, those in the dormitory were gathered for a meal. What was happening? Manager Chen had been compromised by a man? Xiao mushing could not contain his volume. He had only intended to spread rumors, yet it seemed the situation had spiraled into something tangible. Were these fraudsters truly so brazen? This was utterly insane. He felt a twinge of fear, concerned he might become a target himself. Xiao, recalling the scene from the previous night, wished he could gouge out his own eyes. How had he never recognized the depravity of this group? Such acts were indeed possible. Xiao Muxing's outburst caught the attention of those in the corridor and dormitory. Conversations began to murmur. Manager Wang had left that morning, but no one had mentioned such proclivities among the leadership. If even the manager was involved, what fate awaited the rest of them? Some pondered leaving altogether. They had come to earn a living, not to sell their dignity. After changing into a fresh pair of trousers, even stuffing something in the back, Manager Chen adjusted his mindset before stepping out. However, he was met with the peculiar gazes of his colleagues, some filled with sympathy, others with pity, and a few with regret. Someone approached and patted his shoulder, offering words of comfort. It's all right. It's all in the past. Be strong. Yet, ultimately, he could not maintain his composure, and a faint laugh escaped him. Manager Chen trembled as he grasped the wrist of the person beside him. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. I told you to leave earlier. You chose to stay, and now look at this, sighed Hu Yingying. Manager Chen began to realize they might know something. However, he was in denial. He had only just stepped out. How could such news spread so swiftly? What if it was merely a misunderstanding? If he admitted it, it would be the end. What are you discussing? I cannot understand. Could you speak more plainly? We already know you were with a man last night, someone revealed. The madness and desperation flickered in Manager Chen's eyes. When those two words fell from Hu Yingying's lips, he leaned against the door, sliding down to the floor. The last glimmer of hope within him was utterly extinguished. Impossible. This could not be true. How could such an event have circulated so quickly? He had not even left his dwelling. How did they know? As others witnessed Manager Chen's reaction, they were convinced of the veracity of the claims. Yet, a chill ran through some of them. The deviant among them had begun to prey upon their own. Manager Chen lifted his head once more, albeit with a pallid complexion. How many knew? Did everyone in the building know? The realization struck like thunder. A sudden thunderbolt struck Manager Chen's forehead. He was fully aware of everything. His laughter tinged with self-deprecation and sorrow, followed by lamentations of life's injustices and his own tragic fate. Ultimately, he faced an emotional collapse. Already ensnared in an oppressive and fearful environment, he struggled daily with mental manipulation and scheming. Now his psychological defenses crumbled like an unstoppable flood. Watching Chen's disheveled state, Hu Yingying spoke in a chilling tone. I advise some individuals to manage their belts properly. At such a critical juncture, is it truly a matter of the lower half controlling the upper? If you cannot restrain yourself, are you really going to turn against your own? Is Manager Chen that tempting? Remember, the boss is likely to arrive soon. With such trifles, do you wish to choose a pleasant demise? The remaining 6 exchanged wary glances, filled with suspicion and a readiness to betray one another. They had no desire to endure what Chun had experienced. What shall we do? One person pointed at Chun and inquired. The state he was in was utterly abnormal. Isolate him in his room. We must prevent him from frightening others. Hu Yingying replied coldly. Given the current situation, it's the only course of action. Some are already restless, and if such matters were to leak out, they would truly lose control. He Zheng floated nearby, observing Chun, the apprentice he had painstakingly mentored. He recalled his initial attempts to persuade him to leave, while Chun had yearned to ascend further. I wonder if you now regret your choices, He Zheng mused before disappearing into the floor. No one suspected Manager Wang, as he had already been ousted. In front of the small building, a van came to a halt. The front passenger door swung open, revealing a woman of gentle demeanor, maturity, and intellect. Though alone, she carried an elusive smile, exuding an aura that was both mysterious and simultaneously approachable. Chapter 65. The arrival of the big boss by the window on the 3rd floor. A gaze followed the woman as she entered the small building. He Zheng noted that Xiao Muxing's expression shifted from casual to serious. What's wrong? Did you see the woman who just approached? I did. This is precisely what I wanted to discuss with you. She is the big boss, Xiao Muxing replied, scratching his head in concern. Have you ever seen her engage in a fight? He Zheng hesitated. What kind of fight do you mean? Hand-to-hand, life-or-death situations, Xiao Muxing said, his tone indicating he was no longer in a joking mood. I've never witnessed that, and given we are a scam organization with numerous underlings, how could we require the big boss to take matters into her own hands? So, she hides her depths quite well, He Zheng remarked, increasingly perplexed. What exactly are you implying? What do you mean? Xiao Muxing seemed to speak in riddles. I have practiced martial arts since childhood, motivated by 2 reasons. Firstly, the elder who taught me believed I possessed a natural talent. Secondly, my somewhat feminine appearance led me to desire to avoid being labeled as effeminate. Although I modestly claim to have learned a few techniques, I have indeed dedicated considerable effort to my training. It could be said that I have cultivated a foundation in martial arts from a young age. This background is why my father would typically bind me when he attempted to discipline me. Otherwise, he would struggle to restrain me and might even find himself countered by my skills. What relevance does this have to the boss? Hezheng remained perplexed. The approach of the woman was steady. This steadiness was not merely a result of practicing etiquette, but rather the result of years of martial arts training, enabling her to maintain balance and respond to unforeseen circumstances with agility. This implied she was indeed formidable. Could he match her prowess? Hezheng had never anticipated that the boss possessed such capabilities. He had always believed that her establishment of a fraudulent enterprise relied solely on cunning and intellect. However, upon reflection, it made sense. A woman navigating such treacherous waters would undoubtedly need substantial skill to survive. As Xiao Mushing pondered this, a woman's voice called out behind him. Turning, he discovered it was Hu Yingying. Observing the sunlight cascading onto Xiao Mushing's profile, she marveled inwardly at his beauty. Manager Hu, is there something you need? After a couple of days of observation, I have noted your commendable performance. Our fifth-floor manager's office requires an assistant. This position entails working and residing on the fifth floor, contingent upon your willingness. This was Hu Yingying's carefully considered proposition. Given that several employees share a dormitory, it is impossible to ensure safety from the aberrant individual among them. Thus, it would be prudent to appoint an attractive employee to occupy a private room on the fifth floor, thereby safeguarding the other managers. Following the unsettling incident involving Manager Chun that morning, a pervasive anxiety enveloped the staff, hindering productivity, as no manager wished to accompany others. Everyone seemed eager to remain close to her, driven by a shared trepidation. After much deliberation, this solution appeared to be the most viable. Xiao Mushing displayed a hesitant demeanor. The fifth floor? But I heard Manager Chen is not there. That is merely a rumor. Manager Wang has already departed. Such occurrences should not persist. Yet, why have I not seen him all day? He was close to Manager Wang, and his departure has saddened him deeply. Xiao Mushing nearly laughed at this remark. Their bond was indeed profound, so much so that they had shared a bed. Moreover, as an assistant, your salary would be double that of others. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing rubbed his hands together. Then, Manager Hu, might I request an advance of 3 months' salary? Hu Yingying replied. What is the matter? Surely you are not in need of funds? She was somewhat aware of Xiao Mushing's financial situation. He possessed over $1 million. So how could he possibly be short on cash? I recently purchased a home, but I still owe 20,000, so I am seeking work to cover that debt. You are still young. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Not purchasing a house is inevitable. I am in my 20s and still single, inching closer to 30. Moreover, it is worth noting that a university classmate of mine has acquired some insider information indicating that the area may soon undergo demolition, which suggests that buying now is a surefire investment. Consequently, I must act swiftly. The contract has been signed, and I have already transferred 1 million to the seller, with only a mere 20,000 remaining, for which I am currently holding an IOU. Huang Yingying found the rhetoric somewhat familiar, realizing that someone had beaten her to the punch. However, it is of no consequence. Once the property is sold, I will still manage to secure around 800,000 to 900,000, simply by persuading the seller to finalize the deal. Is Manager Hu incapable? If so, then so be it. Xiao Mushing displayed a look of profound disappointment. Huang Yingying sensed that if she did not acquiesce, the other party would likely not ascend to the 5th floor. Very well, but I must report this and allocate the necessary funds. After all, the internal finances of the company must be handled with care, as any discrepancies could lead to complications. All right, I have agreed. Huang Yingying contemplated the necessity of first persuading this young man to ascend before discussing financial matters. After all, if something were to transpire, the other party might not be in the right frame of mind to address such issues. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, whispering a few words in Huang Yingying's ear. After listening, she prepared to depart, but not before handing the key to Xiao Mushing. This is the key to room 504. Having said this, she hurriedly exited with the middle-aged man. Upon reaching the 1st floor, they found no newcomers, only 7 managers present. The woman looked at them and thought, how should I address this? After several years, you still cannot manage properly, and due to mere rumors, you have forced one manager to leave. What is worse? Some of you have turned against your own. If this were a matter of mutual consent, I would not interfere, yet you have chosen to act in this manner. Her tone was gentle, Yet had a naive young man been present, he might have mistaken it for a playful pout. As the 7 managers absorbed her reprimand, they all lowered their heads, acutely aware of her capabilities. 2 days had passed, and not only had there been no progress, but the internal situation had devolved into chaos. I truly cannot entrust this matter to you. I fear that a single phone call from you might lead to the police being called. At that point, how many brothers would suffer due to your foolishness? Enough, she declared. Let us not dwell on that. Report to me on the current status of that young master. The 7 exchanged glances, and the big boss casually pointed. Huang Yingying, you speak. I have been feeling a bit homesick lately. The boss applauded upon hearing this. Homesick? Did we not intend for them to feel at home within the company? Have you not achieved this? Confronted with the boss's inquiry, Huang Yingying struggled to articulate her thoughts. Under normal circumstances, their progress would be swift. However, strange occurrences had plagued the past few days. In light of their need for self-preservation, the progress of work has inevitably slowed. Never mind, I shall personally handle this matter. You may return and announce the adjustments to the dormitories. How should we adjust them? Someone inquired. Co-ed living arrangements. I trust you do not require my guidance on the specifics. No, we do not. Hu Yingying hastily shook her head. They are aware of the procedure, grouping those with a modest financial standing who are not particularly attractive, with some of the more appealing employees who have been here longer. As for those who are wealthy and good-looking, they shall be placed with the majority of the average-looking senior staff and subjected to rigorous psychological manipulation to assimilate their mindset. And arrange for that young master to be placed with me. As she spoke, the boss let her hair down. She had her ways with those sheltered individuals. Indeed, Hu Yingying nodded in agreement. On the 5th floor, Xiao Mushing listened to the intelligence brought back by He Zheng. Is it too late for me to regret my decision? The moment he departed, they began cohabitating. Why was I not afforded such treatment earlier? He Zheng picked at his fingers. Do not dwell on that. They would absolutely not assign a beautiful woman to you. With your appearance, they might even suspect your sexual orientation and assign you a man. You all are quite extravagant. What is this? In the past, I played even more intricately to deceive a minor wealthy heir. He Zheng wore an expression of indifference. Let us not stray from the topic. Answer my previous question. Do you believe you can best the boss? It is hard to say. She is merely a woman. And you lack confidence. My dear brother, she is well trained, and I cannot ascertain the level of her skill. Moreover, she is at least a decade my senior and well-versed in this sphere. Her practical experience is undoubtedly considerable. I have scarcely engaged in direct combat, so it is genuinely uncertain. After all, the techniques she has mastered, if employed against an ordinary individual, could lead to her downfall. Now that she has become a bounty hunter, she encounters opponents who, while she can fight at full capacity, are devoid of martial ethics and readily resort to firearms. What can she do in such circumstances? Thus, she is not entirely confident against this woman. However, despite the disparities, exchanging a few blows should not pose a significant issue. Within a certain room, Ma Yi longed to see his roommate replaced by a woman of the same age as his mother, unable to suppress a scratch at his head. Feeling somewhat troubled, would Xiao Mushing inform him before he left? The boss gazed at Yi, who was lost in thought. He ran his fingers through his hair, understanding the demeanor of this young man all too well, for it was the mature, intellectual, yet affable types that he found most difficult to navigate. He ascended to the makeshift bed, constructed from bricks, and moved beside Yi. Hello, young man. I have just joined this company and am unfamiliar with certain matters. Could you enlighten me? Ma'am, I too have only recently arrived and am unsure how to articulate. The boss twitched the corner of his mouth. Ma'am, Yi felt a certain detachment towards this woman, reminiscent of the many female elders he had encountered throughout his childhood, mature, poised, and approachable. Since I just arrived today, and you've been here for a few days, why not share your insights with me, particularly regarding which managers are more agreeable? The boss moderated her tone. Yi recalled Xiao Mushing's prior warnings that there were spies among the employees, hence some words must not be uttered lightly. If such remarks were to leak out, he might find himself forever trapped. Yet, what if this individual was innocent? A gentle nudge would suffice. The outcome would rest upon her own fortune. The managers Hu and Chun are quite amiable, he replied. As for the conditions here, the environment is rather deplorable. The beds are merely stacked bricks, hard and uncomfortable, with no air conditioning. Indeed, the boss concurred. The conditions are quite poor. Even for a startup, one cannot afford such negligence. So many aspects remain unaddressed. The boss understood that when someone complains, it is prudent not to contradict, but rather to align with their sentiments. Ensuring the individual feels heard before subtly introducing his own views, lest an opposing stance exacerbate the situation. It is not mere negligence. It seems the company is attempting to cut costs. Even if neglectful, the beds are unacceptably inadequate. The boss pressed her fingers together. Indeed, these beds leave much to be desired. Given our remote location, if we must reside here, the living conditions ought to be improved. As he vented his frustrations, the boss continuously nodded in agreement. Yi pondered whether this woman was truly oblivious. Despite his lengthy discourse, she remained unaware of the underlying issues. Nevertheless, he felt he had done his utmost. The boss, meanwhile, silently noted the follies of those individuals. If she could recognize these problems, it indicated that their performance was lacking. It would be prudent to seek an opportunity to provide further training for them. Chapter 67. Unceasing surprises in the restroom. Yi finally managed to escape the boss. Seeking a moment of respite, Xiao Mushing arrived next door. Upon seeing him, Ye's emotions surged, and he anxiously inquired, "Xiao Gu, when shall we make our escape?" "Soon, however. I must trouble you with a matter that may facilitate our escape." Xiao Mushing shook himself and adjusted his trousers. "What is it?" he inquired. "Didn't you mention that your dormitory was assigned an elder sister?" "Yes, what of it?" "Turn your head slightly." Yi contemplated tilting his head. Xiao Mushing whispered conspiratorially in his ear. "Must I resort to such measures? She is quite a bit older, isn't she?" Ye's expression morphed into one of incredulity. He felt that the sister was nearly a decade his senior, and addressing her as any would not be inappropriate. "If you are unwilling, I shall take my leave." Xiao Mushing responded nonchalantly. After much deliberation, Yi finally gritted his teeth and declared, "For the sake of our escape, I shall endure this humiliation." "Excellent. I shall rely on you tonight," Xiao Mushing encouraged him. "The group on the 5th floor should be manageable. As for the other seasoned employees, a mere call to the authorities should suffice. The primary concern lies with the formidable boss in the opposing room, who possesses the crucial evidence. However, they are not easily dealt with. We must find a way to diminish their resources, rendering their actions less convenient, and ideally, extricate the evidence from their grasp." After parting ways in the restroom, Xiao Mushing sought out Daoist Xianxing. "Daoist, could you assist me with a favor?" At that moment, the Daoist was beaming with health, evidently pleased with his newly assigned dormitory. "I am solely responsible for ensuring Master Ye's safety. I wish to concern myself with nothing further." "But what if they intend to conspire with Yi regarding inheritance?" The Daoist's previously cheerful demeanor shifted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Mushing. "Consider your new roommate," Xiao Mushing prompted once more. The Daoist inhaled sharply. "Is this a mere ruse for monetary gain? To what extent are they willing to go? The potential for inheritance is substantial if they were to produce an offspring." Xiao Mushing shrugged. "That is indeed a valid point. Should you require my cooperation, let it be clear that my primary concern is Master Ye's safety." The Daoist's tone took on a hint of seriousness, a stark contrast to his earlier nonchalance. "Yi is not short-lived, but I have yet to discern his capacity for creating life. All you need to do is burst into the dormitory and prevent any harm from befalling your master. That is indeed my duty, is it not?" The Daoist appeared somewhat perplexed. "You will understand in due time." The Daoist's expression betrayed a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Xiao Mushing sought out the Daoist because he was convinced from their first encounter that the Daoist was well-trained, possessing formidable combat prowess that he could not discern the depths of. Engaging with that woman would pose no issues, and should complications arise, he would be there to assist. As night fell, the small building was enveloped in darkness. At that moment, a mobile phone stored within a cabinet illuminated, sending forth a flurry of text messages. Each message contained a different location. He Jingyu's hand delved into the phone, electricity coursing through him. He needed to act swiftly. The phone's battery was running low. After all, it had been several days since the last charge. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, a tightly locked door quietly creaked open. A man in a suit, his hair disheveled yet adorned with a smile, stealthily descended the stairs. I recalled that the flower was likely on the 1st floor. With everyone deceased, no one would remember this incident. Ha ha ha. The figure in the suit reached the ground floor. Where was the flower? Where could it be? Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted 2 iron cans in the storage room. A deeper smile graced Manager Chen's lips. This power seemed even greater. With a grin, he hoisted the 2 small cans and ascended to the 5th floor. Silently, he cradled the cans to a corner, though a few sounds inevitably escaped. In the adjacent room, A manager abruptly opened his eyes, glancing at the locked door, secured by a table and bound with cloth. He then comfortably closed his eyes again. With such precautions, he knew escape was impossible for himself, let alone anyone else. No one could enter. There was no need to worry about a man sneaking in. And as for getting out, that was unthinkable. Wasn't he that akin to a sheep entering the tiger's den? Simultaneously, in another room, another figure quietly emerged, carefully descending the stairs to the first floor. Arriving at the storage room, he wondered, where did the gas canisters go? Hadn't Hezheng mentioned this afternoon that the 2 canisters were still here? Why were they all gone? Xiao Mushing searched the storage room, but found no sign of the gas canisters. Gripping his head in frustration, he pondered what else could render a person unconscious. With so many employees in the company, if things escalated, others would surely come to assist. If not resolved swiftly, he would be in considerable trouble. Even if he acted while the police arrived, if the other party managed to hide or destroy the evidence, all his efforts would be in vain. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Set a fire to create chaos. At that point, others would likely be too preoccupied to lend a hand. And he and the Taoist could seize the evidence. For now, this was the only course of action. On the other side, Xiao found herself pinned against the wall. Can you explain what is happening? The boss pressed her against the wall, and Xiao, observing the woman who was a head shorter than herself, realized escape was futile. A dangerous glint flickered in the boss's eyes. Wasn't it merely a warm room? Xiao attempted to reason with him. Indeed, men often resort to thinking with their lower halves, sometimes even becoming indiscriminate when hungry, but the disparity between day and night was too stark. Moreover, someone of her stature, if initially disinterested, would they now develop an interest? If the boss had once sought financial gain, now he sensed peril. Upon returning in the evening, Xiao remarked on the heat and removed her jacket, yet he sought to coax her into undressing further. From his gaze, she discerned no trace of lust. His acting was woefully inadequate. She had encountered numerous such situations before, choosing to retreat while her companions did not. Consequently, those individuals met a grim fate. Faced with such an unsettling and dangerously compliant behavior from the other party, Xiao realized with a sinking feeling that escape was no longer an option. Outside the door, the Taoist Xianxing felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could this woman be so formidable? Logically, this young master shouldn't be so doomed. How had he encountered such a perilous situation? Chapter 68. Explosion. The net tightens with one hand. She lifted an adult male with an ease that belied the capabilities of an ordinary woman. While the Taoist Xianxing possessed some self-defense skills, his martial prowess was not nearly as exaggerated. Witnessing the ferocity of this woman left him uncertain about his own ability to prevail. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Manager Chun had already released the gas canister and, covering his mouth and nose, took precautions to ensure absolute safety. He began to secure every door lock, preventing anyone from escaping. What if he failed to eliminate them all? However, the moment his fingers touched the metallic door lock, he felt a sharp sting. His skin had grown dry from a day without water. He recognized that sensation all too well, and as it coursed through him, he froze. The emergence of static electricity was beyond his comprehension, exceeding any of his plans. Then, engulfed in flames, the 5th floor erupted as each room was violently shaken by the explosion, shattering the glass. Every individual lying in bed found themselves surrounded by fire. Just arriving on the 2nd floor and preparing to ascend to the 3rd, Xiao Mushing hastily sought refuge in the nearest restroom upon hearing the blast. A surge of flames indeed cascaded down the corridor. Taoist Xianxing, in that instant, burst through the door and swiftly shut it behind him. Fortunately, the initial force of the blast was not overwhelming, likely due to the gas concentration not being excessively high. It merely resulted in a burst of flames. Moreover, with 2 floors in between, the doors and windows on the 2nd floor remained largely unscathed. Once the flames subsided, Xiao Mushing rushed from the restroom, seizing the moment while others were still in shock, and made his way to Xiang's room, where 2 individuals were already locked in combat. Miss, I have refrained from resorting to force because you are a woman, but if you persist in your grip, do not blame me. The sounds of collision ensued. Xiang dared not move, for she had already endured a beating. Taoist Xianxing, sporting a panda eye and 2 boot prints on his body, exclaimed, "You are utterly lacking in martial decorum." The moment he entered, without uttering a word, he was met with a kick, leaving him momentarily stunned. At that moment, the already damaged door was struck once more and kicked open. The formidable boss, seeing someone dare to approach, prepared to retaliate, only to retract her foot upon noticing a mop head of a nauseating yellow hue before her. Having learned from previous encounters, Xiao Mushing finally grasped the significance of wielding a weapon. Daoist Xiansheng, let's join forces, he declared, brandishing the mop. The Daoist Xiansheng, upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, felt compelled to exact some retribution. The boss observed the two individuals before her. This explosion was your doing. You have taken lives, do you comprehend? Firstly, this has nothing to do with me. Secondly, do you not have blood on your hands as well? Xiao Mushing's retort sent a chill through her. Are you a cop? Yet, as she uttered this question, she was met with a mop's head. Chaos erupted outside the corridor as everyone rushed to the 5th floor to quell the flames, while some, sensing the turmoil, seized the opportunity to flee discreetly. They had no time to concern themselves with the happenings within that room. No matter how skilled she was, she still received a face full of mop. Before she could gather her composure, Daoist Xiansheng commenced his vengeance, delivering a kick to her abdomen. Xiao Mushing snapped the mop in two, handing one piece to the Daoist while he wielded the other with vigor. The once dreaded yellow mop had exhausted its usefulness and no longer posed a threat. At such a moment, there was no time for him to show her mercy. If he allowed her to recover, he would surely face dire consequences. Did she not see the state in which Daoist Xiansheng had been left? Had he not arrived in time, she would have been utterly dismantled. Feeling that the beating had reached a sufficient climax, Xiao Mushing turned to look at Xiang. Where has your coat gone? Xiang pointed toward the bedside. A flicker of fear crossed his mind. These two were so ruthless even towards a woman. He truly could not discern whether they were victims like himself. Xiao Mushing dashed over to retrieve the coat, tearing open the lining of the collar to uncover a USB drive. This was the evidence. Simultaneously, police cars flashing red and blue lights encircled the 5-story building amidst the night. In various cities, other structures were also surrounded by law enforcement. He Jingyu, during this period, had not only been investigating the movements of several managers, but also sought to uncover the locations of their other branches. Since it was to be a complete sweep, none should be spared. Therefore, as he manipulated his phone, he sent not only the target locations, but also the names of key figures. Provided their operations ran smoothly and they secured the evidence, none would escape. In the back seat of the police car, He Jingyu wore a triumphant smile, albeit tinged with trepidation. You are ruthless. You even mentioned using gas to incapacitate these individuals, yet it ended in an explosion. Xiao Mushing picked up a piece of candy to soothe his nerves. The moment the officer entered, he had been pinned down. Under the circumstances, it was understandable that the officer could not discern who was a good Samaritan and who was a villain. Thus, all were temporarily detained. Fortunately, everything was clarified in the end, especially since they had crossed paths several times before. Documentation regarding certain cases had circulated, and naturally, his information was among them. A simple review of the records would elucidate everything. As for the boss, he was currently in an ambulance receiving urgent medical attention. He and Daoist Xiansheng had dealt with him rather harshly. This is not my doing. I did not orchestrate the explosion. He Jingyu displayed a look of confusion. If not you, then who could it be? Surely, they did not detonate themselves in a fit of madness. Who could say for certain? Is there anything else you wish to pursue? Xiao Mushing casually inquired about He Jingyu, who had not yet dissipated. He expressed a desire to visit his mother's grave. At this juncture, He Jingyu's initial joy at the prospect of dismantling the organization faded, leaving only anguish and regret. His decision to join the organization stemmed not only from the leverage they held over him, but also from his mother's illness. He had exhausted all the funds meant for her treatment, and thus felt compelled to earn money for her care. He remembered the sorrowful moment of her passing, as she was aware of his involvement in this illicit endeavor. While sorting through her belongings, he discovered a handwritten letter, the penmanship lacking grace due to her limited education. He Jingyu's voice trembled as he recounted the letter's contents. She expressed that her departure meant he could abandon this life, urging him to seek a legitimate job and avoid further mistakes. At the end of the letter, she implored him to burn it, fearing that his past incarceration would hinder his chances of finding a partner. After reading the letter, he felt unworthy to visit her grave, unable to face her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing thought it might be time for him to pay a visit as well. Chapter 69. I truly am a good person. Healy's grave was situated in a desolate area of He Jingyu's rural hometown. During a time of financial hardship, He Jingyu had been unable to afford a burial plot in the city. He had grown up with his mother, bearing her surname. While the identity of his father remained a mystery, he chose not to explore. He often overheard villagers disparaging the man who had abandoned them, labeling him as a worthless creature unworthy of his good wife, destined to perish in obscurity. Standing before the grave, He Jingyu reflected on these memories. Xiao Mushing found it peculiar to accompany a ghost to a grave visit. After burning incense and offering tributes, he mused that it seemed unnecessary to perform this ritual, as he should be able to converse with her directly. He Jingyu's increasingly ethereal form bowed in reverence. He shared that his abrupt departure had severed ties with former friends, leaving him without anyone to offer him money for the afterlife. To avoid a life of poverty, he chose to burn offerings at his mother's grave. Impressive, Xiao Mushing remarked, giving He Jingyu a thumbs up. Are you planning to bestow any abilities upon me as you depart? He Jingyu responded candidly. I once learned pole dancing and performed quite well. I shall pass this skill to you. If you ever tire of being a bounty hunter, with your looks and perhaps a wig, you could achieve great fame. Xiao Mushing quipped. What if I encounter an insurmountable adversary and decide to entertain them with a pole dance? Perhaps they would let me go. Indeed, your creativity in this line of work surpasses mine. He Jingyu chuckled, his form becoming increasingly insubstantial. At that moment, he felt a profound sense of relief, liberated from the previous gloom and heaviness. It was as if, in that instant, the end of the world would bear no consequence to him. Now be gone. Xiao Mushing jested. He Jingyu's lower half transformed into golden particles, gradually fading from sight. Take care, and don't come looking for me before I've fully endured my penance down here. This encounter was fraught with peril. Had the gas not exploded prematurely but instead continued to spread throughout the entire building, Xiao Mushing would most likely have been unable to escape. Even with a specter by his side, complete mastery of the situation was not assured. I was acutely aware of this. Although Xiao Mushing responded in such a manner, relinquishing his current means of livelihood was certainly out of the question. Once an individual becomes accustomed to earning quick money, the prospect of enduring a meager existence, earning merely a few thousand yuan each month, becomes intolerable. Transitioning from frugality to opulence is simple. However, the reverse journey is arduous. Nonetheless, before departing, he ought to share with me the nature of the gift he intended to present, lest I be left to ponder it alone. Anti-pyramid scheme techniques. Xiao Mushing raised an eyebrow. You fear I might tread the same path as you? Not at all. Anti-pyramid scheme techniques inherently encompass elements of pyramid schemes, albeit interwoven with my own countermeasures. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing chuckled. Then your demise arrived too soon. This knowledge is indeed valuable. You overthink it. These concepts have long been articulated by others, yet few take the time to explore and comprehend them. The individuals within the organization are not as formidable as you presume. Many ideas cannot be conjured from thin air and are merely borrowed wisdom. Even in the realm of pyramid schemes, one must diligently learn. Or else how would there be so many fools to deceive? That is indeed a valid point. Having said as much, Xiao Mushing waved his hand in farewell. The last vestiges of golden light surrounding He Jingyu dissipated entirely. Xiao Mushing gazed upon the grave of He's mother. He might well inter He Jingyu here, as the body presumably remained in the local funeral home, unclaimed. After all, one could hardly expect someone to prioritize their own corpse while merely intending to visit their mother. Had I not recalled this, the remains of your body might have faced an uncertain fate. As he spoke, Xiao Mushing made his way down the mountain. Having accepted the gift and rendered assistance, he resolved to see it through to completion. Upon reaching the village entrance, an elderly man, dressed in tattered clothing, squinting and limping, obstructed his path. Young man, might I inquire about something? Xiao Mushing regarded the man with a degree of wariness. In the realm of pyramid schemes, assessing appearances often aids in discerning whether a person is easily deceived. The individual before him did not seem to embody the traits of a respectable individual. What is it? Is there a woman named He Li in this village? Xiao Mushing remained composed upon hearing the name, which he had only gleaned from the gravestone. Please, do not merely state a name. There are far too many with the same name these days. Can you provide something more specific? He should have a child, a boy. I do not know whether she has remarried, but anyone with a boy named He Li will suffice. I will find her myself. Feigning depth, Xiao Mushing responded, Oh, you must be referring to that He Li. Which one? The man's small eyes reflected a glimmer of confusion. The one whose son prospered abroad, who brought her back to enjoy life a few years ago. Let me tell you, her son has been quite industrious, having worked tirelessly to raise his child, who attended a prestigious university. After graduation, he joined a large corporation and subsequently moved abroad for further development. It is said he now resides in a villa overseas. The fruits consumed are worth thousands of dollars each, and one is escorted by luxurious cars spanning several meters. Upon hearing this, the listener's eyes widened in astonishment. Which foreign country was it? That remains uncertain, as it was intentionally concealed at the time. The fear was that the father, who had abandoned him since childhood, might come seeking him, hence the silence with the villagers. At this juncture, a flicker of anger ignited in the man's gaze. However, upon glancing at Xiao Mushing, he refrained from uttering any curses, likely aware of his reputation within the village. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a pack of cigarettes. Young man, you seem to possess great knowledge and demeanor. You must have some insights. Although Xiao Mushing did not smoke, he took the entire pack. The man, seeing the pack being taken, instinctively reached for it, but then withdrew his hand. You've indeed inquired of the right person. No one in this village is as well informed as I am. I am someone who roams the world. Let me share my findings with you. Based on my investigations, it is likely a prosperous city in the Western developed nations, renowned for its iconic architecture and particularly famous abroad. If you were to search, spending a few years wandering through those major cities, you should be able to find some leads. After all, there are only a handful of developed countries in the West, and the notable cities are quite limited, particularly those with thriving economies, perhaps akin to places like Yuelu. Frequenting the opulent buildings should increase your chances of discovery. In this world, while many exist, wealthy individuals are scarce. Seeking a rich person is not an insurmountable challenge. Today, you have encountered me, and I am willing to converse. If you were to inquire with others in the village, they would merely inform you that the person has long since passed, despite having once made connections here. Upon hearing this, the listener's lips gradually curled into a smile, as visions of a splendid life, villas, swimming pools, lavish mansions, luxurious cars, and dedicated servants, began to dance before his eyes. Excellent. Thank you, my friend. With that, he turned and departed, showing no intention of proceeding further into the village. A glimmer of disdain evident in his gaze. Xiao Mushing observed the retreating figure. He had seen such parents before, those who neglect their children at birth, only to remember them in their old age when they can no longer care for themselves, returning to seek out the child they once abandoned. For such individuals, revealing the truth would elicit no guilt or reflection. They would simply lament the misfortune of their offspring. In light of this, it would be wiser to offer them a sliver of hope, leading them gradually toward despair. Traveling abroad requires a considerable sum of money, and he doubted the man possessed any. Furthermore, given the man's age and the stark differences between foreign environments and domestic societal structures, it could truly be a matter of life and death. More importantly, even if someone were to inform this man that He Jingyu had died, presenting the death certificate before him, he would likely refuse to believe it, as that would signify the end of his envisioned idyllic retirement. This could be considered a practical application of learned lessons. I truly am a good person, Xiao Mushing remarked, concluding with a mischievous grin. Chapter 70. Justice and Retribution. A new roommate. The man who had recently departed from the village had barely savored his newfound freedom when a sobering thought struck him. It seemed that traveling abroad by plane was now beyond his reach. Burdened with debts, the prospect of international travel was indeed unattainable. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled an acquaintance made during a drunken night, a friend who had boasted of various escapades. He took out his phone and dialed. I wish to travel to the Western countries, but flying is not an option. Do you have any solutions on your end? A voice on the other side, laced with skepticism, responded, I might have a few ideas, but do you have the funds? After all, such matters rarely resolve themselves without any expenditure. The man pondered, gritting his teeth, and replied, How much would it cost? I'll manage to gather it. Expect to need around 100,000. That much. Traveling abroad involves numerous expenses and connections. While 100,000 seems substantial, when divided among many, you might only receive a couple of thousand. Determined, the man thought to himself, if it comes to it, I could always sell a kidney and persuade my wealthy son to provide me with a younger one. All right. However, I plan to traverse several countries in the West. How fortuitous. We also need to pass through several Western nations. But where we stop depends on how far you can go. Very well. For the sake of a happier life, I can accept this sacrifice. Meanwhile, a dark-skinned man with a scarred face took out a small notebook and marked a tick. Just enough participants were now secured. He relished the thought of such simpletons who not only contributed a sum of money, but also fulfilled the laboratory's requirements, a true two-for-one deal. Xiao Mushing drove to the local funeral home in the city where He Zheng had met his demise, claiming the body and paying for the cremation. He glanced at the urn in the passenger seat. In ancient Longhua, there was a belief that one must be interred to attain peace, and in some regions, it was said that failing to do so would prevent rebirth. Previously, Xiao Mushing had dismissed such notions. He had not even believed in ghosts. Yet now, he found himself reconsidering. He recalled that Luo Yao had passed away over a decade ago, yet had not been reborn, perhaps linked to these very beliefs. Reflecting on this, he suddenly remembered the man he had encountered at the village entrance that day. It was a pity to remain unaware of the man's fate. In regard to such individuals, one could only surmise that a lawful society had spared his life. Otherwise, he might have buried him on the spot. Returning to the village, he climbed the small hillside once more, beginning to dig beside He Li's grave until he uncovered the side of a modest coffin. He placed the urn against the coffin's side and then buried it anew. Although He Zheng had claimed to have turned over a new leaf before his death, his past misdeeds had deceived numerous individuals. It would be unwise to erect a tombstone. Should someone discover it one day, they might resort to exhumation. It was better to lay him close to his mother, who had remained undisturbed for so long. Clearly, the villagers still held some respect for her. Let her bestow her protection upon him once more. After ensuring everything was properly buried, he stepped back. Xiao Mushing descended the mountain, preparing to return home. Simultaneously, a notification pinged on his phone, indicating a bank transfer of 300,000 yuan. This particular assignment did not yield as much bounty as his previous endeavors. He was merely tasked with locating a certain manager and delivering them into custody. The individual in question seemed to possess a modest fortune, likely deceived and irate, thus offering a reward for their capture. However, for such a meager bounty, he had dismantled an entire organization. The adversary had effectively achieved a significant outcome with minimal expenditure. It was remarkable that a sprawling organization could be resolved for such a paltry sum. Such a deal was rare indeed. One couldn't help but wonder what his next roommate would be like. Xiao Mushing felt a vague sense of anticipation. Indeed, such exhilarating days could send one's adrenaline soaring. He found himself resonating with the sentiments of extreme sports enthusiasts, reveling in the intoxicating thrill of dancing along the precipice of life and death. The euphoria of surviving perilous situations unleashed torrents of dopamine, igniting a fervor within. Zhou Haihong was engrossed in short videos when she stumbled upon a familiar silhouette in a news clip. After watching the entire segment, she learned of a man who infiltrated a pyramid scheme, swiftly uncovering all its distribution points and securing critical evidence within mere days. Though his face was obscured, his physique was unmistakable to her. Coupled with her awareness of his undertakings, she gasped in disbelief. He had dismantled the entire organization. To eradicate such a formidable pyramid scheme was no small feat. It involved numerous participants, vast resources, and a decentralized structure, all while its members were adept at brainwashing. Initially, she assumed he merely intended to apprehend a few individuals and dismantle a minor outpost. Such audacity was commendable, yet she had underestimated his capabilities. Now he had triumphed. In the wake of her astonishment, Zhou Haihong continued scrolling, encountering another news clip featuring a man in his 60s who, in a desperate bid to gather 100,000 yuan for a trip abroad, sold his kidney to an underground clinic, only to succumb to complications from an unregulated procedure. The illicit clinic has since been shut down, and those involved apprehended. Currently, the elderly gentleman's remains await identification by family members. Once, individuals sold kidneys for mobile phones. Now, some traded them for overseas travel. What were these people thinking? Zhou Haihong scoffed before resuming her scrolling. After 2 days of travel, Xiao Mushing finally returned home. Standing before the door of apartment 404, he felt akin to a child about to unseal a mystery box. Yet, before he could turn the knob, he heard the sound of a woman weeping from within. The eerie resonance of her sobs sent a chill down his spine, but he steeled himself and opened the door. In the living room, a woman was curled up on the sofa, her head buried deep in her arms, weeping uncontrollably. The mournful sound trembled within him. Xiao Mushing's lips twitched. Had this been his first encounter, he might have reconsidered living in this apartment. At this moment, the other party, having heard someone return, lifted their head, gazing at Xiao Mushing. Their eyes brimmed with tears, filled with sorrow and confusion. Why did he want to kill me? Why? Observing the other's expression, Zaya Mushing felt a wave of headache, hoping that his suspicions were unfounded. What was your relationship with him? He is my boyfriend. I loved him so deeply. And he loved me just as much. Why would he kill me? Why would he want me dead? What could possibly lead to this? Zaya Mushing, Chapter 71, The Killer Issues a Bounty. Zaya Mushing placed his backpack on the sofa and sat heavily upon it, massaging his temples. The other S words momentarily induced a headache, as the previous four had been rather normal. Though there indeed existed many abnormal individuals in this world, individuals he had encountered before, these people often exuded a peculiar beauty untouched by 9 years of compulsory education. It led one to ponder the purpose of their existence on Earth. For instance, one of his former university roommates had dropped out due to infatuation. On one occasion, a girl grumbled about the principal, and he took it upon himself to confront the principal one night, berating him while delivering blows, insisting that the principal was a scoundrel, leaving the principal utterly bewildered. This encounter prompted the principal to reflect on his actions. While it was true that the principal had a penchant for superficial projects, the school boasted comprehensive facilities to support student life. Zaya Mushing regarded this principal as commendable, for he had not compromised student benefits for the sake of appearances. He recalled that following this incident, the school had instituted 2 additional psychological assessments each semester and had established specific regulations regarding romantic relationships. For instance, students were prohibited from disparaging school leadership during their romantic entanglements. However, an outright ban on relationships was clearly unrealistic. Even high schools struggled to enforce such rules, let alone universities. Should such regulations be enacted, the principal might find himself unable to walk alone at night in the future. As Zaya Mushing pondered this, he gradually reined in his thoughts, realizing he could not be so rash. Some matters warranted clarification. Could you tell me how you died? The girl raised her head, looking at Zaya Mushing, rising to grasp his clothing but only managing to pass through him. Ultimately, resigned, she sat beside him, her eyes glistening with tears. I can sense it. You can take me away from here. Take me to him, so I may ask him why he killed me. Zaya Mushing replied calmly. If you cannot compose yourself, then continue to weep. When your emotions have settled, we will converse. Just take me to him, and I shall speak. He regarded the girl coldly. I refuse to converse with someone unstable. If you cannot calm down, you may remain here for eternity until your boyfriend passes away. In this moment, Zaya Mushing suspected that if he were to peel back the girl's scalp, he might uncover a gelatinous, smooth mass beneath. The girl was awestruck by Xiao Mushing's formidable aura. After all, he was a person who had faced life and death, exuding a presence that was beyond the ordinary. She steadied her emotions and ceased her sobbing. Is it all right now? Almost. I will ask questions, and you shall respond. When seeking assistance, one must maintain a certain demeanor and not be solely absorbed in one's own feelings. The girl nodded in understanding. How did you die? I was burned alive. What is your name? Lo. What is your current request? I wish to understand why he sought to kill me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing retorted. What leads you to believe he would not kill you? Surely, murder requires a motive. We have been together for 2 years. I possess little wealth and have never purchased substantial insurance. We have never quarreled. Why would he wish to take my life? I deserve a reason. Xiao Mushing gazed at her in astonishment, initially considering her merely infatuated. What if he has found someone else? That seems improbable. He never mentioned a breakup. Moreover, infidelity is merely a moral failing, while murder incurs imprisonment and execution. Xiao Mushing sensed that she was not as naive as he had assumed. You claim to have been burned alive. How can you be certain that he set the fire? Her response caused him to reconsider the suspicion surrounding her boyfriend. I glimpsed half of his face and his silhouette as I was engulfed in flames. Xiao Mushing's brow furrowed deeper. How did you meet your demise? My hands and feet were bound, and my body was drenched in gasoline. A lighter ignited the gasoline on me, and in that fiery glow, I saw him in the darkness. The chilling nature of her description sent a shiver through Xiao Mushing, allowing him to envision the excruciating agony she endured. Thus, I wish to understand clearly. Why did he wish to kill me? When did you die? Around April 2010. Why do you ask? Do you know what year it is now? Gila shook her head. It is 2024, which means 14 years have elapsed since your death. If you wish to locate your boyfriend, it will require considerable effort, and I may not yield significant results. The Luo Yao case, a series of murders, sent shockwaves throughout the city, resulting in a notably high bounty from the police. Subsequent tasks are manageable. However, this particular case may not come with a corresponding bounty. After all, Many years have passed. We do not know if the true perpetrator has been apprehended. We are also unaware if his family has engaged with bounty hunters or is even aware of the existence of bounty hunter forums, or if they are willing to offer a reward. Thus, taking on this case may yield little financial gain, likely resulting only in gifts from the parties involved. Despite this outlook, Xiao Mushing opened the bounty hunter forum. He entered the name Ji Lu, feeling the odds were slim but compelled to try. To his surprise, a bounty appeared. Task announcement date, 2010. Task: investigate the truth behind Ji Li's death and identify the murderer. Reward: 50,000. The bounty remains unchanged, issued in 2010. The value of 50,000 from 14 years ago is vastly different from what it is today. Prices were considerably lower back then, and that sum was sufficient to accomplish various tasks. Xiao Mushing clicked on the assignment and chose to accept it, prompting the employer's phone number to appear. Ji Lu, glancing at his phone, was taken aback upon seeing the string of digits. How could this be his number? His? Are you referring to your boyfriend? Xiao Mushing astutely seized upon the crucial detail. Yes, it is indeed his number. You witnessed him commit murder, yet he posted a bounty 14 years ago, seeking the truth and the perpetrator. I am unaware of the reasons, which is why I must inquire with him directly. Ji Lu was equally perplexed. Xiao Mushing brushed aside the hair falling over his forehead. This is intriguing. The one who killed you is seeking the truth? Chapter 72. Returning in glory. Xiao Mushing clicked to accept the task and then turned to inquire. Tell me about the location of your demise. It has been 14 years. There's no rush. I will return to my hometown first and assist you later. Ji Lu looked up. What purpose do you have in returning to your hometown? Ji Lu felt his own matters were pressing. To pay respects to the departed and to visit a solitary grave. As for your concerns, given that 14 years have elapsed, there is no urgency. I can take my time and perhaps have someone assist in gathering additional information before the search. After seeing off Yizheng, Xiao Mushing recalled certain events. The solitary grave he had entered as a child seemed to hold some significance. Previously, he had not contemplated why he could perceive the apparitions within that haunted abode. Now, he felt compelled to delve deeper. Meanwhile, in a modest 40-square-meter room, a disheveled, weary middle-aged man stared blankly at a photograph of a girl. The image was somewhat yellowed and blurred, yet the girl in it smiled radiantly, brimming with youth. 14 years had passed, and he still had not found the murderer. I am sorry, Lele. Flowers truly are of no use. Unable to uncover the identity of the one who took your life, he found himself powerless to reclaim his own innocence. Suddenly, a notification sounded from his phone. The middle-aged man glanced at it. It was a text message. The bounty task you issued has been accepted. Upon reading this message, the man was momentarily stunned. He then realized that after fruitless searches, he had, upon the recommendation of a friend, invested all his savings into the bounty hunter forum, hoping to uncover the truth. Regrettably, this task had seen takers in the initial years following its posting, yet ultimately led to nothing. Eventually, no one was willing to accept the task. In investigations of this nature, the longer the passage of time, the fewer the clues that remain, rendering the inquiry increasingly challenging. Particularly when the majority of evidence points towards him, many bounty hunters have lost their desire to investigate further. They have discovered that much of the existing evidence implicates the employer, yet the absence of decisive proof renders a conviction impossible. Nevertheless, everyone is convinced of his guilt. Such is the prevailing sentiment. However, he is acutely aware that he has never committed the crime. Regrettably, throughout the years, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Thus, this message has taken him by surprise, although he has long ceased to harbor great expectations. 14 years have elapsed, and despite exhausting every avenue, no clues have emerged. Meanwhile, at a highway service area, Xiao Mushing is perusing some documents sent by Officer Long. He met Officer Long while assisting Luo Yao. During the last operation dismantling a pyramid scheme, one of the locations was in Jinyang, which Officer Long oversaw. Officer Long exchanged contact information with him, stating that he could reach out for assistance when needed. In truth, Officer Long recognized his potential, despite some health issues. His capabilities are indisputable, having solved multiple cases. Xiao Mushing examines the clues held by the police. How is it that each piece points to your boyfriend, yet there is no substantial evidence to firmly establish his guilt? Must he really accept the employer's money and then deliver the employer to justice? Is that not absurd? Should someone exceptionally talented appear, they could easily unearth the evidence to incriminate him. Chi Lu observes nearby. Didn't you mention that there's a slight chance at ISNTM? Initially, Qilu had been adamant about returning home to confront her boyfriend. However, Xiao Mushing's words instilled a sense of calm within her. What if it wasn't your boyfriend after all? This statement invigorated her, prompting her to share her own speculations. She even visited bounty hunter forums to seek assistance in uncovering the truth. In such circumstances, undertaking such a perilous endeavor is indeed fraught with danger. There exists a possibility that some elements do not align. If he were truly guilty, the risks would be immense and the evidence too abundant. Even if he cannot be imprisoned, the implications would suffice to ruin his reputation. Furthermore, you mentioned that there were no emotional disputes or economic disagreements between you. There would be no motive for murder unless your boyfriend were a psychopathic killer. However, I have encountered such individuals, and they typically prefer a more methodical approach, relishing the process of inflicting harm. Moreover, a psychopathic killer would not likely confine their violence to a single victim if they were to harm those close to them. Future opportunities would be severely limited. It is plausible that he is being framed. Yet, based on the contents of these documents, it appears your social circles harbor no enmity towards others. This is something you must recognize. Compelling someone to commit murder necessitates the forging of significant enmities. After all, taking a life requires considerable courage. Qilu is left without any clues to pursue. What should we do now? One step at a time, continue to devise a plan. Xiao Mushing actually harbored some thoughts, which could perhaps employ a bit of the old strategy. However, he needed to ascertain whether the boyfriend of the other party was indeed the perpetrator before contemplating the use of this familiar approach. Particularly since it had already been employed once before, a second attempt might not yield the same results. At that time, the news had reported a deranged killer, but it had not disclosed that he had tricked these two individuals. Xiao Mushing stroked his chin, contemplating a new method to orchestrate his strategy. After finalizing certain matters, he retrieved his phone to glance at the map, Qingyan Town. It turned out that the village he resided in had merged with others to become a town. He wondered if the old grave still existed. Subsequently, he drove to the town's entrance and soon encountered some elderly gentlemen who could call out his name, though he could not recall theirs. The younger generation, particularly after the passing of his parents, had little interaction with relatives, resulting in a significant disconnection. There were only a few individuals with whom he could engage in conversation. Driving onward, he arrived at his spacious yet deserted home. Just as he parked and stepped out of the vehicle, someone greeted him. Mushing, why have you returned so early this year? You usually wait until the winter break to come back. Uncle Wang, it's my mother's Memorial Day, so I thought I would return to pay my respects. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wang slapped his forehead. What a forgetful old man I am. Indeed, it is time for you to come back and visit. If your parents could see you now, they would surely find peace. Uncle Wang gazed at this younger generation with a sense of satisfaction, aware of the circumstances surrounding Xiao Mushing's family. The townsfolk, many of whom had once been villagers, bore some resentment towards his father's irresponsibility, yet secretly admired him for his fortitude. Such matters of tragic love, often proclaimed with grand promises, were seldom realized by many. Chapter 73. The steel in the old grave. He extracted his keys and pushed open the door, revealing a table and sofa covered in a layer of plastic. Dust had settled on top. Xiao Mushing tidied one of the rooms to create a place for himself to sleep that night. Noticing that it was still early, he decided to visit a small supermarket in town to purchase a few items: yellow paper, incense, a bottle of white liquor, a pack of cigarettes, and some snacks. The liquor was his father's favorite, while his mother delighted in sweet treats. Checking the time, he resolved to honor his parents the following day and decided to visit the solitary grave today. He descended to find Uncle Wang and offered him a cigarette. Uncle Wang, may I inquire about something? Is it true that the town is undergoing demolition? If that were the case, they wouldn't have merged. Uncle Wang shook his head regretfully. Many had already inquired about the matter. Not that. I meant to ask if the solitary grave on Tuota Mountain still exists. Oh, that old grave. It should still be there. But the area has become quite desolate, overgrown with thorns and weeds, one after another. Young people like you who remain in the village are dwindling, and there are not many children left. Hardly anyone visits that place anymore. However, one must inquire. What prompts your curiosity? I recall that ancient grave being devoid of contents. Mr. Wang expressed his astonishment, for that old tomb, its origins unknown, could hardly be expected to harbor any antiquities, given its long-standing emptiness. Its remote location meant that only a few daring children would venture inside to play hide and seek. while adults typically avoided such places. Recently, I have felt a certain uncleanliness surrounding me, and a master suggested that I investigate. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang took a step back, fully aware of the mischief this young man had indulged in during his childhood. Then you must go and take a look. Do you have a sickle? Lend it to me for a moment. Mr. Wang returned to his room and retrieved a sickle. Consider it a gift. No need to return it. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Xiao Mushing did not linger in politeness, taking the sickle and departing. He followed a weedy path, guided by memory. However, midway, he found the way ahead obstructed by an overgrowth of shrubs and weeds. It's quite desolate here, he remarked, skillfully wielding the sickle to clear the surrounding underbrush. Ji Lufei accompanied him. So, you're off to find that old grave. What if there's truly something inside? What will you do? That's why I brought you along. After all, you've accumulated a decade of experience. If there happens to be an ancient spirit within, I'll rely on you to hold it off. Ji Lu exclaimed, I can hardly move a blade of grass. You expect me to confront a 1,000-year-old ghost? Xiao Mushing nodded, though his words were merely jest. If there were indeed a 1,000-year-old specter within, he would have already met his demise. It is worth noting that he had visited that grave on numerous occasions. While swinging the sickle, Xiao Mushing suddenly crouched down, clearing away a pile of pine needles to reveal several clusters of orange mushrooms. Pine mushrooms. Tonight's feast is secured. Be cautious, don't poison yourself. Ji Lu kindly warned. I've been eating these since childhood. I could never be poisoned by them. In addition to the rural survival knowledge from his youth, Xiao Mushing possessed the field survival skills of a geological explorer. He continued along the path, collecting mushrooms as he went. Eventually, he arrived at a small hillside with minimal undergrowth. Here, he finally beheld the solitary grave of his childhood. At that moment, geological insights began to surge in his mind. In geological exploration, beyond scientific knowledge, one must also possess a slight understanding of folk feng shui. He realized that the feng shui of this solitary grave was remarkable, promising high official rank, prosperity, and fortune. Who had been interred here? Regrettably, the grave was now empty. Xiao Mushing approached the tomb, placing the gathered mushrooms down. He then climbed into the collapsed entrance above the grave, crouching as he illuminated the interior with a flashlight. It was quite vacant. The space that once held a coffin was now entirely devoid of contents. Following the memories of his youth, he arrived at a clay wall. He recalled that on that fateful night, he had fallen asleep leaning against it. Then, using a sickle, he began to excavate the soil here, initially harboring little hope. To his surprise, he unearthed a small object, a stone carving depicting a bull's head. The entire sculpture was merely the size of a palm. Oddly, the eyes of the sculpture were missing. Xiao Mushing turned the carving over and discovered some obscured characters beneath a layer of dirt. The space was too cramped, so he intended to step outside to examine it further. However, as he turned around, he nearly swung the sickle in fright. Ji Lu was standing behind him, his hair hanging down as if suspended upside down. The flashlight beam had illuminated Ji Li's face, nearly sending Xiao Mushing into a panic. Could you make a sound next time you follow me? You nearly scared me to death, he exclaimed. Ji Lu chuckled apologetically. I saw you were so engrossed that I didn't want to disturb you. What have you found? Reflecting on his childhood, Xiao Mushing realized he must have been aware of something back then, although he had only grasped it recently. He felt that during his youth, he had been rather carefree. As he gazed at the object, memories began to resurface. He recalled a dream he had while sleeping here as a child, where someone imparted some wisdom to him, advice suggesting that under ordinary circumstances, one should avoid places heavy with negative energy to prevent attracting it. Yet at the time, he had paid little heed to such counsel, being more concerned with escaping his father's grasp. Ultimately, he had not succeeded and had forgotten about it. Had it not been for recent events triggering his memory, Xiao Mushing suspected he would have remained indifferent even if the old grave were to be disturbed someday. After climbing out of the grave, he carefully cleaned the dirt off the back of the stone carving, revealing some indistinct characters, so vague that he could hardly decipher their meaning. Nevertheless, he could count a total of 8 characters. He decided to keep the artifact for now and intended to inquire with the village elders upon returning home, hoping to learn more about the history of this grave. Moreover, he realized that tomorrow, in addition to paying respects to his parents, he would also light incense for his 2 masters. It was thanks to these masters that he was able to earn a living today. Otherwise, given his appearance, he might have been abducted and kept as a pet by someone. Chapter 74. Huang Banzian. Before nightfall, Xiao Mushing descended the mountain. Carrying the mushrooms he had collected, and arriving at Uncle Wang's doorstep. However, Uncle Wang was no longer basking in the sun outside. He had retreated indoors. Upon seeing Xiao mushing, he remarked, "Didn't I say you needn't return the sickle? I gathered some mushrooms and thought to bring you a few." Xiao mushing replied as he stepped over the unexpectedly raised threshold. Uncle Wang approached with a broad smile, accepting the mushrooms. "Look at you, so polite. It's mainly because my kitchen isn't set up yet. It would be too troublesome to clean the mushrooms at home. It's easier to eat them here. You lazy boy, how did you manage to acquire such a fine vehicle? I want it in a bet." Uncle Wang's hand froze momentarily. He felt that vehicle must have been quite expensive. Outside, it is no less treacherous than in the village, where one could be slain without hesitation. Uncle Wang had seen a fair share of the world. He knew that among delinquents, a mere disagreement could lead to genuine violence. Times have changed, however. The people outside now seem amiable, offering me peanuts, inviting me to watch fireworks, and allowing me to appreciate the beauty of nature while alleviating my mental burdens. Each person is a good soul, not only assisting me in countless ways, but also bestowing upon me monetary gifts. Xiao Mushing smiled sincerely. Uncle Wang recognized his advancing age and understood that some words might not resonate well with the youth. "You ought to be more cautious out there," he advised, as he returned to the small kitchen with a basket of mushrooms. Sorting through the mushrooms, he retrieved some marbled bacon and prepared a delightful dish that was both fragrant and delectable. Xiao Mushing savored the meal with great pleasure. At the dining table, Uncle Wang poured 2 cups of wine, taking a sip himself. "You're no longer a child. When do you plan to settle down and leave a legacy for the Xiao family?" "When you return for the new year. Those who ventured out will likely be back as well, including college students or fresh graduates like yourself who could help you find a match." Uncle Wang spoke with sincerity, having spent so many years in the village, where even after its merger into a town, his connections remained intact. Moreover, Xiao Mushing, being a dashing young man with a car, likely fared well in the outside world, making the prospect of finding a partner quite feasible. "With your abilities, why haven't you sought a companion for yourself? You've been single for quite some time now," Uncle Wang remarked with a hint of irritation. "I'm trying to discuss serious matters with you, and yet you turn the conversation back to me. Let us put ourselves in each other's shoes. You have your aspirations, and I have my considerations." Xiao Mushing reflected on his current endeavors, pondering that should he seek a girlfriend, he might one day find himself in perilous situations, perhaps even being coerced into clandestine meetings on rooftops. He found solace in his solitary existence. As the topic dwindled, Xiao Mushing seized the opportunity to inquire, "Uncle Wang, when was that old grave restored?" "It was already there when I was born, and back then, no one in the village acknowledged it. I vaguely recall hearing from the older villagers that it seemed to house someone not from our village. It was only after the grave collapsed that everyone realized it contained no remains, not even a coffin." Uncle Wang lowered his voice deliberately, his tone growing somber as he responded, "You didn't happen to discover something today, did you?" The peculiar behavior of the other party indeed raised suspicions. Now, coming to inquire was difficult not to interpret as a sign of something amiss. "It's not that I discovered anything. Rather, I found nothing at all, which is why I came to ask you." "Then you must be harboring something unclean." Xiao Mushing shook his head. Uncle Wang tilted his head back slightly, creating some distance. Ji Lu, sitting nearby, touched her face, which was clean. She then fixated on the phone Xiao Mushing had placed on the table, which began to flash incessantly. Uncle Wang gasped in astonishment. Wang Bo also utilized the smartphone, and he discerned that the screen had not displayed any notifications. Nevertheless, the device incessantly emitted sounds. He retrieved a piece of yellow paper from his pocket and affixed it directly to the phone, which promptly dimmed. Shortly thereafter, it began to flicker once more, even autonomously scrolling through short videos. Wang Bo moved to a corner of the wall and seized a hammer. Xiao Musheng, quick of hand and eye, slipped the phone into his pocket and extended a hand to restrain Wang Bo. Remain calm, Wang Bo. It's not that serious, truly. Your phone may be in this state, but it's not worth the thousands of dollars it has cost me, and it poses no threat to malevolent entities. Moreover, this situation will not have a significant impact on me in the immediate future. As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Ji Lo, who was gazing up at the ceiling, marveling at its exquisite design. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo finally relinquished the hammer, exhaling a deep sigh. Tomorrow, go find old Huang. Let him assist you. He used to be the village's fortune teller, adept in matters of romance, career, and exorcism. Is he still around? He must be nearing 90 this year. Right? Indeed. Although I used to berate him as a fraud, he must possess some skill. Consult him, and perhaps you shall glean some clarity." Xiao Mushing silently committed this to memory. The following morning, Xiao Mushing carried a considerable load of items and navigated between several graves on the mountain. As the number of individuals to honor that day was rather substantial, by the time he completed these tasks, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He then returned to Wang Bo's place and paid a brief visit before seeking out the fortune teller. In his backyard, an elderly man cradling a small yellow dog leisurely basked in the sun. Suddenly, a child approached and said, "Great-grandfather, there's a guest here to see you." The old man inquired with a casual demeanor, "Oh, who is it?" "A big brother named Xiao." Upon hearing this, the fortune teller sat up. "Go tell him, I have died and have already been turned to ashes." "Oh dear, why does the fortune teller not welcome me?" Before seeing the man, Xiao Mushing heard his voice as he passed through the house to the backyard. Noticing the visitor's arrival, the fortune teller ceased his idle pursuits and instructed his grandson to prepare tea. "What brings you here?" "An ominous wind," Xiao Mushing replied. The fortune teller's wrinkled face stiffened. "It seems we have encountered something peculiar." "Indeed," he continued, reclining in his chair. "I truly do not wish to engage with someone like you. From the looks of it, you must have perceived something long ago." The fortune teller nodded. "Your fate is exceedingly strange and perilous, which is why I prefer to avoid entanglements for fear of jeopardizing myself. Then today, I shall inquire about a matter, and after this, I will not trouble you again." The old grave, Xiao Mushing narrowed his eyes. "You are aware, then, from the moment you trespassed upon that old grave, I anticipated that you would encounter something extraordinary." Chapter 75, Contacting Ji Li's Boyfriend. Ji Li found the fortune teller to be quite adept at projecting an air of mystery. So she waved her hand in front of him, seeking his attention. As she waved her hand, obscuring her eyes for a fleeting moment, she caught sight of the other person's gaze as her hand descended. In that instant, a sensation of being scrutinized washed over her. Ji Li felt a shiver run down her spine. "Xiao Mushing, this Huang Banzian, seemed capable of seeing me." Hearing this, Xiao Mushing turned his attention to Huang Banzian. "Did you see something just now?" Huang Banzian, swaying slightly, replied, "In my earlier days, my abilities were limited. Now, in my old age, nearing death, I can indeed glimpse certain things in a daze, though such opportunities are rare. However, your inquiry suggests that you too possess sight, perhaps even clearer and longer than mine. Can you enlighten me about the old grave? I am likely the most knowledgeable about it in the village. That grave belongs to a Taoist, or rather, a wandering spirit messenger. I learned of it from my father. This grave can be traced back 300 years, to a time of upheaval when a Taoist roamed the earth, tasked with guiding wandering souls back to the underworld. He could also be referred to as a Yang Chai, for he was a living person performing a duty. Legend has it that this Taoist possessed vast powers, omniscient and omnipotent, skilled in various arts, from poetry to painting. Upon his death, he deliberately chose this auspicious site for his burial, allowing him to ascend in the netherworld. After a century, his coffin could be relocated to his ancestral land, provided the grave remained undisturbed. A new hole would need to be excavated to remove the coffin, which would then be filled back in. This practice not only preserved his status in the afterlife, but also offered protection to his descendants. "How do you know of such matters? Or how did your father come to know?" Xiao Mushing inquired with curiosity. "Because when they relocated the coffin, my ancestors assisted in the endeavor. At one time, I regarded this as mere folklore. Since you are familiar with such legends and possess some abilities, why not attempt it yourself and become a Yang Chai?" Huang Banzian chuckled at this suggestion. "Initially, I did not believe in its veracity. Moreover, what kind of spirit would linger in the realm of the living? If things go awry, one ghost could easily become two, leading to a gathering of mischief. Furthermore, with my limited skills, I can thrive in this small village by deceiving here and there. I see no need to risk my life. Who knows what perils might accompany the role of a Yang Chai? You seem quite at ease with this perspective. Is there anything else you wish to ask?" Huang Banzian remarked nonchalantly. He had previously examined Xiao Mushing's fate, which indicated that fortune could be found amidst peril and blessings could emerge from blood. This ensured his own prosperity, yet the fates of others remained uncertain. After all, if one's destiny were not sufficiently resilient, associating with such individuals might lead to sharing their burdens. This was precisely why he hesitated to engage with the young man, though wealth and status were alluring. The risks were too great to warrant such an undertaking. Now, while change was afoot, it appeared to be advantageous for him alone. Others cannot be so easily judged. In this world, any occupation that relies on two sides for sustenance is fraught with instability. Xiao Mushing has come to understand this well. The stone sculpture likely originated from the Taoist priest, and upon seeing the bull-headed figure, he found himself filled with speculation. For the imagery of the bull's head and horse's face is deeply ingrained in popular consciousness. Coupled with the bizarre occurrences he has encountered, it is only natural that he would draw connections to this. After a moment of silence, Xiao Mushing spoke again, inquiring if there were any other objects of legend involved. Given that my family was initially engaged in relocating graves, how could we possibly know so much? Knowing what I do is a testament to my ancestors' extroverted nature. With that, Xiao Mushing expressed his gratitude with a smile. Thank you for your insights. I shall not trouble you any further. That would be for the best. Was exactly what Huang Banxian desired. Upon leaving Huang Banxian's residence, Ji Lu felt a sense of reflection. It turns out that extraordinary individuals truly exist in this world. You've become a ghost, yet you still find the capacity for reflection, Xiao Mushing replied with a chuckle. As for the stone sculpture, he could now research it at a leisurely pace, having found a new direction. He knew he must consider the matter concerning the boyfriend, as this remained an unsolved mystery. With all suspicions resting upon him, could he truly resort to that tactic? After some contemplation, Xiao Mushing decided to refrain from haste and first meet this boyfriend. Thus, he made a phone call. On the other end, a weary man, devoid of hope, was listlessly gnawing at a cucumber when the phone rang. He picked up the device, only to discover an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, yet remained silent. A brief pause ensued before Xiao Mushing realized that the other party likely feared it to be a scam call. I am the bounty hunter, Inchai, assigned to your case. Please provide me with an address, and I shall come to you. Only then did the man respond. Perhaps it's best to forget it. If you dare utter such nonsense, I shall suspect you instead. Do not underestimate my capabilities, since I accepted this task. I possess a certain level of confidence. My intention in reaching out is to gather further details and context. You need only understand that I have taken on this task and am responsible for collaborating with you. The success of it is a matter for later. The firmness in Xiao Mushing's tone left the haggard middle-aged man momentarily stunned. Logically, the other party should have been the subordinate. Is it customary for the subordinate to be so assertive nowadays? Shouldn't he be accommodating to his requests? The call fell into a silence, as the middle-aged man pondered. Xiao Mushing found himself faced with an unreasonable demand. Ji Lu, anxious beside him, urged, "Tell him I love you." A man informing another man that his deceased girlfriend said, "I love you" could only lead to one of two conclusions. Either Xiao Mushing is a pervert, or he is mocking the memory of the man's late girlfriend. One can only speculate whether, upon Xiao Mushing's arrival, the man would prepare a sack, a watermelon knife, and a meat grinder, intending to turn him into a delectable feast. Calm yourself. Do not let your infatuation with your boyfriend cloud your judgment. Allow your intellect to dominate your emotions. Consider the possibility that he might indeed be the culprit. Reflect on how you would cope with that reality. Did you not assert that there is a considerable chance it is not him? One can indeed refer to that as a significant possibility, so I urge you to maintain your composure. After urging Ji Lu to regain her calm, Xiao Mushing turned and said, "For now, please send me your location. I will come to find you." He then ended the call. Chapter 76. Interrogating Li Jianda. A familiar tactic, 2 chapters combined, on the rooftop of a tall building. A weary man pushed open the door leading to the terrace and sent a message via his phone. "Have you arrived?" "Yes," was the voice that came from above. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he felt a heavy blow to the back of his head, causing him to lose consciousness. Ji Lu gazed at her boyfriend, now encased in a sack. "Why did you do this?" Upon seeing him in the corridor moments earlier, her heart ached. How had he changed so much in just 10 years? Meeting me on the rooftop raised my suspicions about his intentions. Besides, I hold the advantage. I would not harm him. It merely facilitates my inquiry. So please rein in your romantic impulses while I handle this, Xiao Mushing remarked, pulling out a rope to secure him tightly. As Li Jianda slowly opened his eyes, he was met with a panoramic view of the city from hundreds of meters above the ground. As he instinctively tried to retreat, he discovered himself bound to a chair, half of which dangled precariously over the edge of the rooftop. Nearby, a figure sat nonchalantly at the ledge, unperturbed by the height, legs swinging freely. "You're awake," Xiao Mushing said with a gentle smile, while Li Jianda felt a surge of horror. "What are you doing? Who are you?" "Investigator, Inchai." You are here to assist me in this investigation, yet you find yourself bound. Why? Xiao Mushing calmly severed one of the ropes securing the chair, revealing 3 more still in place. You are committing murder, do you realize that? Li Jianda was now thoroughly alarmed. What insanity was this? Why was he so recklessly cutting ropes? You have too many questions. Consider this a warning. If you continue to pose excessive questions or lie during my interrogation, I shall sever all these ropes. Intentional homicide warrants the death penalty. Xiao Mushing sigh, how can you ascertain whether I am lying? With prolonged exposure, one becomes adept. I consider myself quite experienced in the realm of polygraphy. This shall be your final inquiry. Should you pose another question, I shall sever the second cord. Xiao Mushing produced a piece of paper. The first question, what flavor of cake does your girlfriend cherish the most? Li Jianda, momentarily caught off guard by this query, instinctively replied, Black Forest cake. The second question, what is the name of the dog belonging to her second uncle's father's little uncle? Blackgrass. Xiao Mushing raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed by his memory. Li Jianda was likewise astonished that the other party possessed knowledge of such minutiae. The third question, during your relationship with Ji Lo, did you ever have feelings for another girl? Though Ji Lo claimed otherwise, what if the truth was well concealed? No. Xiao Mushing nodded slightly. He proceeded to ask several more questions, all in rapid succession, until the final one. Did you kill her? No. The response was emphatic, devoid of any hesitation. Li Jianda gazed intently at this individual whom he deemed mad. The depth of the preceding inquiries indicated thorough investigation, setting this person apart from others he had encountered. This individual might be eccentric, yet he was undoubtedly a genius. The answers to these questions were elusive even to the police, veiled in secrets shared solely between him and Ji Lo. After concluding his inquiries, Xiao Mushing shook his head, for it was indeed not the person before him. The details recalled were far too intricate. If genuine affection had waned, such memories would likely have faded with time. The fact that the other party could remember so vividly, particularly the final, resolute response, suggested that if anything had transpired, the answer would not have been so unequivocal or prompt. Ji Lo, standing nearby, wept silently, tears unfalling. Xiao Mushing pulled the chair back. Since it could be ruled out that it was not you, other methods must be employed. Li Jianda felt a burgeoning hope, sensing that this person could indeed assist him. What method? Fraud. Huh. A string of question marks appeared above Li Jianda's head. Xiao Mushing accessed an account that had long been dormant, where previous videos had amassed nearly 1 million likes. His private messages even contained inquiries from advertisers. Xiao Mushing squinted, realizing that beyond the initial 50,000 yuan, there were further opportunities for profit. After engaging with several advertisers, he selected a reliable one and began filming videos on the rooftop. Li Jianda assisted in the filming. Upon completing the rooftop shoot, Xiao Mushing edited the footage and released the video, pinpointing the location as Qingshui City, where Ji Lo had met her demise. Greetings, esteemed viewers. I have not posted videos for quite some time, as I have been preoccupied with various other matters. I believe that some of my friends, who have been closely following my activities or other news, are already aware of the endeavors I have undertaken during this period, tracking down poachers and dismantling fraudulent organizations. Today, however, I inadvertently stumbled upon a case, the Qingshui City arson incident, in which the victim is a young girl named Ji Lo. Based on the existing clues, the primary suspect is her boyfriend. Yet, without decisive evidence, he remains merely a person of interest. Drawing from previous leads, I have conducted further investigations, and it seems that many of the current clues may have been intentionally misleading. Li Jianda may have been framed, and I have commenced my inquiries. Already possessing a certain amount of evidence and leads, I kindly request any witnesses from that time or individuals with pertinent information to share their insights with me, to help complete the chain of evidence. Shortly after the video was published, it garnered nearly 100,000 likes within an hour and thousands of comments. The blogger has finally updated. I thought the blogger had been assassinated by the murderer. The unique blogger in the short video arena consistently presents homicide cases or unsolved mysteries, which adds an exhilarating element to the narrative. Given the wealth of clues, yet the absence of substantial evidence, the situation indeed appears rather peculiar. Li Jianda sat beside Xiao Mushing, observing him scroll through the comments on his phone. To his surprise, some individuals were even defending him in the comment section, something he had never dared to imagine in the past decade. Is this truly sufficient? It cannot be this straightforward. This merely serves as a preliminary probe into the matter. Xiao Mushing contemplated various possibilities. From prior inquiries, both had consistently claimed there were no enemies. Thus, one must consider the likelihood of a spontaneous crime, a random act of violence. However, if that were the case, there should be more than one incident, and similar methods of operation should be identifiable. As of now, no such patterns have emerged, making this scenario improbable. Nonetheless, Ji Lu had mentioned a crucial piece of information, that half of the assailant's face resembled Li Jianda's. This opens up a multitude of avenues for further exploration. He pondered another possibility: jealousy. Instances of individuals harming others in fits of jealousy are not uncommon. He recalled an incident during his college entrance examination when a fellow student suddenly turned around and tore up the paper of the student behind them, merely because they had overheard the latter express confidence about their performance. Such occurrences are all too frequent. According to the descriptions provided by the couple, their relationship was profoundly deep, akin to a sweet romance. They were inseparable, a pair of enviable soulmates, both graduates of reputable institutions with promising futures ahead. Their families were supportive, and their backgrounds were compatible, making them well suited to one another. It can be said that anyone can envision the beautiful life that lies ahead for the young couple. In this context, if Li Jianda were to be approached by an abandoned twin brother, discovering the stark contrast between their lives, one thriving while the other struggles, it would be difficult for him to remain passive. Within an electronics factory, a man with a mask, half his face obscured by his hair, returned to his room and opened his browser. For 3 minutes, he wrestled with his thoughts, discarding several crumpled papers in frustration. Finally, feeling a sense of relief, he opened a short video app, eager to watch something humorous. He soon stumbled upon a video by a detective blogger he had previously followed, whose investigative journey in Jinyang City had been so captivating it left him unsettled. He feared that one day, this blogger might come to his city, unearthing nearly forgotten cases. Now, that fear had materialized. The blogger was defending a suspect and had even uncovered some clues. Whether due to physical weakness or other reasons, he felt an involuntary shiver. No matter how much resentment one harbors, some actions lead only to genuine terror. The dread engulfed him after witnessing a girl being burned alive before his eyes. Should he flee? But such an escape might very well last a lifetime. At Li Jianda's home, he stood hesitantly at the door, reluctant to knock. However, Xiao Mushing, devoid of such reservations, knocked heavily on the door. At that moment, a woman in her 60s opened it, her eyes brimming with tears as she beheld the weathered visage of Li Jianda. Where have you been all these years? Why haven't you come back to see us? If others don't believe you, how could we? It is impossible that you did it. Li Jianda's home was not in Qingshui City, but rather in a nearby small county. Hearing his mother's words brought tears to his eyes as well. I know, but I cannot return. I do not wish to bring disgrace upon you. The elderly woman raised her hand to strike him, but ultimately, it fell gently to her side. All these years, you have sent us money every year. Have you been living well on your own? Yes, he replied. The mother and son exchanged pleasantries for a while before Li Jianda began to introduce Xiao Mushing. This is my friend, a renowned detective who can help uncover the truth of what happened back then and restore my innocence. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman hurriedly invited Xiao Mushing inside. Please come in. Once inside, Xiao Mushing inquired, is your husband not at home? He has gone to Qingshui City on a business trip. His company has a significant contract there, and he is responsible for monitoring its progress, so he will return late. Xiao Mushing nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that some inquiries might be better directed toward the aunt. Auntie, I am here primarily to ask a few questions that could aid in advancing the investigation. The elderly woman nodded vigorously. Ask away. As long as it helps clear Jinda's name, I will do my utmost to cooperate. Sitting on the sofa, she poured 3 cups of tea. Xiao Mushing was direct in addressing the matter at hand. Does Li Jianda have a twin brother? No. Are you certain? I am quite certain. I had an examination at the hospital back then, and it was confirmed that only one child was conceived. Does he have any lost siblings, or those given away? The elderly woman shook her head in response. He is my only child. There are no others. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushing took a sip of tea. Are there any relatives nearby whose children have gone missing or been given away? Or perhaps someone who bears an uncanny resemblance to him, so much so that at first glance one could hardly tell them apart? There are those who bear some resemblance, but not to the extent you suggest, the elderly woman replied, straining to recall. Xiao Mushing felt the investigation was stalling, which diverged from his expectations. However, was this not an investigation? Why these inquiries? It was merely to filter out some suspicious individuals, as numerous pieces of evidence pointed towards Li Jianda, necessitating a thorough examination. Li Jianda had not anticipated that Xiao Mushing would come to his home to pose such questions. After Xiao Mushing finished his inquiries, the aunt went to prepare a meal, as it was a rare occasion for her son to return home. Once she departed, Li Jianda began to question him. Have you already uncovered something? It's merely speculation for now, based on the existing clues, some of which point towards you, along with testimonies from others stating they have seen you in some significant locations. The issue is, although you have been present in these places, the timing does not align. If I were to hypothesize that there exists someone who resembles you closely or bears a striking similarity, then this brief segment of clues might begin to make sense. At that moment, Li Jianda suddenly recalled having seen this testimony at the police station. However, as the individual providing the account was an elderly person reportedly suffering from Alzheimer's, coupled with the timing discrepancies, it had not been regarded as critical evidence by the police. Yet, Xiao Mushing had managed to connect these dots. Chapter 77. How to substantiate the loss of another life. Come on, let us enjoy ourselves. The alluring sound of a phone ringing pierced the air. Xiao Mushing answered the call. Officer Long, what a surprise to receive your call. Is there something you require assistance with? I came across the video you posted. Don't take unnecessary risks. The last incident was exceedingly perilous. Had those two acted with any decisiveness, it could have ended tragically for you. Now, Xiao Mushing was once again sharing a video. Officer Long quickly grasped the intent behind it, having been attentive to Xiao Mushing's movements during this time. Poaching, village rituals, pyramid schemes. None of these matters had been the subject of his videos until now. This latest release was unmistakably purposeful. Do you think I am someone who lacks foresight? I am certainly prepared. Officer Long smirked slightly. He had reviewed the case files on these matters. From them, he deduced something significant. This young man's condition had worsened. Numerous testimonies indicated that Xiao Mushing spoke to himself, as if engaged in conversation with others. Can one truly expect a person with mental illness to remember? Any rational individual would not harbor such thoughts. Moreover, you are well aware of my capabilities. Despite encountering numerous challenges, I have sustained no significant injuries. In this regard, Officer Long finds himself at a loss for words, as the adversities faced by the other party have invariably involved gunfire or explosions. It is fortunate that others have survived such ordeals. The individual in question has faced several. The most severe injuries endured were mere abrasions, a situation that is indeed perplexing. One cannot traverse the riverbank without getting one's shoes wet. Recklessness is unwise. I have acquaintances in Qingshui City, and I prioritize my safety. Rest assured, I shall not act impulsively. After all, capturing a mere murderer is hardly a monumental task. Officer Long remarked, they do not encounter such numerous murder cases daily. Those whom the other party has crossed paths with either face life imprisonment or the death penalty. Even those involved in pyramid schemes, who I initially believed were merely con artists, are found to bear the burden of numerous lives. When considered thus, how could one claim to have killed only one person? It seems rather manageable. Those who drown are often capable swimmers. I understand that you have faced many trials recently without dire consequences, yet one misstep could be fatal. Some matters necessitate greater collaboration with us. Officer Long, though somewhat reluctant to let such talent slip away, realizes that the individual is unwell and cannot be integrated into their ranks. Should I discover any final clues, I will certainly inform you. I cannot intervene there. That responsibility lies with the local police. Following a few more words of caution, he concluded the call. Meanwhile, within a factory, several workers were engaged in transporting components, while a supervisor was inspecting the quality of the parts. A masked individual, with half of his face obscured by hair, assisted in loading these components onto a vehicle. However, his gaze frequently drifted towards the supervisor, as he perceived a resemblance between the supervisor and the unscathed half of his own face. Yet, as his attention waned, the box he was holding began to tilt precariously. Be careful, don't injure yourself, the supervisor kindly cautioned. I apologize, I will be more careful, the worker hastily responded, resuming his task. Just as the supervisor was midway through his documentation, his phone rang unexpectedly. That brat has returned. Though he uttered these words, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. It seemed that the young man had finally come to terms with the situation. He had previously told him that he need not bear such guilt, as he was not the perpetrator. Was his friend truly that formidable? Surely he could silence those individuals. Why would a relative, who shared a resemblance, suddenly posed such a question. Will this assist in finding the murderer? How could that possibly aid in the pursuit of justice? Meanwhile, the worker engaged in transporting components attentively listened to the supervisor's phone conversation. Despite the supervisor's attempts to speak softly, the worker still managed to grasp the content clearly. In an instant, a connection formed in his mind. The man who bore a certain resemblance to him did not merely resemble him, but rather, he bore a striking likeness to someone from a decade ago. Now, that individual was answering the call right before him. On the other end of the line, the internet-famous detective investigating the case had already begun reaching out to acquaintances. How could it be so swift? What a remarkable coincidence. He now breathed heavily, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He felt that everyone was watching him. These individuals were no longer mere co-workers, but rather plainclothes officers lurking within the factory, waiting for the opportune moment to apprehend him. If they were to come for him, where could he possibly flee? To the left, towards the conveyor belt, or to the right, into the assembly area? At that moment, someone handed him a box. Noticing that the person atop the vehicle remained motionless, they impatiently urged, "Have you arrived? Why are you lingering there?" A masked worker, in a state of panic, jumped down from the vehicle. "I feel unwell. You all continue without me." He then stumbled and ran chaotically out of the factory. His behavior drew the ire of other supervisors and co-workers. However, none dared to abandon their posts as he had, for such actions would certainly result in a deduction of wages. Moreover, his absence would not halt the work of others. Someone else would easily take his place. The supervisor, engaged in a phone call with his wife, merely glanced at him without further concern. Once outside the factory, Huangdu removed his mask and gasped for breath. The other half of his face, concealed by the mask, revealed a gruesome sight of exposed jawbone and flesh, devoid of skin. Even though this horrific visage constituted only 14% of his entire face, it was profoundly unsettling. Huangdu surveyed the deserted surroundings, finding no sign of the plainclothes officers he had anticipated. It was all merely a coincidence. He was not afraid of having committed murder. Rather, he feared the repercussions that would follow. After a moment to catch his breath, he donned his mask once more and hurried back to his residence. Curling up beneath the covers, two voices incessantly echoed in his mind. Run as far away as possible. Do not remain in Qingshui City. But where could he possibly escape to now? The adversary was formidable. Even if he changed locations, what if they tracked him down? So many had committed offenses. Relocating would not guarantee anonymity. Staying put would only hasten his discovery. Perhaps fleeing would delay it. As the two voices continued to pull him in different directions, a third voice suddenly emerged. Why not turn yourself in? In such situations, confessing would likely spare you from the death penalty. At worst, you might serve a decade or so and then be released, with provisions for food and shelter while incarcerated. Just as this third voice began to persuade Huangdu, a sudden thought pierced his mind. But will her boyfriend let you off the hook? Do not forget how wretched he was made to feel because of you. Although the police lacked decisive evidence, he was vilified as a criminal for a decade. 10 years of youth, 10 years of disgrace, and a beloved girlfriend. Are you certain that if you confess, he will not find a way to eliminate you? Remember how he was tormented 10 years ago, which you witnessed firsthand. Paint splattered on doors, rotten eggs thrown. These were the least of it. As night fell, someone knocked on the door with a stick, nearly resulting in a fatal encounter. Furthermore, given the extensive reach of the internet today, should one choose to step forward, it would not merely lead to a few years of imprisonment, but rather a lifetime of being branded with shame. Life has been relatively ordinary thus far. Yet should one confess, it would condemn them to an existence mired in despair, rendering death a more appealing option. Huangdu held his head in his hands, pondering. What should I do? What should I do? A seductive voice echoed in his mind, recalling a time when he almost succeeded in sending that individual to prison. He regretted not arranging decisive evidence against him. Over the years, he had consumed numerous legal programs and detective novels. This time, he would ensure everything was in order, leading to a conviction of death, thus bringing closure to the matter. Huangdu inquired about the presence of a popular detective nearby, someone who posed a significant threat. The voice in his mind continued with unwavering confidence. How could the death of another not solidify his guilt? Chapter 78. A Compromise at Xiao. At the dining table, Xiao Mushing unexpectedly sneezed. The aunt, concerned, asked, "What's wrong, dear? Are you catching a cold? We have medicine at home. Let me get you some." As she spoke, she began to rise to fetch the medication. "Auntie, it's unnecessary. I don't believe it's a cold, Xiao Mushing replied. Then why did you suddenly sneeze? The young man shrugged and sniffed. It must be that some malefactor wishes me ill. Li Jianda looked on with confusion. In our line of work, we inevitably offend some individuals. There are adversaries who would relish our demise. For instance, some still languishing in prison, perhaps cursing my name. The process of execution is systematic and not expedited, hence a group continues to wish for his downfall. However, he mused, in a few months, those who curse him should diminish. After their meal, the two shared a room for the night. Li Jianda asked, what is our next step? We shall return to Qingshui City to investigate the scene of the incident and see if we can uncover any clues, Xiao Mushing replied, sitting up from the bed. You can sleep here. I shall take the sofa. Li Jianda, perplexed, queried, aren't you accustomed to sharing a bed? Xiao Mushing had indeed shared a bed during festive seasons, though his family was not particularly affluent. The issue lay in Li Jianda lying flat, with a female ghost facing him directly. That gentle gaze and soft movements made Xiao Mushing feel that if Ji Lu could manifest as a corporeal entity like the ghosts on television, they would likely be entwined in a passionate encounter. Thus, he resolved to sleep on the sofa, allowing them to engage in their own supernatural entanglements. No, it is the ghost's unilateral pursuit, he thought. Sleep in your own bed, leave me be. Li Jianda watched as the other exited the room, bemused by the complexities of a madman's world, which indeed differed greatly from that of a sane person. Settling onto the sofa in the living room, Xiao Mushing began to outline his plans in his mind. The last time was successful for various reasons, but the most significant one was that the adversary was a deranged killer, bold and audacious. Deep down, he had already prepared for the possibility of failure. It is not certain that the perpetrator can be apprehended, especially if the motive stemmed from jealousy. Being a first-time murderer, the individual may choose to evade capture. Thus, if the assailant remains elusive, the only recourse left is to exonerate Li Jianda. Currently, the dilemma he faces is that most evidence points to him, yet there is no conclusive proof to convict him. Those who were previously aware of the situation believed him to be guilty. This implies that if evidence can be uncovered against the true culprit, it might, to some extent, alleviate Ji Li's obsession, provided it is clarified whether her boyfriend was involved. She should then be able to depart in peace. Although he is certainly not the one responsible, Ji Lu is an independent thinker who loves her boyfriend deeply. Yet it is this very love that has fostered her fixation. She witnessed him take her life, and even if she is reluctant to accept it, it remains an undeniable truth in her heart. Without tangible evidence presented before her, this obsession cannot dissipate. Of course, it is preferable to identify the true murderer. As Xiao Mushing pondered this, he retrieved a bull-headed stone carving from his pocket. To this day, he had yet to discover its true significance. The hollow eyes of the sculpture seemed connected to his current ability to perceive the supernatural. But what of its other attributes? Surely, it could not serve solely this purpose. He had previously attempted to smear blood upon it, yet it yielded no gleaming light, nor did any wise old man converse with him. It remained merely an ordinary stone carving. Xiao Mushing wondered if perhaps he needed to return to the scene of the crime to conduct further experiments to uncover its function. After failing to draw any conclusions, he returned the carving to his pocket, deciding to revisit the matter later. The following morning, after breakfast, they prepared to depart. However, the aunt was reluctant to let them go. After all, it had been years since her child had returned home, and now, after just one day, they were leaving again. How could she bear it? Li Jianda addressed his mother, stating, I must find the true culprit and clear my name. I cannot remain here like a timid turtle. After all these years, what is a few more days? He shook his head. I have waited 10 years for this opportunity, and I do not wish to delay. Once this matter is resolved, I promise to return and spend quality time with you all. Xiao Mushing, upon hearing Li Jianda's words, glanced at him and perceived something familiar in his gaze. Ji Lu was also bidding farewell to the aunt, though the latter could not hear her. The two made their way downstairs and reached the spot where Xiao Mushing had parked. After getting into the car, Li Jianda suddenly spoke up. Last night, I pondered deeply and became quite curious about whom you saw from your perspective. Xiao Mushing started the engine and, in a leisurely manner, replied, was I that obvious? Li Jianda nodded, feeling a peculiar sensation whenever he was in the presence of the other person. It was only last night that he discerned the source of this odd feeling. They mentioned schizophrenia, and each time he investigated a case, the victims would appear before him, recounting their stories and the harrowing experiences they endured. Upon hearing this, Li Jianda became acutely alert. What did she say to you? He inquired. Last night, she said nothing. She merely held your face tenderly, and I found it so overwhelming that I decided to leave. As Li Jianda heard this, a smile involuntarily graced his lips, and he felt the vivid recollection of his beloved from over a decade ago re-emerge before him.